Chapter 1. Transcending Time and Space. Hey, Yichin woke up and looked around, cursing, where am I? Did I just wake up in a primeval forest? Indeed, Yi-chun had woken up in the evergreen forest next to Pallet Town. At this moment, there was a commotion deep in the forest. Yi-chun turned around abruptly and exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this? Why are these bees bigger than my head?" Without thinking, Yi-chun took off running, completely unaware of the Pokeball hanging at his waist since this is the Hoenn region. The Pokeballs will be modeled after Hoenns. Pokeballs at AS Yi-chan was being chased by a wild bee drill. A steep cliff suddenly appeared in front of him. Are you kidding me? I just woke up, and now there are bees and a cliff. Who the hell brought me here? Yi-chan yellit angrily. When he turned around and focused, he saw, oh no, isn't that a bee drill? I'm done for if it stings me. It'll be in pieces. Someone save me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Pokeball at his waist suddenly made a loud noise, and a tall Pokemon sprang out. Roar! A 2.38-meter tall, boss-level Scyther appeared. Yi-chan staved in astonishment. This Pokemon looks familiar, it's all green, and it has those big scythes. Isn't this a shiny scythe? Oh no, did I cross over to the world of Arceus? While Yi-chan was in a daze, the Scyther moved and used air slash on the swarm of bee drills, scattering them instantly. Yi-chan watched the Scyther excitedly, but took a step back in fear, saying, just to be clear, we agreed that you wouldn't attack me after you took care of the bee drills. As soon as Yi-chan finished speaking, the Scyther pointed its scythe at him, causing Yi-chan to collapse to the ground in fright, begging, Scyther, spare me. I have elderly and young ones to take care of. Please don't cut me. The Scyther's right hand didn't swing down, but instead poked Yi-chan's waist to indicate something. Seeing this, Yi-chan quickly looked down and saw 6 high-grade Pokeballs from the Hoenn region. Realizing what was happening, Yi-chan exclaimed, I've crossed over to the Hoenn continent, and I've inherited the Pokemon from my game? How am I supposed to go back? If I can't go back, I'll be an orphan. As Yi-chan muttered to himself, the Scyther shook its head and walked toward a fruit tree. Just as Yi-chan was collecting his thoughts, he saw the Scyther eating under the fruit tree. Yi-chan thought, I should check what the other 5 Pokemon in my 6 Pokeballs are. If they're my final team, that would be great. If they're my main Pokemon from the mid-game, that's also good. As he spoke, Yi-chan threw all the Pokeballs into the air. With a series of popping sounds, the Pokemon that appeared were a boss-level Garchomp, 2.94 meters tall, 176.7 kilograms. A boss-level Gengar, 3 meters tall, 97.2 kilograms. A boss-level Lucario u 2.28 meters tall, 123,12 kilograma. A boss-level Gyarados u 7 meters tall, 304,56 kilograma. A boss-level Litten, 3.08 meters tall, 110.88 kilograms, and a shiny Scyther that had just scattered the bee drills. Looking at these Pokemon, Yi-chan was filled with emotion as he reminisced. Since fate has brought us together, there must be a reason. Having crossed over and having you all by my side, let's march towards the pinnacle of the world. After saying this, Yi-chan added, and don't let me find out who brought me here, or I swear I'll hit them with 2 destruction rays and a spiral ascension bullet punch. Just as Yi-chan was rambling, a blue dinosaur with metallic features and several light blue stripes in the sky looked down at him. It had a pointed, conical protrusion on its head, and the light blue stripes extended from the tip down to its neck. It had 2 horns that extended downwards towards its eyes, with a protrusion near its mouth. This moment, the Pokemon glanced at Yi-chan and then tore through the space to leave. While Yi-chan was fantasizing about stepping on the rift and capturing Arceus, he suddenly heard a shout. Is anyone over there? We heard someone calling for help, please respond. After hearing this, Yi-chan shouted loudly, over here, come save me. Chapter 2, Evergreen Forest. After putting away the Pokemon, Yi-chan arrived at the place where he had just called for help and found that it was Miss June Sha. Oh my goodness, finally seeing a living person. Just as Yi-chan wondered when June Sha was in the Hoenn region, she hurriedly approached and asked, are you okay, little brother? What are you doing alone in the Evergreen Forest? The protagonist's age after crossing over is the same as Ash's. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi-chan looked at Miss June Sha in shock, thinking, Evergreen Forest? Could this be the Kanto region? Could it be? While Yi-chan was lost in thought, Miss June Sha noticed Yi-chan's tattered clothes and the wounds on him. Yi-chan had been scratched by branches while being chased by bee drills, and immediately pulled him onto the back of her motorcycle, racing toward the Cerulean City Treatment Center. At this moment, Yi-chan, sitting on the back of the motorcycle, tightly hugged Miss June Sha's slim waist and shouted, this must be going 120 km/h. Miss June Sha, I think we can slow down on the mountain roads. This little injury isn't a big deal at all. With Miss June Sha driving at high speed, they quickly arrived at the treatment center in Cerulean City. After getting off the motorcycle, Yi-chan was taken inside by Miss June Sha while feeling nauseous. While Miss Junsha accompanied Yi Chen to take a number and wait, she looked at him and asked, "Little brother, why did you go to the evergreen forest alone? Where's your family? I could take you back." Yi Chen, looking exhausted, replied, "I don't know, I also don't know how I ended up in the evergreen forest. I just woke up in the forest." Seeing Yi Chen's haggard expression, Miss Junsha couldn't help but pat his head, saying, "It's okay, little brother. You can stay at the treatment center for now, and once I help you find your family, you can go home." Just as Yi Chen was about to refuse Miss Junsha, it was his turn, so he went into the patient room to rest. That night, Yi Chen lay on the hospital bed, pondering, "I'm currently in the Kanto region, but everything I have, including my Pokémon, is from the Hoenn region. I should see if I can find Ash if I can travel with him. Maybe I can meet Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. Then I should be able to ask why I was sent to this world. But my backpack seems to be lost. It's really troublesome without money or a Pokédex. I guess I'll have to return to the evergreen forest to look for my backpack." After saying this, Yi Chen put away the Pokeballs and turned over to sleep. The next morning, Miss Junsha arrived at Yi Chen's hospital bed with breakfast, but she found Yi Chen was missing, only to see a letter left on the bed. "Thank you for bringing me to the treatment center, Miss Junsha, but due to some special reasons, I have to leave. Once I earn some money for my travels, I will definitely come back to find you and pay you for the medical expenses. Please forgive my sudden departure." Yi Chen, after reading the letter, Miss Junsha put it away and thought, "So your name is Yi Chen at 8T this moment?" Yi Chen was riding on a Gyarados in the air, muttering to himself, "The Johto forest is so big. Where should I look for it?" Just as Yi Chen was feeling troubled, a voice suddenly echoed in his heart. "I'm here." The mechanical voice rang in Yi Chen's mind, and he was taken aback, then felt as if something was calling him from the left front. "Gyarados, head towards the left front." "Roar!" Gyarados responded with a roar and immediately changed direction to fly towards the left front. After flying a distance, a large water pond appeared ahead, and on the stone by the pond, an item was shimmering with golden light. Seeing this, Yi Chen was overjoyed and said, "That must be it, the feeling in my heart is getting stronger. Gyarados, let's land by that pond." "Roar!" Hearing this, Gyarados dived down directly, which left Yi Chen in distress. "Slow down, Gyarados. I can't hold on. Are you trying to harm your own master?" After landing, Yi Chen didn't return Gyarados to its Pokeball, but let it frolic in the pond. When he got closer to the glowing item, he discovered it was his backpack, with its contents scattered all over the ground. Among the pile of items, the Arceus Pokédex was shining brightly. Just as Yi Chen touched the Arceus Pokédex, he felt a darkness enveloping him, and he found himself in a mysterious space he didn't recognize. "Where's this? Where have I been sent?" While Yi Chen was confused, a large bright light appeared behind him, and from the center of the light emerged a gigantic Pokémon with a golden pattern on its head and ears. Standing upright, that IT had two protrusions on each side of its neck, with fishka-like features colored the same as most of its body. Around its waist was a cross-shaped wool connected to its abdomen, embedded with 4 jewels. The lines on its abdomen reappeared at its waist. Its limbs were gray on the dark side, with slight protrusions at the tops of its 4 legs. Its tail resembled its mane in shape and color. 17 tablets floated around it, including the Jade Tablet, Dragon Tablet, Evil Eye Tablet, Phantom Tablet, Wonder Tablet, Fist Tablet, Poison Tablet, Steel Tablet, Ice Pillar Tablet, Thunder Tablet, Blue Sky Tablet, Fireball Tablet, Earth Tablet, Rock Tablet, Emerald Tablet, and Water Drop Tablet. Yi Chen looked at the scene before him in shock and exclaimed, "My goodness, isn't this?" Chapter 3. Arceus? System. Isn't this the creator god Pokémon of the Pokémon world? Yi Chen thought to himself, wanting to say something but was too stunned to find the words. Arceus gazed at the tiny human before it without speaking. Just as Yi Chen and Arceus stood in silence for a long time, a sudden burst of golden light erupted and the surrounding dark space vanished. While Yi Chen was in a daze, a shiny object floated towards him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a Pokédex similar to a smartphone, but with an Arceus ring on the back. Just as Yi Chen reached out to touch it, the ring on the back of the Pokédex transformed into a ball of golden light and entered Yi Chen's body. He felt a warm sensation, as if countless hands were giving him a full body massage, followed by an electric shock-like feeling. At that moment, Yi Chen rolled on the ground in pain, and after a while he felt he had grown taller and his physical condition had improved. While he was still feeling the transformation brought by the golden light, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Binding successful. Host Yi Chen. All bodily functions are normal. You have a Pokemon count of 6. Welcome, host, to use the golden finger." After a moment of silence, Yi Chen was so excited he couldn't speak coherently. "Haha. As expected, a system must come with a transmigration. My system has finally arrived. Is your power integrated with Arceus?" Ding, no, it just happens that our Sia's creation power activated me, and it cannot be sensed by others, only by you, the host. After hearing what the Golden Finger system said, Yi-chan began to inquire about its functions and capabilities. Function 1, Warehouse. The host can take out and store Pokemon captured in the Johto region. Function 2, True Eye, can observe the numerical data of each item. Function 3, System Store, selling products from all generations of Pokemon, exchangeable with Pokemon World currency. After hearing the introduction of the Golden Finger system, Yi-chan was very happy. With these functions, it would be much easier for him to navigate the Pokemon world. Before Yi-chan could think more, a foul odor wafted from his body, prompting him to quickly strip off his clothes and jump into the pond to wash off all the dirt. After cleaning up, he changed into his flower-patterned shirt battle-worn version. He organized his backpack and took a look at the Pokédex, which showed his identity information as being from a small village near the town of Akrutik. Seeing that Arceus had already sorted out his identity in the Pokédex, he no longer worried about being suspected by the natives of this world for not having a Pokédex. Tightening his pants, Yi-chan called Gyarados back and rode it back to the town of Ilex. Upon arriving at the entrance of a department store, he returned Gyarados to its Ultra Ball and then entered the department store. It was Yi-chan's first time in a Pokemon World department store, and he was curious about everything inside, like a primitive man entering a city. Looking at the displays in the store, he noticed that the cash registers were like those in Blue Planet. If it weren't for the items on the shelves, he might have thought he returned to Blue Planet. At the counter, he took out 3 large golden pearls from his bag. The items in his backpack were also synchronized with game data. The clerk was shocked but still took the pearls and examined them. After a while, she asked Yi-chan, "Hello, sir. Are you planning to sell these 3 golden pearls?" "That's right. Sell them all," Yi-chan replied. He then glanced at the Pokemon food section on the product list and said to the clerk, "It'll take 20 of those energy cubes, and also this. There are many types of energy cubes, which I will write about later." After Yi-chan bought some healing potions and some dried food, he left the department store. To carry these items, Yi-chan also bought a sports backpack. Looking at the midday sun, he murmured, "Why is it so hot today, but my heart feels so cold?" The money from the 3 large golden pearls is barely enough to buy these things. Raising Pokemon is indeed an expensive endeavor. With that, Yi-chan went to the wilderness and released Gyarados and his Sharpedo. "One for each of you. Don't fight over it. If there's not enough to eat, just shout." After saying that, Yi-chan began distributing the energy cubes, only to realize that one portion was simply not enough for these big brothers. So Yi-chan started pouring out more energy cubes, and after pouring 3 portions, he finally managed to satisfy these gluttons. Looking at the Pokemon that were now full, lying on the ground, burping and scratching themselves, Yi-chan couldn't help but say, "They all eat so much with my current financial situation." Sigh. I need to find Ash quickly. Once I meet up with him, I won't have to worry about energy cubes anymore. I can just pick some fruits and make them myself. As he said this, Yi-chan began preparing his own meal. Just then, a person suddenly jumped out from the woods, looking at Yi-chan's Pokemon with sparkling eyes, excitedly shouting, "Wow, are these all your Pokemon?" Since this person was right behind Yi-chan, the shout startled him, causing him to almost drop his cooking spoon. Yi-chan turned around angrily and said, "Who's making such a fuss?" He saw a young boy wearing a straw hat and holding a bug-catching net, looking excitedly at Yi-chan's Pokemon. Hey, you can look, but what are you trying to do? Kid, what exactly do you want?" Yi-chan helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, "Whose mischievous kid is this?" Just as Yi-chan was about to continue cooking and ignore him, the boy walked straight up to him, took out his Pokeball, and said, "Big brother, let's have a Pokemon battle. My newly caught Heracross is really strong." Yi-chan calmly served the dishes, covered them up, then untied his apron and said to the boy, "Are you sure, kid? Don't say later that big brother is bullying you." "It's okay, let's go," the young man said decisively. Yi-chan paused for a moment and randomly shouted, "All right. In that case, go Runshin Cat. I'm sending out Heracross," said the bug catcher. With the appearance of the 2 Pokemon, Heracross on the other side clearly froze for a moment, followed by an overwhelming sense of battle intent. At this moment, Yi-chan was also a bit excited. He could finally experience a real Pokemon battle himself. Just as Yi-chan was in a daze, the bug catcher shouted, "Heracross, use close combat." After Yi-chan reacted, he shouted, "Good timing, Lunkin Cat, use Thunderbolt." Just as Heracross got close, lightning flashed, and Lunkin Cat's Thunderbolt directly hit Heracross. Seeing Heracross lying on the ground, the boy quickly recalled it into its Pokeball and shouted, "Don't get too proud. Come out, Beedrill." When he saw Beedrill come out, Yi-chan was momentarily stunned and then said with a gloomy face, "Damn it. I was just chased by a swarm of Beedrills before, and now I'm facing one again." Noticing Yi-chan's suddenly gloomy expression, the bug catcher boy didn't think much and immediately shouted, "Beedrill, use Poison Sting." Yi Chun, Rungi Cat, use bite after dodging. Get a hard bite. After receiving the command, Rungi Cat quickly dodged to the left and lunged at Beedrill. At that moment, the bug catcher shouted, Beedrill dodge, before Beedrill could react. Rungi Cat's big mouth was already on Beedrill's face. With one bite, Beedrill lost its fighting ability. Looking at his fallen Beedrill, the bug catcher despondently said to Yi Chun, I lost. After Yi Chun recalled the Incan cat, he also recalled the 5 fairies who were watching the excitement. He then said to the boy, Don't be discouraged. Failure is only temporary, and we don't need your money or anything. Do you have a map? Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the boy immediately returned to his earlier excited state and shouted, Once I catch a stronger bug-type Pokémon, I will come back to challenge you. I have a map, but you have to tell me your name. Yi Chun looked at the scene before him, feeling both amused and helpless. He said to the young man, My name is Yi Chun, and my goal is to become the strongest Pokémon trainer. After saying this somewhat cringeworthy line, Yi Chun couldn't help but blush and cough twice. The bug-catching boy, upon hearing this, took out a map from his backpack and handed it to Yi Chun before immediately heading towards the healing center in Chongpan City. Looking at the map in his hand, Yi Chun released his Gyarados and flew towards Hualan City. Chapter 4, Hualan City. Water Ballet. 1. Upon arriving in Hualan City, Yi Chun was excitedly wandering around. But after thinking about the journey over the past few days, he realized that his energy bars and food were running low, and the same went for his pockets. While aimlessly strolling through the streets, Yi Chun had an idea. He picked up a sign from the roadside and wrote, Paid Pokémon battles, I 1v3, 3,000 per match. If I win, I refund 10,000. Yi Chun looked at the sign in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. He then found a spacious square and sat down. Passers-by glanced at the sign next to Yi Chun and started discussing among themselves. Is this person really that confident? Hey, why don't you give it a try? Hey, didn't your fire dinosaur evolve? Why not go up and give it a shot? The murmurs rose and fell, and everyone was eager to give it a try. Soon, the first challenger appeared. He was wearing a karate uniform and muttering something about being invincible in fighting. Yi Chun looked at him and then stood up, saying, Pay first, then battle. The karate man paid Yi Chun 3,000 Pokémon coins and immediately threw out his first Pokémon, shouting, Come out, Machoke. Yi Chun was taken aback and said, I'll take on 3 of you, so you can release all 3 Pokémon. The people around, including the karate guy, looked at Yi Chun in shock. No way, 1 against 3, are you serious? This young man is really arrogant. Voices of doubt rose and fell. But the karate guy said nothing and immediately threw out the other 2 Pokémon. Come out, Battle Dance King, Iron Fist Warrior. Looking at the 3 Pokémon in front of him, Yi Chun smiled and said, Come out, Mega Garchomp. Wow, such a huge Mega Garchomp. The people around were shocked when they saw Yi Chun's Mega Garchomp, and even the karate guy lost his composure. He originally thought he had the advantage with 3 against 1, but he didn't expect the opponent's Pokémon to look so powerful. Even before the battle started, the karate guy's breath was already unstable. Yi Chun seemed to remember something and shouted to the crowd, Who can come and act as a referee? Soon, a middle-aged man stepped forward, nodded, and shouted, The match begins. The karate man immediately yelled, Macamp, use Mega Punch. The battling dancer used a surprise slap attack. The Iron Palm Warrior engaged in close combat. Seeing the opponent's overwhelming offensive, Yi Chun calmly called out, Garchomp, use Dragon Tail to wipe them out. At the moment Yi Chun gave a command, Garchomp let out a roar and charged towards the 3 Pokémon. The attacks from the 4 Pokémon raised a huge cloud of dust, and when it cleared, the onlookers were shocked to see that the immobilized Pokémon lying on the ground were none other than the Karate Man's Macamp, the battling dancer, and the Iron Palm Warrior. Garchomp had only sustained minor injuries. The Karate Man unwillingly recalled his 3 Pokémon and then walked towards the Pokémon Center with a face full of dirt. At that moment, the referee shouted, In this battle, Yi Chun is the winner. After Yi Chun recalled his Garchomp, he looked at the crowd and shouted, Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? After saying this, no one responded to Yi Chun. Just when Yi Chun thought no one would come and was about to pack up, another person stepped out from the crowd. Yi Chun stared at him in a daze, noticing that this person was surrounded by beautiful women, making others envious. The man across from him stopped and said to Yi Chun, Let's have a 6 versus 6 duel. I'll give you 10,000. After hearing the number, Yi Chun stopped his hand that was packing up, turned around, and said seriously to him, Money isn't important. What matters is that I want to have a real showdown with you. The onlookers were speechless, yet also filled with anticipation. I am Xiao Mao from Jinshin Town. You can also call me Young Master Xiao Mao. After saying this, Xiao Mao struck a flashy pose. Yi-chun, without saying much, directly threw out his Gyarados. Ready for battle. Seeing this, Xiao Mao threw forward. I will send out Nidoking. After sending out Nidoking, the cheerleaders behind Xiao Mao began to chant, Xiao Mao, you are the strongest. Xiao Mao, you are the best. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mao tossed his hair and said, of course. Nidoking, use Mud Bomb. With the command given, Nidoking immediately launched its attack. Nido, a fierce Mud Bomb rushed towards Gyarados. Seeing this, Yi-chun shouted, use Swift Dragon Pulse. Swift is a unique fighting style in Arceus that reduces damage and increases speed for the next turn, while Fierce increases damage and slows down speed for the next turn. The two moves collided, creating a powerful wave. With a loud boom, an explosion erupted in the middle of the clash. After the explosion, Nidoking was filled with strong fighting spirit, while on Yi-chun's side, Gyarados looked at him with a blank expression, as if saying, why are all the opponents so weak? After a brief pause, Xiao Mao shouted at Nidoking to use Super Horn Attack against Gyarados. Following the command, Nidoking charged towards Gyarados with heavy steps. Watching Nidoking charge, Yi-chun calmly instructed Gyarados, use Fierce Dragon Claw and slam it to the ground. With a roar, Gyarados raised its claw and charged at Nidoking. Just when everyone thought Gyarados would be heavily injured by this hit, Gyarados dodged Nidoking's Super Horn Attack at an odd angle and struck Nidoking on the forehead with its claw. With this hit, Nidoking felt its legs weaken and was pressed to the ground. The referee, looking at Nidoking who was pinned to the ground with spinning eyes, announced, Nidoking has lost its fighting ability. Gyarados wins. Xiao Mao, incredulous, recalled Nidoking and then composed himself to send out his second Pokémon. Come out, Houndoom! A giant canine Pokémon with red and white fur stood tall on the field. Yi-chun took a glance and recalled his Garchomp, muttering, using Garchomp is a bit unfair to you. This round will be decided by you. Go, Lurantis. Meow. The hoarse roar echoed throughout the entire square. Unlike an ordinary Lurantis, Yi-chun's Lurantis was quite large, leaving the nearby crowd, including Xiao Mao, momentarily stunned. Your Lurantis is very strong. Xiao Mao looked at Yi-chun's Lurantis with fiery eyes, and his Manectric in front of him couldn't wait to scratch the ground, eager to try. Thanks for the compliment, but even though your words are pleasant to hear, I won't hold back, Yi-chun said mercilessly. Hearing this, Xiao Mao replied, that's exactly what I want. Let's go, Manectric, use Flamethrower. Upon receiving the command, Manectric immediately unleashed a jet of flame at Lurantis. Yi-chun quickly reacted. Our Incan avoid using electromagnetic waves after dodging. Our Incan leaned to the side to evade the flamethrower from the Speedstar Dog, and then the current on its body rapidly struck the Speedstar Dog. The Speedstar Dog fell into a paralyzed state. Seeing the situation, Xiao Mao hurriedly commanded, Speedstar Dog, get up and use Flare Blitz. Upon hearing this, the Speedstar Dog ignited with roaring flames and charged straight at our Incan. Yi-chun noticed this, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he said, our Incan, use Volt Tackle. After receiving Yi-chun's command, our Incan was also enveloped in violent electricity and rushed towards the Speedstar Dog at high speed. Boom! The two Pokémon collided, causing a huge cloud of dust, which made it difficult for most people to see what was happening in the arena. While everyone was discussing, they saw our Incan leisurely walking out, as if it hadn't just collided with the Speedstar Dog. Seeing this, the referee shouted, the Speedstar Dog has lost its ability to battle. Our Incan wins. Xiao Mao, in disbelief, recalled the Speedstar Dog while muttering, how is this possible? How could I lose? Chapter 5, Hualan City, Ballet in the Water. 2. Yi-chun noticed that Xiao Mao looked a bit dazed, seemingly from the heavy hand he had used in their match. After recalling his Rhyhorn, Yi-chun looked at Xiao Mao and said, your Pokémon training is quite good, so I won't battle you in the remaining 4 matches to avoid the impression that I'm bullying you. Just as Xiao Mao was looking confused, Yi-chun walked up to him and raised his phone, saying 10,000 thanks for your patronage. After a moment of silence, Xiao Mao transferred the money to Yi-chun, clearly giving up on continuing the battle. As Yi-chun turned to leave, Xiao Mao shouted after him, you wait for me. I will definitely defeat you at the quartz conference. Hearing this, Yi-chun replied in Xiao Mao's direction, good luck, I'm waiting. After leaving, Yi-chun first went to buy some energy cubes, daily necessities, and a tent. It was only after he exited the supermarket that he remembered he had a system, so he quickly thought about it in his mind. I'm here. The system opened the Golden Finger Mall. When the system mall opened, Yi-chun was shocked. Charizard Mega Stone. Price, 10,000 Pokémon coins. Venusaur Mega Stone. Price, 10,000,000 Pokémon coins. Blastoise Mega Stone price, 10,000,000 Pokémon coins. Seeing the prices of the items in a mall, Yi-chan could only close it with tears in his eyes. With my current wealth, just looking is a sin. After Yi-chan exited the system page, he saw people walking in one direction and vaguely heard that the water ballet at the Ihua Blue Dojo was about to start, so they should hurry to grab seats. Water ballet? Has the plot progressed to this point? With that thought, Yi-chan followed the crowd. Just as he reached the entrance with the crowd, something unexpected happened. According to the bystanders, this water ballet was supposed to be a performance similar to a concert by a former superstar. Yet there was no line at the entrance. Confused, Yi-chan walked into the dojo. After seeing the scene inside, Yi-chan realized he was mistaken. He was wrong in a big way. It wasn't that there was no line outside, but the venue was simply too large. Since Yi-chan arrived too late, only the last row of seats was left for him, so he had no choice but to find a spot with a better view to watch. Just as the performance began, Yi-chan spotted a somewhat familiar face. On stage, the actress playing the mermaid princess, Xiaoxia, was performing energetically, and just as the Pokémon were about to take the stage, three familiar figures emerged from the water. Since you asked sincerely, we will generously tell you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, to carry out the evil of love and truth. The cute and charming villain characters Jessie and James. We are the Team Rocket that travels through the galaxy. A bright tomorrow awaits us. That's right, Meow. After saying this, the Team Rocket trio posed with a special stance on stage, holding their Pokémon, Sakura, Iris, and Peony. Just as Team Rocket was causing a commotion and preparing to escape, Yi-chan waved his hand and said, "Come out, Jengar, block them." In an instant, a purple figure dashed towards the center of the dojo. Just as the Team Rocket trio confronted Ash and his group, Jengar appeared directly behind Team Rocket. Yi-chan ordered Gung-Gue, use hypnosis. Upon receiving the command, Gung-Gue unleashed a wave of dazzling light towards Team Rocket, causing them to collapse in the middle of the stage. Seeing Team Rocket down, Ash, Pikachu, and Misty remained vigilant, watching Gung-Gue on the opposite side. The Sakura sisters exclaimed, "Wow, this Gung-Gue is so big." After Team Rocket fell, Yi-chan walked to the center of the gym and recalled Gung-Gue. Feeling the gaze of everyone in the center of the stage, Yi-chan awkwardly said, "You guys should tie them up first. I've already called the police, and Miss Junsha is on her way." Upon hearing Yi-chan's words, everyone reacted quickly and hurriedly tied up Team Rocket. Then Ash stepped forward and shouted at Yi-chan, "I want to have a Pokémon battle with you. Misty and Brock." Yi-chan. The three sisters of Changpu. After a moment of speechlessness, there was a loud bang as Xiaoxia punched Xiaoji on the head and said, "This is not the time for that." "What? Then why did you hit me?" Watching Xiaoxia and Xiaoji bicker, Yi-chan looked on with interest. Just as Xiaojang smoothed things over, Yi-chan turned to the three sisters of Changpu and asked, "Which one of you am I battling if I challenge the gym here?" Hearing Yi-chan's question, the sisters Mutin and Yinghua turned to him and said, "Today, our eldest sister Yinghua is accepting challenges from trainers. As long as you defeat her, you'll have passed." Yi-chan nodded and said, "There's no time to waste. Let us begin." Both sides stood in their respective battle zones, and the referee in the middle announced loudly, "This gym challenge is a 3v3 battle. The side whose Pokémon all faint will be considered the loser. Now, I declare the match to begin. Go, White Sea Lion." Upon seeing Sakura release her first Pokémon, Yi-chan didn't hold back and wave his hand, shouting, "Come out, Runching Cat! Roar!" The Runchang Cat looked displeased at Yi-chan, as if to say, "You called me for this kind of battle?" The White Sea Lion was also taken aback by Runching Cat's eyes, but still called out to it a couple of times. The onlookers, including Ash, were all surprised as they looked at Runching Cat, exclaiming, "Wow, what a big Runching Cat." Misty then added, "Good thing you didn't foolishly challenge it to a battle. Ash, otherwise, you would definitely get beaten badly." Just as the audience outside was buzzing with discussion, Sakura had already begun issuing commands to White Sea Lion. "Use Water Pulse." After seeing Sakura's command, Yi-chan immediately ordered, "Runchang Cat, dash in and use Volt Tackle." Runching Cat didn't move immediately upon receiving Yi-chan's command. Instead, it waited. When the Water Pulse reached Runchang Cat, it sprang into action, darting towards White Sea Lion like a real lightning bolt. At that moment, the surrounding crowd was left speechless, as Runching Cat's speed had exceeded everyone's expectations of it. At this moment, Yi-chan felt quite proud and thought to himself, "My Lunkin Cat has had its physical attack and speed stats maxed out with my special ability. Ordinary Pokémon really can't match my Lunkin Cat in a direct confrontation. After defeating the white sea lion, Lunkin Cat ran back to Yi-Chen's side and pressed its Pokeball to return itself. Seeing this scene, Yi-Chen couldn't help but show a face full of frustration. On the opposite side, Sakura smiled and said to Yi-Chen after recalling her white sea lion, "It seems your Lunkin Cat doesn't listen to you very well." Yi-Chen could only awkwardly scratch the back of his head and say, "There's nothing I can do. This kid has such a temper. So, it's up to you from here on out." Chapter 6, Badge in Hand. Departure to Tokiwa City. Second round, Yi-Chan sent out his old partner, the hexagonal warrior Gung Gue, modified with a special ability. Its nickname is Purple Fatty, given by Yi-Chan. Seeing this, Inghua shouted, "Please, King of Goldfish." The audience outside felt numb, all wondering why this young man named Yi-Chan had such gigantic Pokémon. At this moment, Inghua saw that Yi-Chan was not moving and directly commanded the King of Goldfish. "King of Goldfish, use Water Gun. Fatty, use Mini Shadow Ball." Just as the two skills collided, it was no surprise that Inghua lost again. In the third round, Yi-Chan still didn't exert his strength, and Inghua's Pokémon couldn't hold on and fell down. As Inghua's last Pokémon fell, the referee loudly announced with a microphone, "Inghua has no Pokémon left to use. The winner is Yi-Chan from Key City." After the referee announced Yi-Chan's victory, the Inghua triplets handed the Water Drop badge to Yi-Chan. Yi-Chan felt the texture of the badge in his hand and couldn't help but murmur to himself that it was his first time receiving a gym badge. He thought he would go out for a drink to celebrate tonight. Just as Ash was about to call out to Yi-Chan, he saw Yi-Chan let out a strange, cackling laugh and dash out of the gym like he was escaping. Watching Yi-Chan rush out, everyone couldn't help but feel speechless. After leaving the dojo, Yi-Chan quickly ran to a supermarket in Hualan City and bought a lot of beer peanuts and sunflower seeds. Just as Yi-Chan happily walked out, he encountered someone coming towards him. Yi-Chan focused his gaze and said, "Hey, Sakura, the owner of the Sakura Pavilion, what brings you here? Are you here to shop too?" Sakura looked at Yi-Chan with a determined expression and said, "Please let me travel with you, Mr. Yi-Chan." "Yi-Chan? Me? Are you sure you were talking to me?" After saying that, Yi-Chan looked around to see if there was anyone else named Yi-Chan nearby. Sakura looked at Yi-Chan, who was looking around, and said helplessly, "Mr. Yi-Chan, please, I hope to travel with you. And I'm a Pokémon intermediate breeder. I can help take care of your Pokémon as a reward for this journey. What do you think?" Yi-Chan, feeling a bit strange after hearing this, said, "You want to travel with me and help me take care of my Pokémon? Is there such a good thing? I don't believe it. This reason is too far-fetched." Sakura immediately explained to Yi-Chan, "Actually, I want to help you take care of your Pokémon to see if it can help me become a senior breeder." After finishing, Sakura added, "After all, my dream is to become the strongest Pokémon breeder in the world." Yi-Chan looked at the increasingly excited Inghua, pondering to himself, "Actually, it doesn't matter if I take her along, and besides, my pockets are already too empty to be any emptier." Inghua noticed Yi-Chen's silence and continued, "Actually, I could take care of your Pokémon food as well. It's a deal, this beautiful and kind lady over here, please. Come out, our Incan cat. Let this beautiful lady ride on your back." Hearing Yi-Chen's words, Inghua felt a bit embarrassed, but her Incan cat showed a hint of anger, thinking it impossible to carry a defeated opponent. Seeing her Incan cat's reaction, Yi-Chen gave a kick and said, "From now on, you can have 3 meals a day without worries. This lady has taken care of you." Upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, our Incan cat immediately flashed in front of Inghua and lowered its body to signal her to get on. Seeing this scene, Yi-Chen nodded in satisfaction. Under the strong insistence of Yi-Chen and her Incan cat, Inghua sat on her Incan cat's back. Inghua asked Yi-Chen, "Where are we headed next?" "We're off to Shirwan City." As soon as Yi-Chan finished speaking, he randomly chose a road to walk down. Seeing Yi-Chan walking in the opposite direction of Shirwan City, Inghua held her forehead and shouted, "We're going the wrong way. Shirwan City is this way." Then she pointed in another direction. "Yi-Chan, let's head to Chompan City." Just as they were on their way, Yi-Chan looked at Sakura and said, "Sakura, did you tell your sisters that you're going on a trip?" Sakura, sitting on the back of the Incan cat, replied to Yi-Chan, "Don't worry. I already took care of everything before I left. Anyway, the dojo is fine with the 2 of them there." Yi-Chan listened to Sakura's words and asked, "Is that so? But why is everyone outside saying that your Hualan dojo is the weakest among all the dojos?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and Sakura's iron fist landed on Yi-Chen's head. "If you can't say anything nice, then say less." Yi-Chen covered his head and muttered, "What the heck? Just asking a question, and I get beaten up." Just as Yi-Chan and Sakura were arguing, a shout came from behind. "Hey, mister! Yi-Chan, Please wait a moment. Hearing this, Yi Chun turned his head and saw Xiao Ji and his group running towards them. Yi Chun looked at Xiao Ji, who was running towards him, and asked, "Is there something urgent you need from me?" Xiao Ji, panting, reached Yi Chun and said, "Mr. Yi Chun, are you planning to go to Tokiwa City?" "Yes, I can see you're all in a hurry. Is there something going on?" Yi Chun asked. Just as Xiao Ji was about to tell Yi Chun that they were also going to Tokiwa City, Xiao Xia looked at Inghua in shock and said, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji also looked at Inghua and exclaimed in unison, "Miss Inghua." Inghua jumped off her lunatone and said to everyone, "Hello, I have decided to travel with Mr. Yi Chun." After saying that, she even made a face at Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia then asked, "Sister, what about the gym?" Before Xiao Xia could finish her sentence, Inghua interrupted her, saying, "The gym is already taken care of by Chong Pu and Mudan. I only left after everything was arranged." While Xiao Xia and Inghua were talking, Xiao Ji also ran to Yi Chun's side and said, "Mr. Yi Chun, we are also going to Tokiwa City to challenge the Tokiwa gym. If it's convenient, we can go together." After hearing Xiao Ji's words, Yi Chun looked him up and down and said, "You're in such a hurry to find me. It can't just be about going to the Johto gym, right? Tell me, what do you need?" Xiao Ji chuckled and replied, "Mr. Yi Chun, can I have a Pokémon battle with you?" After saying that, Pikachu on Xiao Ji's shoulder called out a couple of Pika Pika, looking full of fighting spirit. Yi Chun was speechless. Xiao Ji's reckless personality was indeed exactly the same as in the TV shows from his previous life. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chun replied, "No problem. Let's do a 1v1. I'm tired too, so let's settle it in one match." "All right, since that's the case, it's decided. Come out, Charizard." With a roar, Charizard appeared before Xiao Ji in a lazy manner. Seeing this, Xiao Ji said helplessly, "Charizard, get it together. The opponent, Mr. Yi Chun, is very strong." Charizard ignored Xiao Ji. Seeing this, Yi Chun shouted, "Come out, Fierce Bite Land Shark." Roar. After a dragon roar, the massive figure of Fierce Bite Land Shark appeared in front of Yi Chun. The opposing fire dinosaur also stood up and stared intently at Fierce Bite Land Shark. Yi Chun looked at the Garchomp and said, "The little brother on the opposite side is getting a bit cocky, huh?" Yi Chun's nickname for Garchomp. Let's teach him how to be a dragon with a dragon claw. After receiving Yi Chun's command, Garchomp gathered power in its claws and charged towards Charizard. Xiao Ji, seeing Garchomp rushing towards them, hadn't even had the chance to marvel at Garchomp's size before he shouted at Charizard, "Charizard, dodge." However, Charizard ignored Xiao Ji's command and decided to use Dragon Claw to face Garchomp head-on. Seeing the situation, Yi Chun shook his head and muttered softly, "Xiao Ji is still too inexperienced. He can't even control Charizard." As Yi Chun expected, under Garchomp's Dragon Claw attack, Charizard fell to the ground and fainted within 3 seconds. Yi Chun saw this and recalled his Garchomp back into its Pokeball. He then said to Ash, "Ash, your Charmeleon has great potential. As long as you train well with it, it could be a significant asset for you in the future." Chapter 7, Pewter City. Diglett Cave. After recalling Charmeleon, Ash nodded vigorously after hearing Yi Chun's words and said, "Got it. Thank you, Mr. Yi Chun." The three who had been watching the battle between Yi Chun and Ash approached after the match ended. Brock was the first to ask Mr. Yi Chun, "How did you raise your Garchomp to be so big?" Yi Chun looked at the series of questions flying towards him and fell into silence. Then he impatiently shouted, "Stop. Stop, stop. Can we talk about this after I finish my meal?" After letting out a loud shout, Yi Chun felt a sense of relief wash over him and unconsciously shifted his stance. Seeing this, the others didn't ask much and found a flat spot to set up the tent and prepare for dinner. Just as Xiao Gang was about to start cooking, Yi Chun stepped forward. Under Yi Chun's strong insistence, Xiao Gang had no choice but to hand over the cooking task to him. Amidst the questioning gazes of the others, Yi Chun opened his backpack. Yi Chun murmured while heating oil in the pan, "A bunch of rice. Let you experience the mysterious cuisine from the east. Haha." Sakura, who was grooming the Ronkin cat nearby, took a step back in disgust at Yi Chun's strange smile. As night fell, everyone by the campfire had set up their tents. The Ronkin cat lay comfortably on the lawn with a gentle breeze blowing. Occasionally, the sounds of Pikachu and Psyduck's chatter could be heard, along with Sakura and Xiaoxia setting the dining table and the aroma of Yi Chun's cooking from his side, creating an extremely leisurely scene. After Yi Chun finished cooking the last dish, shredded pork and garlic sauce, he brought the dishes to the dining table. By this time, there were already braised ribs, shredded pork and garlic sauce, mapo tofu, and corn rib soup on the table. Since his appetite had increased significantly after his body was transformed that day, Yi Chun cooked 2 pots of rice, one for himself and one for Xiao Ji and the others. When they caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from the dishes on the table, everyone forgot about chatting and hurried to the dining table. Xiao Ji was the first to speak. Wow, the dishes made by Mr. Yi Chun smell so good. I can't believe I thought Mr. Yi Chun couldn't cook at all. Sakura also looked at Yi Chun in slight shock and said, I didn't expect you really could cook, Yi Chun. It smells so good. You're strong and can cook too. Anyone who gets to be with Mr. Yi Chun in the future is really lucky. Yi Chun's face turned red upon hearing this, as he replied, No. You all go wash your hands and serve the rice quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. After hearing this, everyone said nothing more and hurried to wash their hands and serve the food, gathering around the dining table to show off. During the meal, every now and then someone would exclaim, Oh wow, so delicious. It's so good. Let's have Mr. Yi Chun cook again next time. Yi Chun also happily said to everyone, Don't keep calling me Mr. Yi Chun. It makes me feel so old. Just call me Yi Chun. Ha, okay, Mr. Yi Chun. Yi Chun. So everyone spent the night in laughter and joy. The next morning, since Yi Chun had obtained his fated weapon, the spatula, he couldn't help but get up to continue cooking breakfast. This restless spirit of labor. He took out the pork bones he had bought at the supermarket and placed them in the stew pot with scallions and ginger to simmer. After tidying up the nearby dining table, Yi Chun took out the flour and began to knead the dough. Once the dough was ready, he placed it in a bowl to let it rest. Then he took out the chili powder and white sesame seeds and set them aside. After heating oil in the pan to about 60 hot, he poured it into the bowl to make the chili oil and set it aside. Next, he added peanuts to the pan to fry them until fragrant, then crushed them and set them aside. He took a bowl, adding chopped scallions, minced garlic, ginger powder, Sichuan pepper powder, winter vegetables, pickled vegetables, crushed peanuts, soy sauce, vinegar, chili oil, and sesame oil. After preparing these, Yi Chun went to the dining table to take out the dough and get ready to pull the noodles. The sound of frying peanuts had already woken everyone up. Or rather, the aroma had called them. By the time Yi Chun was ready to pull the noodles, everyone had already washed up and gathered at the dining table to watch him. Sakura was the first to ask, Yi Chun, are you preparing to make pulled noodles? Yi Chun replied while pulling the noodles, No, this is my exclusive secret recipe. I guarantee you'll want to eat more after trying it. Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang sighed after hearing this. Yi Chun, you are really amazing. Yi Chun smiled and then said to Xiao Gang, please help me scoop out the pork bone soup from a stew pot and put it into these bowls of seasoning, then mix the seasoning. Xiao Gang nodded and went to the side of the stew pot to start working. Yi Chun was not idle either. He directly placed the prepared dough into the pot and boiled it for 6 minutes before taking it out. After serving the noodles for Xiao Ji and the others, it was time for his ultimate in LUS version. A bowl the size of a wash basin appeared before everyone, filled halfway with noodles. Just as everyone was in shock, Yi Chun took the pork bones from the stew pot and placed them in his bowl. Then, while pouring the spicy oil, he said to everyone, if you want it spicy, add chili. If not, hurry up and eat, or it won't taste good. A bowl of noodles, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, made everyone very satisfied. After that, Yi Chun gave each person a bottle of fresh milk. After finishing the noodles, Yi Chun leisurely lay back in his old armchair, enjoying the gentle morning breeze, feeling very happy. After lying for a while, Xiao Xia asked everyone, wait a minute, shouldn't we pack up and set off? We've been here for quite a while. Hearing this, everyone quickly got up to pack the tent and other items, shouldering their respective backpacks and starting to head toward Changpan City. Xiao Ji, carefree, followed behind Yi Chun and said with a smile, traveling with Yi Chun is great. The food we eat every day is so delicious, hee. Xiao Jing echoed, yes, Mr. Yi Chun, I wonder if you plan to take on disciples. I would like to learn cooking techniques from you. He then quickly ran in front of Yi Chun and knelt down. Yi Chun smiled awkwardly upon hearing this, while the beautiful girl beside him also looked at the scene with a smile. Yi Chun raised his eyebrows and awkwardly said, Xiao Gang, if you want to learn, you can come watch me cook in the future. I'll teach you, but there's no need for formal apprenticeship or anything like that. Cooking a dish is no big deal. So hurry up and get up. Ha 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 ha. Just like that, everyone playfully made their way to the entrance of a cave. Xiao Gang looked at the map and explained to everyone, the map shows that this is the Gopher Cave, which is a necessary route in Changpan City. However, I've heard that it's quite dangerous inside, and there's no lighting. Does anyone have a Pokémon that can provide light? Hearing this, Sakura and Xiaoxia shook their heads in response, while Ash gave a cheeky smile and waved his hand, saying, come out, Charmeleon. Can you help us with lighting once we go in? Yi Chun then released the Lunshin cat, which used flash. With that, Yi Chun and his group entered the Diglett cave under the illumination of the fire dinosaur and the Lunshin cat. Chapter 8. Diglett Cave, Rodent Riot. Just after everyone entered the cave for a while, apart from the areas illuminated by the Luanshin cat and the fire dinosaur, the rest of the place was pitch black. Seeing this, Yi-chan reminded everyone, "Be careful, try to hold on to the person in front of you. It will be troublesome if we fall behind in the cave." Everyone nodded in response and continued moving forward. As they advanced, a few small Geodude and Zubat occasionally strayed into their path, but Ash dealt with them easily. Occasionally, some Onix and other Pokémon appeared, which were defeated by the combined efforts of Misty, Ash, and Brock. Just as they continued deeper, a sudden noise came from ahead. A large wave of Zubat and Golbat flew out from the cave and charged towards Yi-chan. Seeing this, Yi-chan didn't hesitate and commanded his Lantern. Lantern, use Thunderbolt to clear path. After receiving the order, Lantern canceled its flash and unleashed a burst of lightning, bringing down the charging Zubats and Golbats. Ash and the others couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong." Just as Yi-chan and the others were about to move on, a large group of Zubat and Golbat appeared ahead. Yi-chan could only helplessly order Lantern to continue using Thunderbolt, while also releasing Jengar. Fatty, use Psychic to throw away the bats that Lantern missed. Sakura, Misty, and Brock weren't idle either. They released their Pokémon to start blocking the Zubats. Yi-chan asked while fighting, "Xiao Gang, what's going on? Why are there suddenly so many Zubat?" Xiao Gang replied, "I don't know. I've never heard of such a situation happening in a cave before." Just as Yi-chan and the others were discussing, a rustling sound came from deep within the cave. Yi-chan looked over at the sound immediately, and he was startled when he saw it. A lot of gophers and 3 more gophers rushed out from the cave in front of him, densely packed, as if there were no end to them. Yi-chan cursed softly, then released his Gyarados. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump to wash away all the moles on the ground. After the massive Gyarados emerged, the people around him were stunned, exclaiming, "So big! No wonder it's Yi-chan. Every Pokémon looks so strong." With the appearance of Gyarados, the space in the cave where they could stand noticeably decreased, but the Pokémon rushing in seemed to decrease significantly, which caused everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as everyone was fighting while retreating, a loud explosion sounded, and suddenly the hole from which the moles emerged exploded. Cough, cough, cough. After a cloud of dust settled, a gigantic figure stood at the cave entrance. Yi-chan took a closer look and said, "Oh my, isn't that a Boskage? And a Kadabra too. My gosh. Could it be that Boskage is here to take over the territory?" As Yi-chan's voice fell, the stone wall on the other side of the cave suddenly exploded, revealing a group of Pokémon. A large Sandshrew led a pack of Sandshrew and Diglett rushing out, confronting Boshikadora. With a command from both leaders, chaos ensued, and various ground-type moves filled the air. The crowd was so frightened that they recalled their Pokémon and fled into the depths of the cave. At that moment, as Yi-chan ran away, he complained in his heart, "Damn it, this is nothing like what I saw on TV. How can there be Pokémon fighting like this? If I'm not careful, I could get crushed by a rock." At this time, Yi-chan and Sakura, Xiaoji, and others were hiding behind a large rock, panting heavily. Xiaoxia was the first to speak up. "What should we do now? The scene is so chaotic, and the way we came in is full of Kadora and Sandshrew." Xiao Gang replied, "Yeah, now we can only wait for both sides to finish fighting and see what happens." Just as they rushed over earlier, Yi-chan noticed that Sakura was running slower, so he grabbed her hand and started running. However, when they reached the large rock, he was too focused on catching his breath and forgot to let go of her hand. At this moment, after listening to Xiao Gang and Xiaoxia, Sakura nodded and then looked at Yi-chan, asking, "How long are you going to hold my hand?" Hearing this, Yi-chan's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly let go of Sakura's hand, then said slowly, "Sorry, it was an emergency. I forgot. It's fine, but just waiting like this isn't a solution. I have a feeling they're coming our way." Yi-chan finished speaking and leaned out to investigate the situation. To his surprise, he saw 2 Kidoras charging towards the place where he and his companions were hiding. Yi-chan thought it was bad and immediately took out the Pokeball for the split Axe Mantis, silently chanting, "System, switch to the Steel Armor Tyrannosaurus. Ding ding. Ding ding dong. Swap complete. Alright, come out. Steel Armor Tyrannosaurus. Roar." As the Lord-level Steel Armor Tyrannosaurus appeared, its aura instantly filled the area, with a body as large as a small mountain and a strong physique. Xiao Gang, watching from the side, couldn't help but drool in envy and said, "Wow, such a strong Steel Armor Tyrannosaurus." Yi-chan was not in the mood to listen to these words and directly ordered the Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus. "Use Iron Tail and take care of these 2 nuisances." The Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus received Yi-chan's command without hesitation, gathering its strength and swinging its tail hard at the two Cuddly, perhaps due to excessive force. The two Cuddly were sent flying to the feet of the boss Cuddly, seeing his little brothers being knocked away by an unfamiliar Pokémon in his territory. The already angry boss Cuddly became even more furious and directly abandoned the battle with the Sandshrew to charge towards the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Watching the charging boss Cuddly, Yichun felt no panic in his heart because the size difference between boss Cuddly and iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was too great. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was nearly half a body taller than boss Cuddly. As boss Cuddly rushed forward, Yichun shouted, "Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, use ultimate charge. Meet him head-on." The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus gathered all its power and charged towards boss Cuddly, and the two Lord-level Pokémon collided with each other. Boom! The area around the two Pokémon shook violently, forcing Yichun to hide timidly behind a boulder to avoid being accidentally harmed. Seeing that its proud frontal assault was failing, boss Cuddly immediately used Destruction Laser against the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. A white laser shot out from boss Cuddly's mouth. And upon seeing this, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus did not hesitate to fire back with its own Destruction Laser. Boom! As the two Destruction Lasers collided, the surroundings began to tremble violently once again. The giant Sandshrew, feeling dissatisfied with the situation, was unhappy that an outsider was interfering with their territorial dispute and shot its own Destruction Laser towards the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Ash and his companions could only hide behind the boulder, dumbfounded by the scene. So strong. These Pokémon are so strong. After saying this, Ash secretly made up his mind to become stronger, even stronger than Yichun. At that moment, Yichun slowly stepped out and commanded the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, use Enhanced Destruction Laser. Withstand their attacks. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus roared, and then a thicker version of the Destruction Laser shot out from its mouth. The three beams of light collided, creating a fierce gust of wind. Yichun looked at the current situation and cursed under his breath, then said, "The situation is troublesome now." Chapter 9. The Mole Cave Mysterious Symbols. Boom! Due to the collision of the three Pokémon destroying the Death Ray, the cave is now filled with rubble, and some accidentally injured Pokémon are scattered all over the place. Yichun looked at the cracked, iron-armored Tyrannosaurus and thought, "I've only maxed out its defenses, but it seems to have been weakened by this world. 2 hits from Destruction Ray have already caused some light injuries." He then ordered the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, "Use Ice Punch on Boscador." With a roar, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus charged towards Boscador, its fists covered in frost. Seeing the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus charging, Boscador also summoned all its strength and rushed towards the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Yichun glanced and smiled. Rushing in at the cost of one's life? Interesting. It probably can't even break the defense of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Boom! After a loud noise, Boscadora was knocked back several steps, with some frost covering the chest plate. Seeing Boscadora and the ironclad Tyrannosaurus fighting fiercely while ignoring his own Groundhog King, he shouted loudly, causing the entire cave to shake. Yeching, Xiaoji, and the others were all taken aback when they saw the situation. Xiaojiang then shouted to everyone, "It's an earthquake. The Diglett King wants to use an earthquake to attack Boscador and Tyranitar. We need to run. The cave is going to collapse." After hearing Xiaojiang's words, Xiaoji and the others released their Pokémon to clear the way for everyone. Just as they were retreating, Yinghua looked at Yeching, who was standing still, and shouted, "Come over here, Yeching. It's going to collapse." Hearing Yinghua's call, Yeching remained in place and instead looked at the Diglett King and said, "You want to use an earthquake to leave Boscador and Tyranitar in the cave? Huh? Hee." After saying that, Yeching reached to his waist and said, "Come out, fatty. Use Psychic to control the falling rocks." The Jengar that had just been released was a bit dazed, but after hearing the command, it quickly reacted, using its psychic power to control all the falling rocks. Then lifted the Diglett King high and slammed it to the side. Yinghua, Xiaoji, and the others were slightly stunned at this scene. And then Xiaojiang said, "What a strong Jengar. It actually controlled all the falling rocks in the cave." Yichun ignored the people behind him and commanded the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus. "Steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, unleash full firepower. Use Ice Punch." The chubby one directed the Shadow Ball at the Diglett King. Upon receiving the orders, the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus and Jengar immediately charged towards their respective targets. Seeing this, Boscadora realized it was no match and quickly ran towards its nest. At this moment, the two Pokémon in the cave were engaged in a chase, with one continuously throwing punches while the other dodged and ran towards its nest. He runs, He chases, he can't fly away. On Jengar's side, a powerful shadow ball struck the Diglett King, rendering it unable to fight. Just as Bashikadora was about to reach its nest, Jengar swiftly flew in to block the path and used Psychic to restrain Bashikadora. The steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, who had been chasing for a long time, was now furious. The Bashikadora, which was slightly shorter than itself, kept dodging like an eel. Infuriated, the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus took a combat stance and summoned all its strength to deliver a powerful ice punch at Bashikadora. Bang! Bashikadora was struck into the rock wall, covered in frost. Seeing this, Jengar gave a thumbs up to the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus before returning to Yichen's side, with the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus following closely behind. Yichen turned around and pointed at Xiao Gang, saying, "Xiao Gang, why don't you go and capture both of them? I remember you're the leader of the Dark Gray Gym, and these two Pokémon are both rock-type, which is perfect for you." Xiao Gang replied, "Isn't this inappropriate? Mr. Yichen, these two Pokémon were defeated by you. Yichen, there's nothing inappropriate about it. These two Pokémon are not suitable for me. They are useful for you, so you should capture them." At this moment, everyone finally recovered from their surprise. Ash slowly spoke. "I'm really envious of you, Brock. It's a pity that these two Pokémon are not fated to be with me." Misty, "Yeah, I really envy you, Brock, getting two such powerful Pokémon for free." After a round of laughter, Brock chuckled and walked up to the two Pokémon, throwing out his Pokeballs. Doot-doot-dong. With the sound of the Pokeballs, Brock successfully captured the two Lord-level Pokémon. Nearby, the Digletts and Kecleons, seeing their boss being captured, also hurriedly ran back to their respective burrows. Afterwards, Yichen checked everyone's injuries and conditions. After confirming that everyone was unhurt, he recalled Jengar and Tyranitar back into their Pokeballs. Everyone witnessed this with wide eyes, and Sakura hurriedly shouted, "Yichen, don't." Yichen turned around and said, "What?" Rumble, rumble. The rock wall, no longer restrained by the Gungay, began to gradually crumble, and the entire cave started to shake violently. Boom! A deep, bottomless pit appeared beneath Yichen and his group, and they all fell into it. Ah! Sakura, Yichen. Release Gungay. What? You guys are too loud. I can't hear. At this moment, Sakura thought, "Mama-san, I miss you." With a bang, Gungay jumped out of the Pokeball by itself, and then used telekinesis to gently lower everyone to the ground. After landing and catching her breath, Sakura angrily walked over to Yichen, hammering him while scolding. "Are you stupid? You." Yichen, still recovering, was already dazed from Sakura's punches. Seeing the noisy pair, Xiao Xia said impatiently, "All right, big sister, Yichen definitely didn't do it on purpose. Stop hitting him." Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang also chimed in. "Yeah, the urgent thing is to think of a way to get out of this cave. Being trapped here isn't a solution." At this moment, Yichen was also released by Sakura, and with his swollen face, he came over and said, "Fix the small problem and let the fatty take us up." After saying that, Yichen touched his swollen face. Sakura then said irritably, "Big brother, the road above has collapsed and is completely blocked." Everyone looked at Yichen with resentful eyes. Yichen also smiled and said, "Report a little, ha brothers, report a little." Then he continued, "Let's go knock on the nearby rock wall and see if we can find some weak spots. This way, we might find a way out." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement without rebutting and went to knock on the nearby rock wall. Yichen released the ironclad rhinoceros again, thinking, "Let Ji do the knocking. The protagonist's halo will definitely create a path to life." Sure enough, after a short while, Xiaoji shouted excitedly, "Here, here, the rock wall here is hollow." Yichen chuckled and called over the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus. The others excitedly looked in Xiao Ji's direction, and after confirming their approximate location, everyone hid behind the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus. Then, with a punch, the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus broke through the rock, and upon seeing a path ahead, everyone was thrilled. Xiao Xia covered her head and said, "Finally, we can get out." Little did they know, in the darkness, an eye-like object floated in the air, watching Yichen and his group. Chapter 10. The Mole Cave, Mysterious Symbols. 2. Inside the cave. The Runchan cat emitted light, leading the group forward. Xiao Ji, walking behind Yichen, complained, "Hey, is this path never-ending? We've been walking for so long." Next to him, Xiao Gang comforted, all right, if it gets too much, let's find a place to rest and eat something. I've been walking for so long that I'm a bit hungry." Hearing this, Yichen also said, "Indeed, I'm a bit hungry too. Let's find a spacious place to take a break and eat some rations." Sakura Xiao Xian nodded in agreement. Just as Yichen and the others reached a rocky step, Yichen said to everyone, "How about here? Let's rest for a while and eat some rations before continuing." Upon hearing this, everyone took out their sleeping mats and rations to eat. While eating, Xiao Ji asked Yi Chun, what if we can't find the exit? Are we going to be stuck in the cave forever? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao frowned and then punched Xiao Ji on the head, saying, Idiot, don't say such depressing things. After hearing this, Yi Chun chuckled and replied, Actually, there's no need to worry. If I really can't find a way out, I'll just blast my way through here. After saying that, Yi Chun scratched his head and continued eating the rations in his hand. Sakura, Xiao Jiang, Xiao Ji, Xiao Xia. Seeing the speechless expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Chun paused for a moment and then said, Actually, that's all a last resort. I wouldn't blast it unless absolutely necessary. It would be troublesome if there was another cave-in. After Yi Chun finished speaking, Sakura turned to Xiao Ji and the others and said, All right, everyone eat first. After we finish, let's take a break, and then we'll continue on our way. Xiao Ji and the others nodded and began to eat. Little did they know that above them, several character-like Pokémon were watching them, with two seemingly exchanging information by floating up and down. As Yi Chun was eating his rations, he felt like someone was staring at him from above. He looked up but saw nothing, scratched his head, and continued eating his food. Just as everyone finished their rations and crawled into their sleeping bags to sleep, the watchful Lunken Cat seemed to sense something unusual. Looking up into the air, it saw a group of mysterious symbols surrounding the resting area of the group. Just as Lunken Cat was about to attack these symbols, a completely black, half-arceus ring-like mysterious symbol appeared. Before Lunken Cat could strike, the mysterious symbols emitted a white light, and Lunken Cat felt darkness enveloping it before it fainted. After seeing Lunken Cat faint, the ring-like symbol flew above Yi Chen's head, radiating golden light that slowly merged into Yi Chen's body. At that moment, Yi Chen's Arceus Pokédex also flashed with golden light before returning to normal. After the half-ring-like mysterious symbol merged into Yi Chen's body, the surrounding mysterious symbols seemed to be performing some kind of ritual, emitting a bright white light. The cave, which had originally shown no light, was now filled with a brilliant white glow. Boom! Boom! The path that Yi Chun and the others were advancing on seemed to have changed. After the white light, the mysterious symbols appeared to have drained all their energy and flew towards the rock wall, merging into it and disappearing. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind, who was still in a dream, buzzing. While battling a teacher with the surnamed Song in his dream, Yi Chen suddenly felt the entire scene around him shift. Yi Chen floated in the void, surrounded by complete darkness. The half-divine ring of light appeared before him, just as he was curiously observing it. Suddenly, a burst of golden light emerged, and the half-divine ring gradually transformed into the shape of an ear, before abruptly rushing into Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen, what am I testing, my teacher? Who ruined my beautiful dream? Before Yi Chun could finish speaking, he felt as if a road roller was repeatedly crushing his head, and soon he fainted. After a while, Yi Chun, lying in his sleeping bag, Yi Chun vaguely felt someone calling him. When he slightly opened his eyes, he saw Sakura, Xiao Ji, Xiao Jiang, and Xiao Xia all beside him. Sakura was anxiously shaking him, while Xiao Jiang was preparing to give Yi Chun artificial respiration. Bang! Yi Chun knocked down the about-to-bite Xiao Jiang with a punch, and said, Hey, what are you guys doing? Ash and Misty helped the fallen Xiao Jiang up, while Sakura stood beside Yi Chun and said irritably, When we all got up to prepare to set off, we saw you still sleeping and wanted to wake you up, but no matter how we called you, you wouldn't wake up. We thought you were in a coma, so we had no choice but to let Xiao Jiang give you artificial respiration. After hearing Sakura's explanation, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a chill. As a two-lifetime virgin, he almost lost his first kiss to a man. Yi Chun sat up, took a deep breath, packed a sleeping bag, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then turned to Xiao Ji and the others, saying, Let's leave here first. The longer we stay in the cave, the more dangerous it becomes. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. After everyone organized their supplies, they all walked towards the front of the cave. Yi Chun also released the Incan cat to lead the way using flash. Yi Chun and Xiao Ji were chatting casually in the cave when suddenly, the Incan cat in front seemed to have noticed something. It turned its head and let out a couple of yowls at Yi Chun and the others, but to Yi Chun, it sounded different. Our Incan cat, there's a sound of wind ahead. Yi Chun, how can the Incan cat speak? Sakura and the others, hearing Yi Chun's words, asked in confusion, Yi Chun, you're not hallucinating from fever, are you? The Incan cat didn't say anything, and besides, how could the Incan cat possibly talk? At this moment, the Incan cat also tilted its head in confusion and looked at Yi Chun. Yi-chan felt the puzzled looks from everyone and scratched his head, replying, "But I clearly just heard the Ronkin cat talking. It must be my illusion." Yi-chan and the others didn't think too much and followed the Incan cat towards the windy path. The closer the Incan cat got to the windy area, the faster its pace became, which made those following behind struggle. Xia, who was at the back, complained loudly, Hey, can't you guys be a little considerate of girls? Why are you running so fast?" Xiaoji said, "Exactly. We've already run so far. Why does Yi-chan look like he's not tired at all?" Xiaojing shouted, "Hey, wait for me. I have all the bags on me. Why is no one looking at me?" At this moment, the Incan cat signaled everyone to look to the side at a fork in the road. Yi-chan hurriedly ran over and exclaimed, "Wow, this is the exit. Haha, I finally made it out. Sakura, Wu, I finally got out. Xiaoji, wait for me. Xiao Gang, wait for me too, everyone. I can't move anymore." Chapter 11. Listening to the voices of all things. The group emerged from the cave, feeling the warm morning sun shining on them. Yi-chan spread his arms wide, enjoying the sunlight and the morning breeze. Sakura counted the number of people and, after confirming that everyone had followed, took out the map from her backpack to look at it. Xiao Ji and the others collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Xiao Gang slowly said, "We finally made it out. Let's rest for a while before continuing to go to Qingpan City." At this moment, Yi-chan, looking like a scarecrow, seemed to remember something and turned to Xiao Ji and the others, asking, "When does the court conference start?" Xiao Ji and the others looked at Yi-chan in confusion. And then Xiao Ji scratched his head and said to Yi-chan, "If I remember correctly, the court's conference requires 8 gym badges. And it seems like it's coming up soon." "Yi-chan, isn't that ridiculous? I only have 1 badge." After hearing Yi-chan's words, Ash was also taken aback and said, "What? Yi-chan, you only have 1 badge?" Upon hearing Ash's words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they all stared at Yi-chan with incredulous expressions, as if saying, "How can someone as strong as he not have collected all the badges by now?" Yi-chan looked at the crowd staring at him and chuckled, "There's nothing I can do. I had a serious illness before and spent some time in the hospital, which delayed me. Delayed me." Yi-chan was responding to Xiao Ji and the others' inquiries in a casual manner. Just as they were getting into the conversation, Inghua suddenly spoke up, "Something's wrong. We're heading in the opposite direction from the Mole Cave to Changpan City." Everyone was taken aback by Inghua's words and immediately shouted, "What?" Yi-chan complained, "Isn't this just nonsense? I only had 1 badge, and now it's even worse." As everyone continued to grumble, Xiao Ji spoke up, "Even though we went the wrong way, can we at least eat first? I've been walking for so long that I'm starving." Xiao Gang quickly agreed, "Yeah, let's start a fire and cook. I've carried my luggage this far, and I'm really hungry now." After hearing their complaints, Sakura nodded and called Xiao Xia over to set up a simple campsite, while also waving for Yi-chan to come help with the cooking. "Yi-chan, what are you talking about? I'm a man determined to become the strongest Pokémon master. How could I possibly be cooking every day? Bang, bang, bang." Yi-chan, whose head is smoking from being hit. "Just kidding, my buddy, my favorite thing is cooking." Watching Yi-chan and Inghua play around, Xiao Xia quietly said, "Big sister and Yi-chan seem quite compatible." After a brief, playful scuffle, the strongest chef Pokémon master, Chef Yi, began preparing breakfast. Taking out the last 2 pork bones from his bag, along with various seasonings, Chef Yi started his cooking. He put the chopped pork bones into the pot, adding scallions, ginger, and garlic to remove the odor and enhance the flavor. He took out flour for 6 servings. Yi-chan is worth 2. Adding an appropriate amount of water. He began kneading the dough, repeatedly adding water and kneading until it was ready to rise in a bowl. With the pot heated, he poured in rapeseed oil. And after frying 5 servings of fried eggs with fresh Koen eggs, he changed the oil. When the oil was heated to about 70, he poured in the bowl filled with chili powder and stirred evenly. Then Yi-chan took out the secret chili oil he exchanged with the golden finger system and added it, mixing in sesame seeds. After 15 minutes, the dough was ready, and he started pulling the noodles. Once all the noodles were ready, he boiled them in the pot and took them out. The chewy handmade noodles paired with pork bone soup, plus Yi-chan's secret chili oil, finished with a slice of fried egg, resulted in 5 bowls of fragrant and flavorful Hunan rice noodles. As he served the 5 bowls, everyone gathered around the dining table was enchanted by the aroma of Yi-chan's Hunan rice noodles. "I'm starting." Everyone was so hungry that they didn't even praise Yi-chan's cooking, bowing their heads to devour the noodles. At the calm dining table, only the sound of slurping noodles could be heard, occasionally accompanied by someone exclaiming, "So spicy, so spicy." A few minutes later, Xiaoji, "Burp, I'm so satisfied." "Yi-chan, where did you learn your cooking skills? I've never had such delicious food in my life." Xiaojing nodded in agreement. Yeah, yeah. This is also my first time tasting such delicious cuisine. After hearing this, Yi-chun cleaned his teeth and said, this is a delicacy from my hometown that you definitely haven't tried. It's a long way from here. It's not even in the same dimension. It's a dimensional strike. Xiaoji, wow. I really want to visit Yi-chun's hometown if I get the chance. But speaking of which, Yi-chun, aren't you from Withered Leaf City? I haven't had the chance to try the delicacies you made there. Yi-chun, pretending to be disappointed, replied, No, Kai City is just the city I'm temporarily staying in. As for my hometown, I actually don't remember it very clearly. I only remember the recipes for the delicious food from there. You know, I was sick once before. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji said, Sorry, Yi-chun, for bringing up your sad memories. At this moment, Sakura also spoke up. All right, let's think about how to get to Changpan City now. Xiaojing agreed, yeah. We're currently going in the opposite direction, and there's a groundhog cave in between. Plus, the road we took before is no longer passable. Just as everyone was discussing, Yi-chun suddenly said, Why don't we part ways here? I'm planning to collect all the badges first, and then head straight to the court's conference. Xiao Ji and the others were stunned for a moment. Then Xiao Ji said, Okay then, Yi-chun, I will definitely defeat you when I reach the court's conference. Yi-chun laughed and said, Ahaha, great. I'm looking forward to meeting you at the court's conference. At this moment, Xiao Xia had and said, After parting with Yi-chun, I don't know when I'll be able to eat the delicious food he makes again. While Yi-chun and the others were discussing, Sakura had already called Xiao Gang aside to prepare breakfast for the Pokémon. Upon smelling the aroma of the energy blocks, Xiao Xiao's Psyduck jumped out of its Pokeball and headed straight for the energy blocks. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao shook her head and said, This kid is really... Xiaoji's Pikachu also ran out, squeaked a couple of times, and caught up with Psyduck. Then everyone released their various Pokémon. Just as the Pokémon were enjoying their meal, Yi-chun was stunned. To ordinary people, it sounded like Pikachu was just saying Pika Pika, but to Yi-chun, it was different. When Pikachu just came out of Xiaoji's Pokeball, it said, Psyduck, wait for me. Even now, he could hear the voices of the Pokémon while they were eating. Oh, this is really delicious. I have to eat more. Those broken rocks in the cave were nothing compared to this, said Bashikadora. Yi-chun only just reacted, looking at Sakura with a face full of fear. Sakura, I seem to be able to hear the Pokémon speaking. Chapter 12. Listening to the voices of all things. Part 2, after Yi-chun told Sakura that he could hear the voices of Pokémon. Sakura looked at Yi-chun with a puzzled expression and said, Yi-chun, you're not joking with me, are you? Yi-chun stared seriously at Sakura's face and said, I'm serious. Have you ever encountered anyone with symptoms like mine? Sakura replied, No, but I've heard of it. It is said that some people can train their psychic abilities like Pokémon, allowing them to use psychic powers just like Pokémon. Sakura paused for a moment and continued, However, such people are quite rare, and your situation is not unusual. I've also heard of people who are born close to Pokémon, so you can rest easy. Under Sakura's persuasion, Yi-chun slowly accepted the situation. But then he thought about everything that had happened after that strange dream he had in the cave. Yi-chun quickly realized that the first time he met Arceus, it had granted him enhanced physical abilities, but he still didn't know how his current physical indicators were. The second time he met Arceus, it gave him the ability to understand Pokémon language. After thinking this through, Yi-chun calmed down and quietly said, It seems that the Arceus Pokédex has quite a few functions, but I wonder what it means. Does giving me so many special abilities mean it has something it wants from me? At that moment, Yi-chun suddenly felt his Pokédex in his pocket vibrating. He took it out and saw a line of text displayed on the screen. Encounter the Pokémon of this world. You will understand everything in the final chapter of the story. As the words appeared on the screen, the same sentence echoed in Yi-chun's mind, as if the godlike Pokémon was speaking directly to him. While he was slightly dazed, Ash and his friends, who had just finished putting their Pokémon back into their Pokeballs after breakfast, approached Yi-chun to say goodbye to Sakura. Mr. Yi-chun, Miss Sakura, thank you for taking care of us along the way. Let's part ways here. Mr. Yi-chun, I hope we can have a true battle at the court's conference. Hearing Ash's words, Yi-chun just chuckled and said, Sure, looking forward to meeting you, Ash. With that, Yi-chun said goodbye to Ash and his friends, and they each set off on their own journeys. After parting from Ash, Yi-chun and Sakura were heading towards the nearest city, Leaf City. Since he heard that sentence in his mind, Yi-chun chose not to fly on Gyarados, but instead walked alongside Sakura, recording the wild Pokémon that occasionally appeared around them. Seeing Yi-chun's excited expression, Sakura curiously asked, Yi-chun, is this your first time traveling? Hearing this while taking pictures of a cater pie, Yi-chun slowly replied, Yes, I started traveling after I got better. I can say this is my first real trip. After all, his previous travels were all done using a game console. After speaking, Yi-chun pointed his Pokédex at the Caterpie and occasionally poked it, muttering, "How can this little thing evolve into a Rayquaza?" Sakura didn't ask further, as everyone has their own secrets, and she was no exception. With some time left before the Silver Conference, Yi-chun only had one badge, so he had to release his Pokémon to head towards Leaf City. "Come out, Runjin got Fati." Yi-chun looked at the two main forces who were full of energy and nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Sakura and asked, "Sakura, which one do you want to ride? You choose first." After listening to Yi-chun's words, Sakura thought for a moment and chose the Incan cat, as she had ridden it a lot on the way and had gotten used to it. After Yi-chun handed the Pokeball of the Incan cat to Sakura, he jumped onto the back of the purple fatty, and the two Pokémon carried them swiftly towards the direction of Withered Leaf City. While they were speeding along, Yi-chun thought to himself, "I need to obtain 7 gym badges and also make it in time to register for the court's conference. It feels a bit rushed. I should ask Sakura if there are any other methods." Yi-chun turned his head to look at Inghua and asked Inghua, "Besides obtaining the 8 gym badges to participate in the Indigo Conference, are there any other ways to join the conference?" After a moment of thought, Inghua replied, "No. You shouldn't hold on to such a hopeful mindset. Those who participate in the Indigo Conference are all trainers who have proven their strength by obtaining the 8 gym badges. It's a gathering of top-notch trainers. If you want to take shortcuts, there's no way." Hearing Inghua's words, Yi-chun couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment, and he said, "It's okay. Since there's no shortcut, I'll strive to quickly collect all 7 gym badges." Inghua nodded at his words and made a cheering gesture on the back of her Lurican cat. That night, Yi-chun and Inghua had already covered most of the distance. But since it was getting late, they decided not to continue and instead let their Pokémon out for dinner. Sitting with the Pokémon, Yi-chun felt somewhat out of place. The once noisy creatures that only knew how to scream now sounded like they were talking to humans in his ears, making it hard for Yi-chun to adjust for a while. However, after finishing dinner, Yi-chun tried to communicate with his main Pokémon, Lurican Cat. "Go pick up that stick over there." Lurican Cat looked at Yi-chun speechlessly and then made a couple of sounds, but what Yi-chun heard was there something wrong. Yi-chun. After being humiliated, Yi-chun changed his target and focused on the honest bull, Ironclad Rhinoceros. "Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, go bring back a rock." Upon hearing this, the Ironclad Tyrannosaurus roared a couple of times without thinking much and headed straight towards the riverbank nearby. However, from Yi-chun's perspective, it was a good thing. "Boss, what do you want a rock for?" "Boss, you don't eat rocks too, do you? Could it be that the boss is the same as me?" Yi-chun listened to the words in his heart and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "I didn't expect the armored Tyrannosaurus to be such a chatterbox. No wonder I kept hearing roaring sounds when I was near it before." While Yi-chun was communicating with the Pokémon, Sakura also approached him. After understanding Yi-chun's purpose, she waved her hand and called her white sea lion over to conduct an experiment for Yi-chun. Just as the two were having a great time, a Pokémon suddenly jumped out from the bushes by the riverbank. Its entire body was purple, and its yellow fins looked so out of place under the night sky. At this moment, the purple Pokémon stared at Yi-chun with its big eyes, or rather, it was looking at the energy block behind Yi-chun and Sakura. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from it. The purple Pokémon seemed to have made some kind of determination as it quietly crept towards Yi-chun's direction. Chapter 13, Shiny Marsh Jump Fish. Crisis in Withered Leaf City. Under the campfire, Yi-chun and Sakura were playing with Pokémon like the Sharpedo and Jengar, laughing and frolicking with the creatures. Just as Yi-chun and Sakura were preparing to watch the armored rhinoceros and Sharpedo compete in strength, the ears of the Runshin cat twitched as if it had detected some movement and looked towards their dining table. The messy table was left with only some leftovers, and, thinking it might have misheard, the Runshin cat didn't think much of it. It turned its head to cheer for the Sharpedo. At that moment, a purple head peeked out from behind the table. Seeing that everyone was engrossed in watching the fierce competition between the Sharpedo and the armored rhinoceros, it sneakily finished off the remaining energy block on the table. While this Pokémon was lost in its feast, Yi-chun, Sakura, and a group of Pokémon had unknowingly surrounded it. Yi-chun looked at the Pokémon in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what luck! I actually encountered a shiny Swampert." After hearing Yi-chun's words, Sakura asked in confusion, "What is shiny?" Yi-chun explained, "Shiny refers to what you often call alternate-colored Pokémon. Their potential is usually higher than that of ordinary counterparts." Sakura replied, "I see. So, do you want to capture it?" Yi-chun paused and said, "My main team is now well-rounded, so there's no need to train another one. I'll leave it to you to capture it later." Sakura nodded in response, and then looked at the Swampert, saying, "All right, it's decided. Go, White Sea Lion. Owl." The Swampert reacted upon seeing the white sea lion appear and immediately used Mudshot. Seeing this, Sakura quickly instructed the white sea lion, use water gun to disperse the mud being thrown at you. With a loud splash, the white sea lion unleashed a torrent of water towards the incoming mud. Just as the white sea lion was using water gun, the Swampert flashed and appeared in front of the white sea lion, bending its right hand and swinging it forcefully towards the white sea lion's head. Oh no! It's rock smash! White sea lion, dodge quickly! By the time Sakura ordered the white sea lion to evade, it was already too late. The Swampert's attack had landed on the white sea lion's head. With a bang, the white sea lion was sent flying into the nearby river. Seeing this, Sakura hurriedly recalled the white sea lion into its Pokeball. And Ichin also handed a Pokeball to Sakura. At this moment, Sakura said nothing and quickly threw the Pokeball that Ichin handed her. Roar! A massive Gyarados appeared on the battlefield, and the Swampert, seeing the gigantic creature in front of it, seemed to be ignited with fighting spirit. Gesturing at the Gyarados with its hand, Ichin looked at the shiny Swampert, which was provoking him with its fierce demeanor, and couldn't he help but say, do all shiny Pokémon have such personalities? It dares to provoke despite the size difference. If Sakura can catch it, it will definitely be a great asset in the future. However, the fierce Swampert didn't think so. It glared angrily at the small creature before it, then turned to Sakura and nodded, signaling her to give the command. Sakura noticed the Gyarados SQ and nodded in response, then shouted, let us go Gyarados! Use Hydro Pump! Upon hearing Sakura's command, Yi-chun rubbed his forehead and muttered, using a water-type move against a water-type Pokémon. It seems the Hualon Gym values performance for a reason. In the arena, Gyarados gathered a massive water ball in its mouth and then unleashed it towards the Swampert. Meanwhile, the Swampert didn't try to dodge and took the Hydro Pump head-on with a water pulse. Seeing the Swampert's response, Yi-chun was even more speechless and quietly said, confirmed, this shiny Swampert is a reckless one. With a loud boom, the Swampert was hit by Gyarados' Hydro Pump and staggered in battle. While Gyarados danced in a dragon dance, as if to mock, weren't you very arrogant? How come you can't even withstand one of my moves? Watching the show-off Gyarados, Yi-chun shook his head and sighed before telling Sakura, alright, stop daydreaming and hurry up and throw the Pokeball. Hearing Yi-chun's words, Sakura hurriedly took a Pokeball from her bag and threw it at the Swampert. Bam! 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 Ding! Watching the Pokeball settle down quietly, Sakura excitedly ran over, lifted the Pokeball, and shouted, haha, I caught the shiny Swampert. Meanwhile, Yi-chun recalled Gyarados and took out a healing item from his bag. When Sakura returned with the Pokeball containing the Swampert, Yi-chun asked her to release it so it could heal. Sakura cheerfully took the healing item from Yi-chun and said, thank you, Yi-chun. Without you, I probably wouldn't have been able to catch such a powerful Pokémon. Yi-chun said a polite phrase before turning and slowly pondering by the riverbank, wondering how the swamp leap fish could appear in the Guandu region. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by my arrival? Up ahead is Withered Leaf City, right? I remember there seems to be a Raikou near the power station. I'll check it out later to see if I can find any clues. At that moment, in a certain basement, alarm, alarm, alarm. A large number of Pokémon have escaped from Area C, and test subject number 1 has vanished. Alarm. Looking at the red screen in front of him, a man shouted fiercely, damn it, I thought I could catch Raikou this time to present it to the boss. But it ended up escaping. Quickly find out who did this. At that moment, the door behind the man opened, and a team of uniformed people entered and bowed to the man. Sir, I have dispatched Team 2 to the power station. Do we need to search for the escaped prey now? The man turned around and angrily scolded the few people in front of him. Useless. All of you are useless. You can't even guard a group of sprites. What are you good for? What am I feeding you for? Useless. As he spoke, the sound of the man smashing things echoed continuously. After a moment, the man stopped as if he had thought of something and said to the people in front of him, all right, Team 1, you don't need to search for the prey for now. Increase the personnel to watch Area A. The research on Mutwo is about to be completed, and we can't afford any complications now. Get lost. The team members bowed and replied, yes, sir. At this time, Ichin couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried, so he turned back to wait for the swamp leap fish to recover. When the time comes, he would ask it some questions to see if he could find out anything. After all, he's a man who can understand Pokémon language. After applying the medicine, the swamp leap fish barely opened its eyes and weakly called out. Seeing this, Yi-chun hurriedly approached, just as he was about to help the swamp leap fish up. Sakura beside him disdainfully said, be gentle, the swamp leap fish has just recovered. How can you support it like that? Yichin nodded awkwardly after hearing this. He was eager to know why the marsh leap fish appeared here. Watching Sakura help the marsh leap fish up, Yi-chun slowly asked, "Do you know why you are here?" Marsh leap. Marsh leap. I don't remember. I just recall that I was at home when a group of people locked me up in an iron cage. Marsh leap. Marsh leap. Marsh leap. They locked me in a very dark place and liked to poke me with sharp things. I ran out with everyone. After hearing the marsh leap fish's words, Yi-chun pondered for a moment and asked, "Everyone? Other marsh leap fish with you? And where did you run out from?" Marsh leap. Marsh leap. Not many forest friends were also captured. A powerful electric-type spirit brought me out. It used electricity to open the iron cage that trapped us and released all of us. But I got separated from them while escaping. After listening to the marsh leap fish, Yi-chun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. A powerful electric-type spirit, capturing spirits? Isn't this the usual style of Team Rocket? However, since it's still uncertain which organization it is, I'll hold off on taking action for now. After thinking for a moment, Yi-chun slapped himself and said, "Damn it, why worry so much? It's not my job to save the world. Forget it, I'm going to sleep." After saying that, Yi-chun turned around, greeted Sakura, and ran to his sleeping bag to sleep. At the same time, the lookout Lunkin Cat found a high place to take a nap. As everyone was resting, the marsh leap fish opened its eyes and gazed toward the direction of the Dry Leaf City power plant, lost in thought. Chapter 14. Crisis in Dry Leaf City. The full power strike of Ma Jishur. In the early morning, Sakura got up early to wash up, while Yi-chun remained in the tent sleeping. "Get up, Yi-chun. We have to hurry on the road. Aren't you going to get your gym badge?" Hearing Sakura's urging voice, Yi-chun remained indifferent, scratched his butt, turned over, and continued sleeping. Seeing that Yi-chun showed no signs of getting up, Sakura released the marsh leap fish and instructed, "Marsh leap fish, use water gun on Yi-chun's face." Still in a dream, Yi-chun was instantly awakened by the marsh leap fish's water gun. "Ugh, what are you doing? Who wakes someone up like this?" Sakura, looking at Yi-chun who was choked by the water, chuckled and said, "If I don't do this, you won't get up either. I've been shouting for you outside for a long time." After waking up, Yi-chun packed up his sleeping bag and walked to the riverbank. Looking at the beautiful scenery, Yi-chun couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this world is filled with amazing spirits. The natural environment is just too good. I should build a riverside villa to live in later. Just as Yi-chun was about to imitate Li Bai's poetry, the cherry blossom behind him shouted, "Don't look anymore." Yi-chun is about to leave. Oh, here they come. Yi-chun hurriedly ran back to grab his luggage and climbed back onto Gongue's back. As the two were on their way, Yi-chun glanced at Sakura and then at the swamp leap fish behind her, asking, "Why don't you put the swamp leap fish back in its pokeball?" Sakura replied, "It seems this little guy doesn't like being in the pokeball, so I brought it along with me." Hearing this, Yi-chun nodded. Now, everyone truly existed as real elves, not just lines of cold code from his previous life. Just as Yi-chun was feeling emotional, they had already arrived at Withered Leaf City. After putting away the two Pokémon into their Pokeballs, Yi-chun and Sakura first went to the Pokémon shop to buy daily necessities and materials for making energy blocks. Once Sakura finished her shopping, she accompanied Yi-chun to the fresh vegetable section. After a heated debate with the stall owner's wife, Yi-chun managed to get 10 pounds of pork tenderloin and 2 pounds of ribs at the best price, along with a bunch of vegetables and fruits. As they were leaving the stall, Sakura kept staring at Yi-chun, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. He impatiently asked, "Sakura, there's nothing on my face. Why are you staring at me?" Sakura, looking serious, replied, "Your bargaining skills are so strong, I want to learn." Remembering the time she had been overcharged because she didn't know how to bargain, Sakura couldn't help but shed a couple of tears of regret. Yi-chun looked at Sakura, and while talking, he started to cry. He quickly wiped away Sakura's tears and said, "If you want to learn, just let me teach you." "Why are you crying?" "No, you don't understand. These are tears of regret." Thus, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Withered Leaf Gym with bags in hand. After storing their belongings at the reception, Yi-chun and Sakura walked inside. Inside the electric gym, various Pokémon, such as Magnemite, Electabuzz, and Electrode were present. At that moment, the trainers were training these Pokémon, while Yi-chun took out his Pokédex and began scanning the Pokémon in the arena, murmuring to himself, "So this is what they look like. Wow, what a cool Electabuzz." Just as Yi-chun was absorbed in scanning, a man in the arena noticed something was off. He looked over at Yi-chun and, seeing him sneaking around, shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you taking pictures with a Pokédex?" Yi-chun paused when he heard the person shout, then looked around and said, Taking a photo? Are you talking about me?" "Yes, it's you. What are you doing?" Yi-chun hurriedly replied, "Oh, I'm here to challenge the dojo. Is the dojo master here?" The young man who had scolded Yi-Chen looked him up and down and said, "Then wait here for a moment. I'll go notify the dojo master." Yi-Chen, thank you for your trouble. After saying that, Yi-Chan began to examine the dojo, the spacious arena, and the high stand surrounding it. Yi-Chen murmured to himself, the dojo in reality really has a presence, unlike in the game where it looked like an oversized toilet. Just as he was speaking, the owner of the Withered Leaf Dojo, Majiji, appeared in front of Yi-Chen. Looking at the young man opposite him, Majiji said, "Young man, the rule here is a 3v3 battle. The first to have 3 Pokémon faint is considered the loser. Are you ready?" Yi-Chen also walked into his battle circle and replied, "Of course, let's get started. Come out, Chow Baby. Come out, Steel-Armored Tyrannosaurus." Buzzing. As Chow Baby took the stage, the Steel-Armored Tyrannosaurus let out a loud roar before Chow Baby could stabilize its entrance. Roar. Almost the entire gym echoed with the roar of the Steel-Armored Tyrannosaurus. Majishur looked at the Steel-Armored Tyrannosaurus across from him with an incredulous expression and slowly said, "Young man, your Steel-Armored Tyrannosaurus is very strong. We need to get her spirits up too, Chow Baby." Hearing Majishur's words, Chow Baby responded with a sound. Buzzing. Chow Baby used Rock Slide. Yi-Chen saw this and commanded, "Ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Fierce Frozen Fist. Open up the stones for him." Boom! The ironclad Tyrannosaurus's domineering punch not only blew away the flying rocks with a strong gust, but also coated them with a layer of frost. Thud, thud, thud. Several rocks, covered in frost, suddenly appeared on the ground. Yi-Chen witnessed and quickly commanded the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. Use Fierce Destruction Death Ray. Matsushi, confused, asked, "What is fierce?" Defend, Xiaobei. As Xiaobei took a defensive stance, the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus unleashed a Destruction Death Ray as thick as a tree. Boom! Under the attack of the Enhanced Destruction Death Ray, Xiaobei could not withstand it and fell directly to the battlefield. Seeing this, the referee immediately waved the flag and announced, "Xiaobei has lost its combat ability. Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus wins." After recalling Xiaobei into the Pokeball, Majishur looked at the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus in disbelief and murmured, "Even the defending move couldn't withstand your onslaught? Young man, you're strong. It seems I have to use my old partners to battle you." Hearing this, Yi-Chen became excited and shouted at Majishur, "That's exactly what I want." Majishur replied, "Then, it's up to you now, old partner." Chapter 15, Crisis in Leaf City. We've obtained the second badge. Come out, my old partner. Rumble. A strong sound of electric current echoed, and a Pokémon, made entirely of metal, appeared on the battlefield, with a signal light-like item on its head and magnets rotating on both hands. Self-destruct Magneton, go. Yi-Chen became serious when he saw the elf sent out by Majishur on the opposite side. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus needs to take this seriously. This opponent is very strong. Roar. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus responded with a roar and then stared seriously at the self-destruct Magneton. The self-destruct Magneton used Signal Beam. Seeing this, Yi-Chen quickly said, "Ironclad Tyrannosaurus, hold your ground." Zzz. As the smoke and dust raised by the signal beam dissipated, the figure of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was revealed. At this moment, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus looked a bit stunned as it glanced at the self-destructing Magneton, then turned to Yi-Chen and said, "This won't work either. It can't even break through my defense." After hearing what the armored Tyrannosaurus said, Yi-Chen awkwardly scratched his head and then commanded, "All right, it's time for us to attack. Use Rock Cannon." Upon hearing this, the armored Tyrannosaurus immediately gathered its rock cannon and shot it towards the self-destruct Magneton. Matsushi, seeing the rock cannon flying towards the self-destruct Magneton, also ordered self-destruct Magneton, use electromagnetic cannon. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon that was just launched was destroyed by the armored Tyrannosaurus's rock cannon, and the rock cannon showed no signs of slowing down as it continued to fly towards the self-destruct Magneton at high speed. Bang! The hit self-destruct Magneton directly lost its combat ability and crashed into the wall behind Majishur. Seeing this, Majishur also showed an expression of disbelief. After calming down, he recalled the self-destruct Magneton and said to Yi-Chen, "Your armored Tyrannosaurus is really strong. It seems I need to bring out my signature Pokémon to fight back. Come out." Electrike, a Pokémon with strong arms and 2 objects resembling detonators on its back, along with a pattern that looks like a dual socket, appeared on the battlefield. Yi-Chen excitedly scanned with the Pokémon Pokédex and said, "This is Electabuzz. It looks much more impressive than in the game." At that moment, the Pokédex's voice sounded. Electabuzz evolves with the help of a strange item. Its power generation is proportional to its heart rate. When its heartbeat increases, its power output will also rise, ranking among the highest levels of electric-type Pokémon. When fully charged, it will emit fierce blue and white sparks between its two horns. Just one Electabuzz can provide all the electricity needed for the buildings of a large city for a year. When excited, Electabuzz will pound its chest and roar. At such times, electric sparks will fly and thunder will echo around. In battle, the voltage will rise rapidly. After gripping its sparking tail to form an electrified fist, it will strike with all its might. It will approach its opponent without regard for their attacks, using the tips of its two tails to pin down the opponent while unleashing over 20,000 volts of electricity, instantly turning the enemy into charred remains. At this moment, Tyranitar was staring at Electabuzz with a serious expression, and Electabuzz was also gazing back at Tyranitar with the same serious look. Majishir smiled and said, "It seems my Electabuzz is looking forward to battling your Tyranitar." Ichan also replied, "My iron-armored Tyrannosaurus needs to get serious too." Majishir laughed and said, Good, let's go." Thunder Beast used Frozen Fist. The Thunder Beast gathered frost in its right hand and charged towards the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Ichan did not dare to slack off and said to the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, "Use Earthquake to block the Electro Beast's attack route." Upon receiving the order, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus placed its hands on the ground, and the ground began to shake violently. Boom, boom, boom. The Electro Beast, which could have rushed over quickly, was now blocked by the raised ground, occasionally getting hit by protruding rocks. Majishir looked at the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus in shock and said, "Your iron-armored Tyrannosaurus can master Earthquake so precisely. Young man, you are very strong." The Electro Beast jumped onto a nearby rock and used Energy Ball. The Electro Beast quickly jumped out of the collapsed ground and then launched an Energy Ball towards the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus had just recovered from using Earthquake, and before it could defend itself, the Energy Ball had already hit its left shoulder. Bang! With a loud explosion, a noticeable scar appeared on the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus's shoulder, which looked severe to outsiders. But Yichan knew that it was just a superficial wound. Yichan was so excited at this moment that he wanted to jump up, because from the time he arrived in this world until now, this battle was the most thrilling for him. So he immediately decided to use the strongest move of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus to clash with the Electric Shock Beast. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Fierce Destruction Death Ray. Majiji shouted. "Is it this move again? Electric Shock Beast. Use Billion Volts." Boom. The two powerful attacks collided fiercely, but the Electric Shock Beast's offensive was slowly being suppressed by the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Majiji shouted again. "Maximum power. Unleash your full strength, old buddy. Full power Billion Volts." The situation that was about to end in defeat was instantly reversed. Boom! The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was shot out of the competition arena by the powerful electric current, but it still did not lose its combat capability, only gaining a large bruise on its chest. At this moment, the referee announced, "Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus has left the battle arena. Electric Shock Beast wins." Majiji smiled at Yichan and said, "Young man, don't think just because I'm an old man you can take it easy on me. Show your full strength, or you won't be able to earn this gym badge today." At this time, Majiji students in the audience were also cheering for their teacher happily. As expected, the teacher is the strongest. Yichan calmed the ironclad Tyrannosaurus and returned it to its Pokeball. He then turned to Majishir and said, "Of course, with your electromagnetic beast being so powerful, how could I not bring out my full strength? Come out, Fierce Bite Land Shark. Roar." Majishir looked at Yichan's Fierce Bite Land Shark in surprise and said, "Young man, your Pokemon are all trained very well." The electromagnetic beast used Electromagnetic Wave. Seeing this, Yichan hurriedly said, "Tyrantrum, use Dig, don't give him a chance." Tyrantrum quickly burrowed into the ground. The electromagnetic beast, seeing that the electromagnetic waves had missed, cautiously surveyed the surroundings, unsure of where Tyrantrum would emerge. Majiji, noticing this, shouted to the electromagnetic beast, "Electromagnetic beast, watch your back." Just as the electromagnetic beast was about to turn around, Tyrantrum burst out from behind, its claws gathering power as it attacked the electromagnetic beast. Bang! With the support of Tyrantrum's mighty characteristic and the full physical attack value boosted by Yichan, this strike sent the electromagnetic beast flying, kicking up huge clouds of dust. When the dust settled, the massive figure of the electromagnetic beast was revealed, now lying motionless in a pile of rocks. Seeing this, the referee announced, "The electromagnetic beast has lost its ability to fight Tyrantrum wins. The winner of this battle is Yi-chun. Upon seeing Yi-chun's victory, Sakura happily ran over and said to Yi-chun, "Wow, Yi-chun, you are so strong. Did you go easy on me when we battled?" Just as the two were playfully bantering, Majiji had already walked over to them. He looked at Yi-chun and then at Sakura, saying, "Young man, your strength is impressive. This electric badge now belongs to you." Yi-chun happily took the electrical badge and placed it in his bag. He thanked Majiji and was about to leave when Majiji suddenly grabbed Yi-chun's shoulder and looked at him seriously, saying, "Young man, something has happened in Kai City, and I have a request for you." Chapter 16, Power Plant Malfunction, Rocket Team? Thunder God. Young man, the power plant in Kai City often has malfunctions, but I sent people there, and those who went have not returned. I also wanted to go take a look, but I can't get away from Kai City, so I can only trouble you to help me check it out. After saying this, Majiji seemed to remember something and added, "Once you handle the power plant issue, I will give you a reward that will satisfy you." Yi-chun initially refused, as he had just arrived and hadn't enjoyed life yet. He didn't want to engage in life and death struggles. However, when he heard the second half of Maji's sentence, he immediately straightened his back and turned around, saying, "Don't worry, Mr. Maji, talking about rewards is too formal for us, considering we feel like old friends." After hearing this, Maji replied, "In that case, about the reward. Hey, you just wait for my good news at the dojo." Yi-chun finished speaking and leaned closer to Maji's ear, saying, "You'd better prepare your reward. When the time comes, don't say, 'I can't handle the power station matters.' Even if the Thunderbird comes, I'll take it down for you to make soup." At that moment, Yi-chun couldn't help but recall the miserable days he had when he first arrived here. Before meeting Sakura, he had to rely on the money from selling his 3 golden beads to make a living, which was truly pitiful. After listening, Maji said, "Haha, young man, don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the reward. This is the key to the basement of the power station. Take it, and you can use it to get in." After Yi-chun took the basement key handed to him by Maji and asked for the general direction, he released the iron-armored rhino and the Rinken cat, setting off with a bewildered Sakura. Watching Yi-chun's departing figure, Maji murmured to himself, "Young people are full of energy, haha." At this moment, Sakura, who was on the back of the Rinken cat, curiously asked Yi-chun, "What are we going to do? And what were you and that old man just talking about?" Yi-chun had just come out of his excited state and said, "Master Ma wants us to check the frequent power outages at the Kai City power station. He said there would be a generous reward if we solve it." Huh? Seeing Yi-chun laughing so heartily, Inghua couldn't help but rub her forehead and followed him as they rushed towards the power station. In fact, only Yi-chun knew that he had triggered the main storyline. There are not only Thunderstones in the basement, but also Reiku. It seemed that the Pokémon mentioned by the Swampert earlier was indeed Reiku. However, since he arrived here, he had already altered some of the original paths. He was unsure what would happen this time when he went to the power station. Upon arriving at the power station, Yi-chun looked at the lake in front of him with some nostalgia and said, "It's really big, much more spectacular than it looks in the game." Inghua, puzzled, asked Yi-chun what game. "It's nothing, come out, Gyarados." Roar. Yi-chun said to the Gyarados, "Take us to the stone cave over there." Sakura noticed that Yi-chun was unwilling to speak and didn't ask further, riding on the Gyarados with him towards the entrance of the power station. In the distance, on a mountain peak, 3 people dressed in Team Rocket uniforms were watching Yi-chun and Sakura's backs through binoculars and slowly said, "Unrelated people are heading towards Reiku. Call the nearby teammates to gather and stop these people. Don't let them ruin the boss's plan." At this moment, Yi-chun was still unaware, leisurely opening the basement door. Today is a good day, he thought. Everything will go smoothly. With a bang, after opening the basement door, Yi-chun recalled the Gyarados that was on watch and called Sakura to walk into the basement together. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as they entered the basement, the roar of a huge generator came, and Yi-chun and Sakura felt a bit oppressive. Sakura wrapped her arm around Yi-chun's and said, "Yi-chun, why does it feel strange here? I'm not sure, but Master Ma told me he suspects there are Pokémon causing trouble here, so we should be careful." Yi-chun replied. After hearing Yi-chun's words, Sakura nodded and continued to follow him towards the center of the generator. At this moment, in a cave beside the generator, there was a Pokémon resembling a saber-toothed tiger with golden fur, strong limbs, and sharp fangs. It had a black steel headpiece on its forehead, covering its forehead, nose, and mouth, with X-shaped whiskers beneath the headpiece. It had a lightning-shaped light blue tail, with the tip sparkling like sparks. At this moment, this Pokémon alertly glanced at the cave entrance and dragged its injured hind leg towards the outside, with each step flashing with faint lightning. Target detected, beginning to move. "Team, move out. Received. As the voice fell, a group of people dressed in Team Rocket uniforms entered the power station and walked towards the interior. Yi-chan was still casually surveying the surroundings of the basement with his hands on his hips. Seeing Yi-chen's relaxed demeanor, Sakura couldn't help but tease him. Big brother, are you here to help or on vacation? The power station is very dangerous, so don't touch anything. Oh, what's the big deal? There's no electricity. Zzz. After being electrocuted by an electric monster hiding among the circuit piles, Yi-chan finally pulled back his restless little hands. What the heck? It actually hid in the pile of wires. What a blunder. Seeing Yi-chan walk unsteadily, Sakura couldn't stop laughing. Huh. Yi-chan, you look so funny right now, haha. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Just as Yi-chan was making an international gesture at Sakura, Nayuni-yuniyu. Two steel claws, made of alloy, locked the two of them tightly. Three people dressed in Team Rocket uniforms stepped out of the shadows. And the leading man lifted Yi-chan and said, Kid, this is not a place for you. Now take a good nap. Yi-chan saw the man in front of him about to throw a punch and hurriedly shouted, Aren't you going to follow the rules of martial arts? Sneaking up on a young guy, like me in my teens. If you have the guts, let me go and fight me one-on-one. As soon as Yi-chan finished speaking, he was met with mocking laughter from the three members of Team Rocket across from him. Ha, Captain, this kid wants to challenge you one-on-one, ha ha ha. Yeah, Captain. Let's see what this kid is made of, ha ha. The man at the forefront smiled slightly and then placed Yi-chan and Sakura together, saying, All right, enough noise. This mission is crucial. Let's complete it first. Meichuan Kuko, release the gas and take them out. Got it, boss. After receiving the order, Meichuan Kuko released his twin gas Pokémon. Twin gas Pokémon use poisonous gas. Goodbye, kid. Gas. Yi-chan looked at the poisonous mist spreading towards him and exerted all his strength to try to break free from the steel claws on him. But after struggling a couple of times, he realized it was of no use at all. Was this where his story was going to end? At this moment, Sakura, with a face full of despair, looked at the approaching poison mist and turned to Yi-chan, asking, What should we do now? Upon hearing Sakura's words, Yi-chan shook his head helplessly. After receiving the result he least wanted to hear, Sakura also slumped to the ground in despair and began to cry loudly, Oh, I don't even have a boyfriend. How can I just die like this? Just as the two were in despair, a figure emerged from around the corner in the distance, dragging its injured hind leg. It was Thunder God, who, with a flash of lightning, brought both Yi-chan and Sakura out of the encirclement of the poisonous mist. Bang! Two sounds of metal shattering echoed as Thunder God shattered the steel claws on both of them. Yi-chan felt his body lighten as the shackles fell away. He opened his eyes, and upon seeing the Pokémon in front of him, he couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes, saying, No way. Reiku. Chapter 17. Fierce Battle with Team Rocket. Rescue Reiku. 1 No way. Reiku. Hearing Yi-chan's exclamation, Sakura also opened her eyes and said, Yi-chan, are we still alive? After hearing Sakura's words, Yi-chan ignored her and instead stared intently at the Thunder God in front of him, because just moments ago, a voice echoed in his mind. Activate mission. Help the Thunder God. Drive away or eliminate all the rocket team that will capture the Thunder God in the future, and heal the Thunder God to protect the power station. Mission reward. Megastone Selection Pack 1. System prompt. After calculation, the difficulty of this mission is too high. It is advised that the host act according to their ability. After hearing the voice in his mind, Yi-chan fell into deep thought, wondering why. The rocket team only sent 3 people. Wasn't fighting them like fighting babies? Never mind. I should go deal with the 3 Kurumi first. Yi-chan turned around and said to Sakura, Sakura, stay here and help Thunder God with his injuries. This is good medicine. You can use it on him. Yi-chan said and handed over the good medicine in his hand. Sakura looked at Yi-chan in confusion and said, Then what about you, Yi-chan? Aren't you going to stay with me? No, those people are too dangerous. I'll go deal with this trouble first. Come out, ironclad Tyrannosaurus. After Yi-chan released the armored Tyrannosaurus, he said to Sakura, You and the armored Tyrannosaurus wait for me here. If you encounter an enemy that's too difficult to defeat, let the armored Tyrannosaurus protect you. By then, it should be able to hold on until I arrive. Sakura looked at Yi-chan with a serious expression and replied, Okay, be careful on your own. I will, Yi-chan said. After that, he released the Runson cat. The Runson cat found the location of the group they had just encountered. Meow. After receiving Yi-chan's command, the Runson cat rushed towards the direction the Team Rocket trio had just left. Meanwhile, Sakura helped Reiku to a concealed spot and began treating him. On the other side, the leader of the group asked, What is going on with your team? Why has it been so long without any news? Upon hearing the reprimand, the man quickly replied, Sorry, we were delayed by a little brat. You better find its whereabouts quickly. The effect of the special potion is about to wear off. Yes. The three of them immediately moved deeper into the area, just as the three were about to open the door at the center of the power station. Yichin also arrived behind them. He quietly slid off the back of the Runson cat and released Jengar. Yichin quietly said to Luanxian cat and Gung Gue, "In a moment, Luanxian cat will paralyze them, and Fatty, you directly use hypnosis to control them. I need to ask about their accomplices." Gung Gue and Luanxian cat nodded and were about to take action. Crack! Yichin stepped on the toolbox beside him. At this moment, Yichun thought, who would leave a toolbox outside the door for no reason? Who's behind? The three members of Team Rocket turned their heads in unison to look at Yichun and release their Pokémon. Yichun shouted at this moment, "Make your move." Meow. The Rontion cat took the initiative, and a powerful current controlled all three people and their Pokémon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Gung Gue then appeared above the three, using hypnosis to control the entire Team Rocket trio. Yichun walked out from behind the wall and asked the hypnotized trio, "What is your purpose for coming here?" At this moment, the man in the middle replied, "It is General Lance who instructed us to come here to capture the fleeing Thunder God." Yichun was taken aback and then asked, "How many people did the rocket team bring this time?" A total of 4 squads came, and General Lance is here too. After hearing what the rocket team members said, Yichun cursed inwardly, "Damn. No wonder the difficulty level is so high. There are 13 people, and one of them is a general. It looks like this mission is going to be tough." Just as Yichun was about to continue questioning, a voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie at the waist of the leading man. Team 1, please respond. Why hasn't the power station gone offline yet? What are you doing?" After hearing this, Yichun ordered Gung Gue, "Fatty, use Shadow Ball. Kill them all." Gung Gue glanced at Yichun curiously, then without hesitation, launched a Shadow Ball directly at the three people. Boom! At this moment, Yichun looked at the scene before him with mixed feelings. They wanted to kill me first. This is self-defense, legitimate self-defense. After taking a deep breath, Yichun walked towards the cherry blossoms. Meanwhile, outside, Lance watched the chaotic noise coming from the walkie-talkie in front of the Team Rocket members with anger. Bang! Damn it, who is it? Oomph. I don't believe you 1T come out. Someone pump gas inside. Yes. After the order, a group of Team Rocket members released their gas Pokémon and started pumping gas into the cave entrance. On the other side, seeing Yichun return safely, Inghua excitedly rushed forward to hug Yichun, saying, "Yichun, you're back. I was worried something would happen to you." The sudden embrace caught Yichun off guard, and he was knocked to the ground. After falling, the two looked into each other's eyes, both blushing. Yichun was the first to react. He quickly turned over and stood up, then helped Sakura up, saying, "Ahem, although we've dealt with those 3 Team Rocket members, there are still 3 more teams outside and a general-level figure. We've really run into trouble this time." Sakura replied after hearing this. "So what should we do now? Thunder God's injuries haven't fully healed yet." Yichun thought at this moment. First, let Thunder bring Sakura out of the rocket team's encirclement. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if things escalated later. Yichun scratched his chin and said, "You and Thunder God run first. I'll have the Incan cat take you away. I'll hold them off. Once you get out, remember to find Miss Junsha." Inghua hurriedly replied, "No way. I want to stay and fight with you." Yichun said after hearing this, "Stop messing around. Right now, all you can do is not become a burden to me. Go and pack your things. I'll attract Team Rocket's attention, and you can take the opportunity to escape, understand?" Sakura wanted to say something, but seeing Yichun's resolute eyes, she could only nod and say, "Okay, you must hold on." Then she went to the side to start packing. After hearing their conversation, Lei Gong walked up to Yichun and said, "I'm sorry for getting you both involved." Yichun said to Thunder God, "It's okay. If you hadn't saved me and Sakura before, we would probably be in a dire situation now." Then Yichun, Thunder God, and Sakura began to discuss their escape plan. Just as the 3 were in discussion, the gas in the room was increasing and starting to spread towards them. Chapter 18. Fierce Battle with Team Rocket. Run, Sakura. 2. Just as Yichun and the others were about to rush out of the basement, Thunder God suddenly stopped them and said, "There's toxic gas ahead. We can't move forward." Yichun and Sakura looked at the road ahead with vigilance. Yichun asked, "Wherever there is no toxic gas, let's run there. It seems like Team Rocket has started to pump toxic gas inside." Lei Gong shook his head and said, "No, the area is filled with toxic gas. It's already coming towards us." Yichun cursed at this moment. "Damn Rocket Team, playing dirty." Sakura then asked, "What should we do now that we have no way out?" Thunder shook his head and said, "Unless the ceiling above us opens a hole, we can't get out." Thunder's words seemed to awaken Yichun, who said, "That's right. We just need to blast open the ceiling. Without hesitation, he called out, "Come on, iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Roar." The massive body of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus appeared in the basement, and Thunder looked at it warily. He hadn't had the energy to observe it when he was injured, but it seemed that this human's partner was quite strong. Just as Thunder was lost in thought, Yichen walked in front of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus and used a power amplifier on it. Roar! Feeling the powerful strength coursing through its body, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus felt a bit high-spirited and started pounding its tail on the ground, as if to declare its sovereignty. Yichen looked at the showy iron-armored Tyrannosaurus and smiled. "All right, stop messing around. Use your full power and unleash the destructive death light. Blast a hole in the ceiling above us." The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus nodded in response, then stood in position, ready to unleash its attack. Yichen pulled Sakura and Thunder God into an interior room 100 meters away. Just as the two and the dog were catching their breath, rumbling noises erupted. The entire basement began to shake wildly, and the nearby lake was disturbed by the waves. Lance ordered everyone to retreat to the back in preparation to surround the rats, and Thunder got inside. Rumble. The shaking had not yet stopped, and the power station was knocked offline by the shockwave. A few seconds later, with a loud bang, a huge hole suddenly appeared where the iron-clad Tyrannosaurus was standing. Yichen and Sakura, noticing the silence, poked their heads out to look towards the direction of the iron-clad Tyrannosaurus. Thunder then dragged Yichen and Sakura along, running towards the iron-clad Tyrannosaurus while reminding Yichen, "Quickly put him into your human container, or it will be too late. The gas is about to spread over here." After hearing this, Yichen nodded and then recalled the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus into its pockball. Reiku, seeing Yichen recall the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, said, "Hold on tight." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several wall jumps, Reiku successfully brought Sakura and Yichen to the entrance of the cave. Just after jumping out of the cave, and before they could catch their breath, Yichen and the others were surrounded by Team Rocket. At this moment, Lance said to Yichen, "Take them all down." "Yes." Just as Team Rocket began to attack Yichen and the others, Yichen took all the Pokeballs from his waist and threw them out. Roar! After the appearances of Sharpedo, Litten, Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus, Gyarados, Jengar, and Lucario, they all blocked the attacks that rushed toward them. Lance and the other Team Rocket members were momentarily stunned. Each of them thought to themselves, "What huge Pokémon!" Lance looked at the 6 Pokémon in front of him and sneered. "You think you can stop us with just these few Pokémon? Too naive. Come out, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and Crobat." Yichen looked at the Pokémon of Lance across from him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Lance in reality is indeed stronger than in the game." Produce. With so many minions around, it will be a bit troublesome to rush out. Litten moved swiftly, take Sakura and Reiku, and run. After receiving the command, Litten moved towards Reiku and Sakura. Reiku gulped as he looked at the Pokémon in front of him, which was twice his height. Upon hearing Yichen's words, Lance laughed and said, "I've surrounded you so tightly that there's no way out. I want to see how you escape." Nidoking used Stone Edge to block them. Nido. Just as Nidoking's attack was about to reach Litten, Tyranitar suddenly appeared beside Litten and used its tail to deflect all the incoming boulders. Seeing this, Lance remarked, "Oh, you managed to block it so easily. I must say, your Pokémon is quite strong." After hearing this, Yichen was too lazy to waste words with Lance and ordered the Garchomp, Airplane, use Dragon Rage to the left. Clear the way for the Luxray. At this moment, Reika thought it was time for him to charge, but unexpectedly, Luxray bit down on his hind leg and lifted him up. Before Reiku could react, Garchomp's assault crashed into the Pokémon of the nearby Team Rocket members, forcibly tearing a hole in their encirclement. Seeing this, Luxray shot out like lightning, and Sakura shouted at the increasingly close surface of the lake, "Hey, hey, hey, we're about to land in the water, Luxray." As soon as she finished speaking, Luxray maintained its sprint, and upon stepping on the water surface, kicked up a massive spray due to its high speed. Watching Reiku and Sakura move further away, Lance's face darkened as he glared at Yichun and said, all right, so you want to play it this way, huh? Everyone attack. Capture all of that brat's Pokémon." Yichun let out a sigh of relief as he watched the cherry blossoms drift away, then turned his head and said, "Just now my partners were here, so I didn't let loose much, but now, everyone, unleash your full power. Sharpedo, use Metal Claw on Nidoking. Lucario, use Aura Sphere on Nidoking. Tyranitar, use Rock Slide on Crobat. Gyarados, Jengar, you two go block these pesky guys around us." Boom. In an instant, several explosions rang out from the entrance, and Lance looked at the scene before him, angrily shouting, "You brat. Do you think this can stop me? A single arrow pierces the clouds, and 1,000 troops come to meet it. With that, Lance took out a flare gun and fired a signal flare into the sky. Whoosh bang! Yichen saw this scene and scolded Lance. You have no martial ethics. 10 against 1, and you still need to call for help. Are you even human? Lance excitedly replied. Little brat, just wait. Soon not only will many people come, but you'll also have the privilege of seeing our rocket team's ultimate weapon. Ha ha! Looking at the frenzied Lance in front of him, and then at his Pokémon, Yichen thought, this is bad, I need to end this quickly. Who knows how many people will come later? I can't even manage this many Pokémon in a brawl. Indeed, reality and games are very different, damn it. Chapter 19. Fierce battle against the rocket team. Numerical suppression, late reinforcements. Dri, boom, bang, boom. Yichen was currently commanding his 5 Pokémon to fight against the dozens of Pokémon from Team Rocket. Although Yichen's side had a much stronger combat power, it was difficult to withstand the increasing number of Team Rocket's minions. Lance looked at Yichen and shouted, little brat, all of my people are around here now. Surrender obediently, and take me to find Reiku, and I might consider sparing your life. After hearing Lance's words, Yichen also raised his hand. Seeing this, Lance immediately waved his hand and said, stop everyone. Yichen was a bit confused. When did I say I would surrender? Then Yichen shouted at Lance, I'll just let you capture me, and yet dozens of Pokémon can't take down my 5. You're just a loser among losers. Upon hearing Yichen's insults, Lance's face, which had just shown a hint of a smile, instantly darkened, and he then said to Team Rocket's members, everyone, go for it. Take him down. Double Egg Gas, use Poison Jab. Arbok, use Poison Fawn. Rattata, use Rage. Yichen looked at the minions rushing towards him and couldn't help but smile, saying, is that it? Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Bang! Team Rocket's offensive became completely ineffective under Gyarados' Hydro Pump. All of it was neutralized. Boom! The entire squad that attacked first was knocked out by this Hydro Pump. Seeing this, Yichen shouted at the Gyarados, Gyarados, go for the win. Use Dragon Pulse. Roar! Lance, witnessing this, scolded, what are you guys waiting for? Get in there. After hearing their leader's words, the remaining 2 teams reacted quickly and immediately ordered their Pokémon to attack Yichen. Weezing used Poison Jab. Gyarados used Bite. Seeing this, Yichen hurriedly shouted to the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, use Earthquake to disrupt their formation. The iron-armored Rhinosaur let out a roar, not only disrupting the formation of the Pokémon attacking Yichen, but also trapping some Team Rocket members in the ground. Lance, seeing this, cursed under his breath. Damn it, how can that brat's Pokémon not get tired? At this rate, we'll be completely defeated. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer Rocket Team members around, Yichen immediately ran to the back of the Garchomp, climbed up, and shouted for Garchomp to use Dragon Pulse towards Lance. Upon receiving Yichen's command, Garchomp immediately attacked in Lance's direction. Lance, noticing this, quickly threw out a Pokeball and cursed, I didn't want to use it, but you forced me. You little brat. Come out, Mega Tyranitar. Roar. A gigantic Pokémon clad in armor appeared in front of Lance. Bang! Garchomp's Dragon Pulse exploded in front of Mega Tyranitar, but it did not harm the Mega Tyranitar. Yichen quickly took out the Pokémon Pokédex to check. The main colors of the Mega Rhydon are black and orange, retaining the appearance of its armor. Compared to the male Mega Rhydon, the female has smaller horns. Mega Rhydon is a Pokémon that evolves through a peculiar item. Its rock-like skin is composed of an unknown substance, with such high hardness that even a famous sword cannot harm it, but can be damaged by the robust claws of the Crabominable. Its armor can withstand volcanic eruptions. It uses its armor to deflect enemy attacks, and, when the opponent is intimidated, it pierces them with its proud drill. It can fill the holes in its palms with rocks, then forcibly contract its muscles and expand them in an instant, launching the stones from its hands. Occasionally, it will launch Geodude and Onix, with each hand able to hold 3. Yichen only then realized that the Pokémon in front of him, covered in armor, the armor of the armored Tyrannosaurus and the protective gear developed by Team Rocket, was indeed his armored Tyrannosaurus's evolved form. Yichen quickly jumped off the Garchomp and shouted, Garchomp, use Dragon Rush. Lucario, use Quick Attack to cover Garchomp. Boom! Garchomp transformed into a massive purple dragon and charged towards the Mega Rhyhorn. Seeing this, Lance hurriedly commanded, Experiment Subject Alpha 1, unleash full firepower. The Mega Rhyhorn's armor shimmered with an eerie purple light, and as the wave of projectiles rushed towards it, the Mega Rhyhorn merely glanced at them and swatted them away. Following, there was Garchomp diving towards the Mega Rhyhorn. Boom! After a tremendous explosion, both Garchomp and Mega Rhyhorn were knocked back. Lance chuted, Megarion. Use Rock Wrecker. The Mega Rhyhorn immediately gathered a massive rock and launched it towards Garchomp. Boom! At that moment, Garchomp had just gotten up and hadn't T-steadied itself before being sent flying into the lake by the Mega Rhyhorn's Rock Wrecker. Seeing this, Yichun hurriedly recalled the Garchomp that had fallen into the lake. Fortunately, at that moment, the minions nearby were subdued by the Gyarados and the Litten, among other Pokémon. When Yichun recalled the Garchomp, Lance took the opportunity to strike. Mega Rhyperior, use Hyper Beam. Roar. However, the Mega Rhyperior did not use the move as commanded. Instead, it held its head in pain and wailed. Upon hearing the wailing of the Mega Rhyperior, the Tyranitar quickly said to Yichun, Master, the Mega Rhyperior is in great pain. It is begging us to save it. After hearing this, Yichun nodded and said, All right, you use Destruction Beam to kick up dust and fog on the ground to attack the Mega Steelix. Lucario, use Quick Attack to shatter all the armor on Mega Steelix that doesn't belong to him. Almost at the moment Yichun gave the order, the two Pokémon moved. Lance, seeing Yichun's Pokémon charging towards him, panicked and shouted, Mega Steelix, use Destruction Beam to block them. After saying this, Lance pressed a button in his hand. The moment he pressed the button, Mega Steelix trembled and then unleashed a Destruction Beam towards Tyranitar. Boom! The two violent beams collided, creating a massive shockwave that caused Lucario, rushing towards Mega Steelix to slow down its speed. To avoid being affected by the aftershock of their collision, Lucario immediately changed direction and circled around behind Mega Steelix. Yichun saw that the armored rhinoceros had gone berserk and quickly ordered Gyarados and Gengar. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump to attack the armored rhinoceros. Gengar, use Hypnosis to control Lance. Lance felt a sense of danger as he saw Yichun's remaining Pokémon rushing towards him. But then he noticed the Team Rocket airship appearing over the lake and felt a surge of hope, muttering, Kid, you're finished. Boom! Just as the armored rhinoceros was engaged in battle, it was pushed back by Gyarados. Lucario quickly dashed in front of the armored rhinoceros, charging its claws and striking the armor fiercely. With a loud bang, the armor controlling the armored rhinoceros shattered, and the freed armored Tyrannosaurus suddenly fainted. Just as Gengar was about to control Lance, it was suddenly affected by some kind of mental force and was unexpectedly thrown towards Yichun's direction. Upon seeing this, Yichun quickly called out to his Gyarados to catch the flying Gung Ghost. After catching the Gung Ghost, Yichun looked up at the sky and saw an enormous spaceship heading in his direction, with Team Rocket's large emblem emblazoned on the front. At that moment, in front of Team Rocket's spaceship, a Pokémon wrapped in armor was slowly retracting its arm and rapidly charging towards Yichun. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, Sakura was riding her Litten, followed by a large group of Uncle Hats, as well as Miss Junsha and the old man Majiji, sitting on Miss Juncha's back seat. At this moment, the voice of a system echoed in Yichun's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have defeated Lance and his subordinates. And now rewards are being distributed. Chapter 20. Fierce Battle with Team Rocket. Mutwo, let our bond be fulfilled. Gengar, Mega Evolution. Please choose an evolution stone. Host. Yichun ignored the system prompt and instead gazed at the Pokémon flying towards him, pondering. At this time and place, along with what Lance said, could this thing be Mutwo? As he was thinking, Mutwo had already rushed in front of Yichun. Just as Mutwo's right hand was about to touch Yichun, Gengar quickly used Shadow Ball to push Mutwo back. It was only then that Yichun realized what was happening and immediately entered his consciousness space. System. Exchange for Gengar's Mega Evolution Stone. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft light flashed, and a glass-like item appeared in Yichun's hand, which was the Gengar Mega Stone. Just as Yichun was about to Mega Evolve Gengar, he saw Mutwo charge towards him again and immediately called out Lucario. Stop him. Lucario. Upon receiving the command, Lucario rushed to attack Mutwo, but Mutwo waved his hand and sent Lucario flying into the lake. Seeing Lucario being thrown away, Uncle Hat and Majishur, who were rushing to provide support, were taken aback and quickly released their Pokémon. Come out, Arcanine. Come out, Electrode and Electabuzz. Lurantis. You too. In the sky, Lance and a group of Team Rocket members were taken back for treatment, while a batch of Pokémon covered in armor appeared behind the airship, all restrained in Team Rocket's specially designed prison. At this moment, a command came from the command room. Release those test subjects and capture that kid's Pokémon, including Raikou. After the cold and ruthless voice was heard, the commander, who was observing Mutwo's battle data, quickly ordered the release of all the Pokémon restrained in the prison. The current situation in the center of the lake was Yi-Chun versus Mutwo, Team Rocket controlling Pokémon versus Junsha and the others. Before Yi-Chun and Gengar could Mega Evolve, Mutwo used Psychic Power to control Yi-Chun, rendering him unable to move. Seeing this, Gengar also unleashed its own Psychic Power in an attempt to rescue Yi-Chun. Mutwo was momentarily taken aback by the powerful psychic force charging towards it, and then released its own Psychic Power, which collided with Gengar's. After the two invisible energies clashed, Gengar was pushed back to the lake's edge, while Mutwo took 2 steps back but managed to steady itself. Meanwhile, over by Sakura, Lurantis, and Raikou, leading a group of Arcanine, were trying to restrain the controlled Pokémon on the battlefield, attempting to find a way to calm them down. Sakura on Lurantis spoke to Junsha behind her. "Miss Junsha, please take care of this with Gym Leader Majishur, Raikou, and I will go support Yi-Chun." Junsha nodded in response, and then spoke into the intercom. "This is Junsha from Kureha City. We are under attack from a large force of Team Rocket at the Kureha City power plant, and are requesting support from headquarters." Headquarters received. "We will immediately dispatch security forces around Kureha City. You must hold on." Yi-Chan saw Sakura coming from behind and shouted, "Sakura, cover me as I get to Gongue." After saying that, Yi-Chan started running towards Gongue. On the other side, Mutwo immediately chased after him, wanting to capture Yi-Chun. Raikou and Lantern, who had arrived, naturally wouldn't let Mutwo charge and so recklessly, using their Thunderbolt and Volt Tackle techniques against Mutwo. Just as Mutwo was about to catch Yi-Chun, it became impatient. Its armor changed from green to red, and at the moment of transformation, Mutwo said, "Hurry, run." However, the voice was too faint for Yi-Chun and the others to hear. After changing, Mutwo extended its right hand, and an energy shield appeared in front of it, blocking Raikou and Lantern's attacks. Then, Mutwo clenched its hands, and Raikou, Sakura, and Lantern felt a powerful force binding them, making them unable to move. They were then thrown towards the specially made cage below the airship for Raikou. On the other side, Junsha and Majishur were about to help when they saw Sakura and Raikou being captured so easily by Mutwo. But the attacks from the Pokémon in front of them were becoming increasingly intense, making it hard for them to cope. After dealing with Sakura and Raikou, Mutwo turned to look at Yi-Chun, preparing to control both Yi-Chun and his Pokémon as well. At this moment, Yi-Chun stopped running, turned to face Mutwo, and looked at Gongue, shouting, "I didn't want to use this so soon, but now there's no choice. My butterfly's wings are a bit too big. Come on, Gongue, let's manifest the bond between us. Mega Evolution." After saying that, Yi-Chun raised the Mega Stone in his hand. Gongue, lying on the ground, seemed to respond to some kind of call, and its whole body began to shimmer with white light. Mutwo tried to stop it, but it was already too late. Gongue's back grew multiple spiky shapes, its feet transformed into a tail, and its hands became spiky ball-like appendages, standing firmly on the ground. At that moment, Mutwo sensed a different aura. The Pokémon in front of it had become stronger. Junsha and Majishur were dumbfounded, watching Yi-Chun as if witnessing something incredible. "Mr. Majishur, I remember Gongue doesn't have an evolution form, right? Why is Yi-Chun's Gongue different?" Hearing Junsha's question, Majishur was also stunned, shaking his head, unsure how to answer her. In his understanding, Gongue was the final form, and he had never heard of it being able to evolve further. At this moment, Yi-Chun looked at the Mega Gongue with increased confidence, but on the other side, in Team Rocket's airship, a mysterious man stared at the screen in shock and slowly said, "This little guy is really interesting. No wonder Lance couldn't defeat him. It seems this little guy has many secrets." He ordered, "Send out the command to capture this little guy at all costs, and release Mutwo's energy to a controllable limit." And subordinate nearby immediately bowed and said, "Yes, boss." The mysterious man then continued to stroke the Meowth beside him. With Team Rocket's actions, the armor-suppressing Mutwo began to release most of its restrictions. At the moment Mutwo unleashed its power, it charged madly towards the Mega Gongue. Yi-Chun felt a bit nervous as he watched Mutwo charging towards him. The creature before him was a legendary Pokémon from the T0 tier of the Pokémon world. However, now that Gengar had Mega Evolved, it was uncertain who was stronger. "Gengar, use Shadow Ball." In an instant, Super Gengar opened its mouth to an incredible extent, and a gigantic Shadow Ball shot towards Mutwo. Seeing this, Mutwo also gathered a massive light ball in its hands and shot it towards Gengar. Chapter 21. Super Gengar shows its might. Bang! The violent energy from the two Pokémon raged above the power station. As Yi-Chun's battle commenced, Junsha hurriedly detached herself and rushed towards the cage where Sakura was bound. Meanwhile, Yi-chun, noticing the chaos escalating, quickly shouted to Jengar, "Give it your all, Jengar." Shadow Sneak. Skill modification via a special ability. Upon receiving the command, Jengar vanished without a trace. Mutuo, who was preparing to attack, became alert and looked around, realizing that Super Jengar's presence had disappeared. Before Mutuo could react, Jengar appeared behind it, striking Mutuo and sending it crashing into the lake. Crack! Some cracks had already appeared on Mutuo's armor. At this moment, Mutuo started to struggle and suddenly burst out of the water, flying into the air. In midair, Jengar began to breathe heavily. After all, the previous move was a signature technique of the legendary Pokémon Giratina, but it still stared at Mutuo with fierce determination. Just as Yi-chan was about to command Jengar to use Shadow Sneak again, he suddenly heard a voice that was neither male nor female resonate in his mind. "Human, help me break free from it." Yi-chan nodded at Mega Mutuo, then said to Jengar, "Jengar, use all your strength for Shadow Sneak." Jengar responded to Yi-chan with a sound and then disappeared. The controlled Mutuo struggled to regain control of its body so that Jengar could strike and break its armor. Boom! This time, Mega Jengar's attack not only shattered Mutuo's armor, but also slammed Mutuo directly to the bottom of the power station. Some members of the security team, who had just dealt with the rampaging Pokémon and were on their way to provide support, stopped in their tracks, thinking about the terrifying destructive power. This young man's Pokémon is so frightening. Majishir thought to himself, "My little ancestor, be gentle. The repair costs for the power station are expensive." At that moment, on Team Rocket's airship, a scholar in a white coat looked at the evaluation of Mega Jengar and slowly said, "Such terrifying data. This power and value are already comparable to that of legendary Pokémon. Interesting." On the other side, in Team Rocket's secret base, something went wrong. The control device on Mutuo was destroyed. Mutuo's consciousness can no longer be controlled. As this was said, the other researchers in the laboratory and the high-ranking members of Team Rocket were startled and then looked at the man in the main seat. The man stood up and slammed his hand on the table, saying, "Useless. A bunch of people who can't even handle a little kid and Reiku. If anything happens to the Mutuo we've worked so hard to prepare for so long, I'll hold you accountable. Hurry and get the backup device to catch Mutuo back." After that, several other high-ranking members of Team Rocket in the laboratory hurried to prepare for the recovery of Mutuo. Oof. Call the airship back. The Alliance people are almost here. Yes. At the power station in Key City, Jengar had now exited its mega form and was in a precarious state as it landed beside Yi-chun. Seeing this, Yi-chun hurried to support Jengar. "Are you okay, buddy?" Jengar shook its head and was about to use telepathy when it fainted. Yi-chun saw this and also recalled Gung Gue to the Pokeball. It seemed that although the modified skill was still there, it placed a heavy burden on the Pokemon. He decided that unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it again. At this moment, Junsha also arrived at Sakura's location. After rescuing Sakura and Reiku, she was about to rush back to help. But the Team Rocket airship had already disappeared into the sky, leaving no trace. Junsha looked up at the sky and said, "Damn Team Rocket. One day, I will bring you to justice." However, seeing that Sakura, Reiku, and Lunatone were all unconscious, Junsha could only call for the members of the defense team to take them to the Pokémon Center. Majiji then arrived at Yi-chan's side and said to him, "Young man, your future is limitless. You and your Pokémon have done a great service for Key City this time." Yi-chan waved his hand and then asked, "Without the help of everyone, I wouldn't have been able to solve this matter so easily. By the way, Mr. Majishir, what about that humanoid Pokémon?" Just as Majishir was about to answer Yi-chan, the Mutuo from the power station floated up behind him. It looked at Majishir and then at Yi-chan, and then communicated telepathically with Yi-chan. "Thank you, human. You are very different." After saying that, it flew towards the horizon until it disappeared, leaving Yi-chan and Majishir bewildered in the wind. That night, after entrusting the Pokémon to Ms. Joy, Yi-chan hurriedly ran back to his room. Faced with the questions from Majishir and Junsha, Yi-chan felt overwhelmed. "Yi-chan, what happened with your Jengar's evolution? Why did it change back after the battle? Yi-chan, do you know what that Pokémon was just now?" Yi-chan. Recalling these questions, Yi-chan's responses were vague, and he finally managed to brush them off. Just as he reached the door to his room, Sakura suddenly appeared at the entrance. Yi-chan looked at Sakura with confusion and asked, "What's wrong, Sakura? Why are you blocking my door in the middle of the night?" Sakura looked at Yi-chan seriously and said, "Thank you, Yi-chan. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have even been able to get out of the basement of the power station. I'm really very grateful to you." Huh, no need to thank me. I actually owe you a thank you. If it weren't for you stopping that Pokémon, I might not have been able to evolve the fat guy. But you coming to find me in the middle of the night should be for more than just to thank me, right? What else do you want to say? Sakura nodded and seriously told Yi-chun, after this experience, I've realized that my strength is still too weak. I hope to learn from you how to train Pokémon to become stronger. Yi-chun looked at Sakura, who bowed to him, and said, all right, to be honest. I haven't really set up any formal training, but when it comes to training Pokémon, I can definitely help you practice your Pokémon. Yi-chun thought to himself, have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten pork? I'll just learn from Jie's methods when the time comes. I'm really smart. After some casual conversation, Yi-chan sent Sakura back to her room and returned to his own room to rest. After finishing his wash, Yi-chan lay on his bed and looked out at the scenery, murmuring, the trajectory of the plot has deviated too much. There are many things on me that don't exist in this timeline. Sigh, I wonder what will happen next. Even I, the player, might not know. Just as Yi-chan was pondering, many more Alliance undercover agents began to appear in the city of Cooley, supported by people sent by the Alliance. Seeing this, Ma Jisher, who was standing inside the dojo, thought to himself, damn it, this kid has messed up our plans. Now the Alliance people are starting to investigate. I need to report to the boss quickly. Chapter 22, Alliance Arrivals. Explaining the origin of the keystone in the morning, after a night of rest, Yi-chun got up and stretched with a big yawn, enjoying the sunlight streaming in. Before he could enjoy it for long, there was a knocking sound at the door. Is Mr. Yi-chun in there? Knock, knock, knock. With messy hair, Yi-chun put on his slippers and went to the door, asking, who is it so early in the morning? Upon opening the door, he saw a young man dressed as an electric dojo attendant standing there, saying, Mr. Yi-chun, our dojo master, Mr. Ma Jisher, invites you to the dojo. He says he has something important to give you. Yi-chun nodded after hearing this, and then slammed the door shut heavily. He returned to the embrace of the mattress. Looking at the closed door, the young man awkwardly scratched his head and whispered, he really is a strange person. Then the young man turned and walked towards the hotel exit to report the situation to Ma Jiji. At this time, Inghua also got up early, and after finishing her wash, she came to Yi-chun's door to knock and call him for breakfast. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang out, and before Inghua could say anything, Yi-chun angrily came to open the door. Bang! Yi-chun violently pulled open the door and glared angrily at the entrance. At this moment, the cherry blossom and Yi-chun were staring at each other, but the cherry blossom's face turned red. Smack! Perverted jerk! After saying that, the cherry blossom left Yi-chun's doorstep. Yi-chun only just realized that he was wearing nothing but a pair of pants, and at that moment, his mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. The morning sunlight shone on his face, but Yi-chun sat on the bed like a statue, as if he had lost his soul. After a while, he finished washing up and left the hotel. Stretching lazily under the sun, Yi-chun headed towards the Pokémon Center, thinking that after a night, all his Pokémon should have fully recovered. After realizing that Yi-chun was not in the room, Sakura called him. Beep, beep, beep. Who is it? Yi-chun, where are you? Upon hearing this question, Yi-chun finally reacted and said, I'm on my way to the Pokémon Center. Why don't you go wait for me at Mr. Ma Jisher's place? Okay, but hurry up. After hanging up the phone, Yi-chun first went to the shop next to the Pokémon Center to buy 10 Pokeballs. Then he bought some healing items before arriving at the Pokémon Center. Miss Joy at the counter greeted Yi-chun with a bright smile, saying, hello. Do you need to heal your Pokémon? Hello, I'm here to pick up my Pokémon. My name is Yi-chun, he replied. Miss Joy responded, all right, mister. Yi-chun, please come this way. When we get to the maintenance area, I'll need you to verify your identity with facial recognition. After confirming the handover details with Miss Joy, Yi-chun retrieved all his Pokeballs, including Jengar. Just as Yi-chun was about to leave the Pokémon Center, Miss Joy stopped him and asked, Mr. Yi-chun, may I ask where you got your Pokeballs? I noticed that your Pokeballs haven't appeared on the market, and I did encounter quite a bit of trouble while healing your Pokémon last night. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun was taken aback, realizing that his ball was still from Washki, which now seemed like an artifact from ancient times. Yi-chun thought to himself that he was finished and didn't know how to explain it. Just as Yi-chun was struggling with how to respond to Joy, a man wearing a mask and sunglasses suddenly approached and pushed Yi-chun aside, then presented his credentials to Miss Joy, saying, I am a special envoy of the Court Alliance, and I need to have a private conversation with Mr. Yi-chun. Please excuse us. After saying this, the man in black came to Yi-chun and presented evidence, saying, Mr. Yi-chun, I need you to come with me. Yi-chun was taken away in a car by the man in black, his face full of confusion. Inside the car, apart from the sounds of the driver operating the vehicle and steering, there was no other sound, which made Yi-chun feel a bit awkward. He asked, big brother, where are we going? After saying that, Yi Chen reached into his pocket to grab the Pokeball. The man in black naturally noticed Yi Chen's small movement and said, a certain person wants to see you, so be prepared. After that, he ignored any further questions from Yi Chen. The car drove for nearly half an hour and finally stopped at a place resembling a guest house. Yi Chen looked around. The surroundings were lush and green, but the guest house seemed a bit out of place and even hinted at something eerie. With questions in mind, Yi Chen got out of the car with the man in black and followed him into the guest house. As soon as Yi Chen entered the door, he was stunned. Sitting in front of him was none other than the Phantom King, one of the 4 kings of the Guandu region. Granny Josie. Granny Josie smiled and got up to greet Yi Chen, saying, "Ha, you're here, young man. Come over here and sit down. Don't just stand at the door." After saying that, she waved her hand, signaling Yi Chen to sit on the sofa. Yi Chen cautiously sat down on the sofa and then asked, I wonder what the famous Phantom King, Granny Kiku, wants from me? Upon hearing this, Granny Kiku poured tea for Yi Chen and said, Hee, before I came here, I heard that there was a very serious safety incident, and even I, an old woman close to retirement, was urgently called for support, but it was resolved by a young man named Yi Chen. I even watched some videos recorded by the security team members. Young man, you have many secrets, and if you don't explain them to me, it will be difficult for me to report to the Quartz Alliance. After saying this, Yi Chen felt a chill down his back and then saw a deep black Jengar staring at him at the stairway. At that moment, there was a loud bang from his pocket. The Jengar seemed to sense something and directly broke free from the Pokeball. The man in black and Granny Kiku were clearly taken aback when they saw Yi Chen's Jengar, as the size difference between the 2 Jengars in front of them was too great. Yi Chen's Jengar was more than twice the size of Granny Kiku's Jengar. The 2 Jengars are now in a tense standoff, glaring fiercely at each other, as if to say, What are you worried about? What are you looking at? Granny Kiku then laughed and recalled her Jengar, saying, I heard on my way here that it was a giant Jengar that saved Quine City. Now that I see it today, your Jengar is indeed extraordinary. I heard that your Jengar can also evolve, right? At this moment, Yi Chen also called back the fat guy and replied, Yes, Grandma Josie, since you know that my Jenghost can evolve, you must have seen the video from back then. I call this evolution mega evolution, which can also be referred to as super evolution. The way to evolve is through this keystone in my hand. After saying that, Yi Chen took out the Jenghost keystone from his bag for Grandma Josie to see. Grandma Josie took the keystone from Yi Chen and began to observe it closely. Can such a small stone really allow a Pokémon to evolve again? Yi Chen replied yes. But currently this type of stone only appears in the Fengyuan and Kalos regions. I haven't heard of any discoveries of such stones in the Kanto region. Granny Josie, hearing this, looked puzzled and asked, Kalos? Where is that? Yi Chen thought to himself, oh no, the Kalos League probably doesn't exist yet. What should I do? Chapter 23. The Secret of the Keystone, Post-War Training. Inside the room, Grandma Josie stared at Yi Chen and asked in confusion, Kalos region? I haven't heard of such a place yet. I wonder where you heard about it, young friend? Hearing Grandma Josie's question, Yi Chen immediately panicked and thought, this is bad. What should I do? Suddenly, Yi Chen had a flash of inspiration and said to Grandma Josie, I also heard about it from Explorer. I saved an explorer who claimed to be from the Kalos region while I was in the Diglett Cave, and as a reward, he gave me this keystone. To maintain the lie, Yi Chen could only make a simple adaptation of his previous encounter. After hearing Yi Chen's explanation, Grandma Josie hurriedly asked, Do you know where this explorer is now? Yi Chen shook his head and said, I don't know. I barely escaped because the cave collapsed afterward. Granny Josie nodded skeptically and said, All right, I roughly understand the situation. This is Hyan's contact information. If you encounter Team Rocket mobilizing on a large scale again, or if you meet that explorer, you can contact him. After saying that, Granny Josie pointed to Hyan, who had led Yi Chen to this place. Yi Chen took out his Pokédex and noted down Blackrock's contact information, then said, All right, can I leave now? I still have a bunch of things to take care of. Upon hearing this, Grandma Josie chuckled and gestured for Blackrock to take Yi Chen away. Soon after, Yi Chen got into Blackrock's car and headed back to Withered Leaf City. Grandma Josie watched Yi Chen's departing figure and slowly said, Interesting. Even my Jengar can't control him with psychic power? That Jengar is quite strong. Once back in Withered Leaf City, Yi Chen immediately rushed to Ma Jisher's place. He saw Ma Jisher talking to a young man at the entrance of the dojo, and then the young man, as if stimulated by something, left angrily. Yi Chen stepped forward and asked, Mr. Ma Jisher, what happened? It's just some minor issues. Then, as if recalling something, Ma Jisher said to Yi Chen, by the way, Young man, This is the reward I promised you earlier. Due to the unexpected changes that occurred along the way, I will give you a little more as a bonus. After saying that, Ma Jisher started to transfer money to Yi-chun. Before long, Yi-chun's Pokédex displayed a balance of 500,000. Yi-chun looked at the numbers in the illustrated book and couldn't help but feel happy. But thinking about his previous encounter between life and death made him feel indifferent. After finishing the task, the money collector also gave Yi-chun a thunderstone and a surfing skill book. After paying the reward, the money collector said to Yi-chun, "Young man, this is all I can do for you." This was specially approved by the League. After a round of pleasantries between Yi-chun and Ma Jiji, they left the electric gym. Yi-chun then took out his Pokédex and called Sakura. "Sakura, where are you now?" "At the Pokémon training gym, water-type area. Let me know when you arrive." Beep. After hanging up the phone, Yi-chun headed towards the Pokémon training gym. Inside the training gym, in the fighting-type area, what came into view were all fighting-type Pokémon, such as Machoke, Hariyama, Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, and others. After seeing this, Yi-chun frantically took out his Pokédex to record the Pokémon, while the surrounding trainers looked at him with some disdain, wondering who would take pictures of Pokémon in a training gym for no reason. It was understandable for Yi-chun, as anyone would be excited to see so many Pokémon for the first time. As soon as Sakura received the text message that Yi-chun had arrived, she came out to take him to the training area she had reserved, only to find him frantically recording. Bang! After using a force calm punch on Yi-chun, Sakura dragged the nearly unconscious Yi-chun to the water-type training area she had reserved. After being led to the venue by Sakura, Yi-chun was also surprised by the scene in front of him. It was probably as big as a football field from his past life. Yi-chun then asked Sakura, "How much did you pay for this venue?" Sakura rubbed her shoulders and replied, "Not much, it's only 5,000 alliance coins for a day." "Oh, 5,000 a day is not bad," Yi-chun said. The next second, Yi-chun turned his head in shock and looked at Sakura. "What? 5,000? Are you crazy?" Seeing Yi-chun's shocked expression, Sakura said, "Relax, I just wanted to rent a better venue to prevent others from disturbing our special training." Looking at Sakura's indifferent expression, Yi-chun realized that she seemed to not be short on money. After the commotion, Yi-chun released his Gyarados, while Sakura released her White Sea Lion and the newly captured Swampert. Sakura then asked Yi-chun, "What should we train first?" Yi-chun thought for a moment about the memories in his mind, and then said, "The first step is to train your coordination with them and with your own. Next, train the accuracy of your spirit's attacks, and then train the strength of your spirit's attacks." That's about it for these 3 points. After Yi-chun finished speaking, the Gyarados behind him let out a roar and said, "Master, I used to rely on fighting to train myself." After the Gyarados roared, the 2 little ones beside it seemed to have heard something frightening, tightly huddling together and staring at the Gyarados' face in terror. Yi-chun said to Gyarados after listening, "The situation is different now. You will be responsible for the practice later, and don't harm these 2 Pokémon." Gyarados nodded in confusion. Sakura glanced at Gyarados and then looked at Yi-chun, asking, "Yi-chun, shall we start now?" Yi-chun nodded. "In a moment, you will command the White Sea Lion and the Swamp Leap Fish to dodge my and the Gyarados' attacks." Sakura nodded and walked to the other side of the training ground. Seeing that Sakura was in position, Yi-chun also reminded Gyarados, "Make sure to control your strength when you strike." Gyarados nodded in response and then floated halfway to the surface of the water. Sakura, on the opposite side, also began to give commands. Just like that, the training continued until evening, concluding a day's session. Yi-chun and Sakura dragged their tired bodies out, and Yi-chun looked at Sakura and asked, "What should we eat? I've almost starved to death after such a long training." Sakura rubbed her hands and said, "Let's go eat ramen. There's a ramen place under the inn that tastes pretty good." So, the 2 of them stumbled like zombies to the ramen shop, and only after finishing their ramen did they return to the inn to rest. Lying on the bed, Yi-chun vowed, "It seems that physical training can't be neglected either. My current physical condition is a bit poor. After all, not everyone is like Master G. Goldfinger, are there any supplements to enhance physical fitness?" Beautiful Country Captain's Enhancement Agent 100,000 Alliance Coins. Seeing that not-so-pleasant price, Yi-chun gritted his teeth and clicked the purchase button. Seeing his Alliance Coins disappear so quickly, Yi-chun felt like crying. "Purchase successful. Would you like to use it?" Yi-chun looked at the operation box that popped up in his mind and clicked confirm. The moment he pressed the button, he regretted it. In the storyline, this thing was tied up with machines, and it looked incredibly painful. He thought, "I want an up like that, will I?" But it was too late to regret now. In the city of withered leaves, everyone near the hotel basically heard the pig-like screams that lasted a full half-hour. Chapter 24. Departing for Nibby City. Challenging the Nibby Gym. In the early morning, Yichen woke up and looked at himself in the mirror. Satisfied, he posed a few times and said happily it was worth it. With these muscle lines and this head, I'm starting to love myself. However, recalling the experience from last night, Yichen couldn't help but shiver. The feeling of being torn apart was something he never wanted to experience again. After admiring himself, he went to the Golden Finger shop and bought a few outfits that suited his current physique before packing his things and leaving the hotel. Standing at the hotel entrance, Sakura looked at Yichen with a puzzled expression and murmured, "Why does Yichen look a bit strange today?" Then Sakura approached Yichen and asked, "Did you hear that scream last night? It was really inconsiderate, kept me awake all night." Hearing Sakura's complaints, Yichen awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "I didn't know. I didn't mean to. Where are we going next? It seems you still need 6 badges, and there are only 13 days left." After Yichen released his Gyarados, he said to Sakura, "Next, let's go to Ni by City. If we ride Gyarados, we can get there in half a day." After saying that, Yichen thoughtfully installed an improved saddle on Gyarados' back for Sakura to prevent her from getting uncomfortable while flying. Thus, Yichen and Sakura set off on their way to Ni by City. Meanwhile, on Ash's side, because of Yichen's actions, Sakaki brought out Mutwo early. So both Koji and Ash had to challenge the Team Rocket trio, Jesse, James, and Meowth. After successfully obtaining their badges, Ash and Koji fought against each other, with Ash ultimately losing again. Due to Yichen's appearance, the storyline deviated, but it seemed like the will of the world was forcibly correcting the plot. Successfully arriving at Ni by City, Yichen and Sakura were guided by the Pokédex to the Dark Ray Gym in Ni by City. Yichen looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but be amazed. It was different from what he had seen on TV. The feeling of experiencing it in person was truly indescribable. The winding and rugged mountainous terrain perfectly matched the style of the Dark Ray Gym, which was rock type. Since Brock and Ash were traveling at the moment, Yichen was challenging Brock's younger brother, Zyro. Upon seeing Yichen and his companion, Zyro asked, "Are you here to challenge the gym?" Yichen nodded and asked, "When can the gym challenge begin?" "I'm in a hurry." Knowing that Yichen was there to challenge the gym, Jiro explained some challenge rules, and then went to call his father to act as the referee for this battle. Once both sides were ready, the referee waved the flag and announced, "The match begins." This gym challenge is a 3v3 battle, and the first side to lose all its battling Pokémon will be considered defeated. Now, I declare the match to start. With that, both sides threw out their first Pokémon. "Come out, Geodude! Come out, Gyarados!" The initially spirited Geodude was stunned when it saw the Gyarados, which was many times taller than itself. Jiro, the trainer behind it, was also shocked by the enormous Gyarados. Yichen ignored the shock on Jiro's face and directly ordered Gyarados to use Hydro Pump to take down the Geodude. Geodude lost its fighting ability and Gyarados won. Jiro, somewhat dazed, recalled Geodude and then sent out his second Pokémon. "Come on out. Sandshrew, use Dig." Upon hearing Jiro's command, Yichen shook his head and then ordered, "Gyarados, use water to force Sandshrew out of the hole." Following the command, Gyarados soared into the air and sprayed a massive stream of water into the hole that Sandshrew had just dug. Under the pressure of the powerful water flow, Sandshrew had no choice but to escape from its tunnel. The moment Sandshrew emerged from the ground, Yichen waved his hand and said, "Now, hit it with Hydro Pump." Seeing this, Jiro quickly shouted his super technique, Sandshrew Dodge. Unfortunately, not everyone could use this technique effectively, and Sandshrew was inevitably hit by Gyarados' Hydro Pump. Sandshrew lost its fighting ability, and Gyarados won again. Jiro, seeing Sandshrew also fall, sighed at Yichen's strength while feeling a bit exhausted, realizing the gap between him and a true trainer was so vast. Little did he know, Yichen was no ordinary trainer. Yichen saw that Jiro was slumped over, staring at the Pokeball in his hand, and said, "Cheer up. Quickly use your third Pokemon." After saying that, Yichen recalled his Gyarados and took out the Swampert he borrowed from Sakura before the battle. "Come out, Swampert." An unusual colored Swampert appeared on the battlefield. Jiro was surprised and said, "That's a Pokémon I've never seen before, but now I have to take this seriously." "Come out, Rhyhorn." A normally sized Rhyhorn appeared in front of Jiro. Yichen then opened the Pokédex to check Swampert's skills. To be honest, he wasn't very familiar with Swampert's skills yet. The Pokédex displayed, Swampert has orange gills, eyes, and an orange belly. Its body and head are sky blue, while the fins on its head and back are black. Swampert lives on thick, muddy ground and buries its body in the mud to sleep. Over time, it has developed strong and sturdy legs that allow it to stand on 2 feet and move steadily even on muddy ground. To survive on land, its body is covered with a thin layer of mucus. It plays in the mud along the coast when the tide goes out. If its skin dries out, it becomes weak, so it relies on playing in the mud to replenish moisture. It performs best in muddy areas, able to charge at opponents who can't move. It can move quickly in the mud, which is definitely faster than swimming in water. System detection. Swampert, Shiny, has the skills Water Pulse, Mud Shot, Rock Slide, Tackle, and Rock Smash. After quickly reviewing Swampert's skills, Yichin hurriedly put away the Pokédex and looked toward Jiro. At that moment, Jiro was already commanding Rhyhorn, saying, Rhyhorn, use Tackle. Seeing the Rhyhorn charging at high speed, Yichin quickly instructed Swampert to dodge. When Rhyhorn's attack missed, Jiro waved his hand and commanded, Rhyhorn, use Rock Slide to block it. Swampert, use Water Pulse, and then dodge Rhyhorn's Rock Slide. After receiving the commands, both Pokémon moved simultaneously, but Swampert was a step faster than Rhyhorn. Just as Rhyhorn's rocks were about to fall, Swampert's Water Pulse had already rushed in front of Rhyhorn, then quickly dodged Rhyhorn's Rock Slide. Boom! After being hit by Swampert's Water Pulse, Rhyhorn staggered back a few steps, visibly shaken and clearly in poor condition after taking a direct hit from Water Pulse. Seeing this, Jiro anxiously asked, Rhyhorn, are you okay? Rhyhorn shook its head to indicate to Jiro that it could still fight, then shook its head again to look at Swampert. Seeing this, Yichin shook his head and said to the Swampert, stop playing around. Swampert, use Rock Smash to end the battle. No problem. Just watch me send him flying with a single fin, replied Swampert as it charged towards the Rhydon. On the opposite side, Jiro saw Swampert rushing towards his Rhydon and couldn't help but feel delighted, saying, good opportunity. Rhydon, use Takedown. Then, Rhydon used all its strength to charge at Swampert. Bang! Both Pokémon were knocked back a few steps from their respective moves. After retreating a few steps, Swampert stopped, gave Yichin a reassuring look, and then turned to see the Rhydon, which was also pushed back. The Rhydon wobbled and was about to stabilize itself when its legs suddenly gave out, causing it to fall. With Rhydon unable to continue fighting, Swampert emerged victorious, making Yichin the winner of this gym challenge. Rhydon, seeing his ace fall, Jiro couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. He had lost so miserably in his first gym challenge. Yichin then received the Dark Gray badge. I got my third badge. Chapter 25, Gift to Pokémon. Next stop, Golden City. After receiving the Dark Gray badge, Sakura was about to pull Yichin away when he suddenly seemed to recall something and began to remember the storyline in his mind. I remember that later. Brock's mother will come and take over the gym, turning it into a water-type one. As he recalled this, an idea with a mischievous twist popped into Yichin's mind. What if I give Jiro one of my Pokémon? Will the plot change a lot? Without hesitation, Yichin entered the consciousness space of his golden finger and began to browse through the Pokémon in his storage. Which one would be suitable? Something related to rock and ground types. After some consideration, Yichin finally found one. The Lord Scorpion he had caught while completing the Pokédex, which he had stored away. Although its personality wasn't great, it would still be a significant help for Jiro. After making his decision, Yichin exchanged the Scorpion's Pokeball for a modern one and took it out. Just as Jiro, feeling disheartened, was about to take his Pokémon for treatment, Yichin called out to him from behind. Wait a moment, Jiro. Hearing Yichin's call, Jiro stopped his steps and turned to look at him, asking, is there something else, Mr. Yichin? Yichin heard Jilang's address and immediately laughed, saying, actually, I consider your brother Xiao Gang a friend, and to be precise, I'm even younger than your brother, so you could just call me Chingu. Upon hearing Yichin's words, Jilang was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that this trainer he was battling with was a friend of his brother. All right, Chingu, is there something you want to talk to me about? Knowing that the person in front of him was his brother's friend, Jilang's voice couldn't help but become a bit more excited. A trainer is strong, as this was actually a friend of his brother. His brother must be really strong now, too. Yichin looked at Jiro and asked, Jiro, how many Pokémon do you have now? Upon hearing this, Jiro seriously replied, one. Rhyhorn is the first Pokémon I caught, while Geodude and Sandshrew belong to my father. After listening to Jiro's words, Yichin nodded and then changed his posture, tilting his head up at a 45-degree angle with his hands behind his back. So, do you want to be as strong as me? At this moment, Yichin resembled. Jiro, upon hearing Yichin's words, excitedly expressed that he certainly wanted to. Yichin nodded in satisfaction and then handed over the Pokeball in his hand. I'll give you the Scorpion. Due to some special circumstances I'm currently facing, this Scorpion isn't much help to me anymore. Plus, you're Xiao Gang's brother, so it's yours now. Jilang was overjoyed to see the Pokeball being handed over. But then he calmed down and said, no way. Chingu, this is your Pokemon. How can I accept it? Jilang shook his head to refuse. Yichin, seeing this, placed his hand on his forehead, and said, "Ah, the young man is still too inexperienced. This scorpion Pokémon is really of no help to me anymore. You can have it. Strive to beat me in the future, huh?" After saying that, Yi-chun threw the Pokeball in his hand towards Zira. Zira hurriedly caught the Pokeball in a panic. Before Zira could thank Yi-chun, he rushed toward Sakura, released his Gyarados into the sky, and shouted before leaving, "Go for it, Zira. I believe in you." Watching Yi-chun and Sakura leave, Zira, holding the scorpion Pokemon's Pokeball, replied seriously, "I will, Brother Chun." From that day on, the challenge difficulty of the Nibi gym skyrocketed, with later challengers complaining about how difficult it was, with some even saying that its difficulty was comparable to that of the Shurjima gym. Of course, that's a story for another time. After handing over the scorpion Pokemon, Yi-chun rode his Gyarados with Sakura towards the direction of Kingyu City. Sakura, looking at Yi-chun, who was smirking ahead, curiously asked, "Yi-chun, what were you doing just now?" Yi-chun chuckled and said, "I didn't do anything, just dealt with some small matters, he." Sakura frowned slightly, but didn't ask further, as she knew everyone had their own secrets. "So, Yi-chun, why is your Gyarados so big? Can you tell me how you raised it?" "Gyarados? It eats a lot and loves to battle, so over time it just grew bigger and bigger, until now it's finally stopped growing at this size." Yi-chun casually made up a reason to brush it off, but unexpectedly, Sakura kept this matter in mind. Sakura silently thought, "It seems that from now on, the swamp leaf fish and white sea lions will have to be fed more." Just like that, the two chatted aimlessly and soon arrived at the entrance of Golden City. However, it was already evening, and Yi-chun, who had recalled his Gyarados, and Sakura were both feeling hungry. Yi-chun held his stomach and said to Sakura, "Sakura, let's go eat first. I'm almost starving." Sakura nodded and took Yi-chun to the entrance of a restaurant. Yi-chun looked up and saw the three big characters ramen shop at the entrance. Yi-chun said slowly, "Another bowl of ramen? Sakura, why do you drag me to eat ramen every day?" Sakura replied with a hint of excitement, "Come on, let's go. It seems the shop has a limited edition beef and seafood ramen today. Hurry up." After saying that, Sakura hurriedly pushed Yi-chun into the ramen shop. Once inside, Yi-chun had no choice but to eat ramen as well. Meanwhile, in the Golden City gym, Naz was holding some kind of ceremony, muttering, "Oh, why is there suddenly one more fated person? How strange." She then took out a crystal ball and began to calculate. Soon, an image appeared in the crystal ball showing Yi-chun eating ramen. Watching the man indulging in food, Naz couldn't help but doubt her life. What a strange fated person, she said before continuing her calculations, but suddenly, she fainted. The next morning, Yi-chun and Sakura arrived early at the entrance of the Golden Path gym to wait. Sakura complained as she looked at Yi-chun and said, "Yi-chun, what are you doing here so early? The gym isn't even open yet." After hearing Sakura's words, Yi-chun slapped his forehead and said, "Oh no, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Bang! After using the fresh punch on Yi-chun, Sakura was about to argue when the gym door opened, and a man walked out, looking at the two of them, and said, "You must be the gym challengers. Our gym leader invites you both to come in." Yi-chun and Sakura were momentarily stunned, then exchanged a glance and nodded before following the man into the Golden Gym. Inside the Golden Gym, it was extremely dim, with only the battlefield and spectator stands illuminated. Naz appeared on the battlefield, staring at Yi-chun, and quietly said, "Destined One, you have finally arrived." Moreover, when the man mentioned that Naz had invited him in for a battle, Yi-chun felt a bit puzzled, wondering why Naz knew I was coming in advance. With various questions in mind, Yi-chun stepped onto the battlefield and looked at Naz, saying, "Yi-chun from Kingyu City, please give me your guidance." Chapter 26. Overwhelming Battle. Yi-chun, who was seen through. After Yi-chun finished his request for guidance, both sides sent out their starting Pokemon. Yi-chun sent out one of his trump cards, Gung-Gue, while Nazi sent out Hudi, whose attributes just happened to counter Yi-chun's Gung-Gue. Once both Pokemon were in position, the referee waved the flag and announced, "This battle is between Yi-chun from Kai City and Nazi, the gym leader of the Golden Yellow Gym. This match will be a 3v3 battle, and the first side to lose its fighting ability will be considered defeated. Now, I declare the match to begin." After the referee announced the start, Nazi issued the first command. Hudi, use Psychic. Gung-Gue, use Shadow Ball. Both Pokemon charged at each other, and just as Hudi was about to control Gung-Gue with Psychic, Gung-Gue's Shadow Ball had already reached Hudi. With no other choice, Hudi had to use its psychic abilities to forcefully redirect the Shadow Ball in another direction. While the two Pokemon were clashing, Trainer Yi-chun was also busy scanning with his Pokédex. Hudi has a yellow body, and its whiskers are very long. Compared to the male, the female has shorter whiskers. Its ears are sharp and long, with a broad and shiny forehead. The older the Hudi, the larger its head becomes. The chest and shoulders are wrapped in a brown armor-like covering, and there are two brown objects resembling wrist guards around its wrists. Its hands have 3 fingers, each holding a spoon. The legs are thicker, with brown parts resembling knee pads on the knees. The armor of Super Hudi has turned into a purple robe. A red crystal appears in the center of its forehead, and sharp horns grow from the top of its head. The yellow long whiskers turn into huge pale whiskers. Its 2 feet are joined together, and it uses psychic abilities to float in the air. The number of spoons increases to 5. No longer held in its hands, but levitated in the air by its psychic powers. The brain cells of Hudi continuously grow throughout its life, with the infinite increase in brain cells creating a super brain with an IQ of 5,000. Because brain cells continue to divide, and their number increases until death. It can remember anything. As long as it has experienced it, it will never forget. The longer it lives, the heavier and larger its head becomes. As its head keeps growing, it becomes so heavy that its neck cannot support it, so it constantly uses psychic powers to hold up its head. The determined results indicate that the strength of its psychic powers is proportional to the weight of its head. It is very intelligent, calculating everything while pushing the battle toward its advantage, with a brain that calculates faster than a supercomputer. Although it possesses powerful psychic abilities and high intelligence, it has very little physical strength. It does not prefer physical moves and easily manipulates psychic powers to defeat its opponents, using psychic abilities to move its body. When it closes its eyes, its entire sense becomes very sharp, allowing it to unleash its strongest abilities. Its developed brain enables it to freely use various psychic powers, with immense telekinetic energy radiating from it, causing headaches just by being nearby. It is said that the spoons held by Hudi are created by its psychic powers, and each spoon is unique in the world. It will give the spoons to those it trusts, and if someone eats with that spoon, everything they eat seems to taste delicious. After putting away the Pokédex, Yichen looked seriously at Nazi and Hudi on the field. Interesting. Gungue. Follow up with a powerful shadow ball. Nazi, somewhat puzzled, looked at Yichen, wondering what powerful and swift meant. New moves? However, seeing Gungue's terrifyingly large shadow ball, Nazi cautiously shouted, Hudi, use Protect. Boom! As the shadow ball impacted, everything it touched shattered, heading straight for Hudi. Hudi quickly used its Protect move, creating a shield-like energy barrier to protect itself. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, followed by a cloud of smoke. Gungue glanced at the scene and then turned to Yichen, telepathically asking, He's heavily injured. Should I continue attacking? Hearing this, Yichen shook his head and said, If he can't stand, that's fine. This isn't Xuansui. There's no need to fight to the death here. Upon hearing this, Gungue nodded. Nazi looked in shock at what had happened, incredulously asking, How is that possible? How could the shadow ball break through the Protect move? In the game, Protect can block all moves, but in reality, there are limits to Protect. Watching the smoke clear and seeing Hudi barely standing, Nazi frowned and recalled Hudi. Yichen smiled and put away Gungue. Next up is you, Lucario. Naz glanced at Yichen's Lucario, and then released her second Pokémon, Mismagius. Yichen looked at the Lucario warming up on the field and said helplessly, Everyone is so full of personality. I hope it doesn't use Psychic on me after being defeated by Naz. At that moment, Lucario paced back and forth, provocatively eyeing the opposing Mismagius. Naz, seeing Lucario's arrogance, got angry and commanded, Mismagius, use Hypnosis. Upon receiving Naz's order, Mismagius immediately launched an attack, sending a powerful wave of psychic energy toward Lucario. Seeing this, Yichen quickly shouted, Lucario, dodge and use Sonic Punch. Just control the strength and defeat it. Hearing Yichen's command, Lucario exerted force with its right leg, narrowly dodging the Hypnosis attack, and then charged towards Mismagius. With all its strength, Lucario's right hand created a sonic boom as it sprinted at super speed. Just as it was about to make contact with Mismagius, Lucario's right fist stopped 5 meters in front of it and struck the air. Boom! The powerful gust sent Mismagius flying. Seeing her Mismagius defeated so easily, Naz found it hard to believe. It was the first time she had lost so embarrassingly. Naz then floated in front of Yichen, handing him a golden badge, and said, There's no need to continue the battle. I've lost. The Destined One, I need to talk to you alone. Before Yichen could react, Naz grabbed him and flew toward the inside of the dojo. Sakura, seeing Yichen being taken away by Naz, hurried to the referee and asked, What's going on? Didn't Yichen win? Why is the dojo master taking him? While Sakura and the referee were arguing, the scene on Yi-chun and Naz's side was quite different. After bringing Yi-chun into her divination room, Naz spoke before Yi-chun could ask anything. You don't belong here. There is no trace of you in the past or the future, and your companions don't exist in either. I'm very curious about what you really are. Yi-chun saw that there was no way to retreat in this situation, so he could only confess. I come from another dimension, and I can even say that it is a place that created the dimension you are in. After Yi-chun shared his experiences and the purpose of his adventure with Nasi, he took out his Pokédex and activated the Divine Ring mode. Just as Nasi was shocked, suddenly, a divine ring resembling glasses floated out from her chest. Yi-chun was also stunned for a while. Why does the divine ring have the same model? Before he could think too much, the divine ring suddenly rushed into Yi-chun's eyes, and he fainted again. Naz was silently watching Yi-chun lying there, her eyes occasionally flashing with a faint golden light. Chapter 27. The Temple. New partner. Arrived in Rainbow City. In the consciousness space, Yi-chun looked around at the pitch-black surroundings and felt a bit uneasy. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted, and the Pokédex in Yi-chun's hand flickered as if summoned by something. Suddenly, the space spun around, and Yi-chun found himself in a grand hall, where he saw 3 statues. Palkia. Dialga. Palkia is a Pokémon that is entirely light purple, featuring characteristics of a theropod, with purple-black stripes and gray on the inside of its arms. On its shoulders, it has disc-like structures adorned with purple stripes, each embedded with a pearl surrounded by gray rings. Palkia's arms have elongated structures resembling metallic gloves, with a purple band on each wrist. Palkia has a long neck, a pointed crown on its head that connects to its wings, 2 tusk-like horns by its mouth, and a sturdy tail. Yi-chun then looked at the largest statue in the hall, Arceus. To be precise, there were 4 statues in the hall, one of which was the god of the underworld, Giratina. However, at that moment, Giratina's statue was destroyed, while the other 3 bore varying degrees of scars. Giratina is a large, gray, dragon-like Pokémon, with a golden semi-ring encircling its neck from its back. Black and red stripes are horizontally distributed on the front of its neck. It has 2 ghost-like large wings, with red, claw-like structures at the tips. These wings can change shape like liquid or gas. Giratina has 6 sturdy legs, each ending in claws. In its origin form, Giratina resembles a segmented animal with a many-branched appearance. Its wings transform into 6 ghostly, band-like wings that float behind it, with red tips. Its legs retract into golden pointed structures, and 4 additional pointed structures appear near the end of its tail. It is said that Giratina was exiled due to its violent nature and resides in the distortion world, a place without the distinction of heaven and earth, where all norms differ from this world. It has remained in the distortion world, quietly observing the original world, sometimes appearing in ancient graveyards. There is an ancient saying in the Sinnoh region, where there is strong light, shadows are born. The shadows may refer to other forms of Giratina. Just as Yi-chun wanted to observe further, his vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in bed. Yi-chun looked at the arguing Sakura and the silently watching Natsu around him, feeling a bit confused. How long was I unconscious? Seeing Yi-chun wake up, Sakura hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, Are you okay, Yi-chun? What did she do to you that made you suddenly faint? After hearing Sakura's words, Yi-chun glanced at Naji beside him and said, Nothing really happened, it's just. Then Yi-chun and Naji told a lie together and tricked Sakura. By the way, Sakura, can you help me buy some food? I just woke up and I'm a bit hungry, plus I don't have much strength right now. Sakura nodded and then took the referee from the golden gym and left the room. After Sakura left, Yi-chun turned to Naji seriously and said, Naji, the gym leader, I hope no one else will know about what I told you before. Naji, without changing her expression, replied, You can rest assured about that. I won't casually talk about it. By the way, Yi-chun, why do you have the power of creation? Yi-chun shook his head and said, This body of mine originally does not belong to this world. In the world of my body, I was a hero who saved several tribes and defeated multiple kings. However, due to a twist of fate, I ended up here, bringing along the Pokémon Pokédex that Arceus had gifted me at that time. I once saw Arceus in a dream and wanted to ask about this, but I received no answers, only a phrase about meeting Pokémon before it vanished. As for the creation power you mentioned, I also don't know what it is. After listening to Yi-chun, Nazi said, You've already told me about your background. Do you feel that there's something special about your eyes now? Yi-chun blinked and found nothing unusual, saying, No, I'm just a bit tired. Does that count? Naji. Then, just as Yi-chan was getting up to test if he had any new abilities by the window, he suddenly heard a whoosh. Sakura and the referee who had just gone out instantly teleported in, holding a bowl of steaming hot ramen. Yichin, suffer. Sakura, 0, 0? Referee, haha. I forgot to introduce myself. Hello everyone. I am Nazi's father. Yichin hurriedly leaned forward and said, Uncle, do you think I can learn this with my bone structure? Ah, this is not something that can be learned in a day. Bang. Yichin woke up with a punch. Don't be so rude. Just like that, amidst the playful banter between Yi-chun and Sakura, the afternoon quickly arrived. Yi-chun and Sakura had packed their bags and arrived at the entrance of the Golden Path Pavilion, ready to leave. At that moment, Nasi also teleported to Yi-chun and Sakura's side and said, Yi-chun, Sakura, can I travel with you? After hearing Nasi's words, Yi-chun and Inghua were momentarily taken aback. Then Yi-chun asked, why do you want to travel with us? Are you not going to take care of your golden gym? Nasi replied, I've already arranged for my father to manage the gym. Yi-chun was about to refuse Naz. But Sakura spoke up, all right, Naz, welcome to join us. Why was Sakura willing to let Naz join? It turned out that while she was out with her father buying ramen for Yi-chun, she had heard her father tell stories about Naz's childhood. After that, Sakura decided to help Naz change her reclusive personality. Coincidentally, Naz expressed a desire to travel together, so Sakura agreed. What are you doing? Yi-chun quietly asked Sakura. Sakura patted Yi-chun on the shoulder and said, oh, Naz is so amazing. She might even protect us at crucial moments. Come on, go help others with their luggage. Thus, Yi-chun, acting as a laborer, placed Naz's luggage on the back of the Garridos and then went to buy a modified saddle for Naz to sit on. The three of them set off for their next destination, Rainbow City. At this moment, Naz sat behind the Garridos, watching Sakura playfully tussling with Yi-chun, and a smile appeared on her face. If her father were here, he would surely exclaim how long it had been since his daughter had shown such a smile. Hey, Sakura, you can argue, but why are you biting? Sakura was pulling at Yi-chun while saying, if you're not satisfied, bite me back. I'll fight you. The Garridos at that moment was thinking, are these two crazy? And so, amidst their playful banter, they arrived at Rainbow City, the second largest city after Golden City. Chapter 28, Arriving at Rainbow City. Take a 2-day break for ourselves. As evening approached, Yi-chun and the others finally reached Rainbow City. Seeing the bustling streets and the food shops on both sides, Yi-chun couldn't help but feel hungry. I just happen to be hungry. How about we go eat something first? Yi-chun looked at Nazi and Sakura with. Sakura nodded and said, all right, let's go see which ramen shop has the most people and we'll go eat ramen. Yi-chun said with a face full of speechlessness, are you made of ramen? Can we not eat ramen every day? I want to eat hot pot. Seeing that both of them were staring at her, Naz decided to speak up. Naz is fine with anything. Thus, under the pressure of Sakura, Yi-chun had no choice but to buy a portion of teppanyaki from a street vendor and then went to the ramen shop to eat ramen with Sakura. Once inside the shop, Yi-chun noticed a sign on the cashier's counter that read, Big Eater Competition. This ignited Yi-chun's competitive spirit, not to mention the competition. Just considering Yi-chun's current appetite, ever since his body had been strengthened twice, his appetite had increased significantly. In the past, 2 large bowls of noodles would fill him up, but now he didn't even know how much he needed to eat to feel full. He would only stop eating when he was too tired to continue. Yi-chun pulled Nasi and Inghua to the checkout counter and said to the boss, we want to sign up for the eating contest. Inghua, looking confused, asked, when did I say I wanted to participate? After saying that, she looked at Nasi, who shook her head and said, I didn't say I wanted to participate either. Yi-chun chuckled and said, it's all about participation, right? It's all about participation. The boss, seeing that more people were signing up, quickly handed Yi-chun and his group their competition numbers and added, it will start in half an hour. Please come in. Yi-chun, full of excitement, ran towards his seat with his number plate, while also handing out Naji's number plate to the two of them. Sakura shook her head, watching the excited Yi-chun, and said, sometimes Yi-chun really acts like a little kid. After saying that, Sakura also pulled Naji towards Yi-chun's direction. Looking at the surrounding diners and spectators, Yi-chun felt an indescribable sense of nervousness. This was his first time participating in a competition. Passerby, hey, look, 3 little kids are coming up. Are they here to make us laugh with their physique? Passerby B, it's hard to say. What if one of them is a big eater hiding in plain sight? Passerby C, I think this year's big eater is still Mr. Okita. I've heard that he starved himself for 2 days for this competition. Sakura and Naji, listening to the discussions around them, asked Yi-chun, did you hear that? It seems like there's someone who can eat a lot. Yi-chun heard Sakura's reminder and then looked at a man on the other side, his eyes widening in shock. What the heck? Where did this pig spirit come from? Sakura quickly stepped forward and covered Yi-chun's mouth, whispering, What are you doing? You're being so rude, speaking so loudly. What if he hears you? The man whom Yi-Chen referred to as the pig spirit also turned to look in Yi-Chen's direction. It's no wonder Yi-Chen was rude. One could only say that the difference between this man and Zhu Beiji was that he lacked the pig ears and pig nose. At this moment, Okita shot a fierce glance at Yi-Chen before turning away and ignoring the commotion between Yi-Chen and Sakura. Seeing that the man was no longer looking their way, Sakura hurriedly pulled Yi-Chen down to sit, waiting for the competition to begin. Before long, amidst the cheers of the crowd, the host took to the stage, and the waiters began serving bowls of ramen to each contestant's table. Welcome, everyone, to our Rainbow City special delicious ramen restaurant for the 10th Big Eater competition. This event is exclusively sponsored by Mr. Meng Xiao. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as he finished speaking, the men in suits around him began to applaud. Next, contestants. Please listen carefully to the rules. This Big Eater competition is limited to 1 hour. The one who eats the most will be declared the winner. If anyone withdraws or vomits during the competition, they will be eliminated. The host then waved his hand dramatically. Now, I declare the competition to begin. With the host's words, all the contestants moved, with Yi-Chen, Sakura, Okita, and a woman being the most exaggerated in their actions. The four of them seemed to be vacuuming as they continuously slurped the ramen into their mouths. Seeing that someone was matching his pace, Okita also increased his speed, picking up the bowl and started to drink the noodles. The host shouted, "Oh my goodness! Contestant Okita has started using his unique skill, which was also the secret to his victory in the last competition. Drinking ramen. Bystander, hey, look at that speed. It won't be long before Okita pulls ahead of the others. Bystander B, true, but the newcomer over there isn't slow either. Bystander C, but he still can't compare to Okita. Okita is too fast. He has already had 3 bowls while they've only had 2. At this point, Sakura and Nasi had both eaten 2 bowls and were feeling full, so they left to watch the excitement from the audience seats. Oh no, now 2 contestants have been eliminated. It looks like this round of competition will soon determine the winner. Yi-Chen was taken aback as he watched the pig spirit eat noodles without chewing. Is this guy really not chewing? Then Yi-Chen also went all out, holding the bowl in his left hand and the chopsticks in his right, wildly eating the ramen in his bowl at a speed that was not at all slower than Okita's, and he even had a hint of surpassing Okita. The woman behind Okita and Yi-Chen also accelerated her pace, swearing that she had never seen anyone eat like this in her life. Today was truly an eye-opener. The host, seeing everyone speeding up, couldn't help but shout, "My goodness! A dark horse has suddenly emerged in this competition. This young handsome guy has already matched Okita's bowl count." In the audience, Sakura, Nasi, and a crowd of onlookers were all thinking, is this a human? We can understand that Okita, being so fat, can eat a lot, but how can you, who isn't even fat, eat so much? Okita, 5 bowls, 6 bowls, 7 bowls. Yi-Chen here, 6 bowls, 7 bowls, 8 bowls. The more he fought, the braver he became, as if he was about to eat all the bowls if he went any faster. Seeing someone eat faster than him, Nakadu's shock was beyond words. He could only wonder which Pokémon had transformed into a human. How could a normal person be so thin and eat so much? Watching the speed of the two, many who originally aimed to sprint for the top 3 gave up, finishing their remaining ramen and leaving one after another, leaving only Yi-Chen and 2 others competing in the arena. Half an hour later, Yi-Chen claimed the first place with an impressive record of 18 bowls of ramen, while Okita narrowly lost to Yi-Chen with a score of 17 bowls, securing the second place. The third place went to an unnamed woman who finished with 11 bowls. After the host announced the rankings, the prize distribution began. The first place winner, Yi-Chen, received a 3-year free dining voucher for the amazing ramen restaurant. The second place received a cash prize of 20,000. The third place consolation prize was a cash reward of 3,000. Yi-Chen what? I damn you. After saying that, he was about to throw a punch, but was stopped by the security personnel around him. At this moment, Yi-Chen thought, who wants your broken ticket? However, the 2 security guards clearly couldn't hold him back. Yi-Chen shook them off and threw all the security personnel away. Then, Naji controlled Yi-Chen, and just like that, the Big Eater competition ended with Yi-Chen causing a scene at the award ceremony. Chapter 29. Stocking the department store. I'm coming to the amusement park. After spending a night in Rainbow City, Yi-Chen and the others got up early to prepare to visit the department store in Rainbow City. It is said that the department store sells everything. There's nothing you can think of that they don't have. Although this is somewhat exaggerated, it is still evident that the strength of the owner behind the department store is impressive. Yi-Chen took Sakura and Naji to the ramen shop for a revenge meal after last night, and then they arrived at the square of the department store. Looking up, a towering building with dozens of floors stood before them. Having seen exaggerated architecture in his past life, Yichen simply nodded in acknowledgement of the building. However, the two girls had different thoughts as their shopping spirit was ignited. After exchanging a glance and nodding at each other, Sakura and Naji held hands and ran into the department store together. Upon seeing this, Yichen hurriedly said, Hey, wait for me. What's going on with you two? After saying that, Yichen quickly caught up with Sakura and Nashi. The first floor of the department store was completely different from what Yichen had imagined. It was mostly filled with daily necessities and clothing stores. Looking at the sparkling eyes of the two girls, Yichen said, You two go ahead and shop. I'm going to buy some daily necessities for myself. If there's an emergency, just call me. After saying that, without waiting for Yichen to give further instructions, the two girls dashed towards the clothing store. Seeing this, Yichen shook his head and walked toward the store selling men's clothing. After some hesitation, Yichen purchased 2 casual outfits, 2 pairs of flip-flops, and a pair of sports shoes. Yichen looked at the clothes and shoes in his hands and nodded in satisfaction, saying, Casual wear and flip-flops for when nothing major happens, and sports shoes for emergencies. Perfect. After saying this, Yichen called the waiter to prepare for the checkout. It wasn't until he saw the string of numbers displayed on the cash register that he snapped back to reality. These items cost 18,000 Alliance coins? The waiter, with a beaming smile, replied, Yes, sir. The casual outfit and flip-flops you purchased are our latest styles this year, totaling 8,000 Alliance coins. This pair of Windspeed sports shoes is our specially designed running shoes, which are resistant to high temperatures, cold weather, and are not afraid of cuts and scratches. So they cost 10,000 Alliance coins. After hearing the waiter's explanation, Yichen reluctantly accepted the price and took out his Pokémon Pokédex to make the payment. Current balance, 381,000. The registration fee for the Big Eater competition is 1,000. Looking at his balance, Yichen felt a bit surreal. After a few days, including the cost of potions, he realized he was spending money quite quickly. No, he needed to work harder to make money now. The second, third, and fourth floors were filled with Pokémon dolls, surrounding items, furniture, and healing items like Pokeballs. But Yichen didn't even glance at them and headed straight to the 5th floor. Ding! 5th floor has arrived. As the elevator doors opened, rows of skill learning machines came into view, and Yichen immediately began to select. While selecting, Yichen complained, What are these all-weather type skills? I want offensive ones. I want Earthquake, Flamethrower, and Hyper Beam. Only then did Yichen notice a line of text at the bottom of the shelf. Weather-type skill learning machine shelf. Yichen silently turned around and began searching for the skill learning machine he wanted. After looking through several shelves, he finally arrived at the shelf he desired. The offensive skill learning machine shelf. Earthquake 200,000 Alliance coins. Fire Blast 200,000 Alliance coins. Shadow Ball 200,000 Alliance coins. Dark Pulse 200,000 Alliance coins. Solar Flower 200,000 Alliance coins. Seeing these beautiful prices, Yichen withdrew his outstretched hand. The skills were indeed powerful, but the prices were a bit too alluring. After some internal struggle, Yichen decided to purchase a Fire Blast move, thinking to himself, what if he captured a Fire-type Pokémon in the future that didn't have this skill? More skills are never a burden. With that, Yichen took the Fire Blast he had in hand to the front desk to check out. Fire Blast 1,381,000, 200,000, 181,000. Seeing his balance, Yichen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He was such a spendthrift, too much of a spendthrift. In one night, he was almost back to square one. After that, Yichen went to the food and fresh produce area, purchasing 200 pounds of lamb, 200 pounds of pork, 200 pounds of beef, as well as 10 tilapia, 10 silver carp, 10 grass carp, and 10 crucian carp, spending a total of 23,000 Alliance coins. After placing these fresh items into the system warehouse, Yichen said with satisfaction, What a bargain. It's more than half cheaper than the Golden Finger store. Yichen finished speaking when a voice in his mind detected a price change in fresh food, prompting a price update. He then saw in his conscious see that the system displayed prices that were much cheaper than what he was currently buying, and he shouted, System, you're not human. The system replied, I never was. This is too unfair. When Yichen exited his conscious see, he realized he had shouted out loud, and now everyone around thought he had some psychological issues and kept their distance. Seeing this situation, Yichen covered his head and ran out. Just as he was about to take a break, his Pokédex started beeping. Where are you, Yichen? Come help us carry stuff. We can't manage it. Upon hearing this, Yi-chen's face instantly fell, and he reluctantly went to the place where Sakura Naz was waiting for him. When he saw two small carts that were about his height, he could only silently think, this little cart is bearing a weight it shouldn't at this age. After that, with Sakura Naz shopping and Yi-chan carrying things, by the time the three of them finished shopping, Yi-chan was already laden with shopping bags and pushing two carts. Yi-chan frowned and complained, Hey, where are you going to put all these things? You can't expect me to carry them all the way behind, right? Sakura and Nasi exchanged glances and smiled. Haha, of course we won't make you carry them all the time. Nasi, show them. After saying that, Nasi radiated a unique pink light from her spiritual power. And then everything on Yi-chan was stored into Nasi's spiritual space. Seeing that the items had disappeared, Yi-chan was suspicious if Nasi had a system like his, and asked, Nasi, what kind of ability is this? Nasi replied, this is one of the abilities granted to me by the Genesis power. It's all related to the spiritual level. You wouldn't understand. Yi-chan. After putting away the clothes and things, Sakura anxiously pulled Nazi and said to Yi-chan, hurry up. Yi-chan, let's go to the amusement park. I heard there's a fireworks show at the amusement park in Rainbow City tonight. Yi-chan, being dragged by Sakura, said with a sense of grievance, are you a know-it-all? How do you know everything? Slow down, my sister. Chapter 30, Amusement Park, Fireworks Night. As night fell, Yi-chan, Sakura, and Nazi walked on the streets of Rainbow City, where colorful stalls lined a long street. When Sakura passed by a jewelry stall, she saw many small items she was interested in, excitedly pulling Nazi to the stall to start choosing her favorite little accessories. Yi-chan noticed the excited state of the cherry blossoms and intuitively walked towards the food stalls that interested him. It's a bit boring. Why is it all Japanese food? Why are they selling ramen at the stalls too? What's wrong with this boss? Yi-chan was both buying and complaining about the food stalls on the street, as well as the food he was eating, which led most of the vendors on site to glare at him with ill intentions. After trying most of the things he was interested in, Yi-chan grabbed some snacks to pack for Sakura and headed over in her direction. When Sakura saw Yi-chan walking towards her, she quickly pulled him over to the hairpin stall, holding two hairpins in her hand, and asked him, which one do you think looks better? After hearing this, Yi-chan looked seriously at the two hairpins in Sakura's hands. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi-chan asked, so, what's the difference between these two hairpins? Bang. Hey, why are you hitting me for just asking? Sakura replied with a frown. Humph, silly fool. After saying that, she asked the vendor to pack both hairpins, then called Yi-chan to go find Naji, during which she didn't forget to snack on the food Yi-chan bought. When the two found Naji, she was at a fish-catching stall, mingling with a group of children. Occasionally, a child's net would break, causing them to cry loudly. Yi-chan handed the snack in his hand to Inghua, then walked over to Naji and asked, Naji, how many fish have you caught? Naji replied with a serious face. None. Naji can't catch fish. So you've just been sitting here for a long time? Naji nodded in response. After understanding the situation, Yi-chan waved his hand, signaling Naji to step aside and let him take over. Once he sat down at the fish-catching spot, Yi-chan couldn't help but show off to Naji, saying, watch carefully. Naji, I'll only teach you this fish-catching skill once. He then waved a net in his hand and even struck a pose. The stall owner saw this and thought he had encountered an expert, already taking out the money and preparing to refund it at any moment. Naji also nodded seriously and began to watch closely. As Yi-chan moved the net, the little koi fish in the water began to swim. Yi-chan carefully observed the swimming patterns of the koi fish, and at the moment the koi were cornered, he skillfully controlled the force to lift the koi out of the water. Just when everyone thought he was about to catch it, the koi suddenly started to struggle. Koi, what the heck lifted me up? With a twist of its body, the koi broke free, leaving Yi-chan dumbfounded. He thought, is this fishing net made of paper? It looked like the koi didn't even use much strength to escape. Stall owner, Naji, Inghua. Yi-chan casually threw the fishing net in his hand and said, I'm leaving. I'm not playing anymore, crooked businessman. After hearing Yi-chan's words, the vendor's face darkened, while Sakura grabbed one of Yi-chan's arms and laughed at him wildly. Naza also covered her mouth and giggled as she followed Yi-chan. Thus, the trio of Yi-chan made their way to the amusement park while teasing each other. After buying 3 tickets, Yi-chan brought Sakura and Naza to the first ride, the swinging pendulum. Watching the screaming tourists on the pendulum, Sakura shivered and asked Yi-chan, this pendulum seems to be 360. Are you sure you want to play? Yi-chan swallowed and said, since we're here, let's have some fun. Nasi, Yi-chan, why are your legs shaking? Yi-chan, it might be a bit cold at night. After saying that, the 3 of them arrived at the queue for the big swing. Although Yi-chan was very scared, Seeing a family beside him laughing and chatting inevitably brought back memories. Unknowingly, I have been here for quite a while. I wonder how my parents are doing, if they are eating well and dressing warmly. Before Yi-chun could continue his thoughts, a staff member at the entrance shouted, "Please put away your valuables like phones and glasses, and kindly place your pokeballs over here. We will arrange for dedicated staff to take care of them." As everyone put their things away and sat on the big swing, the huge machine began to make noise. Thud! The big swing started to move slowly. Yi-chun, the giant swing is fine. I don't feel anything. Sakura, I hope you can still say that after you go down. Nasi, I feel very bored. Gradually, the amplitude of the giant swing gets bigger, and the tourists in their seats start to scream. Sakura, Yi-chun, Nasi, aren't you scared? Yi-chun. Nazi, I don't feel anything. Finally, the giant swing started to swing at its maximum amplitude, and the huge machine began to spin continuously. The tourists in their seats started to scream at the top of their lungs, along with various cries for help. Inghua, Yi-chun, Nazi, aren't you scared? Yi-chun. Naza looked around at the screaming people with a blank expression. Naza is not afraid, but Yi-chun has fainted. Sakura. A few minutes later, the pendulum ride finally came to a stop, and the staff began to unbuckle the safety harnesses of the crowd one by one. When Sakura and Naza saw that Yi-chun had woken up, they were the first to leave their seats. Yi-chun, however, stared blankly ahead with his eyes wide open. Seeing that Yi-chun had not caught up, Sakura and Naza returned to ask him, "Yi-chun, what's wrong? Hurry up and let's go. Don't delay the staff's work." After saying that, Sakura reached out to pull Yi-chun up. As soon as Yi-chun was pulled up, he suddenly felt his legs go weak and knelt down. Sakura and Naza. Seeing Yi-chun in this state, Naza had no choice but to use telekinesis to lift him up and then took their things to leave the pendulum area. After taking Yi-chun out, the two girls found a long bench to sit down. Sakura looked at Yi-chun, who was leaning back on the chair, and said with some exasperation, "How can a big man like you play a pendulum ride and end up like this?" Yi-chun weakly said, "This was just an accident. Let me catch my breath and we can continue the next one." Before Sakura could continue her complaints in the distance, the sky seemed to fan out like a peacock's tail. Whoosh! Beautiful fireworks burst in the sky, filling every gap and stitching the dark sky with colorful flowers. Sakura and Nasi stared at this scene without blinking. Then, as if remembering something, Sakura pulled the limp Yi-chun up and called Nasi to walk towards a high point in the amusement park. As they ran, Sakura said, "I know a place with a great view." Once they reached the spot, Yi-chun had already recovered, and the three of them stood on the high ground watching the fireworks. At that moment, Yi-chun felt a mix of emotions. Fireworks were usually set off during the new year, and it would be great to have some braised fish and spicy stir-fried meat right now. Yi-chun was momentarily stunned when Sakura suddenly pulled him over. Before he could react, Nasi used her superpower to press the shutter button. A photo was developed showing Sakura pulling the confused Yi-chun, with Nasi standing beside them, smiling. After reading this, Yi-chun shouted in protest, demanding a reshoot. Sakura and Naji each grabbed a photo and a photo guide and ran towards the fireworks festival. Chapter 31. Amusement Park. Fireworks Festival 2. The three of them chased each other to the event location of the fireworks festival. Yi-chun asked Sakura and Naji, "So we're going to have fun now, or are we going to the fireworks festival?" Sakura, hugging Naji, said, "Naji and I are going to change clothes and enjoy the fireworks festival. Here, this is for you." After saying that, Sakura signaled Naji to take out the clothes and throw them to Yi-chun, then ran away without looking back. Looking at the men's kimono in his hand, Yi-chun felt a bit confused. Did they know what size I wear to buy this for me? After saying that, Yi-chun examined the kimono in his hand and then stored it in the system space. "I won't wear this kimono. I'll have the system buy me a flying fish suit. Purchase successful, 20,000 Alliance coins deducted. Do you want to wear it instantly?" "Yes, but why is this thing so expensive?" "One of the Ming Dynasty S ceremonial garments. The flying fish suit features a four-clawed flying fish pattern and a flying fish-like python, with two horns as well. The so-called flying fish pattern is made in the shape of a python, with added fish fins and tails, resembling a flying fish-like python. Not an actual flying fish shape, referencing the clothing of the Imperial Guard. A flash of white light passed, and Yi-chun's clothes, pants, and shoes were replaced with the flying fish suit. Taking out the photo guide to examine his current appearance, Yi-chun was very satisfied. Due to his body being modified, the flying fish suit fit him perfectly and looked very impressive. After adjusting his hairstyle, Yi-chun was ready to captivate countless girls. As he arrived at the entrance of the fireworks festival, Yi-chun noticed the strange looks from the people around him. so he couldn't help but puff out his chest and walk into the fireworks festival with his head held high. Ichin took out the Pokédex and glanced at the location sent by Sakura before following the navigation. At that moment, Sakura and Nasi were at a tavern, sipping sake and complaining, "This guy Ichin is so slow. We've changed clothes a long time ago, and he still hasn't arrived." Nasi thought that Yi-chun probably wouldn't wear a kimono. Just as the two women were chatting, a group of drunken men approached Sakura. The leader of the group grinned and said, "Could the two beautiful ladies spare some time to have a few drinks with us brothers?" Sakura quickly replied, "Sorry. We have someone we're meeting." The drunken brute persisted, "It's fine, beautiful. You can have a few drinks with us first, and then go meet your friend afterward." After saying that, the burly man reached out to grab Sakura and Nasi. Just as Nasi was about to use her superpower in response to the approaching drunken man, there was a loud slap. Yi-chan appeared behind the leading burly man. He pushed the man's hand away and said, "If you're drunk, get lost. Don't cause trouble for others here." Seeing Yi-chan block his way, the burly man said angrily, "Where did this little brat come from? Get out of my way." At that moment, the tavern owner noticed the situation and hurried over to mediate, saying, "Everyone, please calm down. There is no need for violence. We can resolve this peacefully." The burly man shouted, "Get out of here. This is none of your business. Brothers, throw this little brat out." The surrounding burly men moved in closer to Yi-chun after hearing their leader's words. Yi-chun felt a bit anxious as the 8 people surrounded him, and hurriedly asked the system, "Does the system have any martial arts secrets or fighting techniques?" "Yes, there are. Golden Bell Shield, 100,000. Dugan 9 Swords, 1,000,000. Is there anything attack-oriented that costs less than 150,000? Hurry, I need it urgently." "Yes, there are. Xingyi Quan, 150,000. Praying Mantis Fist, 150,000. Tai Chi, 150,000. You Family Free Fighting, 150,000. I'll take Xingyi Quan, quickly." After saying that, Yi-chin's balance was deducted by 150,000. He then felt an indescribable sensation in his muscles, followed by an understanding of Xingyi Quan, from comprehension to application. Natsu saw that Yi-chan was surrounded and was about to rush over to help when she noticed Yi-chin's figure began to move. A big man stepped forward, intending to trap Yi-chan, but was sent flying by a punch, landing about 5 meters away, knocked down and unable to get up. The other 7 people were startled, and one shouted, "Everyone, attack together. He-s alone." After that, they charged towards Yi-chan. Having comprehended Xingyi Quan, Yi-chan felt a sense of clarity. Looking at the group charging towards him, he remained calm, nonchalantly adopting a stance to prepare for battle. Outside the tavern, people saw a big man fly out and immediately surrounded the scene, starting to gossip, while some concerned citizens called the police. At that moment, Yi-chan resembled a student who had just learned a new concept, gradually putting his knowledge into practice. Each person who approached Yi-chan was knocked away one by one. Fortunately, the physical fitness of people in the Pokémon world was good. Otherwise, Yi-chan's 3 punches and 2 kicks would have sent them to meet their maker. Before long, Yi-chan had subdued all the strong men and struck an extremely stylish pose. Sakura and Natsu, seeing that Yi-chan had subdued everyone, were initially in disbelief. "Is it true that trainers are as strong as Pokémon?" Then Sakura spoke up. "Yi-chan, are you okay?" Yi-chan patted the non-existent dust on his body and said, "It's fine. These few people are not enough for me to fight." Just as Yi-chan was about to explain the details to the 2 women, the sound of a siren echoed at the entrance of the tavern. A Miss Junsha got out of the police car and aimed her gun at Yi-chan, saying, "You are under arrest by law. Please come with me." After saying that, as Junsha was about to take out the handcuffs, the shopkeeper rushed out in a panic to explain everything that had just happened. After understanding the whole situation, Junsha apologized to Yi-chan and then called her team members to handcuff the unconscious big man on the ground, preparing to drag him to the police station. After resolving the matter, Yi-chan stretched and said, "It's really troublesome to encounter such things." Sakura also said, "Yeah, but Yi-chan, how come you know martial arts? And why aren't you wearing the clothes I gave you? What are you wearing? It looks so cool." Natsu nodded beside her, staring at Yi-chan. Yi-chan slowly replied to Sakura's question, "This is my ancestral martial arts that I've practiced since I was young, and the clothes you bought for me are too small, so I changed into the ones I designed for myself." Sakura and Natsu nodded in response and said, "All right, today has been quite unlucky. We couldn't enjoy the fireworks show properly and ran into this situation." Sigh. Yi-chan then asked Nas, "That's not right, Nas. Don't you have superpowers? Why were you just standing by and watching?" Nas replied, "I saw you take action, so I didn't intervene." "Yi-chan, In the end, the three of them casually booked a hotel and went out for a barbecue before returning to their rooms to sleep soundly. Chapter 32 Gourmet Kitchen. I'm coming to the Rainbow Dojo. The next morning, unable to withstand Sakura's constant insistence on eating ramen, Yichin took out all his cooking utensils. Under the watchful eyes of Nashi and Sakura, Yichun carried his pots and pans to the hotel's kitchen. Nashi, following behind Yichun, couldn't help but ask, "Yichun, what are you doing in the kitchen? Can you really cook?" Yichun shook his head and said to Nashi, "Hey, you little brat, you don't understand the loneliness of an all-around man." After explaining to the head chef, he began to make breakfast. Today's breakfast: rice noodle rolls. Rice batter, 75 g glutinous rice flour, 75 g cornstarch, 10 g wheat starch, 230 g water, scallion juice. Egg can be replaced with your favorite ingredients: char siu, pork, beef, shrimp. Prepare a square or round plate and a scraper. Sauce: pork, dried shrimp, squid, shiitake mushrooms, sesame oil, light soy sauce, salt, cornstarch, minced garlic, water. After preparing the ingredients needed for the rice noodle rolls, Yichun started the production. He turned on the machine, and a rolling white mist rose. Yichun poured the rice batter into the scraper, then took an egg, skillfully cracked it open, and stirred it into the rice batter. He then added a small handful of minced pork, and a serving of egg and meat rice noodle roll was placed into the machine to steam. Yichun then looked at Inghua and Nashi and asked, "What toppings do you two want?" "This thing is called rice noodle roll, and it's delicious." Inghua, looking at the ingredients in front of her, decisively chose everything, while Nashi chose beef and egg roll. Yichun decisively began to prepare the dishes upon hearing the requests of the two. First was the cherry blossoms dish, where he mixed rice flour with eggs, minced pork, beef slices, oysters, and ribs. A super luxurious rice roll was put into the steamer. Naji's dish was much simpler, consisting only of eggs and beef, sprinkled with a handful of soul green onions, and it also started steaming. After 2 minutes of steaming, Yichun pulled out his rice roll, skillfully using a spatula to lift it. The moment the two women saw Yichun's rice roll being served, their eyes widened. The crystal-clear skin wrapped around the tender red meat, and one could clearly see the steamed egg yolk on top. This rice roll was truly a feast for the eyes, and everyone else in the kitchen, as well as the two women, were left dumbfounded. Cherry Blossom looked at Yichun's rice roll, tears involuntarily streaming from the corners of her mouth, and hurriedly asked, "Yichun, what about mine? Why isn't it ready yet?" Naji was also hungry. Don't worry. Good work takes time, and deliciousness needs to be carefully prepared," Yichun replied. After saying that, he began to scoop out Naji's rice roll as well, then instructed Cherry Blossom and Naji to take their rice rolls outside while he tidied up the kitchen. Cherry Blossom looked at her super luxurious rice roll, her eyes sparkling as if stars were shining in them, and she held the rice roll, taking Naji to find a seat in the hall. After Yichun simply tidied up his area, he was about to leave when the head chef, who was watching from the side, stopped him and asked, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask what dish you just prepared?" Hearing this, Yichun thought to himself, "This old man doesn't want me to teach him how to make rice rolls, does he?" He then replied, "This is a delicacy from my hometown called rice rolls. However, I might not have much time to explain, chef." Upon hearing this, the chef was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and sent Yichun out of the kitchen. After leaving the kitchen, Yichun secretly took out a jar of his special chili sauce. "With the soul chili sauce paired with the rice rolls, I can finally enjoy this today." After saying that, he excitedly went out to look for Sakura and Nasi. After wandering around the hall for a while, Yichun finally found the two girls in a corner. He saw them enjoying the rice rolls, their eyes becoming a bit dreamy. At that moment, Sakura exclaimed, "How can something this delicious exist? How am I ever going to eat ramen after this? Boo-hoo." After hearing this, Yichun smiled and shook his head, then sat down in the seat opposite the two women. After twisting open the chili sauce and unpacking his disposable chopsticks, Yichun looked at the table and then asked in confusion, "Where's my order?" Naji, seeing this, pointed to the cherry blossom next to her, and then continued to indulge in the comfort of the rice rolls. Yichun looked at his half portion of rice roll, feeling despondent as he exclaimed, "Sakura, why did you eat 2 portions? Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Following that, Yichun executed a dragon-catching move, grabbing Sakura by the neck. Sakura, not one to sit idly by, retaliated with a deadly squeeze around Yichun's waist, and in an instant, the two were grappling with each other. "I was just helping you taste how it was made," Yichun protested. "Today, you don't even need to taste it for me. Spit it out." As the two continued to tussle, Nasi, used to their antics, calmly enjoyed her rice roll, completely unconcerned about the gazes from those around them. Eventually, After Yi-chan was defeated by Sakura's waking punch, and after he went to make another portion of finish, the three finally set off towards the Rainbow Dojo. Under the blazing sun, Yi-chan, sporting a big black ice circle, arrived at the entrance of the Rainbow Dojo. Sakura glanced at the dojo and then at Yi-chan, saying, Yi-chan, the master of the Rainbow Dojo, is a trainer skilled in grass-type Pokémon. Are you ready? After hearing this, Yi-chan waved his hand and said, It's all the same, it's all the same. Let's finish the next stop quickly. With that, Yi-chan led Sakura and Nasi into the Rainbow Gym. Once inside, they realized that the interior of the Rainbow Gym was a whole new world. Not only were there fresh flowers around stands, but even the battlefield was filled with many plants, as if this place was not a gym, but a botanical garden. Sakura and Nasi appeared a bit excited as soon as they entered. Girls tend to like flowers and plants. While smelling the fragrance of the flowers, Sakura said, I heard that the master of the Rainbow Gym is a flower arrangement teacher. Looking at this arrangement, the master must be very skilled in planting flowers and plants. Just as Yi-chan was about to respond to Sakura, the referee from the Rainbow Gym approached and asked, Are you three here to challenge the gym? The two girls pointed at Yi-chan and said, He is the challenger. We came with him. After knowing who the challenger was, the referee nodded and said to Yi-chan, Then, sir, please follow me. Yi-chan nodded, took out his Pokeballs, and placed them in his backpack. Then followed the referee to the challenge platform. The two girls, after taking pictures of some flowers they liked with their Pokédex, also went to the nearest stands. Yi-chan arrived at the fighting platform and asked, I'm ready. When can we start? The referee looked at his watch and said, I've already informed the venue owner to come back. It should take a moment. She's probably in class right now. Chapter 33. The Rainbow Badge is in hand. Next stop, Shallow Red City. After about 20 minutes, the owner of the Rainbow Gym finally returned to the gym. Upon seeing Yi-chan, he said, Sorry, I was just teaching a class. Let's get started now. Hearing this, Yi-chan put away his Pokédex, and then Li Jia spoke again. This gym challenge will be a 3v3 format, and the side that loses all battle capabilities first will be considered a failure. After saying that, Li Jia released her first Pokémon, Come Out Tangela. Before her appeared a Pokémon covered in blue vines, with even finer hairs growing on the blue vines. It had a pair of red feet that looked like they were wearing boots, but its arms were not visible. Tangela's entire body was covered with vines resembling seaweed. After Yi-chan curiously observed Li Jia's first Pokémon, Vine Monster, he decided to send out his own Pokémon. It's you, Lucario? The Lucario released by Yi-chan looked excitedly at him, as if saying, Finally, it's my turn to battle. When Li Jia saw Yi-chan's Lucario, she was surprised like most people and said, Your partner looks very strong. Then Li Jia commanded the Vine Monster to attack. Vine Monster, use Sleep Powder. Following the command, the Vine Monster began to shake all over, sending a large amount of powder towards Lucario. Yi-chan said to Lucario, Lucario, finish the battle with Aura Sphere. Lucario clasped its hands together, and an energy ball the size of a watermelon shot towards Victory Bell at high speed. Seeing this, Li Jia hurriedly shouted for Victory Bell to dodge, but it was already too late. Victory Bell had just finished releasing its stun spore, and the Aura Sphere was already in front of it. There was no time to evade. With a loud bang, Lucario's Aura Sphere defeated Li Jia's Victory Bell. The referee raised the flag and pointed it at Li Jia, saying, Victory Bell has lost its ability to battle. Lucario wins. Li Jia recalled her nearly defeated Victory Bell and said, Trainer, your Pokémon is really strong. It looks like I need to take this battle seriously. Come out. Venusaur. A giant toad-like Pokémon appeared on the battlefield, with a huge flower growing on its back. Yi-chan was excited to see the real Venusaur for the first time and quickly took out his Pokédex to start looking at it. Venusaur's body is bluish-green, with a pair of ears on its head, orange-red eyes, and teeth in its mouth. Venusaur's body is larger than its pre-evolved form, and it moves slower outside of battle, although it still walks on 4 legs. The bud on its back has now blossomed into a huge red flower with 6 large petals that have white spots, supported by a brown, trunk-like structure that looks like a palm tree. Instead of the patch-like parts on its skin, Venusaur now has frog-like warts. In fact, the inside of Venusaur's ears is now red. Its claws have 3 toes, and its legs have become thicker. After putting away the Pokédex, Yi-chan began to observe this Venusaur, which looked no different from the one in the Pokédex. He immediately ordered Lucario, Let's get serious, Lucario. Use Bone Rush. Li Jia smiled slightly as she saw Lucario charge forward and said, Venusaur, Solar Beam. In an instant, Venusaur gathered energy in its mouth and shot it towards Lucario. Yi-chan was shocked and said, No, isn't Solar Flare supposed to charge up? Li Jia then smiled and pointed to the top of the dojo. where the sun was shining brightly, just like the clear sunny weather in the game. How could he forget about the weather in this situation? Realizing this, Yi-chan could only watch helplessly as Lucario was hit by solar flare. Boom! After the dust settled, Lucario was seen covered in wounds. But it was not paying attention to the pain. Instead, it was glaring angrily at the opposing Venusaur. Yi-chan saw this and asked, "Lucario, are you okay?" Lucario shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, just some superficial injuries. The opponent's strength is not bad." Yi-chan nodded upon hearing this and immediately commanded, "Lucario, use Quick Attack combined with Sonic Punch. Let's counterattack." Li Jia saw Lucario charging again and ordered, "Venusaur, use Solar Flare to block him." A beam of light shot towards the charging Lucario. Just as Lucario was about to be hit by Solar Flare again, he jumped high onto Venusaur's head to avoid the attack. Then, with a clenched right fist, he struck towards Venusaur. Boom! Lucario's punch sent Venusaur deep into the ground. As Lucario retreated to a safe distance, ready to continue the battle, the referee's voice rang out. Venusaur is unable to battle. Lucario wins. Lucario's dodge and punch not only shocked Li Jia, but also surprised the two girls in the audience. They knew Yi-chan's Pokémon were strong. But this was a bit too much. Lucario's Sonic Punch was even on fire. After recalling Venusaur, Li Jia sent out her last Pokémon. "Come on, Exeggutor." A Pokémon resembling a coconut tree with legs appeared in front of Li Jia, prompting Yi-chan's trio to pull out their Pokédex to record it. "Exeggutor, use Seed Bomb." Hearing this, Yi-chan said to Lucario, "Lucario, let's end the battle with Aura Sphere." Lucario nodded in response, gathering all its energy to launch a massive Aura Sphere towards the coconut's tree. Meanwhile, the coconut's tree shot out many seeds at Lucario in a chaotic manner. Boom! The seeds were instantly melted upon contact with the Aura Sphere, and the massive Aura Sphere exploded in front of the coconut's tree, sending it flying away and breaking one of its branches. Li Jia stared in disbelief at the coconut's tree that was knocked back. Was her coconut's tree defeated just like that? The referee immediately declared, "The coconut's tree has lost its combat ability, and trainer Yi-chan wins this match." After hearing the referee's words, Li Jia recalled her coconut's tree, then took out the Jade Rainbow badge and handed it to Yi-chan, saying, "Trainer, you are very strong. I hope to see you in this year's Pokémon League." After a round of mutual compliments, Yi-chan successfully obtained the Jade Rainbow badge. He raised the badge high and shouted, "I've got the Jade Rainbow badge." After putting away the badge, Yi-chan, along with Inghua and Naz, bid farewell to Li Jia and set off on the road to Qianhong City. Outside the Rainbow Gym, Inghua looked at Yi-chan walking ahead and asked, "Yi-chan, why don't you let Gyarados out to speed up our journey? It will take us 2 or 3 days to walk there." Yi-chan scratched his head and said, "The Gyarados says it's too sunny and doesn't want to come out to fly." Sakura nods. Chapter 34. Heading to Shallow Red City. The little bag, beast captured by food. After Yi-chan obtained the Jade Rainbow badge, he took the two girls to the supermarket to buy many travel essentials, daily necessities, and food. After a round of shopping, Yi-chan looked at his soon-to-be zero balance and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. 500,000. How could it be gone in just a few days? After complaining, Yi-chan and the two girls set off on their way to Shallow Red City. At this time, Ash and his companions had arrived at Evergreen City, obtained the Evergreen badge, and were preparing to head to the court's conference. While at the Pokémon Center, Ash shared his experience of meeting Yi-chan and Yi-chan's Pokémon with Professor Oak, which piqued Professor Oak's great interest. Professor Oak repeatedly instructed Ash that if there was a chance, he must bring Yi-chan to Pallet Town to let him see Yi-chan's Pokémon. After finishing their shopping, Yi-chan and the others found a spacious area to set up camp as it was already night. Sakura and Naji quickly set up a simple tent and released the white sea lion, while also summoning the swamp leap fish, one to dig a hole and the other to fill it with hot water. With this, a makeshift hot spring appeared, and Sakura pulled Naji to wash up in the spring. On the other hand, Yi-chan, seeing that the two girls were already bathing, shook his head and said, "Camping is so elaborate, I don't understand." After that, Yi-chan began to think about what food to prepare for the night. While pondering, he took out all the pots and pans and called out Lucario to help set up the boiler. Just as Yi-chan was busy, a pair of eyes in the dark grass was intently watching the campsite of the three. At that moment, Lucario seemed to sense something and suddenly looked toward the grass, but found nothing. Scratching his head, he continued to build the stove. Once Yi-chan finished setting up the stove, Sakura and Naji, having completed their wash, walked over in their pajamas and said, "Yi-chan, the food isn't ready yet. Naji and I are hungry." Hearing this, Yi-chan was first taken aback. then looked at the girl's attire and said, "Haven't thought about what to make yet. You two are out camping, and in such a dangerous place, you're wearing pajamas?" Sakura replied, "Why don't you just release Gyarados and the others? I would feel safe with them keeping watch here." Ichin nodded in agreement, and then released his Pokémon, including Gyarados, Jengar, and others. Next came Master Yi's dinner cooking time. After a busy night, Master Yi took out his kitchen set and the ingredients for tonight's meal and began cooking. Tonight's dishes: spicy steamed fish head, mapo tofu, and spicy eggplant. He prepared a big head carp, positioned the fish head upright on the cutting board, and cut it open from the middle of the back. The bones in the center of the big head carp's back are the most tender. He pried open the fish head and placed it on the cutting board, removing the gills and the black membrane. The gills can be fishy and the black membrane can be bitter. Then wash the big head carp clean. He made shallow cuts in the fish meat, not too deep, just touching the bones. Then placed the big head carp in a mixture of scallion and ginger juice, evenly applying the juice inside and out, and marinated it for 15 minutes to remove the fishy and muddy taste. After heating a pan with an appropriate amount of oil, he added some fatty meat and stir-fried it evenly until the fat was rendered. Pork fat enhances the fish head's aroma. After removing the fried fat, he added minced ginger and garlic, stir-frying evenly, then added the drained chopped chili and stirred constantly to avoid sticking to the pan, cooking until the aroma of the chili was released and the moisture evaporated. When the moisture from the chopped chili was almost gone, he added the diced red bell pepper and stir-fried evenly to bring out its sweetness, to add back some sweetness. He added an appropriate amount of chicken essence, sugar, and fermented black beans, mixing well. Once the moisture evaporated, he transferred the mixture to a stainless steel bowl for later use. After completing this step, Yi-chan reminded Sakura, "Sakura, remember to prepare some energy cubes for them." Turning around, he saw Gyarados staring intently at the fish head, thinking you, a shark, are eyeing the spicy fish head. Then Yi-chan began the final step, placing chopsticks crossed in a plate to ensure the fish head is heated evenly, shaking off the scallion and ginger juice from the marinated fish head and placing it on the plate. He poured an appropriate amount of beer to remove the fishy taste, tenderize, and enhance freshness, added some steaming soy sauce, an appropriate amount of chicken essence, and a drizzle of salad oil, then evenly spread the stir-fried chopped chili over the fish head, finishing with some ginger slices and scallions. He boiled water in the steamer, and once it was steaming, he placed the fish head inside and steamed it on high heat for 10 minutes. Specific time depends on the size of the fish head. He tested the fish head with chopsticks. If they could easily pierce through to the bottom of the plate, it was done. After finishing these tasks and quickly preparing the mapo tofu and spicy eggplant, Yi-chan served the dishes on a temporary dining table while also bringing out the rice. Ready to eat, Yi-chan took out the system's exclusive Tion D number 8 from the system space. After distributing the utensils, Yi-chan called out, "Sakura, Naji, it's time to eat." The moment Yi-chan finished speaking, Nashi instantly teleported to the dining table, followed closely by Inghua, who ran over while staring intently at the fish head on the table. Under Yi-chan's stern request, after washing their hands, Inghua and Nashi began to enjoy their dinner. The tender fish meat, with a hint of spiciness from the chopped chili, was not only appetizing but also very good with rice. While the three were eating quietly, a purple Pokémon quietly approached Yi-chan and started staring at his dining table. Yi-chan, focused on his meal, was oblivious to the Pokémon, devouring rice like a vacuum cleaner and sipping on tea on D number 8. Only Nashi sensed the presence of the Pokémon. Seeing this, she tapped Yi-chan and said, "Yi-chan, how is there a small bag beast here?" Yi-chan, with his mouth still full of food, looked at Naz with confusion and said, "Little pouch beast? Where is it?" After saying that, Yi-chan began to look around. When he saw the little pouch beast beside him, he shook his body and said, "How could there be a little pouch beast here? This little thing looks quite scary." After that, Yi-chan picked up some fish head meat and tossed it to the little pouch beast. Just as Yi-chan was teasing the little pouch beast, Sakura spoke up. "Yi-chan, I remember that little pouch beasts don't appear alone if they are under 3 years old. Could this little pouch beast be lost?" Yi-chan complained. "Can you swallow your food before talking? If it's lost, we can just take it with us. By the way, I remember that the pouch beast population is only in the hunting area, right? How could a little pouch beast appear here?" According to the map, we're about to reach the hunting area of Qianhong City, where there are many Pokémon protected and governed by the Alliance. This little pouch beast can't be lost from the hunting area, can it? Just as Yi-chan and Sakura were discussing, the baby pouch beast had already arrived in front of the mapo tofu and started eating. Just as Yi-chan was about to scoop a spoonful of mapo tofu to eat with his rice, he found that the spoon didn't pick up anything, only the sound of metal clashing against the table. It was Naz who reminded him. The little bag beast is eating the mapo tofu. Yichen was taken aback and turned to look at the little bag beast beside him. After glancing at the little bag beast's puzzled expression, he asked little guy, "Don't you find it spicy?" This time, Yichen had added extra spiciness to the mapo tofu. The little bag beast blinked its big eyes and said, "Delicious." In the end, after Yichen and the others had eaten their fill, Sakura began to make energy cubes for the little bag beast, while Nashi watched from the side. And Yichen was responsible for washing the dishes. Yichen complained while washing the dishes, "I cook, and I wash the dishes too. How inhumane." The little bag beast noticed that Yichen didn't seem very happy, so it cautiously approached him and patted his back. "Abba, Abba." Yichen looked at the small bag beast behind him and then shouted at the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. "Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. The safety of the small bag beast is in your hands tonight." "Huh? What is that?" the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus asked while scratching its backside. At this moment, Sakura brought over the energy cube she had prepared and said to Yichen, "The small bag beast will sleep with me and Nasi tonight." Meanwhile, in the hunting area, in a valley, an adult bag beast was howling wildly, and the surrounding bag beasts began to go into a frenzy, indiscriminately attacking and destroying the nearby trees. On a distant peak, 3 people dressed in Team Rocket uniforms spoke into a walkie-talkie. "Doctor, the rage potion has been successfully deployed, and we also threw in a baby bag beast. Good job. Come back and let me see the power of the new potion," the voice from the walkie-talkie replied. Upon hearing this, the 3 Team Rocket members responded, "Yes, Doctor," and then disappeared into the night. Chapter 35, Hunting Area, Intercepting the Bag Beast Herd. In the morning, the whole world was bright and clear, with sunlight gently pouring through the light mist, creating a uniquely pleasing atmosphere. Yichen got up early to prepare breakfast. Since his body had been enhanced twice, he was now able to wake up on time every morning. It really felt like a life of slave. Although he went to bed early, why was he waking up so early now? After saying that, he didn't forget to call Na and Sakura to get up and wash up. He heated the oil in the pan, and the 5 servings of scallion oil noodles were prepared by the early rising Master Yi. The 2 girls, still a bit groggy, started setting up a simple dining table once they caught a whiff of the fragrant noodles. The little bag beast, still dazed, ran over to Yichen's side and said, "Eat, eat." Seeing this, Yichen said, "You little brat really know how to eat, huh? Instead of energy cubes, you're having scallion oil noodles." After saying that, Yichen picked up a serving of noodles from his bowl and gave it to the little bag beast. Then he brought the noodles to the dining table and started eating with the 2 girls, Sakura and Cherry Blossom. Yichen looked at the weather today and said, "The weather is nice today. After we finish eating, let's take the Garridos and return the small pouch beasts first, and then we can check out the hunting area." The 2 girls, Sakura and another, nodded but did not respond to Yichen, instead digging into their scallion oil noodles. Apart from the rustling sound of the trees, the only noise left was the sound of the 3 of them slurping noodles. After finishing breakfast and packing their bags, the 3 put the Lycanroc and other Pokémon back into their Pokeballs, leaving only the Garridos to take them to the hunting area. Meanwhile, in the Pouch Beast group area of the hunting zone, the rampaging Pouch Beast had caused destruction overnight, leaving deep pits and broken trees and plants everywhere. Having wreaked havoc all night, the Pouch Beast began to head towards the guest area of the hunting zone. The security personnel stationed at the perimeter quickly sounded the alarm. The Pouch Beast group is moving towards the entrance. Soon, the security forces of the hunting zone began to gather at the entrance to intercept the Pouch Beasts. If they endangered the citizens of Qianhong City and the trainers who came to catch Pokémon, it would be disastrous. Seeing this, the leader of the Pouch Beasts directly charged at the security personnel. The Pouch Beasts had lost their ability to think and were driven only by their instinct to destroy. At that moment, one of the security personnel shouted, "Quick, notify Mr. Aju." Another person quickly stepped aside and began to call the Qianhong City gym leader, Aju, using the Pokédex. On the other end, Yichen was still humming a tune as he flew towards the hunting area. The sky is blue and the rain is coming, and I am. Sakura glanced at the map on the Pokédex and said to Yichen, "Stop singing. Yichen, we're almost at the entrance. Tell Garridos to fly a bit lower." "All right." After notifying Aju, the security personnel shouted to their partner, "Boss," Mr. Aju said, "he's on his way over, so hold on." The person referred to as Boss nodded and turned to direct, "Everyone, hold on. Mr. Aju will be here soon." Just as everyone was fighting against the Pouch Beast group, the Pouch Beast King began to gather power for a destructive beam. The boss quickly shouted to the partner who had just made the call, "You guys, get back." Before the few could react, the destructive beam was already fired. Yi-chun, who was in the air, saw the situation below and hurriedly said to Gyarados, Hydro Pump, "Stop that pouch beast." Before the destructive beam could reach the group, Gyarados' Hydro Pump struck the Pouch Beast King first. Boom! This hit was like a cannon, sending the Pouch Beast King and the nearby Pouch Beast flying. Even the security boss watching from the side was shaken back a few steps by the strong shockwave. At this moment, Yi-chun jumped off Gyarados and walked up to the security boss, asking, "Are you the security personnel here? Why are you fighting with the Pouch Beasts?" Before the security boss could explain, the remaining Pouch Beasts surrounded them and charged towards Yi-chun. Seeing this, Yi-chun hurriedly commanded his Gyarados to attack the group of Bagons, while Naza also released her Pokémon to join the fight against the Bagons. At that moment, the little Bagon in Sakura's arms opened its eyes drowsily and looked at the group of Bagons in front of it, then began to call out. One of the Bagons in the group seemed to hear the little Bagon's cries and turned to look, but it didn't stay awake for long before it started to attack in Sakura's direction. Yi-chun saw that all the bag beasts were going crazy, so he could only release his Pokémon. Sharpedo and Tyranitar, you go stop the bag beasts on the left. Lucario and Jengar, you go stop the bag beasts near the cherry blossoms. Litten and Gyarados, you block the bag beasts directly in front and their leader. After hearing Yi-chun's commands, the 6 Pokémon moved and charged towards the bag beast swarm. The security personnel behind them were stunned and thought to themselves, "Such strong Pokémon." Yi-chun approached the head of security and asked, "Can you tell me what happened here?" The head cleared his throat and began to explain the situation regarding the bag beast's unusual behavior. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Yi-chun found himself puzzled and thought, "I don't remember anything like this happening in Kanto. What is going on?" Before Yi-chun could sort out his thoughts, a Pokémon flew in from the sky, and beneath it was a man dressed as a ninja. The Poison-type Elite 4-member and gym leader of the Cherry Blossom Gym, Aju. Chapter 36, Quelling the Bag Beast Riot. Challenging Aju. Seeing that the bag beasts had been restrained, Aju hurriedly approached and asked, "What's the situation here?" After saying that, he glanced in Yi-chun's direction. Mistakenly assuming that Yi-chun was a security personnel, Yi-chun pointed at himself in confusion and said, "Me? Are you asking me?" Aju nodded, and the head of security nearby quickly stepped forward to explain the situation to Aju. After hearing this, Aju said, "The urgent matter is to calm the bag beast down first. Otherwise, it will be a big problem if they rush out." After saying that, Aju took the lead and released his Pokémon. "Come out, more Pico." Seeing Aju's Pokémon being released, Yi-chun curiously said, "I wonder how strong the Pokémon of the Elite Four are." At this moment, a voice echoed in Yi-chun's mind. "Host, you can use the True Eye to scan." Yi-chun asked in confusion, "Huh? When did I have this ability?" "The system's built-in function. You forgot it yourself." After saying that, Yi-chun activated the True Eye function on Aju's Morlamoth. Pokémon, Morlamoth type, bug. Poison level, 63 held item. Colored glasses skills, Baton Pass, Double Team, Silver Wind, Psychic, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, etc. After reading the introduction, Yi-chun compared his Pokémon and found that, in fact, his Pokémon seemed to be stronger than Aju's. Pokémon, Biteland Shark type, Ground, Dragon level, 85 held item, Leftover skills, Outrage, Dragon Dive, Dragon Dance, Earthquake. The gap is not small at all. With Aju's addition, the situation on the battlefield quickly tilted as Morlamoth continuously released sleep powder into the enraged bad beasts, causing most of them to quickly fall into a sleeping state. Seeing this, Yi-chun immediately shouted at Gung-gue, "Gung-gue, use wide area hypnosis." As soon as he finished speaking, Gung-gue flashed into the air, and with a glare, all the bag beasts in front of Gung-gue fell into a deep sleep. Aju, who was directing from the side, couldn't he help but praise Yi-chun. "Your Gung-gue is even stronger than Granny Josie's. Her Gung-gue can achieve such a wide range of hypnosis." Under the command of Aju and Yi-chun, soon the frenzied bag beasts all collapsed to the ground. And then Aju began instructing the security personnel on how to handle the aftermath with the bag beasts. Sakura saw that the battle had stopped and brought the little bag beast to Aju, saying, "Mr. Aju, this little bag beast should be one of the lost bag beast babies from this group. We found it on the way here." After saying that, she handed over the little bag beast. Aju nodded in response. "Okay, then you can hand it over to the staff over there. They will take care of it once this group of bag beasts wakes up." While Aju was busy on the other side, 3 members of Team Rocket were observing the situation with binoculars from the hilltop. After seeing that the bag beast had been controlled, the leading man said, Report to the boss. The experiment with the Berserk potion has failed, stopped by the 4 heavenly kings, Eiju, and that kid named Yichun. Yes. The 3 then gathered up their equipment and ran down the mountain. After resolving the situation in the hunting area, Eiju was about to leave, but was stopped by Yichun. Yichun stood in front of Eiju and said, "Mr. Eiju, do you have time to have a Pokémon gym battle with me now?" Eiju was taken aback for a moment and then laughed. I'm currently dealing with matters related to the league, and the gym is being handled by a Xing." Hearing Eiju's words, Yichun couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. This was a chance to challenge the Elite Four and test his strength. Eiju continued, "However, I'm back on vacation today, so I can battle you in the gym challenge later." Just as Yichun was about to turn away, he hurriedly said, "All right, I hope Mr. Eiju will give it your all in our battle." Eiju nodded and smiled. "I will give it my all." After saying that, Eiju released a shell ninja and flew towards the light red gym. Yichun saw that Eiju had already left and didn't want to waste more time. He ran over to Sakura and Az and called for the 2 girls, preparing to head towards the shallow red dojo. Just as Yichun and the 2 were about to leave, a staff member approached and said, "Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment. This is a pass that our boss instructed me to give you." With that, he handed over the pass. Yichun took the postcard and looked at the staff member with confusion. Before Yichun could speak, the staff member continued, "Our boss specifically asked me to give this to you to thank you for helping us stop those bad beasts. With this card, you can come to the hunting area for free to catch Pokémon. Since our boss is not in Qianhong City, he couldn't give it to you personally, so he asked me to do it." After understanding, Yichun exchanged contact information with the staff member and then released his Gyarados, taking the 2 girls to rush to the Qianhong gym. At this moment, Sakura, who was on Gyarados, asked, "Yichun, aren't you going to check out the hunting area? Why are you in such a hurry to go to the Qianhong gym?" "I'm not going to look anymore. I just made an appointment with Mr. Eiju for a gym challenge match." Hearing Yichun's words, Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. "What? You're going to battle Mr. Eiju, one of the Elite Four? Are you confident?" "Yichun?" In response to Sakura's question, Yichun replied, "It shouldn't be a problem." Sakura rolled her eyes and said, "You're just boasting." At this moment, the usually silent Nashi spoke up. "I think Yichun's Pokémon can really give that man in the ninja outfit a try." At this moment, Yichun didn't know how to respond. Facing the 4 heavenly kings, although his Pokémon levels were overwhelmingly high, he was still not very familiar with many battle techniques. This could lead to his level advantage being neutralized by the opponent's combat skills, so Yichun felt a bit anxious. Sakura and Nasi also noticed Yichun's nervous expression and wisely chose not to disturb him. Thus, they arrived at the entrance of the light red gym in silence. Yichun looked at the Japanese-style dojo in front of him. After calming his nervousness, he walked into the dojo. At this moment, Sakura and Nasi were walking behind Yichun. Sakura said, "It's the second time I've seen Yichun so nervous. It seems like he doesn't have much confidence himself." Nasi nodded upon hearing this, and then walked towards the audience seats with Sakura. When Yichun arrived at the dojo, he had already chosen the Pokémon for this challenge and put back the Gyarados into the system storage. First, Ninetales; second, Lucario; third, Gengar; fourth, Tyranitar; fifth, Garchomp; sixth, Litten. After a brief warm-up, Yichun walked towards the dojo. Chapter 37. Special Dojo Challenge. Give it your all. Yichun. Ayu. At this moment, in the battle arena made up of lake water, woods, and mountains, Eiju, dressed in a ninja outfit, looked at Yichun as he entered and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, young man." Yichun had also arrived at his battlefield and said, "Come on, Mr. Eiju, I am ready." At the judge's seat, the current gym leader, a Xing, spoke up, "I don't understand why my brother wants to battle someone who looks even younger than me. It's really infuriating." Eiju then continued to address Yichun. "All right, let me see just how strong you are, being able to single-handedly resolve the crisis in Quine City. Come out, Zubat." The ability True Sight activated. Pokémon, Zubat type, Poison, Flying level, 67. Come out, Ninetales. Pokémon, Ninetales type, Fire level, 73. Yichun looked at both sides' attribute panels and thought to himself, "The gap isn't too big, and my attributes have the advantage." Both sides sent out their starting Pokémon, and a Xing quickly shouted, "This gym challenge is a 6v6 battle, and the side that loses all combat capability first will be considered the loser." The moment a Xing finished speaking, a Jew on this side quickly commanded, "Zubat, use Confuse Ray." Skill, Confuse Ray greatly increases special attack after use. Upon hearing this, Yichun quickly commanded Jiwei, "Use the big character Explosive Flame to stop the crossbat." After saying that, Jiwei spat out a ball of flames that flew toward the crossbat, slowly transforming into a large character in midair. Just as the big character Explosive Flame was about to collide with the Crossbat, the scheme had already been executed. Aju immediately ordered, Crossbat, dodge and use Mud Bomb. The Crossbat lightly flicked its 4 wings to evade the big character Explosive Flame, then gathered a ball of toxic energy in its mouth and shot it toward Jiawei. Bam! Before Yi Chun could even give the order to evade, the attack had already hit Jiawei, causing it to stagger backward, with a dark wound appearing on its body. Seeing this, Aju continued to command, pursue the attack, Crossbat. Airblade. The Crossbat's wings flapped wildly, unleashing sword-like air blades toward Jiawei. Seeing this, Yi Chun hurriedly ordered, QB, dodge its airblade and use Overheat. While the two were fighting fiercely, Sakura in the audience spoke up, both sides' Pokémon are strong, but why does it seem like Yi Chun's side is being pushed back? At this moment, after dodging the air blade from the Zubat, QB immediately used Overheat on it. Due to just having used a move, Zubat was unable to dodge in time and was hit, resulting in a perfect attack that knocked Zubat back in front of Aju. However, Yi Chun was also in a tough spot because QB was poisoned, and Aju noticed QB's condition and ordered Zubat, use Poison Fong. The move, Poison Fong, deals double damage when attacking a poison target. Zubat shook its head and then took to the air, gathering toxic energy to prepare to finish off QB. Yi Chun, seeing the situation, could only give the order to the Ninetales. Let's go all out, Ninetales. Fierce Flame burst. After receiving the command, the Ninetales took its stance and gathered violent flames in its mouth, charging towards the Crossbat. Boom! The overwhelming flames engulfed the Crossbat, and when the flames subsided, only the barely breathing Crossbat was left lying on the ground. Aju, seeing this, immediately recalled the Crossbat and quietly said, "You've worked hard, Crossbat." Just as Yi Chun was about to praise Jiawei for doing a great job, Jiawei also fell down due to poisoning. Yi Chun could only return the nine-tailed fox to its Pokeball. Then, Aju released his second Pokemon and said, "I'm counting on you, Tank Skunk." The Tank Skunk is entirely purple, with creamy white patterns mixed in. Its fangs slightly protrude from the sides of its mouth, and it has a tuft of creamy white fur on its head. Its massive body makes it look like a tank. The lower part of the Tank Skunk and its paws are cream-colored, and its tail is arched over its back. Yi Chun thought for a while after seeing that the one who came out was the Tank Skunk, and he sent out his second Pokemon. "I'm sending out my Tyranitar." Roar! Tyranitar took a rare serious stance upon seeing the Tank Skunk in front of it. Yi Chun activated the True Eye to check the opponent's attributes. Pokémon, Tank Skunk. Type, Poison, Dark. Ability, Detonate, Ability Effect. In battle, when a Pokémon with this ability is knocked out by a contact move, the attacking Pokémon will lose 1/4 of its maximum HP. If there is a Pokémon with the Damp ability on the field, the Detonate ability does not activate. Level 69. Pokémon, Steel Armored Tyrannosaurus. Type, Ground, Rock. Ability, Sacrifice, when using a move with recoil damage. The move's power is increased by 20. The scope includes Flying Kick, Flying Knee Kick, and Low Kick, but does not include Struggle, Explosion, Steel Hoof Ray, and Leaf Green Shockwave. Level 80. After seeing the opponent's information, Yi Chun couldn't help but say, "This is a bit tricky, but fortunately my Steel Armored Tyrannosaurus has high resistance." At this moment, Yi Chun was the first to speak. Steel Armored Tyrannosaurus, Rock Cannon. After receiving Yi Chun's command, the Steel Armored Tyrannosaurus immediately gathered the Rock Cannon and shot it towards the Tank Skunk. Seeing the Rock Cannon coming at high speed, Aju didn't dare to delay and quickly ordered, "Tank Skunk, ambush." Boom! This hit raised a thick cloud of smoke where the Tank Skunk was located. When the smoke cleared, the Tank Skunk was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the Tank Skunk appeared behind the Steel Armored Tyrannosaurus and struck fiercely at its back. However, the Steel Armored Tyrannosaurus was not hurt by this blow, with its double resistance at max. It simply glanced at the Tank Skunk behind it and swung its tail to knock the Tank Skunk back. Yi Chun saw that the Tank Skunk was unable to inflict substantial damage on the Armored Tyrannosaurus, so he quickly commanded, "Armored Tyrannosaurus, charge with your body." Upon realizing that the attacks from his Tank Skunk were ineffective against Yi Chun's Armored Tyrannosaurus, Aju decisively ordered, "Now, Tank Skunk." Big explosion. Instantly, a dazzling light illuminated the entire arena, followed by a violent explosion. Boom! After taking the full force of the big explosion, the Armored Tyrannosaurus was blasted against the rock wall, while the Tank Skunk collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, a Shing announced, "Tank Skunk has lost its ability to battle. Armored Tyrannosaurus wins." At this moment, the audience, including Sakura, looked on in disbelief at the situation in the arena. After taking a big explosion, the armored Tyrannosaurus surprisingly had not lost its ability to battle. Yi Chen's armored Tyrannosaurus was incredibly strong. Aju was also stunned as he watched the armored Tyrannosaurus crawl out from the rock wall. It shouldn't be possible at such a close distance. Even a boss god aura would be knocked out. Why is your armored Tyrannosaurus? A Xing replied, no wonder my brother wanted to battle this person. It turns out his Pokémon is so powerful. Nazi commented, that's exaggerated. Chapter 38. Special Gym Challenge. Give it your all. Yi Chen. Ayu. 2. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Aju recalled his tank skunk and said to Yi Chen, no wonder Grandma Kiku has such a high opinion of you. Young man, your strength is truly impressive. Then, Aju sent out his third Pokémon. It's up to you, Poison Skull Frog. Yi Chen quickly activated the True Eye to check the attributes of the Toxic Skull Frog. Spirit. Toxic Skull Frog attributes. Poison. Fighting ability. Dry Skin. Pokémon with this ability are not affected by Water-type moves. When hit by a Water-type move, they recover 1/4 of their maximum HP. In rainy or heavy rain weather, Pokémon with this ability recover 1/8 of their maximum HP each turn. If a Pokémon with this ability is hit by a Fire-type move, it takes 1/25 times the damage. In sunny or very sunny weather, Pokémon with this ability lose 1/8 of their maximum HP each turn. Level 69. After seeing the Toxic Skull Frog's panel, Yi Chen decisively recalled the heavily injured Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. It's your turn, Runcat. Spirit. Runcat attributes. Electric ability. Guts. Pokémon with this ability have their attack increased by 50 when they are in any non-feigning status condition, and they ignore the burn effect, attacking with their original power of 50. If a Pokémon with this ability is frozen, using a move to thaw will not increase their attack. Level 82. Upon seeing Yi Chen's Runcat, Aju couldn't help but exclaim, just as rumored, your Pokémon are all very large. Let's go. Toxic Skull Frog, use Mud Bomb. Seeing the Toxic Skull Frog launch an attack, Yi Chen didn't dare to delay and quickly commanded, Runcat, use Quick Attack to dodge and then use Thunderbolt. With a whoosh, Runcat shot out like an arrow, avoiding the landing point of the Mud Bomb and charging toward the Toxic Skull Frog. Aju, seeing the attack miss, remained calm and shouted to the Toxic Skull Frog, Toxic Skull Frog, use Earthquake. As Runcat's Thunderbolt had not yet been unleashed, Runcat stood still like a target. The Toxic Skull Frog pressed its hands to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A massive tremor shook Runcat into the ground, rendering it immobile. Seeing this, Aju continued to shout, Toxic Skull Frog, pursue the victory and use Mud Bomb again. Yi Chen saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly shouted, our Incan Cat, break free. The Incan Cat was stuck with its 2 hind legs trapped by the collapsed ground and couldn't escape. At this moment, the Toxic Skeleton Frog's Mud Bomb had already reached the Incan Cat. Boom! After taking a hit from the Earthquake combined with the Mud Bomb, the Incan Cat fell into a near-death state. Yi Chen looked incredulous and said, an earthquake? Can it be used like this? As he spoke, he retrieved the dying Incan Cat. Upon seeing this, a Xing also shouted, our Incan Cat has lost its battle capability. Poison Skull Frog wins. At this moment, Aju shouted to Yi Chen, your Pokémon strength is indeed very strong, but your battle experience is lacking, and your application of Pokémon skills is insufficient, which makes it easy for me to see through your intentions. Yi Chen nodded upon hearing this, and then sent out his 4th Pokémon. It's up to you now, Sharpedo. Roar. The moment Sharpedo appeared, Aji's Toxicroak's fighting spirit surged even more. It seemed that Aji understood Toxicroak's intention and commanded, Toxicroak, ambush. Before Yi Chen could give an order, Sharpedo was hit by Toxicroak's attack, but fortunately, it didn't hurt Sharpedo much. Sharpedo Dragon Claw. With a loud bang, Sharpedo shattered the ground beneath its feet and charged towards Toxicroak. Seeing this, Aji commanded Toxicroak, another earthquake. Yi Chen smiled and said, Mr. Aju, I won't fall for the same trick twice. White Land Shark. Dragon Dive. At the moment, the Poison Skeleton Frog shattered the ground. The Bite Land Shark leaped off a nearby large rock, using it as leverage to soar into the air, causing the Poison Skeleton Frog's attack to miss. Oh no! Poison Skeleton Frog, dig a hole quickly. Following the command, the Poison Skeleton Frog hurriedly began to dig into the ground. At this moment, the Bite Land Shark was also diving down from the air. Bang! The position of the Poison Skeleton Frog was struck by the powerful impact of the Bite Land Shark, creating many cracks, but the Poison Skeleton Frog was nowhere to be seen. It had already dug into the underground. Yi Chen smiled and said, now it's time for the fierce Bite Land Shark. Tremor. Aju covered his face and said, as expected, after a tremor. The nearly dead poison skeleton frog was also dug out by the fierce bite land shark. Aju could only return his poison skeleton frog into the Pokeball. The poison skeleton frog lost its combat ability, and the fierce bite land shark wins. Xiang said in a daze, as she couldn't believe that her strongest older brother was actually fighting back and forth with someone who looked about the same size as herself. You next. Mothim. Yichen looked seriously at the Mora moth that had appeared. He had witnessed the terror of this Pokémon during his time in the hunting grounds, as it was able to hypnotize most of the rampaging Bagua beasts all by itself. Yichen was quite wary of this hypnotic ability. Then, the opponent, Aju, spoke first, Silver Wind plus Sleep Powder. Yichen was a bit confused upon hearing this. There was such a combination move? He then saw a fierce wind quickly rise in the arena, rushing toward the Mega Garchomp, carrying with it a lot of Sleep Powder. Seeing this, Yichen had no choice but to order, Garchomp, dig a hole to avoid the Hypnosis Powder. Just as the Hypnosis wind approached, Garchomp managed to burrow underground, thus avoiding being controlled by Mothim. At this moment, Aju spoke again. Mothim, use Silver Wind and Poison Powder at the entrance of the hole. Whoosh! The Silver Wind instantly transformed into a purple whirlwind, pouring into the entrance of Garchomp's hole. Bang! Forced by the situation, Garchomp had no choice but to emerge from underground. Yichen quickly said, Lycanroc, use Claw. As soon as Lycanroc emerged from the ground, it charged towards him. Then he commanded Mora Moth. Mora Moth, use Hurricane. A massive gale swept across the entire battlefield, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. Upon seeing this, Yichen immediately reacted. Use the storm to lift the poison powder and sleep powder again. How disgusting. The Garchomp used Dragon Rush. Just as it received the command, the Garchomp vanished from the original spot, and just as the storm swept over to Yichen's side, the Garchomp's figure appeared behind the Mothim. Bang! The Dragon Rush hit directly, sending the Mothim crashing to the ground. Yichen saw this and immediately commanded, Don't stop, Garchomp. Dive Flygon. After receiving the order, Garchomp charged fiercely towards the Morpeko on the ground. Seeing the situation was dire, Aju shouted, Get up, Morpeko. Dodge quickly. Before Morpeko could rise, Garchomp slammed down towards the ground. Boom! It wasn't until the dust settled that the situation in the arena became clear again. Garchomp looked down disdainfully at the nearly defeated Morpeko as if nothing had happened. Morpeko lost its combat ability, and Garchomp won. Aju stared incredulously at Garchomp, and it took him a while to regain his composure and recall Morpeko, muttering, What terrifying speed. Chapter 39, Defeating Aju. Heading to the hunting grounds, Aju looked at Yichen across from him and at Garchomp in front of Yichen, took a deep breath, and said, Yichen, release your Jengar that can evolve again. Let me see the power of your strongest Pokémon. Yichen nodded at the words and then recalled his Gyarados. Come out, Gungue. On Aju's side, he also released his Pokémon, saying, Come out, Sizer. The moment Sizer appeared, information about it appeared in Yichen's mind. Pokémon, Sizer type, ground. Flying ability, Hyper Cutter. The attack power of this Pokémon cannot be lowered by any means. Level 79. Seeing that the opposing Sizer was already level 79, Yichen looked at Gungue's attributes. Pokémon, Gungue type, Ghost, Poison ability, Cursed Body when attacked. This Pokémon has a 30 chance to cause the target to be paralyzed. Level 91. Held item, Mega Evolution Stone, Gungue. After seeing the attributes, Yichen thought to himself, It seems I need to hold back Gungue a bit. Then Aju shouted, Come on, Yichen. Let me see your Gungue's strongest form. Hearing this, Yichen nodded and took out the bracelet from his backpack, shouting, Gungue, embrace our bond. Mega Evolution. Buzz. A dazzling rainbow light instantly filled the entire venue. Asian at the referee's table exclaimed, What? What is Mega Evolution? On the sidelines, not Z. Seeing this evolution form for the first time, hurriedly asked Inghua, how much do you know about Yichen's Gungue's evolution form? Aju looked at Yichen with excitement. With this new evolution form, and what Granny Juicy mentioned, if it's true, then Yichen is about to usher in a new era of Pokémon. Just as everyone was discussing, Gungue had already completed its Mega Evolution. Upon seeing Gungue's evolution complete, Aju immediately ordered Sizer, use Swords Dance. Yichen saw Aju using the amplification skill and said, Gungue, use Conspiracy. Both sides activated their amplification skills simultaneously. At this moment, Aju shouted to Yichen, Let's settle this with one move, Scorpion King. Use Poison Strike. Gungue used Swift Shadow Ball. The huge Shadow Ball surged towards Scorpion King, and Scorpion King's Poison Strike was engulfed the moment it collided with the Shadow Ball. Boom! After a loud explosion, Scorpion King was sent flying into the wall of the arena, falling into a near-death state. Aju then recalled Scorpion King, and, before Xing could announce the result, Aju declared, "I announce the winner of this gym challenge is Yi Chun from Kirai City." He then handed the pink badge to Yi Chun amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. At that moment, the three on the referee's stand and in the audience could only think of one thing. Yi Chun had defeated Aju, one of the Elite Four. Sakura excitedly pulled Nashi over to Yi Chun and said, "Oh my gosh, Yi Chun, you actually defeated Mr. Aju." Aju chuckled and said, "Looks like this quartz conference is going to be exciting. I hope you come win the championship, kid, haha." Hearing Aju's words, Yi Chun nodded heavily and said, "I will, Mr. Aju." After that, Yi Chun and the others left the shallow red gym under the watchful eyes of Aju and his Xing brother. Who exactly is this Yi Chun? And why could his Gungue change forms just now? After hearing his sister's words, Aju opened the information he received from the league to show his sister and said, "This young man is not simple." Meanwhile, on Yi Chen's side, after defeating Aju, he immediately rushed to the Pokémon Center in Shallow Red City to heal his injured Pokémon. Nurse Joy examined the Pokémon's conditions and informed Yi Chun that it would take half a day for treatment. Yi Chun then called Sakura and Nashi to head to the hunting area. Along the way, Sakura kept asking Yi Chun questions. "Yi Chun, were you under a lot of pressure when you first battled Mr. Aju?" "Not really. Do you think you could defeat the other Elite Four besides Aju?" "I don't know. Are we going to look for a small bag monster this time?" "Yi Chun." The three of them chatted casually and soon arrived at the entrance of the hunting area, and it was already nearing evening. Seeing that it was getting late, they had to stay overnight at the hotel in the hunting area. Just as Yi Chun was about to pay for the three of them after reserving a room, the machine suddenly displayed insufficient balance. Yi Chun then looked at the hotel price list. Single room, 5,999 alliance coins. Double room, 8,999 alliance coins. Yi Chun frowned and said, "Is this a robbery?" The staff responsible for the cash register smiled and replied, "Sir, our hunting area belongs to a 5A scenic spot, and this price has always been the same." Fortunately, with Sakura and Naz, two wealthy ladies nearby, they quickly booked a room upon learning the situation. At this moment, Sakura leaned over to Yi Chun and said, "I'll cover the room fee, and later you can cook something delicious for me." Hearing this, Yi Chun nodded. After putting away his luggage, Master Yi began preparing dinner for the day. He took out 3 portions of beef ribs and prepared scallions, ginger, garlic, sugar, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and scallion sections. After blanching the clean beef ribs in boiling water, he added scallions, ginger, and garlic to remove the fishy smell. Then took them out. In the pot, he melted sugar to make caramel, added enough water to cover the beef ribs, and then added light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and chili for seasoning. After simmering until the sauce thickened, he added cooked rice and mixed it with the scallion sections. The delicious beef rib rice was ready. Yi Chun then quickly prepared 3 simple cold dishes and carried the rice towards Sakura and Naz's room. While walking in the hallway, many other guests staying at the hotel were attracted by the aroma of Yi Chun's rice and opened their doors to ask him, "Hello? How much is this dish per serving?" Yi Chun could only reply one by one, "I'm sorry, I made this myself, and I'm not selling it." Hearing the commotion in the hallway, Sakura, dressed in her pajamas, opened the door to see what was happening outside. She saw more and more people gathering around Yi Chun, and upon catching a whiff of the fragrant rice dish in Yi Chun's hand, she hurried over. In the end, with explanations from both Yi Chun and Sakura, the guest had to settle for a meal in the restaurant downstairs, while Sakura watched the rice dish in the pot, drooling. Hey, Sakura, control yourself, or your drool is going to drip into the pot." Sakura wiped her drool and said, all right, stop nagging, hurry and bring it in. I can't wait any longer." "Really? I can't do anything with you." Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, a man dressed in Team Rocket uniform stood next to a fainted security guard, speaking into a walkie-talkie. "Target Yi Chun has checked into the hotel. Should we continue the violent drug experiment? No need to worry about it. Just pull back. The boss's Mutwo plan is the priority." After hearing the voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie, the man replied, "Understood, doctor." Chapter 40. One-day tour of the hunting area. After setting the dining table, Naji also finished washing up from the bath and came out. As soon as she exited the bath, Naji caught the aroma of the beef rib rice dish. Quickly rushing into the changing room to change into her pajamas, Naji instantly teleported to the dining table. looking at the delicious food emitting an enticing fragrance. Tears of excitement streamed down her cheeks. After Yi-chan brought the drinks back to the room, dinner officially began. The three of them swept through the food on the table like a whirlwind. Yi-chan, leave some for us. Naji is still growing. If Naji is growing, why are you putting food into your own bowl? It's delicious, delicious, delicious. After a whirlwind meal, only empty plates remained on the table, along with the three of them sprawled beside it. Yi-chan, should we go check on the small pouch beasts first or explore other areas of the hunting zone? Hearing Sakura's question, Yi-chan slowly replied, let's check on the small pouch beasts first. There's no rush to explore the hunting zone. After saying that, Yi-chan struggled to prop himself up, burping as he walked towards his room. Standing on the balcony in his room, Yi-chan said while enjoying the evening breeze, living in the mountains is not easy. The next morning, the trio of Yi-chan exited the hotel and arrived at the entrance of the hunting area. Looking at the seemingly endless line ahead, Yi-chan frowned and said, wow, how come I didn't notice there were so many people here yesterday? This is going to take forever. Sakura, behind him, retorted, isn't it because you insisted on staying in bed? If we had come earlier, we could have lined up sooner. Come on, who sees messages at 5 in the morning? My biological clock doesn't allow me to wake up that early to check my phone. Just as the two were arguing, a staff member at the entrance noticed Yi-chan and hurried over, saying, Mr. Yi-chan. Yi-chan turned around and looked. This was the person who had given him a business card that day. Looking at the staff in front of him, Yi-chan asked, do you need something? The staff smiled and said, are you planning to queue? Upon hearing this, Yi-chan nodded. You have our access pass. You are one of our esteemed V customers. So you don't need to wait in line. Please follow me, the three of you. After saying this, the staff gestured for the three to follow. Yi-chan said in surprise, I didn't expect this pass to be so useful. Sakura nodded in agreement. I can't believe we don't have to wait in line. Yesterday's effort wasn't in vain. Then, Sakura took Nashi's hand and followed Yi-chan to another empty passage. On the other side, the trainers waiting in line were unhappy and protested. Hey, isn't anyone going to manage this? Why don't those three have to wait in line? Bystander, exactly. We've been waiting here for ages, and they just walk right in. Bystander B, I'm not satisfied. Get your manager to explain. When Yi-chan heard the argument coming from the other side, he silently took out the pass from his bag and shouted, what level are you at? How dare you raise your voice at me? I am a distinguished V client. After saying that, he waved the pass in front of the trainers. After showing off, Yi-chan walked towards the entrance without looking back. Upon hearing Yi-chan's words, a lavishly dressed trainer couldn't hold back and stepped out to address the staff in front. What do you mean? If others hear this, they'll think I can't afford a V card. Give me one. One for each of us. The staff at the counter responded with a smile. Sorry, everyone. This V card is personally issued by our boss, and we don't have the authority to provide them to you. We sincerely apologize. The trainer who spoke first asked, where's your boss? Have your boss come to see me. In the manager's office, the man who led Yi-chan and the others and said to the three of them, let me formally introduce myself. I am Shantian Ikaru, the head of the hunting area in Qianhong City. Hearing this, Yi-chan nodded and replied, hello, I am Yi-chan. After saying that, he shook hands with Shantian Ikaru. I am Sakura, from the Hualan Gym. Shantian Ikaru smiled upon hearing this. You are the owner of the Hualan Gym. Sakura? My apologies. He then shook hands with Sakura. Seeing that both Sakura and Yi-chan had finished their introductions and not planning to introduce herself, Naji instinctively moved behind Yi-chan. Yi-chan smiled awkwardly and said, her name is Naji. Upon hearing this, Morita Ichiro nodded at Naji behind Yi-chan and then began distributing equipment for entering the hunting area to the three of them. After putting away the three's Pokeballs in the storage compartment, Morita Ichiro handed out 30 advanced hunting balls and 10 energy blocks to each person. Yi-chan curiously held the advanced hunting ball and asked, why is this hunting ball different from the ones we saw when we came in? Tian Ichiro replied with a smile. This is an advanced hunting ball, specially instructed by the boss to give to you. The boss said you must have a great time in the hunting area. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan nodded, packed up his equipment, and went with Naji to wait for Sakura to change clothes. I really don't understand you. Why do you have to change clothes, even in the hunting area? Sakura, who had just finished changing, responded, it's none of your business, beauty matters. After checking their belongings, the three of them quickly arrived at the hunting ground. Yi-chan looked at the map with a puzzled expression and said, the bag beasts seem to be the farthest from us. Closer ones are the Dragonite habitat and the Psyduck habitat. Do you two want to check it out? Nasi nodded to indicate that she was indifferent, while Inghua eagerly pulled Yi-chan and said, let's go. Dragonite Psyduck, here I come. Hey, slow down. You're going to rip my sleeve. The The three of them arrived at the Psyduck habitat amid the commotion. Yichen looked at the large group of Psyduck ahead and couldn't help but exclaim, "Watching anime doesn't seem like much, but when you actually encounter them, you realize they look really stupid, cross-eyed and always holding their heads." After quietly saying this, Yi-chan pulled Sakura and Naji and quietly sneaked towards a group of Psyduck. Just as Yi-chan was picking out a Psyduck, a different one caught his attention. This Psyduck was not like the others, wasn't cross-eyed, and was instead keeping watch with its left eye while looking at the sky with its right eye, holding its head with both hands. Seeing this Psyduck, Yi-chan nudged Sakura beside him and said, Hey, Sakura, look at that one. It looks the dumbest among this group of Psyduck. Do you want to catch it?" Sakura replied. "No, let's go, Yi-chan. These Psyduck look really weak." After hearing Sakura's words, Naji nodded and said, "Except for the one Yi-chan just pointed out, I think all these Psyduck are weak." Sakura asked, "Is that Psyduck strong?" "I can't tell." Chapter 41. A Day Tour in the Hunting Zone. 2. After much hesitation, Sakura chose to give up on the Psyduck in front of her, and the three of them then headed to the habitat of the Lapras. They saw a large lake with a few Lapras scattered throughout. Sakura's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, she took off her shoes and socks and jumped into the water. Seeing Sakura jump into the water, Yi-chan hurriedly followed with Naji. To outsiders, it looked like only 3 straws were slowly moving through the water, but in reality, it was Sakura leading the non-swimmers Yi-chan and Naji. At this moment, Sakura made a gesture to Yi-chan. Sakura's own interpretation: "You guys don't mess around later. I can catch the Lapras by myself." From Yi-chan's perspective, why do you need to hug concrete while swimming? Yi-chan looked at Sakura in confusion and then at Naji. Naji shrugged, indicating that she didn't understand either. Seeing that the two didn't grasp her meaning, Sakura shook her head, released their hands, and swam alone towards the dragon. Noticing that Sakura had drifted off by herself, Yi-chan surfaced with Naji. Yi-chan looked at the slowly moving cherry blossom path and asked, "Natsi, do you think the cherry blossom can succeed?" After wiping the water off her face, Natsi replied, "I don't know. I've never caught a Magikarp, so I have no idea." Hearing this, Yi-chan had no choice but to give up asking Natsi and turned to swim towards the shore with her. Meanwhile, Sakura, excitedly holding a high-level Pokeball, was watching the Lapras playing on the water surface, ready to make her move. Just as one Lapras had its back to Sakura, she suddenly jumped out of the water and threw the high-level Pokeball, shouting, "Now's the time, go, high-level Pokeball." The nearby Lapras, seeing this, quickly swam away in another direction, leaving only Sakura on the water surface, watching the movements of the high-level Pokeball. As Yi-chan and Nazi just reached the shore, they heard the sound of Sakura's calls from the lake and looked out. "Hey, Sakura actually managed to catch one. I thought she wouldn't be able to," Yi-chan exclaimed. Nazi replied, "After all, Sakura is the gym leader of the Hualan Gym and is familiar with water, so she must have experience in catching water-type Pokémon." The two on the shore nodded frequently, and then they saw Sakura. After the advanced hunting ball fell, there was a series of 3 shakes, dong dong ding. After the 3rd shake, Sakura successfully captured a Lapras in the hunting area. Excited, she swam over to pick up the advanced hunting ball and shouted towards Yi-chan, "I caught a Lapras." "Ha!" After showing off to Yi-chan and Nazi, the 3 of them began to head towards the Bag Monster group. During the journey, they encountered many Pokémon, including Rhydon, Dajuo, the sleepy Snorlax lying on the shore, various bug-type Pokémon resting on the trees, and Metapod. At this moment, Yi-chan noticed a Pokémon on a large tree staring at him. He took out his Pokédex and found out it was a Pidgey. Pidgey's feathers are primarily brown, with the feathers on its face, the inside of its wings, the front edges of its wings, and its belly being cream-colored. It has several long pink feathers on its head, black feathers around its eyes, and its tail feathers are red and yellow, with 3 red and 2 yellow. Its eyes are black and sharp. It has huge pink claws with 3 toes. Note: Pidgey has a strong territorial instinct, and if anyone dares to invade its territory, it will peck fiercely and punish them mercilessly with its sharp claws. Seeing this Pidgey, Yi-chan became excited and activated his true eye to check it out. Pokémon, Pidgey type, normal, flying ability, strong chest muscle. This Pokémon's defense won't decrease. Level 26. After seeing Pidgey's information, Yi-chan became a bit excited and said, "I've always wanted a cool Pidgeot since I was a child, and today I finally have the chance to achieve it." With that, he threw an advanced hunting ball at Pidgey and shouted, "Come on!" Sakura, who was behind him, was startled by Yi-chan's sudden action of throwing the ball and exclaimed, "Yi-chan, what are you doing?" Just then, they saw that Yi-chan's advanced hunting ball had already captured Pidgey. Dong dong bang. Pidgey broke free from the Pokeball and provocatively said to Yi-chun, "You think you can catch me with your strength?" Then it flew towards the other side of the plane. Seeing this, Yi-chun got excited and quickly chased after it. Inghua asked, "What are you doing, Yi-chun? Aren't you going to look for the pouch beast? You guys go ahead. I'll catch this BB bird and come right after." After saying that, Yi-chun dashed towards the direction of the BB bird. Inghua and Naz looked at each other and then turned around to head towards the pouch beast group. Meanwhile, Yi-chun was chasing the BB bird while throwing high-level hunting balls. Although he didn't hit any, he wasted several balls. Ha ha ha. Finally, at the entrance of a dense forest, the BB bird stopped. Yi-chun looked at the stopped Pidgey and shouted, "Why aren't you running?" Then he took out a high-level Pokeball and said, "Stop being stubborn. Get in the ball quickly." Before Yi-chun could throw the Pokeball, a large group of Pidgeys appeared in the forest. The Pidgey that Yi-chun was chasing let out a loud cry, and all the Pidgeys charged towards Yi-chun. Seeing this, Yi-chun didn't even bother to put the ball back in his backpack. He just ran in the direction he came from, cursing, "You bird. With so many tricks up your sleeve, why don't you face me one-on-one? Hey, don't peck me, bro." The Pidgey that Yi-chun had been chasing flew behind him and said, "In this world, you have to have power and background to mix with others. You little loser." After saying this, it looked at Yi-chun mockingly. Yi-chun covered his head and saw that the distance to the BB bird was not far. He measured the angle and charged forward in one swift motion, delivering a punch the size of a sandbag to the BB bird's head, knocking it out cold. The BB bird was taken by surprise. Seeing that this man had knocked out their leader with a single punch, the surrounding Bobo BB birds scattered in all directions. Yi-chun whispered to BB bird, "Are you still mocking me? Do you not know that I'm mixed with Dao Gu and Hu Gu on the streets of Shenyang?" After saying that, he threw the advanced hunting ball. After 3 crisp sounds, Yi-chun successfully captured BB bird. At this moment, a voice echoed in Yi-chun's mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the first wild Pokémon in the world, unlocking a new system feature, Scratch Card. You can scratch off any item from all generations in the Pokémon world. Ding! System Scratch Card. 1,000 Alliance coins for 1 Bronze Scratch Card. 3,000 Alliance coins for 1 Silver Scratch Card. Higher level Scratch Cards are not yet available." Seeing the new feature appear in his mind, Yi-chun cursed inwardly. "I'm already this broke, and now there's a gambling Scratch Card? 1,000 for 1? If you can scrape a single coin off me, consider yourself impressive." After venting his frustration, Yi-chun took the captured BB bird and headed back the way he came. Chapter 42, a day tour of the hunting zone. And when he arrived at the cherry blossom area, it was already noon. Yi-chun looked around and saw bagged beasts eating tree fruits under the shade of the trees. There were also 2 incongruous figures, Inghua and Naz, eating tree fruits handed over by the bagged beasts. Yi-chun hurriedly approached and asked, "Sakura, what are you 2 doing here? Why are you eating tree fruits? If you're hungry, I have meat here." Sakura replied, "You didn't bring anything in. Where's the meat coming from? Do you think you're Naz? You can just casually store items in your consciousness space." After saying that, Sakura continued to munch on the tree fruit. Hearing Sakura's words, Yi-chun was displeased and quickly took out a piece of pork leg and threw it in front of Sakura. Sakura was slightly stunned by the suddenly appeared pork leg. At this moment, Naz spoke up to add, "Yi-chun, like me, can also store items in his space." Sakura, "Oh no, have I become a clown?" Then Sakura questioned Yi-chun, "If you have this ability, why didn't you tell me before?" Yi-chun was being tugged by Sakura by his collar, as he said slowly, "You didn't ask me either." After hearing Yi-chun's words, Sakura thought for a moment and realized it seemed to be true. Then she loosened Yi-chun's collar and said, "Then hurry up and make something delicious for me and Nasi. I've been walking all morning, and I'm almost starving." Yi-chun nodded and then took back the pork hind leg he had just retrieved. The pouch beasts, seeing this scene, curiously eyed Yi-chun, and one of them whispered, "How do you think this human did it?" "I don't know, I just eat fruits. How would I understand these things?" Yi-chun smiled and then took out a large barbecue grill, along with a well-prepared whole lamb. "That's right, Master Ye's lunch dish is Xinjiang roasted whole lamb." Yi-chun took out the marinated whole lamb. It is a castrated male sheep that feeds on herbs such as wild mulberry, Cotinopsis palacula, and its meat is tender and has no gamey taste. The Xinjiang Altai sheep is a branch of the Kazakh sheep. In biological classification, it belongs to the fat-tailed sheep and is mainly distributed in the northern Xinjiang Altai region, including the counties of Fuhai, Fuyun, Qinghe, Altai, Birkin, Jimyunai, and Hebei. A 1-year-old Altai lamb is suitable for a weight of 10 to 15 kilograms. Ingredients: 6 eggs, 25 grams of turmeric powder, 500 grams each of refined white flour and salt, 300 grams of starch, and 200 grams each of chili powder and cumin powder from Xinjiang. 1. 5 kilograms of water, and 10 kilograms of marinade water. Marinade water recipe. Chop 200 grams each of wild celery, carrots, green peppers, cilantro, and sweet onions, a term used by Xinjiang people for onions that are not spicy and have a sweet taste. Add them to a bucket with water and cumin seeds, and boil on medium heat for 1 hour, then filter. Selection of ingredients: slaughtering, cleaning, soaking, skewering, battering, baking until golden brown. Finished product in one go. After 2 hours of Yi Chen's operations, the roasted whole lamb finally came out of the oven. At the moment the lid was lifted, the overwhelming aroma of the roasted lamb instantly spread outward from Yi Chen. The bagged beasts eating the fruits felt that the fruits in their hands lost their appeal upon smelling this aroma. Even the cherry blossoms, who had been urging Yi Chen to hurry up, fell silent upon catching a whiff of this scent. The reason was that the aroma was so intoxicating that the cherry blossoms momentarily could not react. Even Naz, who usually maintained a stern expression, was drawn in by this fragrance. At this moment, the roasted whole lamb became the focus of the entire scene. After Yi Chen brought the roasted whole lamb to the table, he took out 2 buckets of soul water. The frozen iced tea was also called Guojiao 1997. Once the roasted whole lamb was set on the table, Yi Chen called Sakura over to help carve the lamb, while Naza was busy setting up a makeshift dining table nearby. Just as the three were about to enjoy the roasted lamb, the little pouch beast ran over to Yi Chen and said, "I want to eat too." A child's voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind, and then he picked up a small knife and sliced off a piece of lamb leg meat for the little pouch beast to nibble on. Seeing the little pouch beast happily gnawing on the lamb meat, Sakura also began to eat the lamb leg. The moment the lamb leg meat entered her mouth, the flavors of spice and heat instantly filled her whole mouth, with no hint of gamey taste at all. Paired with a sip of chilled iced tea, Sakura felt as if she was in an ocean of iced tea, freely swimming while riding the lamb leg. Naza, on the other hand, squinted her eyes in enjoyment of the taste of the lamb leg. Yi Chen, while eating the lamb leg, said, "I didn't expect that before becoming a Pokémon master, I would first become a culinary master. My cooking skills are really something." Sakura and Naz, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, nodded in agreement. The three of them started eating from the lamb leg and continued until they had just finished the lamb loin. In this way, a 20-pound roasted whole lamb was completely devoured by Yi Chen, Sakura, and Naz. The three of them lay on the lawn, holding their bloated bellies, enjoying the gentle breeze of the afternoon while watching the small bag beasts playing not far away, and soon they all fell asleep. Yi Chen squinted his eyes and said with enjoyment, "The environment in the hunting area is really nice. It's much better compared to my hometown." Sakura asked, by the way, "What is your hometown like, Yi Chen?" I can't remember clearly, but I only recall that the natural environment there has been severely damaged. Places with environments like the hunting area are now quite rare." "Oh, where are we going next, Yi Chen?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen stood up and said, "Let's go to Honglian Island first. I've heard it's famous for its hot springs, and I want to check it out." After hearing Yi Chen's words, Sakura excitedly replied, "I haven't soaked in a hot spring for a long time. We must experience it this time at Honglian Island." After that, the three of them took a short break before bidding farewell to the little bag beasts and the bag beast herd. Back at the hotel, Sakura and Naji quickly packed their luggage, while Yi Chen slung his backpack and waited at Sakura's door. Half an hour later, Yi Chen asked, "Sakura, are you guys ready?" From inside the room, Sakura replied, Almost, don't rush us. We're picking out clothes." Another half an hour passed. "It's been an hour, and you're still not ready?" "Oh, I'm putting it on, don't worry." Finally, after another 20 minutes, Sakura and Naji successfully changed their clothes and came out. Sakura happily asked Yi Chen, "Tajda, how does it look, Yi Chen?" Seeing Sakura come out, Yi Chen was also slightly astonished. In her swimwear, Sakura's figure was fully displayed, and the large evil design on her chest brought Yi Chen a visual shock that almost made his blood surge. Naji, on the other hand, wore a children's version of a swimsuit and was holding a swan-shaped swimming ring. Once Yi Chen calmed down, he said to Sakura, "We still need some time to get to the dock and take the ferry. Have you really changed into your swimwear already?" Sakura took off her sunglasses and said in confusion, "It's not far from the dock, and I've already bought the ferry tickets. We can board the ship as soon as we get there." After saying this, Yi Chen released his Gyarados and flew towards the dock with the two girls. Chapter 43. Heading to Honglian Island. Yi Chen becomes a foodie. Upon arriving at the dock, Yi Chen recalled his Gyarados and then followed Sakura and Naji onto the pre-booked peaceful cruise ship. After putting their luggage back in their room, Yi Chen changed into casual shorts and went out to meet Sakura, standing at the door of the cruise hotel room. Sakura saw Yi Chen open the door and wanted to call him to go to the restaurant together for a meal. However, As soon as she saw Yi-chan come out, her eyes widened. Yi-chan was only wearing casual floral shorts and flip-flops, but his muscles were well-defined. And even without flexing, his veins were slightly prominent. Yi-chan noticed Sakura gazing at his body with infatuation and said, "Have you looked enough? If you have, then let's go." Sakura wiped the corner of her mouth and said, "Ahem, let's go. I've already reserved a table at the restaurant, and Nasi is waiting for us." With that, Sakura led Yi-chan towards the restaurant. Yi-chan's explosive physique attracted the attention of countless girls, and some even boldly approached him to ask for his contact information. Seeing this, Sakura quickly wrapped her arms around Yi-chan's arm and said, "Hurry up and keep up with Yi-chan. Nasi is urging us." Noticing Sakura's actions, Yi-chan scratched his head and allowed her to lead him. Sure enough, after Sakura wrapped her arms around Yi-chan, no girls approached him anymore, only a few taking pictures from the side. They made their way to the restaurant like this. Nasi was sitting alone at the table, staring blankly at the dessert in front of her. Yi-chan hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Nasi, why are there only desserts on the table? Where's the food?" Upon hearing Yi-chan's voice, Nasi quickly replied, "The waiter just told me that this is the main course." Yi-chan and Sakura looked perplexedly at the dessert on the table, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, Yi-chan spoke first. "Sakura, did you check the menu before ordering this?" Sakura replied, "No, I ordered the super luxury set meal." Yi-chan shook his head and walked over to a nearby waiter, asking, "Hello, has all the food for our table been served?" The waiter walked over, checked the menu in hand, and confirmed to Yi-chan, "Yes, sir, your ultra-luxury set meal has been served. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Yi-chan waved his hand and said, "It's fine, you can go ahead and be busy." When Sakura saw Yi-chan come back, she shook her head and knew that there was nothing else, so she had no choice but to sit down and eat the desserts on the dining table. Yi-chan seemed to have thought of something and excitedly said to Sakura and Naz, "Let's go barbecuing on the deck later. I have a lot of meat in my space." Sakura and Naz, who were originally eating dessert dejectedly, immediately became excited upon hearing Yi-chan's words. Sakura's eyes sparkled as she said, "That's right. How can we come to the sea without having a barbecue?" Naz nodded in agreement. Soon, the three of them started eating dessert more quickly. After finishing, they went to the deck, and Yi-chan quickly scanned the area, finding a less crowded spot before setting up the barbecue grill. Yi-chan processed all the meat with the system and skewered them. Finally, he arranged for Sakura and Naz to start the charcoal fire, while he began counting the skewers in the basket. There were lamb skewers, beef skewers, pork belly, lamb kidneys, oysters, mackerel, chicken legs, chicken wings, and ribs. For the vegetables, he prepared enoki mushrooms, leeks, shiitake mushrooms, eggplants, corn, and green chili peppers. After checking the ingredients, the charcoal on Sakura's side was almost ready, and Yi-chan took out the barbecue seasonings, salt, cumin, chili powder, 5-spice powder, and pepper powder. Once everything was ready, Master Yi was prepared to start his barbecue operation. After choosing the lamb kidneys and grilled ribs he wanted to eat, he called Sakura and Naz to bring over what they liked, and he would grill for them. Soon, the table was filled with a bunch of lamb skewers and a bunch of beef skewers, etc. The first step was to place them on the grill and brush with cooking oil. The second step was to sprinkle salt, cumin seeds, and chili powder. The third step was to grill until both sides were golden brown before taking them out. After taking out the first batch of barbecue, he handed them over to Sakura and Naz to eat. As soon as Sakura bit into the beef skewer, she felt as if she was in a green pasture, weaving through a herd of cattle and experiencing the wonders of nature. It was so delicious that Sakura and Naz couldn't stop after the first bite. Yi-chan smiled and said, "If I keep feeding them like this every day, won't I end up making them fat?" He then continued to grill the second batch of skewers. At this point, the aroma of the barbecue was already beginning to spread. Nearby tourists who were sunbathing took off their sunglasses and walked over to Yi-chan. The smell of the barbecue was like a fishing net thrown into the sea, attracting groups of tourists from around. Seeing that more and more people were gathering, Inghua asked Yi-chan, "What should we do, Yi-chan? There are more and more people around." Yi-chan replied, "Why do you care about them? Maybe we'll have a whale pod come up behind us. No need to worry." After saying that, Yi-chan continued to turn the skewers and fan them with a hand fan. At this moment, Naz said, "It seems they are heading towards your barbecue." Yi-chan, after hearing Naz's words, Yi-chan wiped his smoke-stung eyes with a tissue and looked ahead. He saw a large group of people walking towards him in an orderly manner, and each person's eyes sparkled as they looked at the barbecue in Yi-chan's hand. Yi-chan then said, "It's all over. What should we do, Sakura?" Sakura shrugged and replied, "You first finish grilling the second batch for us to eat. They will probably come looking for you to buy, so the rejection part will be up to you later." After saying that, She picked up a rib and started eating. On the other side, among the tourists who had gathered, some female tourists looked at Yi-chan as if they wanted to devour him. One of the girls said, "Such a good figure, and he can grill barbecue too. I really like him." After that, the speed at which the female tourists surrounded him increased even more. Yi-chan saw that the people in front of him looked a bit off, and hurriedly said, Hey, what are you doing? I'm not selling barbecue here. And could you please move your hand away from my chest, ma'am?" Nazi, seeing the situation, wisely took the cooked barbecue away to enjoy it by herself. Sakura then joined the fray. Hey, can you stop touching me? Chapter 44. Heading to Crimson Lotus Island. 2. After breaking free from the group of enthusiastic female tourists, Yi-chan rushed back to his room and quickly put on his shirt, while Sakura stood behind him to block the pursuing female tourists. While getting dressed, Yi-chan said, "Hey, being too perfect as a man isn't good either." After saying that, he returned to the barbecue area. Seeing Yi-chan sneakily looking around, Nazi approached and said, "No need to look around. Yi-chan, quickly finish grilling the rest. There isn't much left." After that, Nazi pointed to the few skewers left on the plate. Yi-chan shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter, just eat something casually." At this moment, Sakura walked over and said, "Yi-chan, put the stuff away first, let's go sea fishing. I booked a roasted pig for dinner, hee." After saying that, Sakura showed Yi-chan and Naza the details of the package she had booked on her phone. Yi-chan, after confirming that there wouldn't be any mix-ups this time, packed up the grill and other items, and then followed Sakura to the sea fishing area on the deck. Upon arriving at the sea fishing area, the three of them discovered that it was also divided into levels. Ordinary fishing rods cost 2,000 alliance coins per person, medium fishing rods 5,000 alliance coins per person, and advanced fishing rods 8,000 alliance coins per person. After seeing the prices on the sign, Yi-chan complained, "So expensive. Can this advanced fishing rod catch a Gyarados or what?" Hearing Yi-chan's complaint, Sakura said, "There is still a difference. The advanced fishing rods are made from the best materials, and they also come with advanced bait here, so you might really catch a Gyarados." With that, she led Yi-chan and Naza to the advanced fishing rod area. Yi-chan watched Sakura lead him towards the high-end fishing rod area and smirked, saying, "I don't understand the world of the rich." By the time he finished speaking, the three of them had already arrived at their respective fishing gear areas. Yi-chan still hadn't figured out how to manage the fishing line, while Sakura and Nasi had already cast their hooks and started fishing. At this moment, Sakura noticed that Yi-chan didn't know how to handle the fishing line and said, "I didn't expect someone as versatile as you wouldn't even know how to wrap a fishing line, huh?" Hearing Sakura's teasing, Yi-chan couldn't help but darken his expression. He then entered his consciousness space and asked, "System, search for how to wrap a fishing line." Ding. First, place the fishing line on the table. Then fold it in half. After folding, bend the end of the fishing line back to form a loop, threading the end through the loop, which effectively wraps the two lines created by the first fold. Then, repeat the previous step. After tightening the line, cut off the excess. At this point, a very secure slip knot will be formed. Take out the spinning wheel, open the line cup holder, then place the slip knot on the line cup. Tighten the slip knot, and finally wrap the fishing line around the line cup. With the system's tutorial appearing, Yi-chan instantly grasped the method, quickly wrapped the fishing line, and began fishing. As evening approached, the wind blowing from the sea carried a bit of seawater, splashing on everyone's faces in the fishing area. Seeing that the fishing rod had not moved for a long time, Sakura said to Yi-chan, "Yi-chan, can you keep an eye on the fishing rod for us? I'm going to take Nasi back to put on a jacket. It's a bit chilly." Yi-chan nodded and then continued to throw bait into the sea. Yi-chan, although he doesn't know how to fish, has heard some things about it. Before fishing, one must prepare bait to attract fish. Although this is in the sea, it shouldn't affect my baiting, right? Haha. At this moment, under the sea, a group of howling whales stared at the falling bait above, looking a bit confused. Then, an older howling whale swam forward and said, "The legendary baiting immortal has appeared." It then turned to the group of howling whales and said, "Quick, offer up some young boys and girls to the baiting immortal. Can you bear the consequences if you delay the immortal's interest?" After saying this, a very small howling whale swam out from the group, accompanied by a large howling whale. Yi-chan then felt his fishing rod shake. Having almost dozed off while baiting, he suddenly woke up and quickly grabbed the fishing rod from the fishing platform. "Oh wow, I've really caught a fish. It seems the ancients were not lying to me. Baiting really works." Yi-chan then took a stance and with a strong pull, lifted the fishing rod forcefully. At this moment, Sakura and Nasi, who had just changed clothes, also saw this scene and came over, saying, "Yi-chan, did you catch a fish? What Pokémon did you see?" At this moment, Yi-chan was still reeling in the line and hadn't clearly seen what he had caught, so he replied, "I don't know. This thing is quite a bit of strength. Once Yi-chun completely retrieved the fishing line, the Pokémon finally revealed its true form. It was a spherical, deep blue whale lord that Yi-chun had caught. Seeing the whale lord on Yi-chun's fishing rod, which was not even half the size of a normal one, Sakura laughed and said, "Haha, Yi-chun, the whale lord you caught seems to be a baby whale lord." Hearing this, Yi-chun was also taken aback, thinking, did I just fish up a small fry after all that effort? So Yi-chun asked Sakura, what should I do? Should I release it? You might as well release it, because recently trainers have been catching young marine Pokémon here. And the league has issued a new regulation stating that marine Pokémon that haven't reached the catchable size cannot be captured privately. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun had no choice but to remove the hook from the mouth of the baby whale mare and throw it back. This is boring. I'm done. I'm going to eat. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, at the bottom of the sea, the elderly whale mare saw that the baby whale mare had been thrown back and hurriedly swam over to ask, "Child, what happened? Why are you back again? You've returned from the baiting guru several times now. What's going on?" The young whale mare shook its head to indicate that it didn't know, then swam back to its mother. The elderly whale mare, looking despondent, said, "It's over. We must have done something wrong to anger the baiting guru. What should we do now?" After saying this, the whale mares anxiously swam around at the bottom of the sea. Yi-chan was sitting at the dining table, feeling frustrated as he ate roasted suckling pig, saying, "There's nothing fun on this cruise, and the food is just average. Not as good as what I make." Naji beside him nodded in agreement. Sakura said she had a phone call and went out to take it. Bored, Yi-chan took a napkin from the restaurant and borrowed a pen from the waiter, then started playing Gamoku with Naji. Chapter 45. Heading to Honglian Island. 3. After finishing her phone call, Sakura returned and said to Yi-chun, "Yi-chun, tomorrow is Children's Day. I have a friend who works at a kindergarten near Honglian Island. She wants the kids to get in touch with Pokémon. Once the ship docks, can you accompany me?" Yi-chan nodded and said, "No problem. Just call me when you set off tomorrow. I'm going back to sleep now." He then grabbed the Go board on the table and crumpled it into a ball. Naz said, "You're being unfair. Yi-chun, you're about to lose." "What unfairness? I'm just tired and want to rest. I'm going to sue you for defamation," Yi-chun replied. After that, the three of them went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, the ship had already docked. Yi-chan put on his standard floral shirt and floral shorts, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and went to the deck to wait for Sakura and Naji to disembark together. After the two girls came out and met up with Yi-chan, he and Naji followed Sakura towards the location of her friend. Along the way, Yi-chan looked around curiously, observing the surroundings. "Wow, it's different from what I imagined Red Lotus Island to be." Sakura asked, "What did you imagine Red Lotus Island to be like?" Yi-chun scratched his chin and said, "Red Lotus Island sounds really hot. It should have no spring or autumn, and the 4 seasons are all hot, with 800 miles of flames and not a blade of grass growing around." Sakura, somewhat speechless, replied, "Red Lotus Island is named for having a volcano." The two continued to chat casually and soon arrived at the entrance of Sakura's friend's kindergarten. After confirming the address, Sakura stepped forward and knocked on the door, saying, "Knock. Knock, is anyone there?" The person who opened the door saw Sakura and said, "You finally made it, Sakura." The two then embraced each other. Sakura, puzzled, asked, "Didn't you say the kids wanted to see Pokémon? Where are the kids? Before you arrived, I even stopped 3 trainers on the way to interact with the kids. They are inside now," said the woman who opened the door, inviting the 3 in. After Yi-chun entered the door and looked into the garden, he realized that it was the trio of Ash and his friends. Yi-chun then shouted, "Hello, Ash. It's nice to see you again," surrounded by children. Ash also saw Yi-chun and quickly responded, "Mr. Yi-chun, what are you doing here?" Brock was kneeling on one knee, holding a bouquet of flowers in front of the cherry blossoms, saying, "Oh, beautiful Miss Cherry Blossom, we meet again." Bang! At that moment, Misty walked over and knocked Brock out, then turned to the cherry blossoms and said, "Sister, what are you doing here?" The cherry blossoms smiled and began chatting with Misty about the reason for coming to Red Lotus Island. Meanwhile, Yi-chun was talking to Ash about the badges he had earned when he was suddenly interrupted by a kindergarten teacher. "Excuse me, can you let your Pokémon out now? The kids are a bit impatient." Upon hearing this, Ash and Yi-chun released their Pokémon. Ash's Pikachu, Bulbasaur, and Pidgeotto were the most popular, and many children rushed over to touch them. However, Yi-chun's Garchomp and Gyarados scared a lot of kids and made them cry, so he had no choice but to return them. He then released the more stylish Litten, which quickly won the children's affection due to its cool appearance and gentle nature, and they all rushed over to it, just as Yi-chun and the kids were having fun in the bushes nearby. The Team Rocket trio looked at the scene in front of them with some panic. Jessie spoke first. "What do we do, Meowth? That kid Yi-chun is here too." Meowth chimed in, "Yeah, this kid couldn't even handle Lance. Jesse then analyzed. Hey, you can't think like that. Think about it. The boss has put him on our Team Rocket's wanted list. If Lance can't catch him, and we can bring his Pokémon back to the boss. Oh, haha. After that, the three of them burst into malicious laughter in the bushes. On the other side, Yi Chun and the others noticed a little boy, a Mion, who was out of place among the other kids. Ash asked first, Hey, why are you all alone here, little buddy? Are you afraid of Pokémon? A Mion looked up at Ash and said, No, I want to see Meowth. Meowth? Everyone was taken aback by Meon's statement. Misty then asked a Mion, Why do you want to see Meowth? A Mion replied, Because when I went to play in the forest alone before, I was chased by a Beedrill. And it was Meowth who helped me drive the Beedrill away and save me. Hearing a Mion mention Beedrill, Yi Chun, who had also been chased by Beedrill, looked at a Mion with sympathy. Then, the unnoticed Nasi spoke to Yi Chun. There are 3 sneaky people approaching. Should I handle it? After Nasi spoke, Ash and the others reacted, and Ash stammered, Nah. Nasi. He then looked at Yi Chun with disbelief. Seeing this, Yi Chun had to explain to everyone about his encounter with Nasi and why they were traveling together, of course omitting the details about the creator god. The group then shifted the topic back to a Mion, and Misty asked a Mion, Did that Meowth say, If I save you, can you give me a gold coin? How could such a thing happen? No Pokémon can talk, a Mion replied. Brock then added, I think the one who saved a Mion was a wild Meowth. Just imagine it kicking the Beedrill down from the sky. That's impressive. Upon hearing this, a Mion excitedly said to Brock, Can I see Meowth again? He's my hero. At that moment, 3 kids approached, and the leading boy mocked a Mion. I told you. A Mion is lying. There's no such Meowth. A Mion anxiously replied, It's true. Just as the two were arguing, the Team Rocket trio, disguised as performers, finally appeared. Jesse shouted from the car, The best magic show of the century is about to begin. I am the magician, Daruki. The co-pilot, James, chimed in, I'm a photographer for this show, Doran. This magic show is free for everyone to watch, so don't miss it. They then drove their little car towards the venue. Seeing this, Ash and the others in the kindergarten quickly said, A free Pokémon show. Do you want to go see it? The children all chimed in, yes. Yi Chun and Sakura exchanged a glance and then nodded. Nasi leaned closer to Yi Chun and said, Those 3 just now are the suspicious individuals I mentioned. And one of them is even a Pokémon. Hearing this, Yi Chun immediately thought that it must be the Team Rocket trio causing trouble again. He then said to Naza, There are many children here. Let's go over together in a bit. You stay behind and ensure the safety of the kids, while I check out what tricks they are up to. After hearing Yi Chun's words, Naza nodded, and then she and Sakura followed behind Ash and the others. Chapter 46. Heading to Red Lotus Island. 4. After following the main group to the venue of Team Rocket's magic show, Yi Chun and Naza sat down on either side of the children. Sakura, on the other hand, sat with her friend Misty to play with the kids. Next, the performance by Jesse and James began. They first invited Ash to place Pikachu into a prop box they had prepared for the magic show. As James waved his magic wand, smoke erupted from the bottom of the box, and Meowth jumped out instead of Pikachu, which elicited cheers from the children. Then, Jesse and James bowed and said, All right, lovely kids, the magic show is over. At this moment, Ash also reacted and said, Hey, who are you? Bring my Pikachu back. Upon hearing Ash's words, Jesse and James quickly took off their magician costumes and said, Since you asked so sincerely, I'll generously tell you. After reciting their familiar lines, Team Rocket did not continue to confront Ash, but instead threw a smoke bomb and ran away with Pikachu, shouting as they ran. Forget the rest, let's grab the kid's Pikachu first. Seeing that the plot had changed because of him, Yi Chun went to Naza's side and said, You watch the kids here, I'll go chase them. Naza nodded in response. After realizing that Team Rocket had run away with their Pikachu, Ash and his friends immediately chased after them. Ash shouted while running, Stop right there. Yi Chun quickly rushed toward Xiao Ji and the others. In no time, he surpassed them, and Meowth, who was driving, shouted, Musashi Kojiro, look, that little brat is catching up. At this moment, Kojiro, who was in the back seat, noticed Yi Chun chasing them and said, Is this kid a human or a Pokémon? How can he run so fast? Musashi scolded Meowth. They're almost catching up. Why don't you speed up? Can't you press the gas pedal? After hearing this, Meowth stepped on the gas and drove into a valley. When Yi Chun and the others caught up, they arrived in the valley. Xiao Ji shouted, Damn Team Rocket, give me back my Pikachu. The Team Rocket trio, realizing they had nowhere to go, got out of the car. Musashi said first, Since we can't escape, let's use Pokémon to decide who gets Pikachu. Hearing this, Xiao Ji replied, Just what I wanted. Go Pidgeotto. At this moment, Brock also stepped forward. And me, I'll help. Go, Bastiodon! Roar! The moment Bastiodon appeared, Yichun was taken aback and thought to himself, it seems Brock has trained his Bastiodon well. It looks bigger than the last time I saw it. On the other side, Team Rocket, Musashi and Kojiro also sent out their Pokémon. Go, Weezing! Go, Coughing! After both sides released their Pokémon, a battle was about to begin. Musashi was the first to attack. Coughing used poison gas. Weezing used smokescreen. Xiaoji and Brock immediately ordered. Pidgeotto used Whirlwind. Bastiodon used Iron Tail. The situation on the field quickly tilted in their favor. Coughing's poison gas did not deal much damage to Bastiodon, but Bastiodon's Iron Tail knocked Coughing back. Weezing's smokescreen was blown away by Pidgeotto's Whirlwind. Then Xiaoji seized the opportunity. Pidgeotto used Wing Attack. Kojiro hurriedly shouted to Weezing. Weezing, dodge. However, Weezing was still slower than Pidgeotto, and the Wing Attack landed, knocking it out of battle. Seeing his Pokémon defeated so easily, Kojiro and Musashi quickly recalled their Pokémon. Meowth had now reached the top of the valley and lowered 2 ropes next to Kojiro and Musashi. Then said through the walkie-talkie, Kojiro, Musashi, grab a rope. I'm going to drop the boulders. Hearing Meowth's words, the two didn't dare to hesitate and immediately tied the ropes around their waists. Xiaoji shouted, damn it, Team Rocket, you lost. Give me back Pikachu. Seeing Xiaoji's furious outburst, Musashi laughed while holding a toolbox. Oh ho ho ho, dream on, little brat. As the two ascended, 2 giant boulders rolled down from the top of the valley towards Xiaoji and the others. Brock saw the falling boulders and quickly shouted to Bastiodon. Bastiodon, use Hyper Beam to shatter the boulders. In an instant, 1 boulder was shattered into pieces by Bastiodon's Hyper Beam. However, another boulder was about to land in front of everyone. At this moment, Yichun stepped in. Go, Lucario. Lucario used Aura Sphere on the boulder. As soon as Lucario appeared, it quickly dashed to the boulder in front of it. With a swift punch, it struck the boulder. Bang! A boulder 3 times the size of Lucario was shattered. After breaking the boulder, Kojiro and Musashi had already reunited with Meowth, and the 3 were just about to escape. Yichun then commanded, Lucario, use extreme speed to rush up and send them back home with Sonic Punch. Beside him, Ash said, Mr. Yichun is still so strong. In an instant, Lucario flashed and cracked the ground beneath its feet, then appeared above Team Rocket, with a bright white glow in its right hand. Lucario delivered a Sonic Punch, sending the trio of Team Rocket flying. As they soared towards the sky, they exclaimed their classic line, I hate this feeling. After that, Lucario brought back the box containing Pikachu. Ash happily took the box from Lucario and said, Thank you, Lucario. Yichun then recalled Lucario and said, Let's open the box first and see how Pikachu is doing. Ash nodded in agreement and said, Okay. The group then opened the box. The exterior looked like a magic box, but inside it was a high-tech container that isolated electric currents, and Pikachu was lying inside, fast asleep. Ash hurriedly took Pikachu out and asked, How are you doing, Pikachu? Seeing that Pikachu didn't respond, Yichun said, Pikachu should just be fainted. Let's head back. With that, the group headed towards the kindergarten. Chapter 47. On the way to Red Lotus Island. 5. Upon returning to the kindergarten, the children swarmed around Ash, Yichun, and Brock. And some kids even came over to play with Lucario. It turned out that when Yichun and the others chased after Team Rocket, the kids had been watching from behind, witnessing Lucario's bravery, and now everyone was calling Lucario a hero, with no child mentioning Meowth. At that moment, Meon stared blankly in the direction of the forest and said, Meowth. Sakura noticed Meon's dejected expression and came over to Yichun, saying, Yichun, that kid seems very down. Hearing this, Yichun turned his head and saw Meon standing dejectedly to the side, out of sync with the cheerful crowd. Just as Yichun was about to comfort Meon burst into tears and ran out of the kindergarten. At that moment, a small car was speeding down the road towards them, and it looked like it was about to hit Meon, startling everyone. Meon, be careful. In a critical moment, a cat suddenly dashed out from the nearby bushes, quickly rushing in front of Meon and pulling him to the entrance of the kindergarten. Meon was set down by the cat at the roadside, while the small car screeched to a halt. A plump man got out of the car and shouted at Yichun and the others, How can you let a child run around? Don't you know the road is dangerous? In response to the man's reprimand, the kindergarten teacher could only step forward and bow in apology. Meanwhile, Meon looked at the cat with excitement and said, Meow, meow. Is it really you, meow, meow? The cat had jumped onto a stone pillar at the kindergarten entrance and was licking its paws. Meon then happily exclaimed, I told you Meow Meow is a hero. It saved me again. Seeing this, The three kids who had previously mocked Amion came forward to apologize, saying, "Sorry, Amion, we shouldn't have said you were lying." Amion replied, "It's okay." Another child quickly asked, "Can we play with your meow meow in the future?" And so, Yi-chun and the others spent a joyful Children's Day with the kids at the kindergarten. Just as everyone was bidding farewell to the kindergarten teacher, Amion stepped out from the crowd and called out to Yi-chun and Xiao-ji, "Brother Yi-chun and Brother Xiao-ji, I want to become a Pokémon trainer like you in the future." After hearing this, Yi-chun and Xiao-ji exchanged a glance, and then Yi-chun laughed and said, "Ha, good. I'm looking forward to the day I can compete with Amion on the field." Amion replied, "Yeah, Amion, you must work hard. I'm also looking forward to battling with you in the future." Upon hearing this, Amion nodded seriously and said, "I will. By then, I will definitely bring Meow Meow to become a Pokémon master." After that, Yi-chun and the others left the kindergarten amidst laughter and joy. When they arrived in the wild, it was already late at night. At this time, Sakura said, "It's already dark. Aren't you guys hungry?" Xiaoji was the first to respond. "I've been hungry the whole way." Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia said they were okay. Yi-chun spoke up at this moment. "If you're hungry, just eat." Then he noticed that everyone's gaze was directed at him. "What are you all looking at me for? Do I have bugs on my face?" He said this while touching his own face. At this time, Xiaoji said, "Yi-chun, why don't you prepare dinner? It's been a long time since the three of us have had your cooking." Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia also came over and nodded frequently at Yi-chun. Seeing this, Yi-chun could only sit cross-legged on the lawn, thinking about what to eat later. On the other side, Sakura and Naz were quickly setting up the kitchen utensils for Yi-chun and calling Xiao-ji and the others to come help. Yi-chun pondered for a while before releasing all his Pokémon, allowing them to go to the cherry blossom area to eat energy blocks. He then took out the ingredients for dinner. "Master Ye's canteen, let's get started." Master Yi then took out 8 servings of crayfish and called Xiao Gang to help wash the crayfish while he went to take out a rack of ribs and clean them. After applying honey glaze sauce to the ribs, he placed them on the grill. As the ribs were on the grill, Yi-chun called Nasi over to turn the grill to prevent the ribs from burning. In front of the boiler, Yi-chun took a base out from the system space, removed the entrails, and made cuts on the fish. He marinated the bass for 5 minutes with half a tablespoon of steamed fish soy sauce, chopped scallions, ginger strips, salt, and pepper. Standing the fish upright, he sprinkled some scallions and ginger on top, drizzled half a tablespoon of lard, and steamed it over boiling water for 4 minutes. After pouring out the water from the steaming plate, he added 3 tablespoons of rice wine and continued steaming for another 3 minutes. Once the oil was heated, he poured it over the fish. Though it can be skipped, I strongly believe pouring it makes it taste better. After taking the steamed base to the dining table, its fresh aroma instantly wafted towards everyone. On the other side, as Nasi sprinkled cumin and chili powder on the grilled ribs, a strong fragrance collided with the aroma of the base. At this moment, Xiao-ji was shaking his head, looking at the 2 dishes, and said, "Wow, they both look so delicious." Xiao Xia, who was helping Xiao Gang wash the crayfish, also exclaimed after smelling the 2 dishes, "These 2 dishes are already so delicious." "Xiao Gang, what do you think the crayfish we are washing will taste like?" Xiao now thought seriously and said, "I think it should be used for sashimi." He then vigorously continued washing the crayfish, and the others quickly came over to help. At this time, the fierce biting land shark, attracted by the aroma of the steamed base, also came over, staring at the base on the plate, its drool dripping onto the floor. Just as Yi-chan was about to cover the fish, he saw the sharp-toothed land shark drooling. "Go ahead, I'll give you a fish head and a fish tail later. You can eat the energy block first." After hearing Yi-chan's words, the sharp-toothed land shark nodded and went back to eat the energy block. Yi-chan then set up a large pot, and after starting the fire, he added the first batch of small crayfish to the pot. After putting in the spicy seasoning and bringing it to a boil, he added the prepared small crayfish, cooking them over high heat. The first batch of spicy small crayfish was successfully finished. Sakura, smelling the delicious aroma, squinted her eyes in enjoyment and said, "I didn't expect that the small crayfish no one wanted could smell so good after Yi-chan's cooking." At this time, Xiao Gang also nodded and said, "Yeah, mister. Yi-chan's cooking skills are as good as ever." Xiao Ji and Xiao Xia looked at the food on the table and said, "Wow, it smells so good. Mister, Yi-chan, when can we start eating?" In response, Yi-chan brought out the second batch of small crayfish and said, "Just wait a little longer. The grilled ribs should be ready too. You all clean up the dishes and chairs first." Hearing this, everyone nodded and walked towards the dining table. After handling the small crayfish, Yi-chan came to Nazi's side. "How's it going? Have you added the seasoning?" Nazi rubbed her eyes. which had been smoked for a long time, and said, "It's a bit burnt. Should we take it over now?" Yi Chen nodded, then took out 2 buckets of soda and handed them to Nas. "You take these 2 drinks over there," he said. After that, Yi Chen carried a rack of grilled ribs to the dining table. After Yi Chen put down the ribs, he shouted, "Dinner is served." Chapter 48. Heading to Honglian Island. End. After Yi Chen announced that dinner was ready, everyone eagerly began to taste the delicious food on the table. Xiao Ji and Ying Hua were the first to attack the crayfish. Yi Chen saw that the 2 were in such a hurry, so he quickly stopped them and shared the method for quickly peeling shrimp with everyone. After that, everyone started tasting the spicy crayfish. The fastest among them, Sakura, dipped the peeled crayfish in a bit of the broth and then put it into her mouth. Instantly, the 4 flavors of numbness, spiciness, freshness, and fragrance continuously stimulated Sakura's taste buds. Soon after, Sakura began to peel the next shrimp without stopping. The others, seeing this, quickly followed suit and tasted the crayfish, praising its deliciousness. Xiao Gang, with a serious expression, said, "I didn't expect that besides sashimi, there are such magical cooking techniques. Mr. Yi Chen's cooking methods truly leave me in awe." After saying this, Xiao Gang swallowed the crayfish in his mouth and picked up a piece of steamed bass to taste. The moment the base entered his mouth, its freshness, the richness of the sauce, and a hint of scallion fragrance instantly captivated Xiao Gang's taste buds. At this moment, he squinted his eyes and said, "Indeed, compared to the spicy crayfish, the taste of this bass is even more enchanting." Before his words fell, Xiao Ji also picked a piece of bass into his bowl. So delicious! Seeing that Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji were enjoying their food, Xiao Xia went to the grilled ribs, picked up some ribs into her bowl, and then returned to her seat to enjoy. With one bite, the juices from the ribs flowed out uncontrollably. The aroma of the ribs, combined with the cumin and Yi Chen's honey sauce, made it impossible for Xiao Xia to stop after just one bite. Originally wanting to chat and eat slowly with everyone, Yi Chen looked at the scene and couldn't he help but say, "Is it really that delicious?" The usually quiet Nazi leaned close to Yi Chen's ear and said, "Yi Chen, help me get 2 ribs. I can't reach them." Yi Chen. After helping Nasi get 2 ribs, Yi Chen began to methodically peel the crayfish. And during this time, he didn't forget to bring the fish head and fish tail from the fierce bite land shark over to him. Yi Chen saw Sakura continuously stuffing herself with crayfish like a dragon sucking water and couldn't help but ask, "Sakura, don't you think it's spicy?" Sakura shook her head and swallowed all the crayfish in her mouth. Yi Chen shook his head, took off the gloves on his hands, and prepared to enjoy the boiled crayfish he had peeled. Just then, he noticed Sakura's hand, which was still reaching for the crayfish. "Come on, can you be a person? Sakura, you've taken a whole bowl of the ones I've peeled." Sakura replied, "Young man, the waters here are very deep. You can't handle it. Give the crayfish to me. I can manage." After saying that, she pulled her hand back and immediately put the peeled meat into her mouth. Seeing this, Yi Chen had no choice but to take the few remaining ribs to his bowl and started gnawing on them. At this moment, Xiao Xia teased, "Sister, your relationship with Mr. Yi Chen is really good." Haha. In this way, everyone spent the night enjoying food and laughter. The next morning, Xiao Ji and his group got up early. Xiao Xia approached Sakura, who was brushing her teeth, and asked, "Sister, is Mr. Yi Chen still not awake?" Sakura nodded and said, "I'll go call him." After spitting out the mouthwash, Sakura went to Yi Chen's tent. She pulled open the tent and said, "Yi Chen, get up." Before she could finish, she noticed that Yi Chen's tent was in disarray and there was no sign of him. At this moment, Naza also noticed the situation and hurried over to check. Meanwhile, a man resembling a thief suddenly dashed out from the woods and ran quickly in another direction. Xiaoji shouted, "Come out, Bulbasaur, stop him." The man responded, "I'm done for." Just as Bulbasaur's vine whip was about to hit the thief, Yi Chen, who had just returned from a morning run bare-chested, rushed out from another path and took the thief down with a single move. Xiao Ji was stunned by Yi Chen's sudden appearance and said, "Mr. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? I thought you hadn't woken up." At that moment, Xiao Xia screamed, "Mr. Yi Chen, you're not wearing any clothes." Beside them, Xiao Gang looked at Yi Chen's muscles and said, "Perfect at cooking, strong at training Pokémon, and with such a good physique, Mr. Yi Chen, please reconsider taking me as your apprentice." Before anyone could take the next step, several herdiers jumped out from the surrounding bushes, surrounding Xiao Ji, Yi Chen, and the others. The group hadn't reacted yet when they heard a loud shout. "Don't move. Everyone, raise your hands." The group was momentarily stunned, and then Xiao Ji said, Hey, we're the ones helping you catch the criminals. Why should we raise our hands?" At this moment, Junsha spoke up. We are conducting a police dog exercise to catch criminals. We don't need you to help us capture anyone. She then swung her gun towards Yi-chun and said, and you, exhibitionist, hurry up and let go of our chief. Yi-chun was shocked as he looked at Junsha, then released the director beneath his feet and raised his hands. After realizing that everyone indeed had no ill intentions, he let everyone go. Junsha then said, you exhibitionist, hurry up and put your clothes on. You are ruining the city's image. Yi-chun. Then Yi-chun hurriedly put on his clothes. The others were covering their mouths and laughing at Yi-chun. Xiaoji then stepped forward to ask Junsha how she trained the corgis to be so orderly and obedient to commands. After a discussion among the group, they successfully arrived at Junsha's police dog school, where she trained the corgis. Yi-chun and the others successfully had lunch with Xiaoji and his group at the police dog school. As everyone became more familiar with Junsha, she reminded Yi-chun, no matter what you do, you are not allowed to be shirtless now, or we will have to capture you all, understand? This made everyone burst into laughter, while Yi-chun blushed and focused on his meal. At this moment, Xiaoji also said, Miss Junsha, can you let us experience your daily training this afternoon? Upon hearing this, Junsha nodded and said, no problem. Yi-chun was also getting interested at this moment. In the past, this kind of training was all about practicing the tacit cooperation between himself and his police dog. Later, he would try it with the Incan cat. Chapter 49, A Day Trip to the Police Dog School. After everyone finished their meal, they followed Junsha to the training ground. Looking at the exaggerated building in front of him, Yi-chun's mouth twitched a bit. These things were even more exaggerated than what he saw on TV. Firefighters climbed high walls using ladders, while Miss Junsha and Xiao Ji actually climbed up by hand. Then, Junsha began to demonstrate the use of the training ground to everyone. The first obstacle posed a challenge for Yi-chun, as a metal grate reached knee height on the lawn ahead. Junsha passed through smoothly, and Xiao Ji, after being shocked by Pikachu, also struggled to get through. At this time, Inghua said, it seems that police dog training is really exhausting every day. Xiao Gang agreed. Yeah, with such training every day, Miss Junsha must be very tired. On the other side, after exchanging a glance with the Incan cat, Yi-chun chose to give up. The Incan cat was too large to squeeze through even when lying down. So Yi-chun and the Incan cat moved on to the second obstacle. Junsha once again dashed to the front, quickly climbing over the high wall with the corgi. When it was Xiao Ji's turn, he tried to imitate Junsha's movements and quickly climbed toward the high wall, but just as he was about to reach the top, he slipped down. Yi-chun rushed over with the Runching cat upon seeing this challenge. The Runching cat took the lead and jumped over using a boost. Junsha was shocked and exclaimed, what incredible explosive power! As the Runching cat landed, Yi-chun also moved. After estimating the height of the wall, he jumped high, landed on top of the wall, and then flipped over it. The others were all taken aback. Only Sakura and Nashi remained calm, watching Yi-chun show off. Xiaoji and Xiaojang looked at Yi-chun with admiration and asked, Mr. Yi-chun, could you teach us how to do that? Just as Xiaoji, Xiaojang, and the others were chatting with Yi-chun, a large bus crashed through the sidewall of the police dog school. A trio dressed in familiar outfits emerged from the bus. Seeing this, Junsha quickly shouted, who are you? At that moment, Musashi and Kojiro jumped out of the bus and said, since you asked so sincerely, we will generously tell you. Musashi, to prevent the world from being destroyed. Kojiro, to protect the peace of the world. Musashi, to promote love and true evil. Kojiro, the cute and charming villainous characters. Musashi, Kojiro, Musashi, we are the rocket team, traveling through the galaxy. Kojiro, a white hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. Meowth, that's right, Meow. After that, the Cardi dogs surrounded the rocket team. Meowth looked at the group of Cardi dogs in front of him and said nervously, maybe we should just forget it. I'm a bit scared with so many dogs, Meow. Hearing this, Musashi said, impossible. Just think about it. If we take this group of well-trained Cardi dogs and sell them, that would be a huge amount of money. Oh, haha. Xiaojang then said to everyone, the rocket team is really bold to dare to directly break into the police dog training school. After hearing the rocket team's words, Junsha angrily said, it's impossible for Cardi dogs to help you do bad things. Before Junsha could take any further action, the rocket team took out the stinky flower spray. Musashi and Kojiro put on gas masks and said, now, Cardi dogs won't be able to smell us, huh? With the smoke spreading, everyone started coughing due to the smell. Yi-chun, having enhanced his body twice, now had very sensitive smell. Ugh. Yi-chun's attracted everyone's attention. Seeing that the crowd was looking at him, he said, sorry everyone, my nose is just too good. Musashi and Kojiro didn't pay much attention and took out a spray that could change people's voices and started releasing it. Yi-chan, who couldn't stand the smoke, quickly ordered, Luncheon Cat, Thunderbolt. Upon receiving the command, Luncheon Cat was enveloped in electric light, and several bolts of lightning shot towards Team Rocket. Musashi and Kojiro immediately hid back in the vehicle. The powerful current struck Team Rocket's bus, but caused no damage. At this moment, Kojiro came out smugly and said, This is a bus specially designed to be electric-proof. Your Luncheon Cat can unleash as much electricity as it wants, and we won't be afraid. At this point, Musashi took out a loudspeaker and shouted, Get the Houndoms! Take down Luncheon Cat! However, the voice coming from a loudspeaker was actually Junsha's voice. Realizing the situation was not good, Junsha quickly tried to stop them, saying no, Houndoms, don't listen to them. But her voice was so sharp that the Houndoms completely ignored her. Kojiro laughed and said, This is our Team Rocket's special smoke after inhaling it. People's voices become very sharp. Ha ha ha. With that, the Houndoms rushed towards Luncheon Cat. Yi-chun, seeing this, shouted while pinching his nose, Luncheon Cat, go fast. Knock Team Rocket out. Upon hearing this, Luncheon Cat immediately charged towards Team Rocket. Team Rocket, seeing the approaching Luncheon Cat, shouted to the Houndoms, Go Houndoms! Block him. In response, the Houndoms pounced towards Luncheon Cat. However, Luncheon Cat ignored the Houndoms rushing towards it and instead accelerated towards Team Rocket. Bang! 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 Anything that came into contact with Luncheon Cat was knocked away by its high-speed movement. The three members of Team Rocket looked at the charging Luncheon Cat with a miserable expression and said, What an annoying feeling. Soon after, they were knocked away along with their vehicle by Luncheon Cat. After seeing Team Rocket being sent flying by Luncheon Cat, everyone began to check on the condition of the Houndoms. At this moment, Inghua came over and said, Yi-chun, hurry up and lend a hand. Many Houndoms are unconscious. After hearing Sakura's sharp voice, Yi-chun burst into laughter and said, Sakura, your voice is killing me. Seeing Yi-chun's playful demeanor, Sakura immediately unleashed her special move, Ultimate Technique, Force Calm Fist. Bang! After being hit hard by Sakura, Yi-chun obediently walked towards Xiaoji and the others. Xiaoji, Xiaogong, wait for me. Then everyone began to get busy as they started to take the injured Shuckle to the Pokémon Center. On the other side, in a dim underground base, a huge container imprisoned the previously released Mutuo. The doctor stared at Mutuo's various indicators and said, All data has reached the level of ancient divine beasts, and it was actually hurt by that Jengar. He then placed the container into a nurturing liquid and said to his assistant, Notify Team Rocket in the Kanto region. Tell them to find an opportunity to capture that kid named Yi-chun's Pokémon. A man wearing black-framed glasses replied, Okay, doctor. Should we report the research progress to the boss? Yes, report to the boss, and also ask him to allocate more funds for the research on the Berserk Potion. We need to speed that up, the doctor said. Hearing this, the assistant hurriedly replied, Understood, doctor. The man referred to as the doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, This is really interesting. This kid's Pokémon actually come from ancient times. Things are getting intriguing. Chapter 50 Encountering Photographer Ake. After resolving the issues at the police dog school, Yi-chun and the others set off again towards Honglian Island. Along the way, they chatted casually, when suddenly Xiao Ji noticed a reflection of light in the bushes on the other side. After thinking for 2 seconds, he tackled Yi-chun, who was washing his hands by the riverbank. Before Yi-chun could ask what was happening, Xiao Ji shouted, Everyone, get down. At this moment, Yi-chun was pressed down by Xiao Ji and couldn't help but ask, What's wrong, Xiao Ji? Xiao Xiao looked at Xiao Ji displeased and said, Yes, Xiao Ji, why are you making such a big deal out of it? Hearing this, Xiao Ji pointed to the reflective bushes on the other side, looking puzzled at everyone's gaze. Seeing this, Yi-chun immediately stood up and brushed off the dust on his clothes. Then he took a leaf and shouted in the direction Xiao Ji was pointing. Who was there? When there was no response from the bushes, Xiao Ji immediately decided to have Squirtle use water gun. Seeing this, Yi-chun quickly stopped Xiao Ji, then shot a leaf with his right hand towards the grass. The leaf pierced the ground in front of the grass like a steel needle, startling the person hiding in the grass, who hurriedly emerged and said, Don't throw it, don't throw it. After the person came out, Xiao Ji angrily asked, Hey, what are you sneaking around for just now? The person brushed off the leaves on his body and introduced himself. My name is Ache, and I am a well-known photographer who has captured ultra-rare Pokémon. After a brief self-introduction, Ache invited Yi-chun and the others to his house as an apology. After serving hot coffee to everyone, Ache showed them many photos of Pokémon he had previously taken. While everyone was looking at the album, Yi-chan asked. So what were you just photographing us for? We're not Pokémon. Achay laughed and replied, Of course I wasn't photographing you. I was looking for a chance to capture a Pikachu in its most natural state. He then glanced at Xiao Zhi's Pikachu. Upon hearing this, Pikachu hid behind Xiao Zhi, who said, Sorry, Achay, but Pikachu might not like having a flash directed at him. Achay, looking serious, said, Don't worry. I'll capture him in his most natural state when he's not paying attention. He then continued, I'm a genius photographer who has captured an ultra-rare fossilized Aerodactyl. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and turned their attention to Brock and Sakura, asking, Have you heard about this? Brock and Sakura exchanged glances and decisively replied, No. Achay's previously proud expression instantly fell. After learning Achay's purpose, Xiaoji began to cooperate with Achay for the shoot. While the others sat at the dining table enjoying the pudding provided by Achay, Yi-chan suggested at this moment, Why do you have to take pictures of Pikachu? I have many Pokémon here that you can take pictures of as well. Hearing this, Xiao Gang and the others all nodded in agreement. Then, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia took the lead in releasing their Pokémon. Seeing this, Yi-chan and the others also released their Pokémon. Originally, Achay was about to refuse upon seeing Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia's Pokémon, but after Yi-chan's Pokémon appeared, Achay's gaze became somewhat transfixed. He murmured, My goodness, these are rare Pokémon. Then, Achay stepped forward and started taking pictures of the Mega Garchomp and the Litten. Seeing this, Sakura also released her shiny Frogadier. When the shiny Frogadier appeared, everyone was taken aback at first, and then began checking the information about Frogadier in their Pokédex. After the Pokédex identified it, Xiao Gang was the first to voice his question. Miss Sakura, this Frogadier of yours isn't the legendary shiny Pokémon, is it? After saying this, Xiao Gang approached the Frogadier to examine its body. As a photographer, Achay became even more anxious at this moment, quickly moving forward with his camera to take pictures of the Frogadier. Xiao Xia, enviously looking at Sakura, said, Sister, when did you catch this Frogadier? While asking, her hand reached towards the Frogadier. Seeing everyone trying to touch it, the Frogadier hurriedly ran behind Sakura. At this moment, Sakura smiled and said, I'm sorry, everyone, but Frogadier isn't used to being touched by strangers. This child has been hurt by others before. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped their movements. Achay looked at Yi-chan's Pokémon and then at Pikachu, feeling very conflicted inside. Yi-chan noticed Achay's hesitation and said, How about this? When we set off later, you can follow us and take some candid shots of Pikachu. I'll release all my Pokémon for you to photograph. After saying that, Inghua added, Yi-chan's Pokémon are all rare and powerful. Upon hearing this, Achay nodded without a second thought. Sounds perfect. He then went ahead to prepare his photography equipment while the others continued on their way. Meanwhile, on the necessary route to Homeland Island, the Team Rocket trio was discussing things from a vantage point. Musashi held a flyer and asked, Meowth, is the person you found reliable this time? Meowth waved his hand confidently and replied, Don't worry, this time I found a Pokémon master. Catching a Pikachu will be a piece of cake. At this moment, Kojiro chimed in, but Meowth, it says here that he is a Pokémon photography master. Upon hearing this, Meowth's eyes widened as he exclaimed, What? Musashi shook her head and said, I knew you were unreliable. Luckily, I set a trap on their route in advance, just waiting for those kids to bite. With that, she picked up a pair of binoculars and looked down the road. She saw Yi-chan and his group walking towards them slowly, but behind Yi-chan was a Sharpedo. It turned out that just a moment ago, Yi-chan had made a deal with Achay. Yi-chan would release his Lord Pokémon for Achay to photograph, and any prizes or profits would be split with Yi-chan. So, at Achay's request, Yi-chan had brought along the Sharpedo. Behind them, the Sharpedo had Ash's Pikachu hanging on it, occasionally saying, Help me scratch my fin there, it's a bit itchy harder. Yi-chan thought about letting Pikachu scratch you. And you're the only one. Soon, everyone arrived at the trap set by Team Rocket. However, the Garchomp that was playing with Pikachu seemed to sense something, and said to Yi-chan, Master, there's a big pit ahead. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan paused for a moment and quietly said, Don't worry about it. At that moment, Yi-chan thought to himself, If I intervene, how will Achay discover that this is Team Rocket's plot? He then continued, walking forward nonchalantly. But his speed noticeably slowed down. Chapter 51. Repelling Team Rocket, the Mysterious Mutuo. As expected, the few people in front fell into the trap, leaving only Yi-chan and Naji standing outside. Yi-chan was first taken aback, then looked at Na-zi as if asking how she knew there was a trap here. Seeing this, Na-zi said, I sensed the emptiness here just now, so I didn't continue walking. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan asked, Then why didn't you remind them? Na-zi replied, Didn't you know it too? Why didn't you say anything? After saying this, Nazi tilted her head and looked at Yichun. In response, Yichun awkwardly scratched his head and said, "By the time I knew, they had already fallen." After saying that, Yichun quickly took out the emergency rope from his bag and lowered it down. At this moment, Ache also hurriedly crawled out from the bushes on the other side and said, "Xiaoji, are you guys okay?" At this moment, Yichun shouted at Ache, "Stop shouting, give me a hand." After saying that, he handed the end of the rope to Ache. On the other side, Team Rocket, seeing that there were still two people who hadn't fallen into their trap, Musashi said, "Now there's only that little brat Yichun and a little girl left. Let's take out the secret weapon that the boss gave us and go." Nyarth and Kojiro nodded in agreement and began to assemble the equipment. Meanwhile, in the deep pit, Ash and the others complained, "Who is it that lacks morality, digging such a big pit in the middle of the road?" After saying that, Ash even covered his butt. Just as everyone was complaining, Yichun's emergency rope had already been lowered. Yichun shouted from above, "Hey, you guys grab a rope and I'll pull you up." Ash and the others nodded and started to grab the rope one by one, allowing Yichun above to pull them up. Just as Yichun was pulling the rope, Team Rocket jumped out, still wearing the outfits they had on while talking to Che. Before Che could react, the three members of Team Rocket ripped off their clothes, revealing their Team Rocket uniforms. Nyarth then laughed and said, Stinky brat, now you can't stop us from catching Pokémon, right?" After saying that, Team Rocket took out the machine behind them. It revealed two steel pincers, one large and one small, which tightly secured Pikachu and Garchomp. Seeing this, Yichun couldn't help but curse. "Damn, how come it's this thing again?" At this moment, Musashi laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, stinky brat. This is a special anti-electricity device developed by our Team Rocket, specifically used to deal with this Pikachu and your giant Pokémon." While Musashi was speaking, Yichun had already pulled everyone who fell into the pit back up. Hearing Musashi's words, Ash was already seething with anger, furiously shouting at the three, "You guys are dreaming. Hurry up and return our Pokémon." After saying that, he released his Bulbasaur. "Bulbasaur, Razor Leaf." Ding ding ding. The Razor Leaf attack hit the claws, but caused no damage at all. Seeing this, Brock and the others also released their Pokémon. Before anyone could give the command to attack, the Garchomp on the side broke free from the claws. Bang! A loud metallic explosion sounded as Garchomp broke free from the claws, twisted its arm, and then smashed Pikachu's claws as well. The three members of Team Rocket felt something was off. Kojiro whispered, "It seems even the enhanced version given to us by the boss can't handle this brat's Pokémon." Musashi covered her face and said, "Do I need to tell you? They've already broken free." Meowth then asked, "So what do we do now? What else can we do?" "Of course we run." After saying that, the three of them started to flee towards another patch of grass. Ash saw the three start to escape and immediately shouted to Pikachu, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt! ZZZZ!" The powerful electric current successfully blasted Team Rocket away, and the trio in the air scowled. What an annoying feeling. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, everyone turned their attention to Ache. Ake, noticing everyone looking at him, quickly explained his encounter with Team Rocket. They three pretended to be elderly to ask me to take a picture of Ash's Pikachu. Who knew they were actually from Team Rocket? "I'm sorry, everyone." Brock stepped in to smooth things over. "Haha, it's okay. You didn't know. Now that Team Rocket has been driven away, let's set up camp and rest here. It's getting late. How about we take a group photo here to commemorate our meeting?" At this moment, Sakura spoke up. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Ache excitedly agreed, then went to set up the camera. During the group photo, Ache unexpectedly slipped, and Sakura took the opportunity to get closer to Yichun, posing nicely for the shot. Thus, the first group photo featuring Ash and his friends along with Yichun and Ache was taken. After taking the photo, everyone started to set up their tents. At Yichun's strong request, Brock would be the chef for tonight's dinner, and after a hearty meal, everyone returned to their tents and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in Team Rocket's basement, the researcher looked at the data on the big screen and shouted to the doctor, "Doctor, Mutwo's psychic waves are becoming very unstable. You need to come and take a look." After saying that, he enlarged Mutwo's psychic data panel for the doctor to see. The doctor took a quick glance at the data and called two researchers to the container where Mutwo was stored. At this moment, Mutwo inside the container was shaking violently, as if it would burst out of the container at any moment. Seeing this, the doctor immediately shouted, "Inject a tranquilizer. Hurry!" After the doctor's order, a syringe shot into Mutwo's neck. The next second, Mutwo, who was still restless, suddenly calmed down. After confirming Mutwo was no longer moving, the doctor and the others returned to the lab. At this time, Mutwo slowly opened its eyes, glanced at the surrounding environment, and then looked at its own body. Then a faint voice came from the container. Where the hell is this? Before finishing, it fainted again. The next morning, Yichen woke up unusually early today because he had agreed with everyone the night before that while Brock would be responsible for dinner, he would take care of breakfast in the morning. Stretching, Yi-chan began to make rice rolls, thinking, we should be arriving at Red Lotus Island soon, and there will be a Pokémon identification test. As a 10-year veteran of Pokémon, this should be a piece of cake for me. While Yi-chan was talking to himself, Sakura, who was behind him, listened in a daze. Rubbing her eyes, Sakura asked, what identification test are you talking about, Yi-chan? Startled by Sakura's voice, Yi-chan almost dropped the egg in his hand. He quickly replied, it's nothing, I was just talking to myself. Can you not talk behind my back? It's creepy when it's still dim outside. After Sakura acknowledged, she reminded, then make sure to add more meat for me. I'm going to catch a few more winks. Chapter 52, Pokémon Identification Test. Yi-chan, questioning life. After Yi-chan finished making breakfast, everyone sat around the dining table to enjoy their first meal of the morning. Ash and his friends had become numb to Yi-chan's delicious cooking, as they had never had the same dish twice, and it was always tasty. However, Ache, who had never tasted such delicacies before, kept praising Yi-chan's skills. After everyone was full, they packed their bags and headed to the Pokémon Identification Test Center. Yi-chan looked at the enormous building in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The Pokémon League is really wealthy. Even an exam venue is this big. He then followed the crowd to the registration desk. There, a tall man stood at the desk. Introducing the exam. The Pokémon Assessment Exam is established by the League and consists of 3 parts: theoretical knowledge of Pokémon, understanding of Pokémon, and practical exams. I am the invigilator for this exam. Just after hearing the invigilator's introduction of the rules, Xiao Gang approached a Miss Joy. Miss Joy, I didn't expect to see you here. It must be my good fortune from my past life. I wonder if you're the Joy from Rainbow City or the Joy from Goldenrod City. Sakura looked at Xiaoxia with a bit of speechlessness and said, does your friend always act like this? Xiaoxia shook her head and replied, there's no helping it. Xiao Gang can't move when he sees a beautiful girl. At this moment, Ash and Yi-chan were also attracted by the situation and stepped forward to greet Miss Joy. Then Ash curiously asked, Miss Joy, why are you here to take the Pokémon Assessment Exam? Upon hearing this, Yi-chan nodded and also curiously looked at Miss Joy. She smiled and said, because becoming a Pokémon Master has always been my dream, and the Pokémon Assessment Exam is specifically set up for those who are older or unable to travel around to challenge gyms, like me, who has to work at the Pokémon Center every day. It's the perfect opportunity to participate in such an exam. After hearing Miss Joy's words, Yi-chan angrily approached Sakura and said, why did you tell me back then that there were no other channels besides gym badges? Hearing this, Sakura scratched her head and said, I'm busy with rehearsals for water ballet every day. I don't have time to learn about these things. Yi-chan. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Miss Joy, everyone came to the lottery machine to start the draw. Xiao Ji drew the number 7. Seeing the number in his hand, Xiao Ji turned to Yi-chan, who was drawing the lottery, and said, Brother Chun, I drew number 7. What number did you get? Yi-chan looked at the number he had in his hand and replied, I'm number 5. At this moment, Xiao Ji, full of enthusiasm, said, all right, Brother Chun, let's see who ranks highest in this exam. Yi-chan nodded and went to the waiting area with Xiao Ji. At that moment, on the other side of the lottery machine, Musashi, disguised as Xiao Zhuang, said behind Xiao Ji, damn, it's actually lucky 7. After a short while, the examiner notified Yi-chan, Xiao Ji, and the other candidates to enter. As all the candidates found their seats and sat down, the exam officially began. Yi-chan felt a bit dizzy looking at the exam instrument and said, what's going on? Why do I feel so sleepy when I see the exam questions? Could it be that I've inherited the innate sleepiness from my previous life? After slapping his own face, Yi-chan hurriedly looked at the questions. Question 1. Is the tongue of a big tongue twice the length of its body? True or false? Yi-chan thought for a moment and then asked the system. System, is there a function to query answers? No. After receiving the system's response, Yi-chan rubbed his temples and slowly said, damn it, I can't remember this at all. Then Yi-chan resolutely said, forget it, let's go for broke, right? After entering the answer, the machine automatically displayed the second question. Is the only move that Magikarp starts with Splash? True or false? Seeing the question, Yi-chan finally breathed a sigh of relief and decisively pressed true. At that moment, the disguised Kojiro behind him angrily said, damn it, another Magikarp. Why does seeing Magikarp make me so mad? The proctor immediately scolded Kojiro. This candidate, please be quiet and maintain exam discipline. Hearing this, Kojiro hurriedly lowered his head. Meanwhile, Musashi calmly said, right. Seeing this, Kojiro quickly asked, Musashi, do you know all the answers? Musashi waved his hand and said, oh, this is simple. As long as I get all the answers right, I will definitely get a few questions right. After saying that, he started pressing true on the machine. Kojiro began to follow Musashi and press true as well. At this point, Yichin also arrived at the third question. Pokémon proverb, 9 tails for 1,000 years. Squirtle for 10,000 years. True or false? Yichin scratched his chin and thought for a moment, then said the 1,000-year-old turtle and the 10,000-year-old turtle should be correct. Then Yichin pressed yes. Question 4. Is Chavalange's nickname the Devil of Boxing? Chavalange. Yichin carefully recalled the appearance of Chavalange and decisively chose no. Question 5. Was the gas Pokémon initially discovered in the bathroom? True or false? How could a gas Pokémon possibly appear in a bathroom? Thus, Yichin confidently pressed false. As the multiple choice questions ended, the proctor began to display Pokémon recognition questions on the big screen. After the image appeared on the screen, the proctor asked, which Pokémon is represented by the shadowed part in the image? People in the audience started to guess. Kojiro confidently said, this must be a Pokeball. Musashi disdainfully replied, do we even need to think? It's obviously a mischievous ball. Bystander A, I think it's Geodude. Bystander B, I don't know. After everyone wrote down their answers, the proctor announced the correct answer. With the answer revealed, the proctor loudly declared, the correct answer is Jigglypuff viewed from above. Yichin looked at the examiner with a face full of questions, while the other candidates also appeared confused. Little CZ and Musashi complained, how can you tell this is Jigglypuff? The examiner waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and then started the second question. As the pattern was revealed, the examiner asked, which Pokémon does the pattern in the image belong to? Everyone looked at the pattern on the screen and began to think. Yichin confidently wrote Mosquito Frog on the answer board. Many people, seeing this pattern, also began to write Mosquito Frog as their answer. Finally, the proctor announced the answer after everyone had written theirs down. The answer was Mosquito Tadpole. The crowd gasped, and Yichin looked at the Mosquito Tadpole on the board in disbelief. After carefully recalling, he realized that the pattern of the Mosquito Tadpole ended on the left, while the Mosquito Frog ended on the right. The two were different. Regretting this, Yichin rubbed his forehead. Chapitre 53. Pokémon Identification Exam. 2. With the end of the Pokémon recognition questions, Musashi in the back couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and shouted at the proctor. What kind of nonsense questions are these? First, we have Jigglypuff viewed from above, and now it's the Mosquito Tadpole. Are you trying to make things difficult on purpose? Before Kojiro could intervene, the proctor immediately retorted, this candidate has been disqualified from this exam. Please leave. Hearing this, Musashi threw down the answer board and said, TC fine. I'll leave. I don't even want to stay in this lousy place. With that, Musashi angrily walked out of the exam room. Ash, witnessing this, whispered, how pitiful. Miss Joy nodded in agreement, saying, yeah, after working so hard for so long, to be disqualified. Yichin nodded in approval and said to Musashi, that's quite bold. Recognition from fellow underachiever. Soon after, everyone followed the examiner to the practical training ground. Everyone received their 3 Pokémon, and Kojiro secretly vowed to himself, I will work hard along with Musashi. After that, he received his 3 Pokeballs. The examiner then called out, candidate number 1, Kojiro, please come forward. Hearing this, Kojiro immediately went to the battle seat and released his first Pokémon. Bang! A yellow Pikachu suddenly appeared in front of Kojiro. Kojiro, filled with excitement, exclaimed, it's Pikachu. I'm so familiar with Pikachu's attack patterns. Go, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The examiner also threw out his first Pokémon. It's you, Onix. When Onix appeared, Pikachu's Thunderbolt hit it. Once the electric light faded, Onix stood there unscathed, and Kojiro, with a face full of disbelief, said, how is this possible? The examiner then commanded Onix, use Rock Tomb. With the absolute type advantage, Kojiro's Pikachu quickly lost the battle. After recalling Pikachu, Kojiro angrily said, well then, let's send out the others. He then threw out his other 2 Pokeballs, which released Charizard and Bulbasaur. At this moment, the examiner took out a red card and said, you are disqualified. Kojiro looked confused and asked the examiner, on what grounds? The rules of this exam state one-on-one battles, and you sent out 2 Pokémon, so you violated the rules and must leave the stage. Kojiro, who wanted to argue back, left reluctantly upon seeing the examiner's angry face. Soon after, it was Ash's turn in the exam. When Ash stepped onto the stage, Misty, Brock, and Achun in the audience cheered for him. Ash quickly released his first Pokémon. Bang! Coughing floated out from the Pokeball. The examiner then said, since you sent out coughing, I will send out Flareon. As Flareon appeared, Ash suddenly felt that things were not looking good. At this moment, Yi-Chen covered his mouth and laughed, saying, Xiao Ji is really unlucky. Isn't this just a pure examiner's crushing situation? As expected, after 3 rounds, Xiao Ji quickly lost. Feeling dejected, he approached Yi-Chen's preparation area and asked, Yi-Chen, what Pokémon did you draw? Hearing this, Yi-Chen first patted Xiao Ji on the back and replied, I don't know yet. I haven't looked. After nodding, Xiao Ji went to the spectator seats, and the examiner began to call Yi-Chen to the stage. Upon hearing his name, Yi-Chen hurriedly stood up and walked towards the battlefield. Xiao Ji and the others at the side shouted, Go, Brother Chun. Sakura stood in the front row and shouted, Go, Yi-Chen. If you win, I'll take you to the hot springs. Hearing Sakura's shout, Yi-Chen replied seriously, Don't worry, since that's the case. I'll definitely go to the hot springs. After saying that, Yi-Chen waved his hand and sent out his first Pokémon. Bang! Yi-Chen's first Pokémon was a Beedrill. Seeing his first Pokémon, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a chill down his back, saying, Do I have some kind of grudge with Beedrill? Just as Yi-Chen was talking to himself, the examiner sent out his first Pokémon. It's decided, Charmeleon. Looking at the Charmeleon in front of him, Yi-Chen said with a serious expression, It seems this exam tests the candidate's understanding and application of Pokémon, and most of it is reverse-type battles, which is a bit difficult. Then Yi-Chen commanded Beedrill, Beedrill, use Poison Sting. Charmeleon, dodge and use Flamethrower. After Charmeleon swiftly dodged, it unleashed Flamethrower towards the Beedrill in the air. Seeing the fiery flames rushing towards Beedrill, Yi-Chen ordered, Descend and use Poison Jab on Charmeleon. Upon receiving the command, Beedrill immediately stopped flapping its wings, successfully avoiding the Flamethrower, and then launched Poison Jab towards Charmeleon. The examiner quickly shouted for Charmeleon to dodge, but it was too late. The fierce poison hit Charmeleon and knocked it flying. The Charmeleon that fell to the ground immediately lost its fighting ability, and the referee hurriedly announced, Charmeleon has lost its fighting ability. Beedrill wins. Outside the arena, Xiao Ji asked in confusion, why was Charmeleon defeated by Beedrill in one hit? The others nodded, also expressing their confusion. At this moment, the usually silent Nasi finally spoke up, saying, Yi-Chen hit Charmeleon with the first poison sting, causing it to be poisoned. Then, when Beedrill's poison jab hit Charmeleon, it dealt 5 times the damage, which is why Charmeleon was defeated in one hit. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded as if enlightened. Xiao Ji then asked, but I clearly saw that Charmeleon dodged. Nasi pointed to Charmeleon's tail and said, Charmeleon's body dodged, but its tail was hit by the poison sting. After realizing the truth, everyone looked forward to Yi-Chen's next battle. Sakura then said to everyone, finally, it's not Yi-Chen defeating others in one hit. Nasi nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, I didn't expect Yi-Chen to understand other Pokémon so well. The examiner then took out the second Pokémon. Come out, Onix. Yi-Chen saw the giant Onix appear in front of him, and countless question marks flashed through his mind. The Charmeleon could at least fight against it with a type advantage, but how could he use Beedrill against Onix? Chapter 54, Pokémon Identification Exam, End. Faced with Onix, Yi-Chen was at a loss and could only recall Beedrill for now. Yi-Chen took out the second Pokeball and murmured, please don't mess with me. Give me something good. Let's go. Boom. The Pokémon that emerged from a ball was revealed. Yi-Chen was stunned when he saw that the Pokémon in front of him was Rattata. The system quickly used True Ida. Let me see what skills this Rattata has. Pokémon, Rattata type, normal ability. Guts, Pokémon with this ability have their attack increased by 50 when they are in any abnormal state except for fainting, and their burn damage is reduced to the original 50. If a Pokémon with this ability is frozen and uses a move to thaw itself, its attack will not be boosted. Level 34 skills, Quick Attack, Bite, Pursuit, Hone Claws, Crunch. After learning about Rattata's skills, Yi-Chen moved True Eye to the supervisor's Onix. Pokémon, Onix type, Rock, Ground ability, Sturdy, one-hit KO moves have no effect on Pokémon with this ability. If a Pokémon with this ability is at full HP and takes damage, it will retain at least 1 HP. Level 44 skills, Dig, Sandstorm, Stealth Rock, Sand Tomb, Rock Slide, Head Smash, Dragon Breath. The level gap is significant, 10 levels lower without an advantage in type. At this moment, the crowd outside was sweating for Yi-Chen, and Ash said, what the heck, it's Onix against Rattata. Go, Chun. Seeing Yi-Chen's Pokémon switch in, the supervisor immediately ordered, Onix use Sandstorm, Rattata use Hone Claws. As both sides gave their commands, a huge sandstorm swept across the field. In this sandstorm, Rattata endured the discomfort caused by the storm and began to use the Hone Claw skill. The supervisor, seeing the right moment, commanded Onyx use Sand Tomb. Yichen saw that the Onyx was using Sand Tomb against Rattata and thought it was not good. He then shouted, Rattata, use Quick Attack to dodge Onyx's attack. Just as Sand Tomb was about to ensnare Rattata, Rattata used Quick Attack to jump out of the range of Sand Tomb. Seeing this, Yichen shouted now, take the chance to counterattack. Use Rage. The examiner immediately shouted, Onyx, use Dig to avoid it. Boom! Just as Onyx had dug halfway underground. It was hit by Rattata's rage, and then it completely burrowed into the ground. The examiner praised Yichen, saying, very good, this candidate has grasped the timing perfectly, but this is where it ends. Suddenly, the ground behind Rattata exploded, and Onyx burst out from underground, crashing into Rattata's back. Rattata was knocked flying in front of Yichen. After a while, Rattata managed to stand up with difficulty. Seeing this, Yichen admired and said, do you still want to fight, Rattata? Hearing Yichen's words, Rattata turned its head and said, yes, I'm not giving up. Yichen nodded and said, all right, then go for it, Rattata, use Bite. Onyx, use Rock Slide. Stop it. Outside the arena, Ash shouted, come on, Chun, go Rattata. The other spectators also shouted, go Rattata. In the arena, as the rocks from Onyx fell, Rattata narrowly dodged the rock slide with its agile form and reached close to Onyx, delivering a bite directly to Onyx's body. In pain, Onyx quickly shook Rattata off. Yichen ordered Rada, take the opportunity to pursue aggressively. The examiner, seeing this, quickly commanded the Onyx, use Tackle. With both commands given, the two Pokémon moved simultaneously. Bang! With a loud noise, both Pokémon fell to the ground, losing their ability to battle at the same time. The examiner then recalled Onyx and praised, very good. Then my final Pokémon is him. Go Grimer. Yichen also recalled Lada and then released his third Pokémon. Go, I don't know what Pokémon. Bang. The Pokémon that came out of the third Pokéball was unexpectedly a Squirtle. Yichen then activated his True Eye to scan the two Pokémon. Pokémon, Squirtle, type, Water, ability, Torrent. When HP is less than 1-3, the power of Water type moves increases by 5 times. Moves, Water Gun, Rapid Spin, Withdraw. Water Pulse, Water Tail, Protect. Level, 35. Pokémon, Grimer, type, Poison, ability, Stench. When using a move to attack the opponent, there's a 10 chance the target will become flinched. Moves, Poison Gas, Mud Slap, Mud Shot, Toxic Sludge Bomb, Mud Wave. Level, 35. After learning about the two Pokémon, Yichen felt more confident and shouted, Squirtle, use Water Gun. Seeing this, the referee immediately commanded Grimer, use Mud Wave. Water Gun and Mud Wave collided instantly. But Squirtle's Water Gun was clearly overpowered by Mud Wave. After being blocked by Mud Wave, it flew towards Squirtle. Seeing this, Yichen hurriedly shouted, Kamizumi, spin rapidly and deflect the Mud Wave. Upon hearing this, Kamizumi immediately withdrew into its shell and began to spin at high speed, shaking off all the mud directed at it, causing no harm at all. The proctor on the opposite side was momentarily stunned by Yichen's maneuver. The crowd outside exclaimed in surprise, you can actually use high-speed spinning like this? That's incredible. I've learned something. After seeing Kamizumi shake off the Mud Wave from Stinky Mud, the proctor quickly yelled, Stinky Mud, use Toxic. As the attack from Stinky Mud was about to hit Kamizumi, Yichen hurriedly shouted, Kamizumi, dodge. Just as Kamizumi was running to the other side, it was already too late. The Toxic had attached itself to Kamizumi's leg, and Kamizumi fell into a poisoned state. Yichen saw that the Comex didn't dodge and regretted, saying, I made a mistake. I should have used the defensive move. Comex, Water Pulse, Grimer Mud Bomb. Boom! The skills from both sides collided, creating a huge cloud of dust. Seeing this, Yichen immediately ordered Comex now. Water Tail. On the other side, the examiner shouted to Grimer, Grimer, use Mud Shot. Block him. Due to the thick dust, Grimer's visibility was poor, causing the Mud Shot to miss. Just then, the Squirtle charging towards Grimer noticed its position and rushed forward, landing a solid Water Tail on Grimer. However, due to the effects of severe poison, Comex's condition was quite poor. Seeing this, Yichen shouted, come on, Comex, use your final move, Water Pulse. The examiner then called out Grimer, use Mud Bomb to settle this. Boom! In an instant, the two energies collided. As the dust cleared, Comex fell down after using Water Pulse due to the severe poison, while Grimer was barely able to hold on. The examiner then announced, congratulations, student Yichen. You have passed the practical exam. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun was momentarily stunned and then excitedly shouted towards the audience. I passed. The crowd in the audience responded joyfully to Yi-chun. Chapter 55. Farewell to Ache, the ubiquitous Team Rocket. After passing the Pokémon identification exam, Yi-chun obtained the qualification to challenge the league directly. The group then arrived at the fork in the road leading to Red Lotus Island. At this moment, Ache said to everyone, "Are you all going to Red Lotus Island?" Yi-chun looked at Ache with confusion and said, "Then what else could it be? We've come this far." Ache scratched his head and laughed. "I'm just trying to confirm. I might have to part ways with everyone for the next leg of the journey. I want to go up the mountain to capture some Pokémon, so this is where we say goodbye." At this moment, Ash stepped closer to Ache and said, "Okay, you have to come document my journey when I become a Pokémon master." After Ash finished speaking, Yi-chun also chimed in, "Remember to come capture my handsome figure at this quartz conference." Definitely. After bidding farewell to Ache, everyone arrived at the last port city on Red Lotus Island. They reached the central square of the city, where Yi-chun and the others saw an advertisement for a Pokémon breeding house. Inside, a blonde woman said, "The best Pokémon breeding house in the world. No matter what kind of Pokémon you bring us, we can help it evolve into another form. Charmander evolves into Charmeleon. Charmeleon evolves into Charizard. Don't just think about it. Take action. Spots are limited. Come consult at the Pokémon breeding house." Sakura and Kasumi were both excited upon seeing this advertisement. Sakura ran up to Yi-chun and said, Hey, Yi-chun, did you see that? We can make our Pokémon evolve into another form. Let's go check it out." Kasumi also chimed in, Yeah, my Psyduck is so silly. I want to send it there to try." Brock, hearing this, agreed, "Well, some skilled Pokémon breeders can indeed achieve that level. But I wonder if this breeding house is reliable." Ash looked at Brock and Sakura with a confused expression and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" Yi-chun finally spoke up. "Don't think about it. It's definitely a scam. I don't want to go. You guys can go if you want. I am hungry." Next to him, Nasi echoed. Nasi also wants to eat. Seeing this, Sakura had no choice but to go eat with Yi-chun and Nasi. Xiaoxia, noticing that the three were not interested, took the opportunity to pull Xiaoji and Xiaojing towards the Pokémon breeding house. Meanwhile, on Yi-chun's side, the trio of food enthusiasts was looking around after arriving at the commercial street. Sakura then asked, "Yi-chun, why do you think that's a scam?" Yi-chun replied, "I think it's best to raise Pokémon myself. First, I don't trust others to raise them, and second, I don't have money right now." Sakura. Soon, Yi-chun spotted a restaurant with a limited time event. Show the boss a satisfied Pokémon and enjoy unlimited omelet rice. Yi-chun immediately became interested and hurriedly dragged Sakura and Naz to the outside of the restaurant. The restaurant owner came out to greet them and said, "Are you here to eat? We have an event going on right now. Show me a Pokémon that satisfies me, and you can eat for free." Upon hearing this, Yi-chun asked, "Really?" The restaurant owner nodded, and then Yi-chun released all his Pokémon. The originally spacious commercial street seemed a bit crowded once Yi-chun's Pokémon came out. The massive Gyarados, along with the Sharpedo and Tyranitar, drew the attention of passers-by. Some of them boldly took out their cameras to take pictures of Gyarados. Seeing this, the restaurant owner shook a little. His Pokémon were a bit too intimidating, and he was startled by the spectacle. After calming down, he said, Young man, although your Pokémon are very unique, they don't satisfy me." Yi-chun, confused, asked, "Huh, you're not satisfied with these? What do you want?" The restaurant owner then took out a photo of Psyduck and said, "I want to see a cute Psyduck. If you can fulfill my wish, you can eat the omelet rice for free." After understanding the owner's request, Yi-chun thought for a moment and said, "Then boss, can we eat for free if we show you a super rare Pokémon?" Upon hearing Yi-chun's words, the restaurant owner scratched his chin and said, If it's really a rare Pokémon, I might consider it. There's hope." Yi-chun then gave Sakura a look, and Sakura, seeing this, asked Yi-chun, "What's wrong with your eyes?" "I meant for you to release your Swampert." Upon hearing this, Sakura finally understood and released her Swampert. Upon seeing the Pokémon that appeared, the owner was first stunned, then exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's a shiny Pokémon. This intelligent look is just as impressive as a Psyduck." Shiny Swampert. Yi-chun saw his boss so excited and asked, "Boss, can we go in now?" The boss, holding the Swampert, replied, of course, please come in." Just as the three were about to enter the restaurant, a voice came from behind. "Hey, Shingo, Sakura, Naza, you guys are here too." The speaker was Ash and his friends, who had just finished storing their Pokémon. Hearing this, Yi-chun and the others turned around. "Yeah, you guys came too. Let's go in and eat together." After explaining the situation to Ash and his group, the six of them walked towards the restaurant together. Upon learning that Misty could eat 8 bowls of omelet rice, Yi-chun was slightly taken aback and then asked, "Is that true? Misty, you're so thin. How can you eat that much?" Sakura then spoke up, "Don't underestimate Misty. She's the biggest eater among us three sisters." Misty, hearing her sister teasing her, said, "Big sister, why are you saying that?" Brock then asked Yi-chun, "Mr. Yi, you look so strong. You must have a big appetite too, right?" Sakura, holding back the pain from Misty pinching her, said, "Yi-chun can eat a lot. He participated in a ramen eating contest and ate a whole 18 bowls to win the championship." Everyone looked at Yi-chun in shock, and then Naza added, "He said after the contest, he was only 80% full." Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner felt as if something had struck his heart, thinking, "Is it too late to regret now?" The group then took their seats and started eating the omelet rice, while the owner took photos with the Swampert at the front desk. Chapter 56, Team Rocket's Conspiracy, Agile Yi-chun. While everyone was eating, Misty noticed a picture of Psyduck at the front desk and asked, "Hey boss, why do you have a picture of Psyduck here?" The owner patted the Swampert's head and said, "Actually, I wanted to meet Psyduck today with the free omelet rice event. Who knew your friend's Pokémon would be so adorable too?" After saying that, he rubbed the Swampert's head. Ash, who was eating, quickly said, "Misty, don't you have Psyduck? Why don't you go get it to show the boss?" Hearing this, Misty nodded, while the owner widened his eyes and said, "Really? That's great. Today is truly my lucky day. Not only did I meet such a cute Pokémon, but I can also see Psyduck. I'm so happy." After saying that, the restaurant owner went to the kitchen and brought out a large plate of sashimi for everyone. After they finished eating, they went to the breeding center. Yi-chun saw that the door was locked and asked Ash, "What Pokémon did you all put in there?" Ash pointed at Misty and said, "Misty entrusted her Psyduck to the breeding center. Brock and I didn't." At this moment, Misty spoke up, "I want the breeding center staff to help make Psyduck a bit smarter. It's too clueless. I can't even use in battles." But it seems the breeding center has already closed. Looking at the closed breeding center, Yi-chun thought for a moment and then knocked on the door. "Knock, knock. Is anyone there? Knock, knock." When no one inside responded, Yi-chun said, "It's only a little past 1. It shouldn't be closed yet, right?" Misty then said, "Let's just take a boat to Fire Island and let my Psyduck stay here for a while." Just as everyone was about to turn and leave, Naza suddenly teleported inside the breeding center, unlocked the door, and opened it wide. Seeing this, Sakura quickly pulled Naza and said, "What are you doing, Naza? We could get arrested for breaking in without permission." Naza calmly replied, "I sense that the Pokémon inside are all locked in cages." Hearing Naza's words, everyone was taken aback and quickly went inside to close the door. They then entered the breeding center, and when they opened one of the doors, the scene inside stunned them all. The room was filled with cages neatly arranged next to a machine, taking away one Pokémon at regular intervals. Ash then asked, "What's going on here? Didn't the advertisement say it was a luxury training ground with the best medical equipment? Do we even need to say? It must be a scam. Let's go see who's behind this." After Yi-chun finished speaking, he followed the direction of the conveyor belt to a window. After lifting the curtain of the conveyor belt, he saw 2 people in white lab coats standing in the room, reporting the collected Pokémon to a large screen in front of them. "Boss, we have collected a lot of Pokémon this time. I will send you the best batch once I have selected them." The man on the big screen nodded in satisfaction after hearing the report and said, "Not bad. Xiao Sanlang, Yamadu, your efficiency is indeed better than those 3 fools." It was definitely the right choice not to tell them about this plan. At this moment, Yamadu spoke up, "Boss, please don't compare us with those 3 useless ones." "Well, that's it. Please send me this batch of Pokémon as soon as possible." After saying that, Sakamaki hung up the phone. Yi-chun, who had just witnessed all this, quietly arrived at the entrance, measured the distance, and prepared to rush in and take down the 2. Suddenly, familiar voices came from behind. "What are you doing here, you little brats? It's you again, Team Rocket? So this is your scheme?" Xiaoxia shouted at the Team Rocket trio. Before the 2 sides could continue arguing, the lights in the room were turned on. At this moment, Xiao Samlang and Yamadu also came out, saying, "I was wondering why there was noise outside. Turns out it's you little mice." As the lights turned on, Yamadu and Xiao Samlang walked out of the room, while Yi-chun secretly hid in their blind spot. When Musashi and Kojiro saw Xiao Samlang and Yamadu, their eyes widened in surprise. "What are you 2 doing here? Who are you?" Upon hearing the questions from Team Rocket and Xiaoxia, Yamadu and Xiao Samlang shrugged off their white lab coats, revealing their Team Rocket uniforms underneath. "Since you asked so sincerely, we'll generously tell you." Upon hearing this, Yi-chun rubbed his head and said, "Is Team Rocket always this long-winded?" He then quietly approached Yamadu and Xiao Samlang from behind. When the Team Rocket trio saw Yi-chun sneak up, Meowth shouted, "Hey, you little brat, how did you get here?" Just as Xiao Samlang and Yamadu turned around to look, Yichen knocked them out with a swift move. He then quickly charged towards the Team Rocket trio. Seeing this, Musashi quickly shouted, "Run, Meowth, Kojiro!" After saying that, the three of them tried to run towards the door. However, after running for a while, they realized they hadn't moved from their spot. Upon closer inspection, they found that they were being held in the air by Naza's psychic power. Xiaoxia then spoke up, "It's you, Team Rocket again. Why are you everywhere?" Musashi, floating in the air, shouted, "I wanted to ask you, how come we keep running into you little brats everywhere?" "Exactly, meow," Meowth added. Yichen then called Xiaoxia to report to the police and asked Ash and the others at the entrance to take the 4 members of Team Rocket and Meowth to Miss Junsha. After ensuring that the trapped Pokémon were taken care of, everyone then headed towards the restaurant with Psyduck. "Brother Chun, it's a good thing you and Naza were here. Otherwise, we might not have discovered their scheme," Xiaoxia said gratefully to Yichen and Naza. Hearing this, Yichen waved his hand and said, "It's all Naza's credit. I just did my part." At this moment, Ash, with shining eyes, approached Yichen and said, "Brother Chun, can you teach me your skills?" Yeah. I also want to learn." After hearing their requests, Yichen thought for a moment and then looked at the two. "I can teach you some self-defense techniques, but it will be tough." The two immediately cheered up, and Ash quickly replied, "No problem, Mr. Yichen. I could train with my Pokémon." Next to him, Brock also nodded in agreement. Thus, everyone chatted and laughed as they arrived at the restaurant and handed Psyduck over to the owner for viewing. "Oh my gosh, I've finally seen the Psyduck I've been dreaming of. Those clever eyes, oh, I love it." After that, the restaurant owner told everyone to eat freely. He would pay the bill, and then he took the Swampert and Psyduck to take pictures. Chapter 57, Red Lotus Island, First Meeting with Xiaobo. After finishing dinner at the Omur's restaurant, everyone successfully caught the night ferry to Red Lotus Island. At this moment on the ferry, Yichen was wearing his casual pants with his upper body exposed, standing in front of Brock and Ash, who were practicing horse stance. Of course, Ash had Pikachu with him as well. At this time, Ash asked Yichen, "Brother Chun, why do we need to practice this horse stance and martial arts?" Brock, who was already sweating, looked at Yichen with the same confusion. At this moment, Yichen was preparing to explain the benefits of practicing the horse stance to the two of them. The horse stance is a fundamental skill in many martial arts, with the key movements being to open the feet outward by 15 degrees, matching shoulder width, then slightly squat down, turning the toes forward, lowering the center of gravity, gradually squatting deeper, and widening the stance until the feet are about 2 to 3 foot widths apart. The arms transition from hugging to a horizontal position, palms facing down. This exercise helps to build leg strength and cultivate internal energy. Standing still is about gathering energy. After explaining, Yichen began to demonstrate Xingyi Quan. Watching the waves of punch wind generated by Yichen, Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang silently swallowed their saliva, wondering whether Yichen was human or Pokémon. As Yichen showcased Xingyi Quan, some curious tourists began to gather on the deck, many of them taking photos of Yichen with their phones. "Wow, look at this person, so cool." Yeah, go ahead and ask him for his contact information. With his skills, one punch from him would have me begging on the ground not to die. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia, lying nearby and sipping juice, leaned over to Yinghua and said, "Sister, stop staring. You're drooling into your cup." Hearing this, Yinghua quickly wiped the corner of her mouth and said, "Cough, I was just momentarily distracted." In fact, Yinghua had been focused on Yichen and had not been distracted at all. Naza then added a comment. Xiaoxia laughed and said, "Sister, you wouldn't have a crush on Xinggu, would you?" After saying that, she narrowed her eyes and smiled at Yinghua. "And no, I don't. Stop saying nonsense. I'm going to take a shower and won't argue with you." With that, Yinghua blushed and hurriedly ran toward her room. Xiaoxia seemed to have discovered a new continent as she nodded repeatedly, watching the direction in which Yinghua left. As Yichen finished demonstrating Xingyi Quan, there was a loud round of applause from the crowd. At that moment, someone shouted from the side, "Do it again." Even some female passengers mustered the courage to approach Yichen for his contact information. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, Yichen quickly shouted, "Sorry, I need to go take a shower and rest." After saying that, Yichen hurriedly ran back to his room, leaving only Xiao Gang, Xiao Ji, and Pikachu practicing horse stance on the deck. Brother Chun is still as popular with girls as ever. Xiao Gang nodded and said, "Yeah, it would be great if I had a physique like Brother Chun." Just as the two were chatting, a familiar voice came from the deck. "Oh, isn't that Xiao Ji? Are you practicing squatting on the toilet here?" Haha. Hearing this, Xiao Ji turned to look at the source of the voice and saw Xiao Mao swaggering over with sunglasses on. "What do you know? I'm learning martial arts with Brother Chun. I don't have time to bicker with you." Young master. What? Yi-Chen. Where is he? Upon learning that Yi-Chan was also on the ship, Xiao Mao began to scan the area. At this moment, Xiao Ji spoke up. Brother Chun has gone back to his room. What do you want? Hearing this, Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Ji with an angry expression and said, Of course, I want to challenge him. I've gotten stronger now. After saying that, Xiao Mao clenched his fists. Young master Xiao Mao, didn't you say you were taking us on vacation? Why do you want to fight again? At this time, a charming voice came from behind Xiao Mao. Hearing this, Xiao Mao turned around and said, All right, let's go on vacation first and postpone the challenge. Come on, babes. He then naturally wrapped his arm around the woman's slender waist and walked towards the pool. Meanwhile, in another room, Yi-Chun quickly washed up and put on his vacation outfit, happily humming a tune. Just a moment ago, the Pokémon photos taken by Ache featuring Yi-Chun had been very popular, earning a good amount of money, and Ache directly transferred 50,000 Alliance coins to Yi-Chun. Looking at the number on his phone, Yi-Chun exclaimed, My goodness, the taste of money is so wonderful. He then blissfully returned to the deck. At the same time, Sakura also walked out of her room and happened to run into Yi-Chun, looking a little shy as she gazed at him. Yi-Chun looked at the blushing Sakura and naturally placed his hand on her forehead, asking, Do you have a fever? Why is your face so red? And no, she replied, then shook off Yi-Chun's hand from her forehead and walked over to Xiaoxia. Why is Sakura acting so strangely? Yi-Chun then continued to guide Xiao Ji and the others, while Pikachu complained from his side. What do they need me for when they're learning your silly moves? Soon, the ferry arrived at Red Lotus Island. After everyone packed their luggage, they boarded Red Lotus Island. Xiao Ji, ignoring the pain in his legs, excitedly shouted, All right, let's go challenge the Red Lotus Gym. However, Sakura spoke up at that moment. You three big men can go challenge the gym. I'm taking Xiaoxia and Naji to find a hotel to rest and soak in the hot springs. Xiaoxia also said, Yeah, we've been active all day. I want to relax in the hot springs. Yi-Chen nodded to indicate that he had no objections, and then the three of them parted ways with the Sakura trio. Xiao Jiang then opened the Pokédex navigation and arrived at the location of the Crimson Lotus Gym. Yi-Chen looked at the pile of ruins that resembled a house and silently said, It's quite a unique gym, huh? I like the wasteland style. Xiao Jiang awkwardly scratched his head and said, The map should be correct. It shows that the Crimson Lotus Gym is right here. At this moment, Xiaoji leaned in front of Xiao Jiang and picked up the Pokédex, saying, Yeah, the map does indicate this place, so why isn't there a gym? Just as the three were puzzled, an old man dressed in a white coat with an orange floral tie appeared behind them and said, The Crimson Lotus Gym has long been demolished. Yi-Chun and the other two were startled by the sudden voice. Yi-Chun, who calmed down first, asked the old man, Do you know what happened to the dojo here? The other two also composed themselves and looked at the suddenly appearing old man. Honglian Island used to be a place for battles, but with the development of hot springs, more and more people come here to travel and vacation, while the number of challengers has decreased significantly. This led the dojo master to be unable to tolerate the atmosphere of Honglian Island, and in a fit of anger, he closed the dojo. After saying this, the old man sighed. After hearing the old man's words, Yi-Chen suddenly remembered something. This old man was none other than Xiaobo. It seems that he needs to find an excuse to go to his inn later. I remember that the Honglian dojo should be in this old man's inn now. After learning the reason for the closure of the Honglian dojo, Ash and Brock thanked the old man and bid him farewell. Then the three of them headed toward Sakura and the others. Chapter 58. Farewell to Ash, Charizard Valley. After saying goodbye to the old man, the three quickly arrived at the entrance of the inn, where Sakura and the others were. Looking at the hot spring inn in front of him, Yi-Chen could already imagine himself lying in the hot spring, relaxed, and sipping on a cold drink. After traveling for so long, I can finally relax. Behind him, Ash chimed in, Yeah, I can hardly wait. Soon, the three arrived at the front desk of the inn, only to see Sakura, Misty, and Nazi walking out with their heads hung low. Ash stepped forward and asked, What's wrong with you guys? Why do you look so down? At that moment, Sakura shrugged and slowly replied, We asked at all the inns around here, and they said the bookings are already full for a year. What? Yi-Chun and the other two shouted at the same time. Yi-Chun said to everyone with a glimmer of hope, How about this? Let's go see if there are any ghost houses or the like. It wouldn't feel good to come to Honglian Island without soaking in a hot spring. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Next to him, Xiao Gang suggested, Why don't we split up to look for them? It will be more efficient that way. Soon after, everyone paired up and began searching for ghost houses with available rooms. Yi-Chun and Xiaoxia were assigned to the same group, so the two of them went to the busiest street on Honglian Island to inquire about accommodations. However, The responses they received were mostly that everything was booked until 2.5 years later, or there were no hot springs available. After inquiring about all the goose houses in the surrounding area, to no avail. Yi Chun and Xiao Xia had no choice but to wait in the park on Honglian Island for news from the others. It's so strange that there are no available rooms on such a big island. Xiao Xia said, hugging her Pokémon. Yi Chun, who was beside her, responded, yeah, I hope they can bring back good news. After saying this, Yi Chun slumped onto a bench in the park. On the other side, Xiao Ji, who came to another street with Xiao Gang, entered a hotel. When he learned there were no rooms available and was about to leave, he suddenly saw a door in the hotel open. Xiao Miao, dressed in a kimono, walked out of the room and said, I thought it was someone else. I didn't expect it to be you, Xiao Ji. No one is coming to the island without a place to stay, right? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Xiao Ji angrily replied to Xiao Miao, what is the big deal? We'll find a place to stay soon. Xiao Miao waved his hands dismissively and said, suit yourself. I'm going to enjoy a nice dinner with my Pokémon. After saying this, two elegantly postured women came out of the room and hugged Xiao Miao, saying, young Master Xiao Miao, why are you out? Come back and drink with us. Another woman pressed closely to Xiao Miao and said, yeah, you just came out after a little drinking. After that, they pulled Xiao Miao back into the room and closed the door. Outside, Xiao Gang looked on with a bitter face and said, I'm really envious. Xiao Ji, on the other hand, scoffed and said, TCH, what's so great about that? Let us go. With that, Xiao Ji turned and walked out of the hotel. Not long after, the four of them searching outside all arrived at the park. Sakura saw Yi Chun lying lazily on the bench and immediately got angry, walking over to kick him. Hey, who are you? Sakura asked Yi Chun. Why are you lying here? We've been out there working hard to find a hotel. Yi Chun scratched the spot that had just been kicked and replied, I didn't find it. The hot spring and will take 2.5 years to wait for. Are you willing to wait? Xiao Gang beside him then reported their findings. Neither I nor Xiao Ji found an inn, but we received a card from that old man. After saying that, Xiao Gang took out a card. Everyone looked at the card in Xiao Gang's hand, then exchanged glances. Yi Chun was the first to speak. Who has the time to send out riddle cards? I thought it was one of those cards for saving fallen girls. Bang! After punching Yi Chun, Enghua said, can you be a little more serious, Yi Chun? Then everyone began to solve the riddle on the card. The swing below, the brothers chasing and jumping above. That's the riddle of the guest house. Looking at the riddle on the card, Yi Chun decisively chose to keep quiet, while Xiao Ji quickly reacted, saying, isn't this a clock? After Xiao Ji finished speaking, everyone started looking around for places with clocks and finally focused their attention on a clock tower. After learning the location, everyone hurriedly made their way to the clock tower. There they indeed saw a guest house. And waiting for them at the door was the old man they had encountered at the ruins gym. The old man Xia, wearing a wig, said to the arriving Yi Chun and the others, you actually managed to solve such a difficult riddle. Xiao Xia replied somewhat speechlessly, such a simple riddle could be solved by anyone. Ha ha ha, since you're so smart, I'll let you stay for free, Xia said. Hearing this, Xiao Ji quickly thanked Xia. I didn't expect you to look like a strange person, but be quite nice. Upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, Xia scratched his head and said, ha ha, should I take that as a compliment or an insult? After saying that, he invited everyone inside the guest house to eat. When they arrived at Xia's restaurant, everyone found the dining table filled with seafood, sashimi, and other delicacies, which made the group, who had been running all night, ravenous, and they immediately dug in. Xia, on the other hand, continued to answer incoming phone calls. Hello, this is not an inn. We don't accept guests. Goodbye. Yi Chun, who was stuffing sashimi into his mouth, asked, oh man, why don't you accept outside visitors? After hearing Yi Chun's question, Xia was momentarily taken aback and then said, I'm getting old. I can't take care of too many people, so I only let the tourists I find pleasing to stay here. Hello? What? All right, I'll be there right away. Just after finishing his sentence, Xia received another call, and from Xia's tone, Yi Chun knew that Team Rocket's trio was causing trouble again. Sure enough, after Xiao Ji asked Xia what was going on, Xia told everyone that the Pokémon Research Center had been attacked. Thus, everyone followed Xia to the Pokémon Research Center. On the way, Yi Chun angrily said, those 3 bastards, causing trouble while I'm trying to eat. Don't blame me for being rude later. Xiao Gang, who had been a bit nervous, instantly calmed down upon seeing Yi Chun's angry expression, thinking to himself that someone was about to be in trouble. Chapter 59. Farewell to Xiao Ji, heading to Charizard Valley. Tvei, boom. When everyone arrived at the Pokémon Research Center, they saw that the roof of the building had been blown open by Team Rocket's hot air balloon, and Team Rocket was pulling the captured Pokémon into the balloon with nets. When Musashi saw that Yi Chun and the others had arrived, he laughed while pulling the net and said, "Oh ho ho, little brats, you're too late. These Pokémon are ours now. Haha." Hearing Team Rocket's laughter from above, Yi Chun's eyes seemed to be burning with an unnamed fierce fire. "Come out, Garchomp. Come out, Blastoise. Go, Pikachu. Soon, Xiaoji, Xiaogang." And Yi Chun released their Pokémon. Seeing this, Team Rocket realized something was wrong and immediately tried to escape with the hot air balloon. Yi Chun certainly wouldn't give them that opportunity. He immediately shouted at the Garchomp, "Dragon Pulse," before Xiaojiang and Xiao Ji could give orders to their Pokémon. Garchomp's Dragon Pulse was already heading towards Team Rocket. The huge shockwave caused by the attack pushed everyone behind Garchomp back repeatedly. Watching from the sidelines, Xiao Bo couldn't help but mutter, "So this is the person that the boss put on the bounty notice? Truly impressive." He then quietly took out a small camera to record the scene before him. In the air, seeing the Dragon Pulse coming towards them and realizing it was too late to escape, Musashi and her companions gave up resisting and struck a pose. Shouting, "What an annoying feeling." After a loud explosion, the Team Rocket trio was blasted away. Once things calmed down, everyone returned to Xiao Bo's inn. Xiao Bo came up to everyone and said, "To thank you for helping us drive away Team Rocket just now, I've specially prepared a hot spring in the backyard for you. After you finish eating, go enjoy the hot spring." Hearing this, Sakura and Xiaoxia cheered excitedly. Yay! Xiaoji and Xiaojing were also a bit excited, while Yi Chun was focused on his meal at the table. Soon, everyone finished eating and changed into bathrobes, heading to the hot spring they had been thinking about. Sakura and Xiaoxia were lying in the hot spring, each holding their Marsh Stomp and Togepi. Naz's was still on the shore, not coming down. Seeing this, Sakura asked, "Why aren't you coming in, Naz?" "It's too hot. Naz doesn't like hot water," Naz replied. After learning about Naz's situation, Sakura thought for a moment and then looked at the Marsh Stomp in her arms. "I've got it." Sakura then lifted her Marsh Stomp and said, "Marsh Stomp. Use water gun. Cool down the hot spring." With a splash, the water gun from Marsh Stomp lowered the temperature of the hot spring slightly. Feeling the temperature drop, Xiaoxia grabbed Naz's hand and pulled her into the hot spring. Soon, Naz adapted to the temperature of the hot spring, and, as the temperature returned to its original state, Sakura glanced at Naz beside her. Seeing that Naz was fine, she lay back down to enjoy the comfort of the hot spring. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and the others were sitting in a row, looking like monks in meditation. At this moment, Yi Chun broke the silence. Feeling full and soaking in a hot spring, is there a feeling of want to stay here forever? Exactly. So comfortable to soak in a hot spring after a good meal. Xiaojing nodded in agreement. The three leaned back simultaneously, letting out a collective, "Ah, so comfortable." Before they could enjoy it for long, they heard a rumbling sound, and soon the partition in the middle of the hot spring broke apart. The three of them looked on in confusion, not knowing what was happening, when they heard the screams of Sakura and Xiaoxia. "Ah, no peeking. Turn around." After 3 crisp slaps echoed, Yi Chun and the others, sporting red handprints on their faces, turned their heads to the other side. Feeling inexplicably wronged, Yi Chun raised his hand and said, "I object. Why do we have to get slapped for something that has nothing to do with us?" Naz, wearing a bathrobe, swam over to Yi Chun and said, "Sakura and Xiaoxia have gone to get dressed and can't hear you. Also, there's a hole that appeared over there." After pointing to the hole on the other side of the hot spring, Naz used teleport to return to the room and change clothes. Xiaoji also noticed the sudden appearance of the hole and immediately went to check it out. Yi Chun reminded from behind, "Put on your pants and take your Pokeballs before going down to see what's going on." After saying that, the three of them hurriedly left the hot spring, ignoring the stinging pain on their faces, and rushed to the changing room to get dressed. Once they changed and came out, they returned to the hole to investigate. Xiaoji looked down the hole and discovered it was a tunnel. He turned around to the others and said, "It seems like this is a tunnel. Should we go down and take a look? How could a tunnel just appear here?" Xiaojiang voiced his doubts. Xiaoxia blushed and said, "Just now, Togepi accidentally triggered a mechanism while climbing the fake mountain, and then this hole appeared." "All right, so we were just slapped for no reason thanks to you two," the three complained as they bickered and walked into the tunnel. When the 6 of them entered the tunnel, they found a giant Pokémon battle arena set on top of the magma inside the cave. Xiaojiang exclaimed in surprise, "I can't believe there's a Pokémon gym under the hot spring." Just as the 6 were curious, the surrounding rock walls suddenly lit up, and a familiar voice rang in their ears. "Welcome, everyone." Seeing Xiao Bo appear in front of them, Xiao Ji was the first to shout, "Ah, why is it you, old man?" At this moment, Xiao Bo greeted everyone. "Hello, I am the gym leader of the Honglian Gym, Xiao Bo. But speaking of which, Are all of you here to challenge me to a gym battle? Upon hearing this, everyone except Xiao Ji shook their heads and pointed at him. Xiao Ji's gym challenge officially began. Go Ninetales! Go Squirtle! Yi Chun, watching the battle, commented, Squirtle against Ninetales. Although Squirtle has the type advantage, Ninetales is, after all, an evolved form, which can be said to compensate for the disadvantage of the type with its level. Naz nodded in agreement and added, the upper limit of a Pokémon in its initial form is there, so Xiao Ji is likely to lose this round. Their conversation was not very loud, and only a few watching could hear it. Xiao Ji, who was in the battle, did not hear their discussion and instead looked at Xiaobo with full determination. Chapter 60. Farewell to Xiao Ji, heading to Charizard Valley. 3. As both sides sent out their Pokémon, Yichen activated his real eye. Pokémon, Ninetales type, fire ability, drought. When this Pokémon enters the battle, the weather becomes sunny and lasts for 5 turns. If holding a heat rock, it lasts for 8 turns. The ability fails in rainy, sunny, or turbulent weather. Level 46 Pokémon, Squirtle type, water ability, torrent. During battle, when HP is less than 1-3, the power of water type moves increases by 1. 5 times. In the Mystery Dungeon series, when HP is less than 1-4, the damage of water type moves increases by 2 times. Level 15. After seeing the gap in strength between both sides, Yichen quietly watched the match in the arena, knowing that Xiao Ji wouldn't be able to win this time in the gym challenge. Sure enough, when the battle began, Xiaobo directly commanded his Ninetales to use Fire Spin, while Xiao Ji responded with Water Gun. As the two moves collided, Squirtle's Water Gun was quickly swallowed by the Fire Spin, and then Squirtle withdrew into its shell to avoid damage. However, under the scorching flames of Ninetales' Fire Spin, Xiao Ji's Squirtle ultimately lost its ability to battle, unable to last even a single turn in the first round. Xiao Ji could only reluctantly return Squirtle to its Pokeball. Xiaobo then lectured Xiao Ji. Just relying on type advantages won't determine the outcome. This is the gym challenge. Hearing this, Xiao Ji stood up and said, then I'll just attack fire with fire. Charizard, you're up. Upon seeing Xiao Ji release Charizard, Xiaobo recalled Ninetales. Oh, Charizard, huh? Then my second Pokémon will be him. Go. Tyranitar. Tyranitar appeared and was ready to attack as it looked at Charizard. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji's Charizard yawned, appearing completely unconcerned. Noticing this, Xiao Ji hurriedly said, please, Charizard, fight for me. I'm begging you. After saying this, he clasped his hands together in front of Charizard. Outside the arena, Brock remarked, it's still not working. Xiaobo crossed his arms and said, it seems your level is not enough, Tyranitar. Use Horn Drill. Just as Tyranitar's horn began to spin rapidly and charged towards Charizard, Charizard squinted and flew off to a nearby boulder to rest. Huh, Charizard. Seeing Charizard leave the battlefield, Xiaobo immediately announced, Charizard has left the battle arena. So Tyranitar wins. With no other option, Xiao Ji had to call Pikachu to the arena. Seeing Xiao Ji send Pikachu to battle against his Tyranitar, Xiaobo smugly said, Pikachu and Tyranitar can't be compared at all. Xiao Ji stubbornly replied, you won't know unless you try. Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes widened, thinking, here it comes. The protagonist's unique power of speech. At this moment, Xiaobo took the initiative. Tyranitar, use Crunch. After receiving the command, Tyranitar charged at Pikachu with its jaws wide open. But Pikachu's small stature allowed it to dodge each of Tyranitar's attacks skillfully. Then Xiao Ji commanded, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Hearing this, Pikachu leaped high into the air, surrounded by electricity, and unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning towards Tyranitar. However, Pikachu's Thunderbolt did not damage Tyranitar. It merely pushed it back a few steps. Xiaobo remarked, electric-type moves are ineffective against Tyranitar. Seeing that Tyranitar was unharmed, Xiao Ji shouted from behind Pikachu, Pikachu, you can do it. Hearing Xiao Ji's encouragement, Pikachu found Tyranitar's weak point, leaped high again, and attacked Tyranitar's horn with a strong current. The moment Pikachu shocked Tyranitar, it fell to the ground, leaving Yi Chun stunned, wondering if this was some miraculous skill called encouragement. Then Brock explained to everyone, Tyranitar's horn acts like a lightning rod, so Pikachu directly hit it with lightning, causing Tyranitar to fall. After seeing his Tyranitar defeated, Xiaobo praised Xiao Ji, saying, your Pikachu is quite impressive. After that, he recalled Tyranitar. Xiao Ji then asked, come on, what Pokemon are you going to use next? Xiaobo pulled out his last Pokeball and said, what is the hottest flame in the world? The magma in the lava, the fiery flame that moves within it? Hearing this, Xiao Ji scratched his head and replied, Mr. Xiaobo, could you not ask? I've already said I'm terrible at riddles. Come out, Magmar. After releasing Magmar, Yichen opened his true vision to observe. Pokémon, Magmar, known as Fire Duck in the Pokémon anime, attributes, fire ability, flame body. When a Pokémon with this ability is hit by a contact move, there's a 30 chance of being burned. Each hit from consecutive attacks triggers this ability individually. Level 55. Upon seeing the attributes of Xiaobo's Magmar, even Yichen couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a veteran gym leader, this strength is almost on par with that of an Elite Four. Then Yichen looked at Pikachu beside him. Pokémon, Pikachu attributes, electric ability, static. When a Pokémon with this ability is hit by a contact move, there's a 30 chance of being paralyzed. Each hit from consecutive attacks triggers this ability individually. Level, unknown, grows stronger against strong opponents. Upon seeing the level entry for Pikachu, Yichen's eyes widened. Before Yichen could continue to be astonished, Magmar charged at Pikachu. Magmar used Fire Punch. As Magmar's fist swung towards Pikachu, Pikachu attempted to rely on its size advantage to dodge, but after Magmar accurately predicted Pikachu's movement, it landed a punch on Pikachu's face. Sent staggering back, Pikachu retreated to Xiaoji's side and then used Thunderbolt against Magmar. Pikachu's Thunderbolt hit Magmar's left hand, but it seemed to have no effect on Magmar at all. Brock, noticing something was off, quickly said, "Its air mirror, the hot air has become like a lens, distorting the electricity." Hearing this, Xiaoji felt immense pressure, unable to fight up close and missing from a distance. How could he win? At this moment, Pikachu was pushed to the edge of the battlefield by Magmar. Seeing that Pikachu had nowhere to retreat, Xiaobo shouted, "Magmar, use Flamethrower." Outside, Misty exclaimed in surprise. "It's Flamethrower, a fire-type ultimate move." Soon, the Flamethrower shot towards Pikachu, and, just as it was about to hit, Pikachu swiftly dashed to the edge of the battlefield and clung tightly to the edge, successfully avoiding the Flamethrower. Although Pikachu dodged this attack, it was still burned on its back during the escape. Thus, Xiaoji had no choice but to step forward and concede. Chapter 61. Farewell to Xiaoji. Head to Charizard Valley. End. After receiving Xiaoji's gesture of surrender, Xiaobo smiled and approached Xiaoji, saying, "A very wise choice, young man." Then, Xiaobo looked at Yichen, who was watching from the sidelines, and asked, "I wonder if this young brother would be interested in having a friendly battle with me?" Yichen, who had originally planned to go back and continue soaking in the hot spring, was taken aback by this statement. Looking at Brock and then at the others, he pointed at himself and asked, "Mr. Xiaobo, are you talking about me?" Xiaobo nodded. Yichen scratched his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, "Mr. Xiaobo, a simple sparring is a bit boring. How about we add some stakes?" Upon hearing Yichen's words, Xiaobo immediately understood, nodded, and then said, "What do you suggest we add? Let's have a 3-on-3 duel, and the loser pays the winner 20,000 alliance coins. What do you think?" Seeing Yichen's eager expression for money, Xiaobo chuckled and agreed, then returned to the previous battle arena. After using medicine to heal his steel-armored Tyrannosaurus, Xiaobo said to Yichen, "Bring it on, young man." Hearing this, Yichen sent out his first Pokémon. "It's you, Garchomp." Seeing Yichen's Garchomp again, Xiaobo couldn't help but feel excited. He then released his own Fire Duck and said, "That's the spirit, young man. Now I need to get serious." Fire Duck. Big character flame. Upon seeing the Fire Duck use a Fire-type ultimate move as soon as it came out, Yichen, mimicking Ash, waved his hand and said, "Go, Garchomp. Use Dragon Pulse." The two violent energies collided instantly, but after a short moment, the big character flame was broken by Dragon Pulse and hit the Fire Duck. Boom! This hit not only shattered the air lens on the Fire Duck, but also lightly injured its blocking hands. Seeing the Fire Duck being pushed back by his attack, Yichen quickly shouted, "Follow up, Garchomp. Rush in and use Dragon Claw." Garchomp then charged fiercely toward the Fire Duck. Seeing the rapidly approaching Garchomp, Xiaobo quickly shouted, "Fire Duck, use Flame Punch." Not daring to be careless, the Fire Duck swiftly executed Flame Punch to meet Garchomp head-on. Bang! After a loud crash, the Fire Duck was directly knocked away by Garchomp. Witnessing his Fire Duck being easily knocked out, Xiaobo couldn't believe it and said, "Did I really lose just like that?" After recalling his Fire Duck, Xiaobo sighed and then released his second Pokémon. "It's up to you, Steel-Armored Tyrannosaurus." Upon seeing Xiaobo release the Steel-Armored Tyrannosaurus, Yichen's playful spirit rose, and he recalled Garchomp. "Come on, Steel-Armored Tyrannosaurus, let's have a showdown. Roar!" When Yichen's Steel Tyrannosaurus came out and saw the opposing Steel Tyrannosaurus, It let out a roar that echoed throughout the cave, as if declaring its territory. Xiaobo, seeing that Yi Chen's steel Tyrannosaurus was a whole half a body taller than his own, couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness. You actually raised your steel Tyrannosaurus to this level?" Hearing Xiaobo's words, Yi Chen scratched his head and said, "I haven't really raised it much. It just grew a bit bigger. Sakura has been taking care of my Pokémon all along." After saying that, Yi Chen shouted to his steel Tyrannosaurus, "Steel Tyrannosaurus. Ice Punch." Xiaobo didn't dare to be slow and quickly shouted, "Let's go, Steel Tyrannosaurus." Horn Drill. The two Pokémon charged towards each other upon hearing their trainer's commands. Just as Xiaobo's steel Tyrannosaurus was about to attack Yi Chen's steel Tyrannosaurus, the Ice Punch had already hit Xiaobo's steel Tyrannosaurus on the head. Boom! Hit by the Ice Punch, Xiaobo's steel Tyrannosaurus was directly knocked back in front of Xiaobo. Seeing this, Xiaobo hurriedly commanded, "Steel Tyrannosaurus, use Rampage." The grounded steel Tyrannosaurus immediately charged towards Yi Chen's steel Tyrannosaurus. Seeing this, Yi Chen shouted, "It's over." Destruction Ray. In an instant, a torrent of violent energy spewed from the mouth of the leader steel Tyrannosaurus, rushing towards Xiaobo's steel Tyrannosaurus. Xiaobo quickly shouted, "What?" Steel Tyrannosaurus, dodge. But it was too late. The destruction ray had already hit the steel Tyrannosaurus, sending Xiaobo's steel Tyrannosaurus flying out of the battle arena. At this moment, Ash outside the field was stunned, while Brock slowly spoke, "I didn't expect Mr. Yi Chen to be this strong." Sakura came over to the two and bragged, "Of course. Plus, Yi Chen even defeated Mr. Aju." Ash's eyes widened as he looked at Sakura and asked, "Is that the Mr. Aju who is one of the Elite Four?" After Sakura nodded in confirmation, Ash's expression changed from shock to determination. Clenching his fists, Ash looked at Yi Chen and said, "One day, I will become as strong as Brother Chen." On the other side, seeing his steel Tyrannosaurus defeated so easily, Xiaobo recalled it. He then released his Ninetales and said, "Come on, Ninetales, let's give it our all." Upon hearing this, Ninetales nodded and then looked at the steel Tyrannosaurus in the arena. Yi Chen saw this and said, "Come on, Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. Powerful Rock Cannon. Let's end this battle." After saying that, Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus unleashed a massive rock cannon aimed at the Ninetales. Upon seeing this, Xiaobo quickly shouted at Ninetales, "Ninetales, use Flame Vortex to block it." Ninetales sprayed a vortex of flames into the air, heading towards the rock cannon, but the effect was minimal and could not stop the incoming rock cannon at all. Boom! After a loud explosion, Ninetales fell to the ground, losing its fighting capability. Seeing this, Yi Chen called back his Iron Armor Rhinoceros and said, "Thank you, Mr. Xiaobo." Still recovering from Ninetales' defeat, Xiaobo came to his senses upon hearing this shout, recalled Ninetales, and approached Yi Chen. "This deep red badge is your prize for defeating me." After saying this, he took out his Pokédex and transferred 20,000 Alliance coins to Yi Chen. The others outside cheered happily. Yi Chen won. Woohoo! Mr. Yi Chen, you're so strong. I know, Chingu. Why do I feel like you won so easily? Thus, the gym challenge that night ended with Yi Chen defeating Xiaobo, and Ash agreed with Xiaobo to give Ash another chance to challenge the gym. The next morning, Yi Chen took Sakura and Naz to the entrance of Xiaobo's inn to bid farewell to everyone. "See you next time, everyone." Yi Chen waved his hand to Xiao Ji and the others. Seeing this, Xiao Ji shouted to Yi Chen, "Next time, I will catch up with you, Brother Chen." Hearing this, Yi Chen laughed heartily. "Haha, good. I'll be waiting for you." After saying that, he waved his hand to everyone again and rode his Gyarados toward the direction of the Charizard Valley. Meanwhile, at the Team Rocket base, a group of people was watching the replay of Yi Chen's battle with Xiaobo. At this moment, the doctor spoke up. "Every Pokémon this person has exceeds our understanding of strength. Pass the order. Find someone to bring the Berserk Potion and Mutwo to Charizard Valley and capture him for me." A team of people dressed in Team Rocket uniforms responded and turned to leave the room. I can't wait to uncover the secrets of your Pokémon, Yi Chen." Chapter 62. Heading to Charizard Valley. Uninvited guests. After a quick flight in the morning, Yi Chen and his group arrived in Juzi City, Chengdu region. Once Yi Chen recalled his Gyarados, Inghua asked, "Yi Chen, what are you doing in Juzi City?" In response, Yi Chen excitedly replied, "Since there's still a long time until the court's conference, I heard there's a famous Charizard Valley in the Chengdu region, and I want to see if there are any suitable Charizards to capture. Then let's go eat first. We haven't had breakfast yet and have been on the road." Nazi's voice suddenly rang out. After hearing Nazi's words, Inghua agreed, and the three of them walked toward Juzi City, looking for a restaurant. Upon arriving at the food street, Inghua looked around and said, How can there be no ramen shop on such a big street? Hearing this, Yichen replied, I'm glad there isn't a ramen shop here. There's a place selling pork cutlet rice ahead. Let's go check it out. After saying this, Yichen pointed in the direction of that shop. The three of them then focused their attention on the pork cutlet rice restaurant. After receiving agreement from Sakura and Nashi, Yichen took the lead and rushed into the restaurant to start looking at the menu. Pork cutlet rice, steak rice, chicken cutlet rice, lamb chop rice, spare rib rice, and eel rice, among others. After seeing the set meals on the menu, Yi-chun picked it up and said to the waiter, I'll have this yakitori rice and this egg rice. The waiter noted down these 2 sets and asked, Sir, you want these 2 sets? Yi-chun shook his head and said, No, I don't want these 2. I want one of everything else. Sir, can you finish so much food? After the waiter confirmed multiple times, Yi-chun's order was finally sent to the kitchen, and the head chef also repeated the order to the waiter several times before passing it down to instruct the cooks to start working. Later, Sakura and Nashi each ordered a pork cutlet rice, and then came over to the table occupied by Yi-chun. After a satisfying meal, Yi-chun walked out of the restaurant amidst the incredulous gazes of the people inside, leading Sakura and Nashi towards the fire-breathing Dragon Valley, following the navigation. At this moment, the head chef asked, How can this person fit so much food in his stomach? He didn't throw it all up, did he? No. I watched him finish every bowl. Thus, Yi-chun's first meal in Kikyo City left behind the legend of a big eater. Meanwhile, Yi-chun, who was walking, was not idle. After releasing Pidgey, he battled various Pokémon in the forest. Just as Yi-chun was fighting, he seemed to think of something and called over the flying Pidgey. Pidgey, I thought of a super powerful skill. Do you want to practice it? Pidgey, curious about what powerful skill his master wanted to practice, quickly asked, What super powerful skill are we practicing? Sakura and Nashi, hearing this, also became interested, leaning in to hear what kind of skill Yi-chun referred to as super powerful. Yi-chun slowly said, I would like to call this move the art of Warzall warfare is based on deception. After saying this, Pidgey moved a bit closer, afraid of missing any details. Step 1. Load the ammunition. Before the match, Pidgey, eat more berries until you're stuffed. Step 2. During the battle, when using the gust move, expel all the ammunition stored in your belly. Then you can precisely control your wind to blow it into the enemy's face. After that, you can attack your opponent without restraint. Sakura and Nashi said simultaneously after hearing this, That's so sneaky. Then the two continued to battle with their Pokémon. Only Pidgey looked at Yi-chun with excitement, as if discovering a new world, and immediately came to Yi-chun and said, Indeed, you have such broad knowledge, boss. When do we start the special training? Yi-chun pretended to be deep in thought and waved his hand, saying, No rush. Let's start the special training when we get to the Fire Dragon Valley. The priority now is to get to the Fire Dragon Valley. Hearing this, BB Bird nodded excitedly and continued to fly high to observe the surroundings. Meanwhile, a member of Team Rocket looked through his binoculars and said, Captain, we've spotted the target. They are heading towards the entrance of the Fire Dragon Valley. The man referred to as the captain was looking at the container on the camouflage armored vehicle and said, No rush. Arrange for Lu Jia and Xiao Chuan to wait at the Fire Dragon gathering spot. Once they go in, we'll deploy the Berserk Potion. I want to see what is so special about someone that the doctor would send Mutuo to catch. After saying this, he took out the container and ordered his Mach-Ham to carry it. Let us go, Yeno, prepare to capture the target at the entrance of the Fire Dragon Valley. Yeno replied, Yes, Captain. The two then headed towards the entrance of the Fire Dragon Valley. On the other side, as Yi-chun and the others were still on their way, Yi-chun suddenly felt a twitch in his right eye and rubbed it, saying, Left eye twitches for wealth. Right eye for superstition, superstition. Just as the three were still making their way along the cliff, a woman in red with green hair suddenly appeared on a rock in front of them. The woman jumped down, holding a Pokémon staff, and approached Yi-chun, asking, Hello, I'm a Fire Dragon trainer. My name is Ji-ku. Are you trainers here for a trip? Yi-chun was taken aback for a moment before responding. That's right, we want to check out the Fire Dragon Valley. Could we ask you to show us the way? Upon hearing that their destination was the Fire Dragon Valley, Ji-ku immediately said, Of course, no problem. Come over, Xylisha. After saying this, Ji-ku whistled, and a fire dragon with a bow on its head flew down from the sky, trailing a hot air balloon. Ji-ku then continued, Get on, boys and girls. Inghua nudged Yi-chun and asked, Do you think she can be trusted? Yi-chun whispered back, Don't worry, with me around, even if she has issues, it won't cause us much trouble. Inghua nodded and, with Naz, climbed aboard the hot air balloon behind Xylisha, followed closely by Yi-chun. The three then went with Ji-ku to the Fire Dragon Valley. Meanwhile, Team Rocket's Lu Jia spotted Yichun and the others following Jiku to the Fire Dragon Valley through his binoculars and immediately took out his walkie-talkie from his pocket, saying, "Captain, they're almost there. Should we deploy now? No rush. Wait for my order." Understood. After receiving the captain's order, Lu Jia continued to observe Yichun and the others' movements with his binoculars. At this moment, the four in the sky were still unaware of the crisis they were about to face. Chapter 63. Arrival at Fire Dragon Valley. Conflict erupts. After flying for a while, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the Fire Dragon Valley. Sakura, sitting in the hot air balloon, looked at the scene before her and couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is a nature park. The environment is fantastic." Yichun and Naji curiously gazed at the surrounding scenery. At this moment, the guide, Jiku, began to introduce the Fire Dragon Valley to everyone. In our place, fire dragons are considered lucky guardian deities and are recognized as auspicious Pokémon. After saying this, Jiku stopped with the fire dragon at the entrance and then got off to speak to the three, especially the untrained ones. The wildest fire dragons are respected by everyone. Hearing this, Yichun got off the hot air balloon and asked, "Untrained?" "Yes. The fire dragons here do not rely on human strength to become stronger, and they constantly compete with each other to enhance their abilities. The Fire Dragon Valley is a training ground for fire dragons aiming to become the strongest, where they refine their skills with their companions." As Jiku explained, Yichun and the others followed him up the steps to the entrance of the Fire Dragon Valley. Looking at the large gate before them, Yichun voiced his question, "So, does that mean the fire dragons inside are wild and can be captured?" Jiku pressed a button in his hand, opening the gate, and said, "If you can earn the recognition of the fire dragons, you can capture them." He then led everyone into the valley. Upon entering, they saw fire dragons lying on the surrounding rocks, each one quite large. Curious, Yichun quickly activated his true eye. A glance revealed that the fire dragons were all between level 45 and 55. Then, Yichun focused on the largest fire dragon, which had a scar on its face. Seeing its prominent level 60, Yichun felt a surge of excitement as he scanned this fire dragon. Yichun approached Jiku and asked, "Miss Jiku, can I challenge that Charizard?" After speaking, Yichun pointed at the strongest-looking Charizard. Jiku looked in the direction Yichun was pointing and smiled. "Of course, no problem. I didn't expect you to choose the strongest Charizard right from start." After receiving Jiku's affirmative response, Yichun took out Gungue's Pokeball. Just as Yichun was about to throw the Pokeball, Nazi suddenly grabbed his right hand. "Yichun, there's someone on the cliff in front of you." After saying this, Nazi gestured with her eyes for Yichun to look towards the cliff ahead. At the same time, Sakura and Jiku, who heard Nazi's words, also looked up at the cliff. At this moment, Xiao Chuan, who was observing everyone from the cliff, realized that Yichun and the others had discovered him and quickly spoke into his walkie-talkie. "Captain, the target has found my position. Should I deploy the Berserk agent?" "Permission granted for deployment. Remember to hold them off until I arrive." After hearing this, Xiao Chuan responded affirmatively and took out a nebulizer and a purple potion from his waist. Jiku also noticed Xiao Chuan's presence and said to her, Xiaolisa, go up and see who is there." Upon hearing this, Xiaolisa quickly flew towards the cliff. Just as Xiaolisa was heading in that direction, Yichun asked Nazi, "Are there others around?" Nazi shook her head. At that moment, Sakura came up behind everyone and said, "It won't TB Team Rocket again, will it?" Yichun shook his head and said, "I don't know. If danger occurs later, Naji, remember to protect Sakura." Then he handed the Pokeball of Gyarados to Sakura and said, "If you encounter an insurmountable danger, let Gyarados take you away first." After that, Naji pointed to the cliff and said, "I don't sense anyone else nearby, only that one on the cliff." On the other side, seeing that little Lisa was about to discover him, Xiao Chuan aimed the vaporizer at the flying little Lisa. Zizi, in an instant, a purple smoke, like a swift poisonous snake, attached itself to little Lisa's mouth and nose. Before she could react, little Lisa inhaled the purple smoke and fell straight towards the ground. Seeing this, Jika hurriedly ran towards little Lisa. Not wanting to delay, Yichun immediately released Garchomp and said, "Garchomp, catch little Lisa." As soon as Garchomp appeared, it quickly flew towards little Lisa. Just as little Lisa was about to hit the ground, Garchomp successfully caught the unconscious little Lisa. At this moment, the surrounding Charizards also sensed something was wrong, as the ground began to spew purple smoke. Seeing this, Yichun quickly shouted, "Cover your mouth and nose." He then signaled Sakura and Naji to retreat to an area without the purple mist. However, Jika ran towards little Lisa while shouting, "Little Lisa?" Yichun saw this and quickly grabbed Jiku's hand, pulling him closer and said, calm down. I'll have the Gyarados bring Xiao Lisha back. After saying that, Yi-chan shouted towards the direction of Gyarados. Gyarados, bring Xiao Lisha back. At this moment, the Charizard Valley was in chaos, with Charizards that had inhaled the purple mist starting to fight indiscriminately, while the Charizards in another direction were still unaffected by the toxic mist. Seeing this, Xiao Chuan released his Swellow and then took out another potion from his waist. After holding the Rage Potion in hand, Xiao Chuan climbed onto Swellow. At the same time, Yi-chan noticed Xiao Chuan riding Swellow and immediately cursed. Damn, why are there Team Rocket everywhere? Shortly after, Gyarados landed next to Yi-chan with Xiao Lisha. Jiku hurried over to check on Xiao Lisha's condition. He saw that Xiao Lisha was not going crazy like the other Charizards, but was lying on the ground with white eyes. Seeing this, Yi-chan began to use the True Eye to investigate Xiao Lisha. Pokémon. Charizard negative status. Fainted type. Fire level. 46. After seeing that Xiao Lisha was fainted, Yi-chan patted Jiku on the shoulder and said, Xiao Lisha is fine. She must have fainted from inhaling too much of that purple mist. Then, Yi-chan climbed onto Gyarados' back and instructed Sakura and the others. You take care of Xiao Lisha here. I'm going to catch that Team Rocket person. After saying that, Yi-chan patted Gyarados' neck, signaling him to chase after Swellow in the sky. The author does not want to explain whether Gyarados can fly anymore. Just as Yi-chan was about to catch up with Swellow in the air, a Fiero suddenly charged out from the side and used Air Cutter against Yi-chan. Sensing the danger, Gyarados immediately dodged to the side and then looked at Fiero, cursing, Damn it, boss, there's a sneak attack from the sixth member. Hearing this, Yi-chan turned to look at Gyarados' side. He saw that the person sitting on Fiero was indeed Team Rocket's Lu Jia, but since Yi-chan had never seen this person before, he regarded him as a small fry from Team Rocket. Gyarados retaliated with Dragon Pulse. Chapter 64. Fierce Battle with Team Rocket. Encountering Mutwo again. After firing a Dragon Pulse, Yi-chan patted Gyarados, signaling him to speed up and catch up with Swellow. Seeing Lu Jia behind him helping to block Yi-chan, he immediately put the Rage Potion into the Fog Machine, preparing to release it into the area where the Charizards had not consumed the Rage Potion. At this time, Yi-chan saw Xiao Chuan wanting to continue releasing the Rage Potion, and then shouted to Gyarados, Gyarados, use Quick Dragon Pulse. After giving the order, he took out Jengar's Pokeball. Just as Yi-chan was about to release Jengar to assist in the battle, the Fiero behind him caught up again. And Lu Jia on Fiero shouted, Fiero, brave bird attack. Then, Fiero was enveloped in blue light and charged towards Gyarados like a divine bird at high speed. Seeing this, Yi-chan shouted, not good. This brat wants to go down together. At a critical moment, Sakura rode Yi-chan's Gyarados and shot a water gun directly towards the direction of the Beedrill. Upon seeing this, the six-armed Beedrill quickly changed direction to dodge the water gun. Another troublesome guy is here, the six-armed Beedrill complained. After seeing Sakura riding her Gyarados come to help, Yi-chan shouted at her, Sakura, Gyarados, you two hold him off for me. I'll go stop that Team Rocket member from continuing to release that purple smoke. Upon hearing Yi-chan's words, both Sakura and Gyarados nodded. Sakura then had Gyarados block the way in front of Beedrill. Gyarados, take it down. Following Sakura's command, Gyarados quickly soared into the sky and used Rain Dance, then unleashed various water-type moves at Beedrill. Due to the rain, Beedrill had to dodge while flying towards its teammate. Meanwhile, on Yi-chan's side, the rain had somewhat affected both Beedrill and Swellow, slowing them down a bit. This gave Yi-chan an opportunity. Soon, Yi-chan and a Sharpedo caught up, and Xiao Chuan, who was holding the fog machine, started to look a bit anxious. He threw a smoke bomb at Sharpedo and signaled Swellow to begin its descent. Bang! The smoke bomb exploded the moment it touched Yi-chan, enveloping both him and Sharpedo in smoke. Fortunately, since it was raining, the newly appeared smoke was quickly washed away by the rain. Wiping the dust from the corner of his eye, Yi-chan looked at the descending Team Rocket member Xiao Chuan and shouted, trying to escape? Sharpedo, use dive. Saying that, Yi-chan tightly closed his eyes. Then came a rapid feeling of falling, similar to the sensation of a free-fall ride. At this moment, Yi-chan could only hear the sound of coo-coo in his ears, and the rain was crazily beating against his face. Boom! With a loud bang, the inertia from the Fierce Bite Land Shark almost sent Yi-chan flying, while beneath the Fierce Bite Land Shark lay a dying giant king swan. However, the small swan was nowhere to be seen in the huge pit. When Yi-chan and the Fierce Bite Land Shark climbed out of the deep pit, they finally saw the small swan, already pierced by the tree, on the side. Damn, I actually killed someone. After saying that, he glanced at the dead Team Rocket member on the tree, then patted his chest to calm himself down. Once he had calmed down, Yi-chan went to the tree to collect the fallen Team Rocket ID card and fog device into the system space, then climbed back onto the fierce bite land shark's back to prepare to support Inghua. On the other side, after Jiku woke up Xiao Lisa, two people in a fully armored Mutuo suddenly entered the fire-breathing Dragon Valley. Yano, holding a computer, spoke up, "Captain, we received news from Lu Jia that Xiao Chuan was chased by the target into the depths of the valley, and the computer shows that Xiao Chuan has no vital signs." The man called Captain had a dark expression as he said, "What? Damn, this useless waste can't even stop a little kid." At this moment, Nasi and Jiku also noticed the two approaching, and upon seeing their attire, Nasi realized what was happening and immediately released Youngura, saying, "Team Rocket, what do you want to do?" Jiku, still confused about what was happening, looked at Nasi, who was on edge, with a bewildered expression. The man with a dark face didn't want to waste words and directly said, "Capture them." As soon as he finished speaking, Mutuo raised its right hand and squeezed, causing Nasi, Jiku, Youngura, and the just-awakened Xiao Lisa to all faint. Mutuo then lifted them all up, and the armor on its back shot out 4 steel cables to bind both of their Pokémon. After dealing with Nasi and Jiku, Mutuo flew towards the battling Team Rocket members with the 2 men. At this moment, with Yi-chun joining the battlefield, the situation had turned one-sided for Inghua. Team Rocket's Lu Jia was riding a B-drill and frantically throwing smoke bombs at Yi-chun behind him. Seeing that he couldn't catch up to Yi-chun, he shouted, "Fierce Bite Land Shark Hyper Beam." The Fierce Bite Land Shark then stopped and shot a Hyper Beam at B-drill. Just as the Hyper Beam was about to hit B-drill, a protective shield-like barrier suddenly formed behind B-drill, shielding it. The Hyper Beam from the Fierce Bite Land Shark only stirred up a cloud of smoke upon impact, causing no damage to B-drill at all. At this moment, Team Rocket's Lu Jia stopped fleeing and turned around to say, "You're finished, you little brat. Don't get too cocky. Garrido's water gun." Ignoring Lu Jia's words, Yi-chun and Inghua simultaneously attacked B-drill. However, the 2 attacks quickly stirred up dust in front of B-drill, causing no damage once again. Yi-chun looked at the situation in shock and said, "How is this possible? How can B-drill withstand so many attacks without taking any damage?" Inghua came to Yi-chun's side and said, "What should we do now, Yi-chun?" Just as the two were talking, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the air. "Mutuo, capture those 2. The man at the front said to Mutuo, then gestured to Yano, saying, "You and Lu Jia go control those rampaging Pokémon and bring them to the boss. This time we've caught Yi-chun, and we can also capture a large batch of powerful, fire-breathing dragons. The reward from the boss will definitely be generous." After saying that, Yano nodded and signaled Lu Jia to join him. Yi-chun was still thinking about how to deal with the giant eagle when he saw the Mutuo rushing towards him at high speed. Before Yi-chun and his companion could react, thud, Mutuo used its powerful psychic force to slam Sakura and Yi-chun back to the ground. Fortunately, when they fell, they landed on the Pokémon beneath them, which prevented them from sustaining serious injuries. Yi-chun stood up from the ground and looked at Mutuo in the sky, saying, "Didn't I break the device controlling it last time? How can it still be captured by Team Rocket?" Then Yi-chun released Jengar, Lucario, and all his Pokémon, saying, "Let us shatter this device again." Chapter 65, Battle with Mutuo, no ability to fight back. After releasing all his Pokémon, Yi-chun immediately took out Jengar's Mega Stone and shouted, "Mega Evolve, Jengar!" On the other side, Team Rocket's little leader saw this and said, "Oh, is this the special form that the doctor warned me to be careful of?" Then Mutuo moved, raising its right hand and pointing downward. Countless trees and giant rocks rose from the ground and flew towards Yi-chun. Seeing this, Yi-chun quickly shouted, "Jengar, Psychic, Sharpedo, use Water Pulse, Tyranitar, Hyper Beam, Luxray, Thunderbolt, Gyarados, use Hurricane, Pidgey, Air Slash." Soon, all the giant rocks and trees flying towards Yi-chun were shattered under his onslaught. At this moment, the cherry blossoms behind him ran to Yi-chun's side and said, "Yi-chun, look up at the sky. Those Charizards that weren't affected by the purple mist are coming to help us." Hearing this, Yi-chun turned his head. Some Charizards were flying in from the sky, and the strongest Charizard was the one that Yi-chun and the others had encountered at the entrance. Because of the recent commotion, the Charizards realized that the source of their partner's madness might be the Mutuo ahead. So, with a roar from the strongest Charizard, all the Charizards charged towards Mutuo. Seeing the Charizards charging in, Yi-chun shouted to Jengar, "Good opportunity. Jengar, use Shadow Ball with all your might." Then Jengar gathered an enormous Shadow Ball and launched it at Mutuo. Mutuo, standing in the air, remained unfazed as the charging Charizards approached. Whenever a Charizard got close, Mutuo would knock it down to the ground with a punch, while the Charizards attacking from a distance were knocked out by Mutuo's powerful psychic force. After dealing with the nearby Charizards, Mutuo finally noticed the massive Shadow Ball attacking it from below. At this point, it was too late for Mutuo to stop it, and the huge Shadow Ball hit Mutuo directly. Boom! The tremendous explosion created a fierce wind that blew the robes on the ground. The little leader of Team Rocket exclaimed, "What terrifying power! Oomph! Once Mutuo catches you, the Jengar will be mine," as the thick smoke had yet to dissipate. Ichin did not dare to be careless, and quickly said, "Jengar, another Shadow Ball. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Sharpedo, Water Pulse. Luxray, Thunder." Then, a colorful array of attacks from Ichin's side surged towards Mutuo in the sky. Mutuo, having been hit by the Shadow Ball, was now holding its chest with one hand, supporting its head with the other, and had no time to attend to anything else. Boom! The second wave of attacks successfully hit Mutuo, sending it flying backward. How is this possible? What is happening to Mutuo? The little leader of Team Rocket looked at the flying Mutuo in shock. At this moment, Ichin noticed that the second wave of attacks had knocked Mutuo back and immediately opened his true eye to look at Mutuo. Pokémon. Mutuo type. Psychic level. 100 status. Soul confusion. Due to the malfunction of the device, both Mutuo and its second soul have been awakened simultaneously. And now Mutuo is fighting for dominance with his second soul. After learning about Mutuo's condition, Ichin was puzzled and said, "What is going on? I don't remember Mutuo having this situation. Could it be because I flapped my butterfly wings too hard?" After saying this, Ichin instructed Jengar, quickly use Shadow Sneak to finish it off. Upon receiving the command, Jengar immediately disappeared from its original spot. Before Ichin ordered Jengar, the little leader noticed Mutuo's strange state and quickly took out a potion from his waist. After loading the potion into a launcher, he aimed and shot it at Mutuo. After hitting Mutuo, the potion entered its body, and Mutuo, which had been holding its head, instantly stopped. At that moment, Jengar appeared behind Mutuo. Snap! Mutuo extended its right hand and directly immobilized Jengar in place. Then Mutuo stood up on the ground and threw Jengar back towards Ichin. Seeing Jengar flying towards him like a cannonball, Ichin hurriedly shouted, "Tyranitar, use Protect to catch Jengar." Upon hearing this, Tyranitar enhanced its own state and went to where Jengar was flying. Boom! The powerful impact sent Tyranitar flying back against the rock wall. Seeing this, Ichin cursed. "Damn it, it turns out this armor is stronger than last time. One hit and my Mega Jengar is down." Sakura, seeing the two Pokémon smashed into the rock wall, said, "What should we do, Ichin? Team Rocket's thing is too strong." Hearing Sakura's words, Ichin shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. Right now, the strongest Jengar is struggling a bit." After saying this, Ichin seemed to remember something and picked up his phone to dial Hei Yan's number. Then he handed the phone, which was still on the line, to Sakura and said, "His name is Hei Yan. When the call connects, tell him our location and have him contact the champion from the Chengdu region to come and support us." Sakura nodded in response, and before she could ask further, Ichin climbed onto Sharpedo's back and charged towards Mutuo. Sharpedo dive. Lucario use Aura Sphere. Gyarados Water Pulse. Cover us. Soon, two attacks surged towards Mutuo, with Ichin and Sharpedo diving closely behind. Mutuo waved its hand, and the two attacks flew off to the sides. As Ichin dove down, Mutuo leaped into the air on a charge toward Sharpedo. Boom! Due to the overwhelming power difference, Sharpedo was sent flying with just a moment of contact. Even Ichin, whose body had been enhanced, felt a rush of weakness, and he and Sharpedo were separated, falling towards the ground. On the other side, upon learning that Ichin had encountered Team Rocket in the Chengdu region and that there was a mysterious Pokémon that had appeared in Kuei City last time, Hei Yan immediately reported this to the Kanto League. Under the League's operation, the news reached the Chengdu League. Upon learning of this, the Chengdu League immediately dispatched two champions, Hisui and Lihua, to the Charizard Valley to support Ichin and the others. At this moment, after knocking Ichin down, Mutuo reached out and grabbed him with psychic force, lifting him into the air and then slamming him down towards the ground again. After suffering two heavy blows, Ichin lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. Jengar, Sharpedo, and others, seeing this, all charged angrily towards Mutuo, unleashing various skills recklessly at it. Sakura quickly ran to Ichin's side, quickly checked his breath, and finding that he had merely fainted, dragged him to the shade of a nearby tree. Seeing Ichin faint, the leader of Team Rocket immediately said to Mutuo, "All right, let us finish this quickly. It will be troublesome if others come." After receiving the command, Mutuo nodded blankly and then unleashed its psychic power without reservation. The grass and trees covered by Mutuo's psychic force turned into powder, and the ground cracked open, revealing a clear airflow rushing towards Jengar and the other Pokémon. Soon, Yi-Chen's Pokémon were knocked unconscious, and Jengar directly reverted from its mega form, leaving only Tyranitar barely standing in place. Seeing this, Sakura said, "It's over. Am I going to die here today?" At this moment, the small leader of Team Rocket released his Pokémon and commanded, "Machoke, capture all these Pokémon, and those two humans over there as well." After saying this, he tossed several high-tech chains to Machoke. Before Machoke could move forward, Mutuo seemed to sense a threat and directly used Psychic toward Yi-Chun. The small leader yelled, "Damn it, stop. The doctor wants him alive." Chapter 66. The thunder resounding through heaven and earth. Just as Mutuo's attack was about to reach Yi-Chun, Tyranitar stepped in front of Yi-Chun and took the hit. However, Tyranitar also fainted after the strike. Seeing this, the leader of Team Rocket scolded Mutuo, "Are you crazy? Stop it." He then pressed the red button in his hand. After pressing the button, Mutuo lost its self-awareness, leaving only the external armor to carry out the commands. "Go capture these Pokémon. We're leaving." After he finished speaking, Team Rocket's Yuyo and Liujia returned with a group of controlled Charizard, Naza, and Jike. Seeing that Yi-Chun had been defeated by Mutuo, Yuyo stepped forward to report, "Captain, we've captured almost all the Charizard. Should we retreat now?" The small leader then looked at the huge cage behind him containing the captured Charizard and said with satisfaction, Good. Well done. Just capture those few Pokémon and we can retreat." He then pointed to the fallen Garchomp and Jengar ahead. After receiving the order, Yuyo and Liujia responded affirmatively and went to capture Garchomp and the other Pokémon. At this moment, Sakura saw that Team Rocket had also captured Naza and Jike, and she fell into despair. Just then, the unconscious Yi-Chun suddenly floated up from Sakura's arms, glowing with golden light. The three Team Rocket members, who were about to make a move, froze in place. Only Mutuo, sensing the threat, emitted another psychic attack toward the source of the threat. The leader of Team Rocket cursed, "Damn it, why did Mutuo act on its own again? And what else with this kid?" At this moment, Yi-Chun was completely floating in the air, and after opening his eyes, he spoke in a voice that didn't belong to him. "How can the one I have chosen stop here?" As he spoke, the symbol of Arceus appeared on Yi-Chun's forehead. The psychic attack aimed at Yi-Chun vanished the moment it reached him. The small leader realized something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "You guys, go capture him. Mutuo, you too." Quickly, Mutuo moved and flew towards Yi-Chun. Liujia and Yuyo also released their Pokémon to attack Yi-Chun. Nidoking, use Mud Bomb. Swellow, use Brave Bird. Before the attacks could land, the Yi-Chun released Scyther, Houndoom, and Electrode. The Wind Speed Dog then gathered Golden Divine Energy in its palm and flung it into the air. The originally cloudy sky suddenly became overcast. Under the cover of dark clouds, the world turned pitch black, with only the Yi-Chun glowing with golden light visible in the sky. Then, with a loud rumble, a massive golden lightning bolt illuminated the entire Charizard Valley. The sound of the thunder echoed throughout the Chengdu area and then spread worldwide. Those still conscious in Charizard Valley felt their eardrums ache as if their heads were about to explode. Meanwhile, people and Pokémon all over the world heard this enormous sound. What the hell? Why is it thundering in broad daylight? Look over there. Just now, there was a clear, golden flash of lightning. What? Where? Let me see. Don't joke around. How could there be lightning in the daytime? Professor Oak, come and see. Our meteorological station just detected a strange phenomenon. After the golden lightning flashed, the golden light on Yi-Chun faded, replaced by Houndoom, Scyther, and Electrode. The three Pokémon began to grow larger, their bodies shining with golden light. Yi-Chun fell back to the ground, and seeing this, Sakura hurriedly ran over, picked him up, and ran towards the rear of the battlefield. At that moment, the three members of Team Rocket on the opposite side narrowed their eyes and exclaimed, "How is this possible? What Pokémon is this? I've never seen it before." After a while, the little leader regained his composure from the shock. "This time, I brought the strongest Pokémon in the world. No matter how rare your Pokémon is, I will crush it." Then, the three attacks that had just been launched landed on the Scyther. The Scyther crossed its blades to block the attacks. The Charizards that had been trapped gradually woke up after that thunderclap. The newly awakened Charizards no longer exhibited the previous rage, although the purple mist still lingered. Each Charizard's eyes were clear. At this moment, the Charizards began to struggle. The little leader cursed, "What just happened? How did a lightning strike wake these Charizards?" The previously unconscious Ji-Ku and Na-Zi also woke up. They stared blankly at the three enormous golden Pokémon they had never seen before. Meanwhile, inside Team Rocket's secret base, the doctor in a white lab coat excitedly shouted while watching the footage captured by the little leader. Oh my god, oh my god. This is incredible. Unseen Pokémon and this mysterious golden energy. Yi-chun, how many secrets do you have? After saying this, the doctor went to the computer displaying Mute-Wo's data panel. The rampage mode was still in the experimental stage, but considering the uncertainty of this mysterious power, he decided to let Mute-Wo unleash its full potential and see the limits of this golden energy. He pressed the button covered by a glass dome on the computer desk. At the moment the button was pressed, the previously calm Mute-Wo instantly trembled. Its armor began to absorb energy from the surroundings. Soon, the armor started to emit a purple glow. Mute-Wo seemed to have transformed. Locking onto the three golden Pokémon, it shot forward like a missile. Seeing this, Scyther also stopped holding back and began to spin rapidly in place. The high-speed rotation of Scyther created a whirlwind on the ground. At this time, Suicune and Ampharos also unleashed their powers. Ampharos soared into the air, continuously firing lightning and massive thunderballs at Mute-Wo. Suicune took position on a nearby cliff, and with a loud howl, several giant meteors fell from the previously overcast sky, heading straight for Mute-Wo. The three members of Team Rocket, witnessing the catastrophic scene before them, quickly retreated. At this moment, a tree flying towards the Charizard Valley exclaimed, "What on earth is happening there? No wonder the League sent us both out," said Li Hua. "Just looking at that rampant energy, we know we're in trouble." After saying this, the two continued flying towards Charizard Valley. Chapter 67. The Champion Takes Action. The three rulers become even more savage. With the attacks from the three Pokémon, Mute-Wo was forced to retreat repeatedly. Charizard Valley was nearly destroyed by this wave of attacks. What could once be considered Charizard Valley could now only be called Charizard Peak. With the end of the first wave of attacks, Suicune's meteors destroyed the massive cage that had been trapping the Charizards. Once the cage shattered, the Charizards surged out, helping their companions break free from their chains. Some unfortunate Charizards that hadn't managed to escape in time were struck by Ampharos's thunderballs and fainted on the ground. At this moment, the three members of Team Rocket atop the cage noticed something was amiss. Why does it suddenly feel like the hot air balloon has become lighter? Then Yuya approached the edge of the balloon and looked down. To his shock, he saw that all the Charizards had broken free from their restraints and were now surrounding them in the sky. Yuya was so frightened that he lost his voice and hurried to tap the captain on the shoulder. At that moment, the Team Rocket leader was still reporting on their mission, and when he felt someone tapping his shoulder, he turned to look. He saw Yuya stammering, "Captain Orange. Outside. What happened outside?" Orange asked, puzzled, before stepping out of the hot air balloon to check. Upon seeing the Charizards surrounding them, Orange finally realized this is bad. Then, under the command of the strongest Charizard, the surrounding Charizards destroyed Team Rocket's hot air balloon and captured all three members, flying them towards Ji-Ku and Na-Zi. Soon, Mute-Wo and Scyther engaged in a second round of confrontation. The powerful energy generated by the clash turned the surrounding trees to dust, and the Charizard that had intended to help scattered away under the force of this overwhelming energy. At this time, a tree and Li Hua also arrived, and the two were momentarily stunned by the sight of the three enormous golden Pokémon they had never seen before. They then looked at Mute-Wo, who was facing off against the three Pokémon in the sky, and were taken aback again. The tree spoke, "Interesting. The unseen Pokémon and Team Rocket's secret weapon are truly terrifying." Li Hua added, "The urgent task now is to stop the battle here. The Charizards are running towards the outskirts, and this battle is already affecting the weather in nearby towns." After saying this, Li Hua rode her Honchkrow and flew towards the center of the battlefield. Seeing this, the tree shook his head and followed on his natural bird. At the center of the battlefield, Scyther, Suicune, and Ampharos had become even more savage, launching indiscriminate attacks on their surroundings. Mute-Wo was starting to struggle to defend itself. Three Pokémon with the strength of secondary gods were attacking it alone. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't withstand the relentless assault from three Pokémon. Note, some friends may not understand the state of Scyther, Suicune, and Ampharos. Those who have played Arceus should know that this is the rampaging state of the regional rulers affected by that lightning strike. A regional ruler in this state can only be defeated by using their respective item, and there is no practical combat data for this. For now, let's consider them as secondary gods. As the two champions arrived, they released their main Pokémon. The tree had Natural Bird, Lipstick Sister, Psyduck, Bronzer, Shuppet, and Sun EV. Li Hua had Honchcrow, Moon EV, Houndoom, Vileplume, Absol, and Miss Smagius. Sensing the presence of other Pokémon, Mewtwo immediately flew towards the tree in Li Hua, while the attacks from the three kings also headed in their direction. Li Hua shouted, "Not good. This Pokémon wants to redirect its attacks towards us. Tree, we need to dodge." Hearing this, the tree nodded and shouted, "Everyone, quickly evade. Natural Bird, use Teleport. Vileplume, use Leaf Storm on those three Pokémon. Bronzer, use Earthquake. Shuppet, use Confusion. Natural Bird, put that middle Pokémon to sleep." Soon, Iji and Li Hua began using various skills against the Axe Mantis and the others. The three kings that were attacked for no reason became increasingly irritable. The Forest King, Axe Mantis, was the first to act, swinging its double axes down violently, causing numerous spikes to protrude from the ground towards Iji and Li Hua. Then, the Cave King, Mischievous Thunder Egg, also moved. Its massive body flickered with lightning as it rapidly spun towards the back of Iji and Li Hua, charging at Mewtwo. Lastly, the Island King, Windspeed Dog, suddenly ignited in fierce flames, resembling a fire dragon as it sprinted towards Mewtwo. Iji and Li Hua, who initially wanted to continue stopping the three kings, immediately recalled their Pokémon upon seeing this commotion. They all rode their flying Pokémon and flew away from the battlefield. "What kind of monsters are these?" Li Hua said darkly. "I don't know. Let's observe the situation for now. It seems their target is that humanoid Pokémon." After saying this, the two flew out of the central area of the battlefield. At this moment, Mewtwo also realized there was nowhere to hide. Seeing the three Pokémon charging towards it, Mewtwo gathered all its energy into a massive energy ball. Boom! The explosion caused by the collision between the three Pokémon's attacks, and the energy ball shook the entire Charizard Valley. Outside the battlefield, Iji and Li Hua, feeling the aftermath of the battle, were shocked to see two people being blasted out by the energy wave, along with a group of Charizards. "Crowmaster, quickly fly over and catch them." Natural Bird teleported over immediately. Soon, they caught Naz and Jike, and after unlocking the handcuffs on them, Li Hua asked, "What on earth happened here?" After taking a breath, Jike recounted everything that had just happened to them. Upon hearing Jike's story, Iji reacted, saying, "So, there are still two people trapped in the valley? That's troublesome. Given the current situation, we might not even be able to enter the valley. And according to what you said, they're in the central area of the battlefield. It's probably bad news for them." Li Hua picked up where Iji left off. After Li Hua finished speaking, Nez suddenly spoke up, "Yeching and Inghua are still alive." The three were momentarily taken aback, then turned to Naz. "How do you know?" Iji, with a magical mask, asked with a smile. Naz could sense that Yeching and the others were still alive, just behind the valley in a cave. After Naz pointed to the mountains behind Charizard Valley, Li Hua and Iji exchanged glances and said, "All right, let's go rescue them first." Chapter 68. Mewtwo disappears, sealing artifact. After learning the approximate location of Yeching and Inghua, the two kings took Naz and Jike to the mountains to search for them. The Team Rocket trio, captured by the Charizards, was taken to the entrance of the valley by other Charizards. At the center of the battlefield, as the huge dust cloud dissipated, the three kings revealed themselves, now with cracks appearing on their golden bodies. Mewtwo had vanished from the explosion, arriving at the place where Team Rocket was bound, repelling all the surrounding Charizards, and then flying back to Team Rocket's secret base with the three captives. The three kings initially wanted to continue attacking Mewtwo, but upon realizing it was gone, they began attacking each other. At this moment, the three kings had lost their ability for self-reflection and started indiscriminately attacking. Rampaging flames, violent thunder, and howling winds clashed in the center of the battlefield, causing the Charizard Valley to resemble a hellish scene. The waves of energy created by these three forces spread outwards, causing nearby towns to be hit by heavy rain under their influence, while surrounding Pokémon fled in another direction. Inside the cave, the unconscious Yeching slowly opened his eyes. When Sakura saw Yeching awake, she patted his face and asked, "Are you awake, Yeching?" Sitting up from the ground, Yeching shook his dizzy head and said, "Where is this?" Sakura then recounted what had happened after Yeching fainted. Hearing about the events that occurred while he was unconscious, Yeching was a bit confused. Did he summon golden lightning in the air and strengthen the Axe Mantis? When did he gain this special ability? Host, the power of creation within you has been exhausted. The lightning was struck down by the alpaca using the power of creation from your body, the system explained. After hearing the explanation, Yeching understood and then asked in his heart, "Do I still have those special abilities?" "No, and the alpaca's extraction of power is too terrifying. It has also taken away part of the energy hidden within the host, so the true eye has lost its effect, and the system Pokémon storage is temporarily unavailable. After learning the situation, Yeching stood up, stretched his muscles, and said, "Let's go, Sakura, and see what's going on outside. That Mutwo is going to pay for this when I get the chance." After cracking his neck, Yeching and Sakura walked out of the cave and arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Looking at the 3 Pokémon battling in the field, Yeching immediately felt a headache. What are we going to do about these 3 going insane without a sealing artifact? Sakura asked beside him, "Sealing artifact? Aren't they your Pokémon? Hurry and stop them." Yichin shook his head and began to explain the current state of the 3 Pokémon to Sakura. They had been driven to this state because of the lightning strike I unleashed. Now, they were essentially in a frenzy and needed something called a calming item to calm down. After hearing this, Sakura asked, "Then hurry up and take it out to calm them down. If this goes on, the Charizard Valley will turn into Charizard Plains." Upon hearing this, Yichin nodded and then asked, "Can you get the calming items from the system?" "Yes, detecting that the host situation is critical. Hereby rewarding you with Forest King Calming Item 1, Cave King Calming Item 1, Island King Calming Item 1. After taking the calming items out and placing them in his bag, Yichin was about to take out a Pokeball, but realized that all the Pokeballs at his waist were missing. "Where are my Pokemon?" Sakura gestured for Yichin to look towards the battlefield. He saw his Pokemon sprawled awkwardly on the ground, with some Charizard around them that had also fainted from the impact. Yichin reached forward to recall his Pokemon and returned to the edge of the battlefield. Just as Sakura and Yichin were at a loss, a voice came from the sky. "Hey, you two, come over here." The person in the sky was Lihua, who arrived in front of Yichin and the others riding on her Honchkrow. Yichin looked at the person in front of him and felt a bit familiar. So he asked, "Are you the king of Chengdu?" Upon hearing this, Lihua nodded and said, "You two come with me. It's too dangerous here right now. I'll take you out first." After saying this, she gestured for the 2 to sit on the back of the crow leader. Yichin indeed shook his head and said, "No, I can't leave now. These 3 Pokemon are mine, and I have a way to calm them down." Lihua was somewhat surprised and looked at Yichin, then said, "Stop joking. Get up here quickly. I'll take you to a safe place first." At this moment, Yinghua also stepped forward to support Yichin, saying, "Please believe in Yichin. He really has a way to calm them down." Seeing Yinghua standing up to speak for Yichin, Lihua couldn't help but be taken aback. "All right then, tell me your so-called method." Yichin took out 3 calming talismans and handed them to Lihua. These 3 talismans were meant to help them quell their anger. Later, I need you to help me fly above them so I can throw the talismans down. Upon hearing this, Lihua assessed the 3 talismans in Yichin's hands, which emitted a special aura, and pointed to the crow leader beside her, saying, "Come up." Then, Lihua carried the 2 of them to the center of the battlefield. While flying, Lihua dodged the attacks from the 3 kings and spoke in her headset, "Ishu, come over and cover me. I found the 2 trapped individuals. One of them might be able to calm those 3 Pokemon down." Ishu, who was still searching in the mountains, rushed to the center of the battlefield upon receiving the message. "Your companions have been found. They are now preparing to calm those Pokemon's anger." Upon hearing Ishu's words, Nazi and Jiku's eyes sparkled with hope. The Charizard Valley was finally saved. Thankfully, Yichin was unharmed. Thus, the 3 of them also headed towards the center of the battlefield. In the air, after notifying Ishu, Lihua turned her head and asked, "Why has it turned into this?" Yichin shook his head and replied, "I originally planned to come to Charizard Valley to capture a Pokemon I liked, but for some reason, Team Rocket followed me." After understanding all this, Lihua nodded and then arrived above the 3 Pokemon. Yichin looked at the apocalyptic scene below and exclaimed, "Damn, will we die if we go down there?" Then he turned to Lihua and said, "Let's go. First, let's subdue that mischievous Thunder Egg." After saying that, Yichin pointed at the mischievous Thunder Egg floating in the air. Today, I'm going all out. Chapter 69, Calm the Anger, New System Feature. As Lihua brought Yichin to the sky above the mischievous Thunder Egg, the Thunder Egg also noticed the 2 flying towards it. Just as they got closer, a massive lightning ball shot towards them. Seeing this, Lihua quickly shouted, "Crow Leader, dodge." In no time, Crow Leader sidestepped to avoid the lightning ball and continued charging towards the mischievous Thunder Egg. Yichin saw that they were getting closer and took out the treasure of the Cave King from his pocket. After Lihua brought Yichin to the closest possible distance, she said, "We can only go this far. We can't get any closer." Upon hearing this, Yichin nodded and then stood up, saying, "Remember to catch me later." "What are you going to do? Why do you need me to catch you?" Lihua asked. But before she could finish, Yichin pushed off the ground and leaped in front of the mischievous Thunder Egg, throwing the treasure towards it. Ding! The moment the treasure touched the mischievous thunder egg, the golden light covering it gradually transformed and returned to Yi Chen's body, and at that moment, the mischievous thunder egg's eyes became clear. Soon, after the golden light completely dissipated back into Yi Chen's body, the mischievous thunder egg returned to the size of a lord. Seeing this, Yi Chen quickly took out a Pokeball in midair to capture it. Li Hua, witnessing this scene, was still in shock when she heard Yi Chen shout, "Don't just stand there, catch me." Li Hua then used her crow leader to catch Yi Chen. "Phew, now let's go over there," Yi Chen said, pointing at the scyther that was wrestling with the Rapidash. Li Hua, suppressing her curiosity, continued to take Yi Chen towards the scyther. Meanwhile, Hisui, who was coming from behind, happened to see the earlier scene and said while sitting on a natural bird, "This guy really has a way." He then looked at the two people following him and asked, "Are you two going to hide in the valley? Or come help me? Natsi will go with you. Lisa and I can help too." Soon, everyone arrived above the scyther. Yi Chen saw someone come to help and took out the Forest King's token, saying, "Pear Blossom, please take me there." Pear Blossom nodded and then led Yi Chen close to the head of the chopping axe mantis. Ding! The chopping axe mantis, struck by the token, began to calm down and then returned to its original size, with the dissipating golden light also returning to Yi Chen's body. After retrieving the chopping axe mantis, Yi Chen said, "The last one is going to be troublesome." Pear Blossom understood what Yi Chen meant. The speed dog had lost its target in battle and was now focused on everyone else, quickly arriving at the head of the crow leader. Pear Blossom took Yi Chen and swiftly ascended into the air, avoiding being hit by the frenzied speed dog. Yi Chen then said to Pear Blossom, "Please let me down in a bit, and I ask you and the other king to hold off the speed dog while I use the token on the ground." Okay. After learning Yi Chen's intentions, Pear Blossom found a safe place to set him down. "You be careful," Pear Blossom advised Yi Chen before riding the crow leader back into the sky. "Ishu, come over and help me hold off the speed dog. The guy named Yi Chen is going to throw the token from the ground." After hearing Pear Blossom's instructions, Ishu nodded and then shared Yi Chen's plan with Naz and Jike. Thus, the four in the air began to attack the speed dog. On the ground, Yi Chen released his Garchomp. Looking at the Garchomp collapsed on the ground, Yi Chen asked the system, "How much does it cost to heal Garchomp?" 1,000 Alliance coins for the entire team to recover. The Pokémon Center does it for free. Do you really need that much? Just heal already. Soon, all of Yi Chen's Pokeballs flashed with white light, and the Garchomp on the ground woke up, its injuries fully healed. "Garchomp, in a bit. Take me to charge at the back of the speed dog. I need to throw the token to calm it down." Upon hearing this, Garchomp roared twice, and then Yi Chen climbed onto Garchomp's back. They couldn't understand each other's speech anymore. It seemed the special ability brought by the power of creation was no longer usable. With that, Garchomp suddenly took off towards the back of the speed dog. Ishu and Pear Blossom, who were in the air harassing the speed dog, saw Yi Chen riding a Garchomp heading towards the back of the speed dog, and even the well-informed Ishu couldn't help but say, "This guy's Pokemon is really fast. When I found him earlier, his Pokemon were all in a dying state. Now, they're suddenly so lively. No healing medicine could do that. Who knows? Maybe he has the legendary Revival Grass." With that, the two continue to struggle with the speed dog. With Garchomp's high-speed, low-altitude flight, Yi Chen finally reached the back of the speed dog. Taking out the Island King's token, Yi Chen said, "You three really know how to get me into trouble." With that, Yi Chen threw the token. Ding! After the speed dog and the other two Pokemon recovered, the dissipating golden light also returned to Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen looked confused and asked, "System, what's going on?" "They are infused with your creation power, but it has been enhanced by the alpaca, and now it's returning to you. A disturbance in the space-time continuum has been detected. The Pokemon Sword and Shield warehouse has been opened, and the Shirtsue warehouse is back in use, along with the true I feature being restored. The opening of the Sword and Shield warehouse has triggered a special reward: 1 Gigantamax ring, 1 Super Gigantamax soup, and 3 uses of ignoring the battlefield Gigantamax limit." Yi Chen, who had just recalled his Arcanine, was still a bit dazed. After carefully rubbing his eyes, Yi Chen exclaimed in delight, "This is amazing. The Pokemon from Sword and Shield are really fierce." Just as Yi Chen was examining the warehouse, Li Hua and Ishu, along with 3 others, approached him. Li Hua spoke first, saying to Yi Chen, "The situation has calmed down, so Mr. Yi Chen, we'll take our leave now." After saying that, Ishu and Li Hua handed their contact information to Yi Chen. "If you encounter any trouble the next time you're in the Chengdu area, feel free to contact us directly." With that, Li Hua and Ishu flew off in the direction they came from. On the way, Ishu looked at Li Hua and asked, "Are we just leaving like this? Aren't you curious about his Pokemon?" Li Hua nodded and replied, "The lead people told me this guy is very important and that we shouldn't interfere with other matters. Oh. The two then disappeared into the horizon. Seeing that the situation had finally calmed down, Jiku complained, "What are we going to do about the current state of the Charizard Valley?" Yichun and the others looked around upon hearing the words. One side was filled with flames and lava, another flickered with the residual lightning from the mischievous thunder eggs, and the other side was flattened ground. Ha ha ha, Miss Jike, do you believe me when I say these 3 Pokémon have nothing to do with me? Chapter 70, Pokémon Egg, Professor Oak. Just as they were looking at the Charizard Valley, the Charizards hiding in the shadows all flew out. Seeing this, Jike smiled and said, "Great, the Charizards haven't left." She then covered her forehead and said, "But the repairs for Charizard Valley will be quite troublesome." Beep beep beep. Just as Jike was feeling troubled, the Alliance called to inform her that the repairs for Charizard Valley would be handled by the Alliance, and she wouldn't have to worry about anything else. After hanging up the phone, Jike relayed the contents of the call to everyone. The true culprit, Yichun, was of course very excited. He originally thought the little treasury would be in distress, but unexpectedly, the Pokémon Alliance was so righteous. At this moment, Yinghua came to Yichun's side and said, "So Yichun, do you still want to capture a Charizard?" The others looked at Yichun curiously after hearing Yinghua's words. Yichun, flauntingly parting his hair, said, "Of course. Where's your strongest Charizard? Come out and fight." He then looked at the returning Charizard group. However, the scene he imagined did not materialize. The strongest Charizard walked out of the group, holding a Pokémon egg in its hands. Seeing this, Yichun shouted, "Wow. Who do you look down on, bringing a child into a fight?" After saying that, Yichun was about to take out his Pokeball. Jike, unable to watch any longer, grabbed Yichun's hand that was reaching for the Pokeball and said, "The Charizards must have understood your intentions, and to thank you for calming the recent battle and saving their kin, they chose the most talented child from their group to give to you." Upon learning the truth, Yichun awkwardly scratched his head, then took the egg handed over by the Charizard and said, "Thank you, Charizard. I will definitely raise this child to be the strongest Charizard." Hearing this, the Charizard nodded and then called its kin to bring over some berries. Thus, after the 4 of them took a group photo surrounded by the Charizards, they arrived at the entrance of Charizard Valley. Yichun said to Jiku, "Thank you for leading us here, Miss Jiku. It's no problem. I should thank you. Without you, who knows how many Pokémon would have been captured by Team Rocket here?" Jiku replied. After exchanging thanks, Jiku and Yichun swapped contact information. Then, Yichun summoned his heel Gyarados and flew towards Kanto with Sakura and Naji. Along the way, Sakura looked at the shrinking Charizard Valley and asked, "Yichun, why does Team Rocket always show up wherever we go?" "I don't know. Maybe it's because we didn't check the lunar calendar before going out," Yichun responded. "What's a lunar calendar?" "A lunar calendar is..." Just then, Naji poked Yichun's back and said, "Yichun, your phone is ringing." Annoyed at the interruption, Yichun exclaimed, "Who is it? Can't they pick a better time?" He picked up the phone and answered the call. "Mr. Yichun, after returning to Kanto, please come to Masera Town." "Why?" "Masera Town is so far away. Professor Oak wants to talk to you." "I'm not going. It's too far. I'm going on vacation." "If you don't come, the League will hold you responsible for the repair costs of Charizard Valley, which total 50 million Alliance coins." "Are you kidding? I have to go. I'll head straight there as soon as I arrive in Kanto." With that, he hung up the phone. Sakura asked what happened. Naji, curious, leaned forward as well. After putting away his phone, Yichun said, "The people from the Alliance said I should go to Professor Oak's place. Do you want to come along?" Sakura thought for a moment and replied, "No problem." Naji also nodded and said, "I'm in too." Then, Yichun opened the navigation and started flying towards Pallet Town. As they prepared to set off, the journey would take about. After a day of traveling, Yichun and the others arrived at Pallet Town. Upon arriving, Yichun curiously looked around, and then his gaze fixed on a pair of men and women, an old man in a lab coat and a stylishly dressed woman. Yichun stroked his chin and said, "Could these two be the legendary Professor Oak and Ash's mother?" Hearing Yichun's murmurs, Sakura asked, "What are you talking about?" "Yichun? Whose mother?" Naji, who had used telepathy to hear everything Yichun said, was also curiously looking at Professor Oak, who was drinking tea with Ash's mother. Responding to Sakura's question, Yichun said, "It's nothing. Let's go ask that gentleman over there where Professor Oak's research lab is." With that, Yichun pointed to Professor Oak, who was having tea with Ash's mom. Sakura, now even more confused, said, "With so many people around, why ask them? They look like they're on a date. It wouldn't be nice to disturb them." Then, Sakura looked at Yichun's face. Yichun, with a mischievous smile, walked towards Professor Oak. Seeing that Yichun had already approached, Sakura realized it was too late to stop him and could only pull Naji to sit on a nearby chair. pretending to be guests. However, Naji's facial expression surprisingly mirrored Yi Chen's excitement. For some reason, Naji felt a bit thrilled, her eyes fervently watching the direction Yi Chen was heading. Ash's mom on a date with another man? What juicy gossip! Naji became excited. Naji and Yi Chen with mischievous smiles. Excuse me, may I ask where Professor Oak's research lab is? Professor Oak, who was drinking tea, was momentarily taken aback before looking at Yi Chen and asking, May I ask who you are? Yi Chen scratched his head and smiled. I am Yi Chen, a Pokémon trainer from Key City. I came to Pallet Town to find Professor Oak for something. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak laughed and said, Haha, so it's you? Little brother, Yi Chen. I am the Professor Oak you were looking for. Yi Chen then pretended to be shocked and said, What? You are Professor Oak? I apologize for my rudeness. He then looked at Ash's mother and asked, Who is this? Professor Oak smiled and introduced Yi Chen. This is Ash's mother. After that, Ash's mother stood up and said, I have heard about you, Yi Chen. Ash often mentions you to me. Then Yi Chen shook hands with Ash's mother. I wonder what Professor Oak wants to see me about? After a brief self-introduction, Yi Chen started to get to the point. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak smiled and said, Why don't we go to my research lab first? It's too crowded here, and there are many things that are inconvenient to discuss. Yi Chen nodded and then called over Na Zi and Yinghua. Xiaoji's mother then stood up and said, I'll head back to cook, so I won't disturb you. After saying that, Xiaoji's mother walked in the direction of home. After briefly introducing Yinghua and Na Zi to Jiandan and Professor Oak, everyone headed to Professor Oak's research facility. Chapter 71. Professor Oak's research facility soon. Under Professor Oak's guidance, everyone arrived at his research facility. Seeing the Pokémon inside the facility, Yi Chen was filled with curiosity. All the initial Pokémon of the people from Jinshin Town were obtained here, and perhaps he would be lucky enough to take home a Pokémon with good potential. After entering the facility, Professor Oak briefly introduced his assistants before starting to ask questions. Yi Chen, little brother, would it be convenient for you to let out those Pokémon from the Charizard Valley for me to observe? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen understood the reason why the Alliance sent him to Professor Oak. They likely wanted him to study the Scyther and the others. After agreeing to Professor Oak's request, everyone went to the lawn outside the research facility. After releasing the Scyther, the mischievous Electrode, the Houndoom, and the Garchomp, there were gasps of astonishment from Professor Oak and his assistants. Oh my, this is incredible. Look at their size. Yes, and there are 3 Pokémon we've never seen before, but these 3 Pokémon look so familiar. Quick, record the data. Hurry, hurry. After observing for a while, the researchers began recording the data of Yi Chen's Pokémon. At this time, Professor Oak approached Yi Chen and asked Yi Chen, Can you demonstrate the golden state of those 3 Pokémon from the Charizard Valley for me? Realizing that Professor Oak wanted to see how the Scyther and the others went berserk, Yi Chen quickly replied, No, their state seemed to be due to the special lightning that day, and it took the cooperation of me and the 2 champions to return them to their normal forms. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak nodded and said, It seems to be related to the lightning that day. However, that lightning was indeed a bit strange. Other researchers from different regions have told me they heard a thunderous explosion, and some Pokémon in those areas became as agitated as your 3 Pokémon. But they quickly returned to normal without turning completely golden. I'll go to Charizard Valley for an on-site investigation another day. After saying this, Professor Oak went to observe a few Pokémon. Seeing Professor Oak so engrossed in his research, Yi Chen did not disturb him, but instead moved to another side to look at the Pokémon that Xiao Mao had sent back. TSK, TSK, TSK. Although Xiao Mao is a bit of a trickster, there's no denying that he has a knack for catching and raising Pokémon. Just as he was thinking this, a resentful voice came from behind him. Big brother, do you still want your Charmander egg? Why do you keep making me hold onto your Pokémon egg? If it runs away with me later, don't blame me. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen quickly took the Charmander egg and said, okay. I just don't have experience hatching eggs, and you are a Pokémon breeder, so I trust you to handle it. After rolling her eyes, Yinghua said, You really are something, but you should keep it with you for the next couple of days. I feel like this little one is going to hatch soon. Nodding, Yi Chen carefully cradled the Charmander egg. Professor Oak, after handing over the research data to his assistant, came back to the 3 of them. Yi Chen, little brother, your Pokémon all have great research value. Why don't you stay here for a few days? It would allow me to study these Pokémon and also extend my hospitality. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen replied, No problem, Professor. Just in time. My Charmander egg is about to hatch, and I would like to ask you how to raise newborn Pokémon. Saying that, Yi Chen lifted the Pokémon egg in his hand. Seeing the Pokémon egg in Yi Chen's hand, Professor Oak smiled and said, of course. That's no problem. If you don't mind, you can stay at my home for the next few days. Just right, Xiao Mao has gone out, and there are 2 rooms available. After hearing Professor Oak's words, Yi Chun turned to discuss with Ing Hua and Na Zi. After getting their agreement, Yi Chun also agreed. Then, at Professor Oak's request, the researchers began to take everyone around the research facility. As evening approached, Professor Oak finally set aside his research data and led Yi Chun and the others back to his house. Once everyone entered the house, Yi Chun was taken aback by the person in front of him. Any Huazi? Upon hearing this, Huazi brought out the soup she was cooking and said, "You're here. Professor Oak said you would be staying in Jinshin Town for a few days, so I took the liberty of coming to Professor Oak's house to prepare meals for you." At this moment, Professor Oak smiled and said, "You've worked hard, Huazi. I feel bad for always troubling you." "It's no trouble, Professor. It should be me who feels bad for always troubling Xiaoji." As they spoke, Huazi and Professor Oak urged everyone to come inside. At this time, Yi Chun and Na Zi exchanged glances. Yi Chun and Na Zi exchanged a smile before walking into the room, leaving behind a confused Sakura who kept asking, "What exactly happened? Yi Chun, Na Zi, what are you two laughing about?" Soon, everyone finished dinner amidst laughter and sent Hanako back home. In his room, Yi Chun began to check the information in his sword and shield storage. Not bad, not bad. System, you finally did something right. These are all the teams I used to clear the game, my ace players. After saying that, Yi Chun closed the sword and shield storage and opened the scratch card feature. I haven't played this yet, and today I feel favored by the goddess of luck. Let's do 2. Afterward, Yi Chun took a shower in exchange for an incense burner and 3 sticks of incense from the system. After placing the incense and lighting it, he said, "3 pure ones, bless me for a successful draw." Saying this, Yi Chun bowed to the incense burner. With a balance of 68,000. If I don't go all in, who will? Let's go. Silver scratch, card, X10. Ding, -30, 000. Congratulations, you have won 1 pair of men's underwear, 1 set of autumn clothes, 1 advanced ball, 1 box of Durex Ultra Thin, 1 pair of women's underwear. Looking at the prizes in front of him, Yi Chun's excitement instantly turned to a dark expression. Damn it, give me my money back. You give me this crap for 30,000? The system guarantees quality. Once it's out, there's no refund. After calming himself down, Yi Chun bowed to the 3 pure ones again. Going all in is a form of wisdom. Let's do a 10 consecutive silver scratch card draw. -30, 000. Ding, congratulations. The host has received 1 magical candy, 3 megastone shards, and 8 pairs of white socks. Seeing that he had drawn a magical candy, Yi Chun's mood finally lightened a bit. How many mega shards are needed to synthesize? 100. Forget I asked. Just continue showing me what I drew. No need for mystery. The draw is complete. What? After seeing the system prompt, Yi Chun turned to look at the system's lottery panel and cursed, "System, come here and let me show you. I spent 30,000 to buy 8 pairs of socks. Right? My money." Chapter 72, Captured the Little Fire Dragon. The next morning, since everyone went to bed early yesterday, they all woke up early. Professor Okito originally planned to go out to buy breakfast for everyone, but after being persuaded by Sakura, he gave up on that idea and entrusted the kitchen to Yi Chun. "Yi Chun, you're really a jack of all trades. You're so good at Pokémon training and can cook as well. I wonder if you have a girlfriend? There are quite a few single girls in my research institute." Hearing this, Yi Chun scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Haha, I haven't thought about that for now. Professor, if you don't have any dietary restrictions, I can start cooking." Professor Okito shook his head and then sat on the sofa to read the research report sent by his assistant. Yi Chun began to make breakfast. Soon, several steaming bowls of Wuhan hot dry noodles were ready. Smelling the aroma of the noodles, Professor Ohm put down the report in his hands, swallowed hard, and rushed to the dining table. "No wonder your friends all said you should cook. Your skills are much better than those at the restaurants outside." With that, he eagerly started eating. Meanwhile, Sakura said, "Yi Chun, do you still have your special spicy sauce? I want to add more spice." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun took out 2 bottles of coconut juice and handed them to Naji and Sakura, saying, "I've already added it for you. Just eat." After that, the large living room was filled only with the sounds of slurping noodles and Professor Ohm's heavy breathing. After everyone had a delicious breakfast, they went to Professor Ohm's Research Institute. Today, Sakura and Naji didn't go sightseeing in the institute, but instead released their Pokémon to let the researchers help with some testing. "What? This marsh stomp?" A loud shout interrupted Professor Ohm, who was helping Yi Chun accelerate the hatching process. Everyone's gaze turned towards the shouting researcher. "Jizzy, how many times have I told you not to make a fuss? You really—" "What? A shiny marsh stomp?" Not only was Professor Ohm shocked, But everyone in the institute was also taken aback and quickly surrounded the marsh stomp to start testing its physical data. Just then, a sudden flash of white light appeared. The Charmander egg glowed with dazzling white light, and with the sound of the eggshell cracking, a Charmander emerged from the egg, looking at the humans staring at it. The Charmander unceremoniously spat a small flame at Yi-chun. Caught off guard by the flame, Yi-chun yelped in surprise, which made the Charmander laugh. At this moment, Professor Ohm, who had been checking the marsh stomp, returned. Looking at the Charmander, Professor Ohm praised, "Yi-chun, this Charmander seems to have good potential. Its size is at least more than twice that of a typical Charmander at this stage. Plus, it can spit flames skillfully right after hatching. It looks like it has high potential." After extinguishing the flames on his face, Yi-chun asked, "Can I capture it now?" Professor Ohm nodded, saying, "Of course. It's just hatched, and you're the first person it sees, so it trusts you quite a bit." Hearing this, Yi-chun took out a Pokeball and threw it at the Charmander. After shaking 3 times, Yi-chun successfully captured the Charmander. Holding the Pokeball in his hand, Yi-chun happily said, "I captured a Charmander." Excitedly holding the Pokeball, he turned to Professor Ohm and asked, "Doctor, do you have Pokemon like Bulbasaur? I want to let Charmander try battling." In response, Professor Ohm laughed, "Haha, a newly hatched Pokemon isn't suitable for battling right away. You need to train it for a while first." Upon hearing Professor Ohm's words, Yi-chun realized, "Oh, this is the real Pokemon world now, not the turn-based game from before." After thanking Professor Ohm, Yi-chun went to the area where the Garchomp and other Pokemon were being studied. Upon reaching Garchomp, Yi-chun released Charmander and introduced, "Garchomp, this is my newly captured partner, Charmander." Garchomp looked down and assessed Charmander. As soon as Charmander saw Garchomp, it immediately lowered its head and hid behind Yi-chun. Seeing this, Yi-chun smiled and asked, "How did you spend the night here?" Garchomp excitedly replied, "To be honest, the treatment was great. Cuckoo fed me berries." After learning that his Pokemon were all doing well, Yi-chun took Charmander outside to train with it and Pidgey. Just as they arrived outside, Yi-chun saw a familiar face. He saw Xiao Mao standing at the entrance of the research institute, talking to Professor Ohm. In the midst of their conversation, Xiao Mao also noticed Yi-chun standing inside the institute. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Mao looked at Yi-chun in disbelief. Yi-chun smiled and said, "Are you surprised to see me?" Dr. Otamaki then reacted and asked, "Xiao Mao, do you know each other?" Xiao Mao took out a Pokeball and said, "Of course I know him. Let's battle. Ive goten stronger." Hearing this, Yi-chun looked confused and said, "My Pokemon have been taken by your grandfather for research. Right now, I only have a Charmander and a Pidgey, so I can't battle." After saying this, Yi-chun walked outside the research institute with Pidgey and Charmander. Seeing this, Xiao Mao turned to his grandfather and asked, "Grandpa, what's going on? Why are you researching his Pokemon?" Dr. Otamaki waved his hand to signal Xiao Mao to come over. The two then went into the research institute, where Dr. Otamaki played the footage recorded in the Fire Dragon Valley featuring Li Hua and a tree. Xiao Mao was initially puzzled about why his grandfather wanted him to see this, but he was shocked the moment he looked at the computer screen. 3 huge golden Pokemon were wreaking havoc with elemental energy, followed by scenes of Yi-chun and others subduing the Pokemon and recalling them. After watching, Dr. Otamaki said, "These 3 Pokemon belong to Yi-chun. If we can study the power of his Pokemon, it would be a great benefit for the entire league. Moreover, these 3 Pokemon are ones we have never seen before, which would greatly help our Pokemon research." The grandfather and grandson then started discussing the data on Yi-chun's Pokemon. At this moment, 3 people walked in from outside Jinshin Town, and it was our Ash and his companions. Yi-chun, who originally wanted to stroll around town and walk his bird, looked a bit confused upon seeing Ash and the others. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 73. Special Training Brother Chin? "What are you doing here?" Ash asked in surprise. After Yi-chun greeted Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, he said, "Professor O called me here to borrow my Pokemon for an experiment." Upon hearing this, Ash scratched his head in confusion and said, "Is that so? In that case, why don't we go see Professor Oak together?" Yi-chun nodded and then walked back with Bibbery and Little Fire Dragon. Xiao Ji, who originally wanted to ask why Yi-chun was called over, was pleasantly surprised when he saw Little Fire Dragon and asked, "Brother Chun, you actually captured a Little Fire Dragon too?" The 3 of them then began to examine Yi-chun's Little Fire Dragon. Thus, they started chatting and sharing their experiences from their travels. They soon arrived at Professor Oak's Research Institute. After a brief greeting with Professor Oak, everyone went to the lounge of the institute. Xiao Mao, who was drinking tea, saw Xiao Ji and immediately mocked. "Oh, it's that guy who's always in last place. You're here, huh? I thought it was someone important. What did you say?" Seeing that Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji were about to argue again, Professor Oak hurriedly intervened, saying, All right, stop arguing. You both are the hope of Pallet Town. Hearing this, both of them said in unison, Hope of the town? This guy? Professor Oak continued, That's right. Our town is very lucky to have two newcomers who could potentially become Pokémon masters. I'm really happy. Hearing this, Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao turned their heads away from each other with a huff. Only Yi Chun, sitting nearby eating snacks, shouted, Fight, fight, fight. At that moment, Kingler came in with several cups of tea. The group then sat on the sofa and talked about the number of badges they had obtained. You two are the only two newcomers from Pallet Town who have qualified to participate in the League Challenge. Xiao Mao has 10 badges, and Xiao Ji, you have 8. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji asked, What about the other two? Professor Oak took a sip of tea and continued. The other two started off quite smoothly, but later got into tough battles. At this point, Yi Chun, who had finished his snacks, asked, So when does the League Tournament start? The League Tournament starts in 2 months, and it will be held at the Indigo League. Did you also qualify for the League Challenge? Professor Oak looked at Yi Chun curiously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji said, Yes, mister. Yi Chun passed the Pokémon League exam and is now qualified to challenge. Hearing what Xiao Ji said, Professor Oak suddenly realized and nodded. I see. I think with Yi Chun's strength, he could qualify for the League Challenge without even participating in the Pokémon League exam by defeating gyms. Yes. The gyms I encountered were basically not difficult, and I could easily obtain badges. Upon hearing this rather boastful statement, Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji both deflated. But everyone quickly rallied again. Later, Professor Oak suggested visiting the Pokémon that the two had brought back, and Yi Chun took the opportunity to leave under the pretense of walking his bird. Soon, Yi Chun arrived alone at the location of Gung Gue. Upon sensing someone approaching, Gung Gue quickly became alert, but when it saw that it was Yi Chun, it returned to normal. Yi Chun noticed that Gung Gue seemed unhappy in the courtyard. So he asked, What's wrong, Gung Gue? You seem to be in a bad mood. Gung Gue looked around and replied, I can't fight here. There's no way to become stronger. I want to get stronger and defeat the humanoid Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun patted Gung Gue's back and said, It's okay. I came to find you this time to help you get stronger. With that, Yi Chun took out the Dynamax soup he received as a system reward. After taking out the soup, Yi Chun gestured for Gung Gue to come over and drink it, seeing the special energy emanating from the soup in the bowl. The eager to get stronger Gung Gue drank it without hesitation. Buzz. After drinking the Dynamax soup, Gung Gue's body shimmered with purple light, which quickly merged into its body. Then Yi Chun took out a rare candy and handed it to Gung Gue. Eat this, and you can get even stronger. After just digesting the special energy from the Dynamax soup, Gung Gue swallowed the rare candy. Feeling the energy surging within, Gung Gue became very excited. After having both items, Yi Chun also put on the Dynamax band. Then Yi Chun, along with Gung Gue, Garchomp, Gyarados, Pidgey, and Charmander, set off toward the forest next to Viridian City. Dynamax Gung Gue Chapter 74, The Court's Conference. Let the battle begin. After 2 months of special training, Yi Chun and Sakura Naz came to the Indigo Plateau. Sakura looked at the person passing the sacred flame ahead and said, Even though he didn't participate in the league competition, seeing this scene is still exciting. Naz also curiously watched the team passing the sacred flame. Just then, as the three were lost in thought, Ash and his friend stepped forward and said, Excuse me, can I pass the sacred flame? Seeing this, Yi Chun lost interest and thought it would be better to leave before he ended up dealing with Team Rocket again. So he pulled Sakura and Naz, who wanted to greet them, into the inn to rest and wait for the competition to start the next day. The next morning, Yi Chun realized he didn't have any formal clothes, so he took out a flying fish suit from the storage. As he was about to go out to register for the competition, Sakura looked at Yi Chun's outfit and asked, Yi Chun, why are you dressed like this? Aren't you hot? Hearing this, Yi Chun rolled up his sleeves and said, High-quality fabric, warm in winter and cool in summer. Sakura. Soon, the three arrived at the registration desk. While preparing to register, Yi Chun noticed that Ash had already completed his registration, so he greeted him, Ash. Which match are you in? Ash, who was packing his things, turned around upon hearing Yi Chun's voice and hurriedly stuffed his belongings into his backpack before coming over to Yi Chun, saying, I'm in the 3rd match, and the venue is the water field. What about you, Brother Chun? Yi Chun nodded and then said, I haven't drawn yet. You and Sakura can go over to Xiaoxia and the others and wait for me. I'll come as soon as I'm done. Upon hearing this, Ash followed Sakura and Naji to the resting place of Xiaoxia and Xiaojing. After taking out his league registration information and handing it to the registrar brought out a machine. Ki City, Yi Chun. Now you can draw for your match venue and opponent, he said, handing the machine to Yi Chun. After receiving the machine, Yi Chun directly pressed the draw button, and soon the results came out. Contestant Yi Chun, Rock Arena, opponent A Jun, second match. After getting his match information, Yi Chun went to the resting area to meet up with everyone. Then, they all went to the court's conference venue to watch the matches. After the first match ended, the information of Yi Chun and his opponent A Jun was displayed on the field. And then Yi Chun walked towards the battle arena amidst the cheers and shouts from the crowd. The referee, seeing both contestants ready, announced this match is a 6v6 battle. The first to defeat all of the opponent's Pokémon will be declared the winner. Now, I declare the match to begin. With the referee's command, both sides released their starting Pokémon. Yi Chun go, Mega Sharpedo. A Jun, it's decided, you're up. Makoke, roar. The moment Mega Sharpedo's massive body appeared on the field, it shocked all the spectators in the stands. The reporters capturing the scene exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my god! Yi Chun's Mega Sharpedo is incredibly strong. It looks like there's another dark horse in this year's court conference." Mega Sharpedo used Dragon Claw. Makoke used Low Kick. As soon as the commands were given, both Pokémon moved simultaneously, with Mega Sharpedo charging towards Makoke at incredible speed. Makoke also rushed towards Mega Sharpedo. And at the moment of contact, Makoke quickly crouched down to use Low Kick, aiming to kick Mega Sharpedo. Seeing this, Yi Chun immediately shouted, "Now, Dragon Claw. Hit down hard." Bang! Just a second before Makoke could kick, Mega Sharpedo slammed Makoke to the ground, causing cracks to form on the rocky surface. A Jun shouted, "Get up, Makoke. Use Meteor Fist." Mega Sharpedo used Dive. Upon receiving the command, Mega Sharpedo moved first, charging into the air with all its strength, while Makoke's Meteor Fist missed. A Jun yelled, "Makoke, dodge behind the rock to avoid the attack." Hearing this, Yi Chun smiled and said, "Come on, Mega Sharpedo. Let them see the results of our 2 months of training." Smash! At that moment, Mega Sharpedo, enveloped in blue energy, took on a dragon-like form and plunged towards Makoke. Boom! When Mega Sharpedo hit the ground, the massive rocky arena was completely covered by the dust it kicked up, making it impossible for those outside to see what was happening inside. Soon, artificial fans blew the smoke away, allowing everyone to see the situation inside. They saw that Mega Sharpedo had returned to Yi Chun's side. The giant rock where it had just landed had disappeared, and Makoke was lying in a pile of rubble. Unable to move, Makoke lost its fighting capability. Mega Sharpedo wins. Cheers erupted from the sidelines upon hearing the referee's announcement. A Jun then released his second Pokémon. "It's up to you, Heracross." Yi Chun recalled Mega Sharpedo and took out another Pokeball, saying, "Then I'll send you out." Scyther. Upon seeing Yi Chun's Scyther, the crowd gasped again. "My goodness, what Pokémon is that? I've never seen it before." "Yeah, it's a Pokémon I've never heard of." A Yun, surprised to see Yi Chun's Scyther, remarked, "Why is there so little description about your Pokémon in the Pokédex?" Then, with a serious look, A Jun said to Yi Chun's Scyther, "Since the opponent is so strong, we need to step it up. Heracross. Heracross, use Super Horn Attack. Scyther, use Fury Cutter." After receiving the command, Heracross charged fiercely at Scyther, who raised its arms and then brought them down heavily. Bang! The attacks from both Pokémon collided, and then Scyther forcefully swung, sending Heracross flying. Many rocks fell around the arena. Seeing that Heracross was pushed back, Yi Chun quickly shouted, "Present it. Brutal Cut." A Jun shouted, "Heracross, close combat." Scyther quickly rushed up to Heracross, raised its right hand, and struck down hard. Before Heracross could engage in close combat, it used its large horn to block Scyther's attack. Thud! Unsurprisingly, Scyther knocked Heracross down to the ground again. Now, quick attack. Oh no, Heracross, hold on. Bang! Under Scyther's relentless attacks, Heracross was sent flying out of the battle arena. The referee called out, "Heracross has lost its fighting capability. Scyther wins." After recalling Heracross, A Jun grumbled in frustration. "Am I really this weak?" Chapter 75. First Stage Victory. After recalling Heracross, A Jun released his third Pokémon. "Come on out, Hitmonlee." Seeing this, Yi Chun recalled Scyther and then released Lucario. Hitmonlee clearly became nervous upon seeing Yi Chun's Lucario. "Lucario, Ohasfer." Hitmonlee, use Vacuum Wave. Yi Chun was surprised to see A Jun's command. "You want to clash with me?" 2 waves of energy collided, resulting in a massive explosion. But Lucario's Aura Sphere continued to fly towards Hitmonlee after the explosion. A Jun immediately shouted, "Hitmonlee, dodge, and then use Mach Punch." At this moment, Yi Chun shouted, "Lucario, use Supersonic Punch, Quick Attack Sonic Punch," to end the battle. Just as Hitmonlee dodged the Aura Sphere and prepared to use Sonic Punch on Lucario, Lucario's figure instantly disappeared from its original spot. Then, Hitmonlee began searching for Lucario's silhouette in the arena. In the next second, Lucario's form appeared behind Hitmonlee. Seeing this, Ajun shouted, "Hitmonlee, be careful behind you." By the time Hitmonlee reacted, Lucario's fist had already struck. Bang! Hitmonlee took Lucario's punch head-on and was sent flying into the wall beneath the stands. Not only was Ajun stunned, but even the members of the league who were secretly observing were shocked. At that moment, everyone around echoed the same thought. What terrifying power! Hitmonlee lost its ability to fight. Lucario wins. Then Ajun recalled the near-unconscious Hitmonlee. Next up is you, Hitmonchan. Looking at the opponent, sending out Hitmonchan, Yichun said, "All right, in that case, Lucario, let's do Supersonic Punch again." Ajun shouted, "Hitmonchan, use Protect." Bang! Just as everyone thought Hitmonchan would be knocked back like Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan managed to hold on at the edge of the battlefield with Protect. Ajun quickly shouted, "Now's your chance." A desperate situation. Then, Hitmonchan gathered all its strength and kicked towards Lucario. Splash! Lucario, caught off guard, was hit and flew back in front of Yichun. Seeing this, Yichun praised, "Not bad, playing it to the limit, but the game is over." Lucario. Swift close combat. The injured Lucario immediately stood up and charged towards Hitmonchan. Ajun saw this and shouted without holding back, "Let us settle this with one move." Flying Knee Strike. Hitmonchan attempted to use Flying Knee Strike to attack during Lucario's dash, but Lucario sidestepped and avoided it, then began to pummel Hitmonchan in front of it. After a wave of attacks, Hitmonchan quickly fell. The referee shouted, "Hitmonchan lost its ability to fight. Lucario wins." After recalling Hitmonchan, Ajun shouted at Yichun, "Don't get too pleased. Next I'll send out one of my aces to battle you. Go Charizard." Hearing this, Yichun laughed, "Haha, all right. Then I'll send out one of my main forces to battle you. Go Gengar." After recalling Lucario, Yichun released Gengar. Originally, Ajun's Charizard was still looking at Yichun with pride, but with Gengar's appearance, the atmosphere in the arena changed instantly, and Gengar's massive body made even the audience outside tremble. Ajun's Charizard became serious as well. Charizard used Flamethrower. Seeing this, Yichun smiled and said, "Is that all you've got?" Gengar, Shadow Ball. Facing the incoming Flamethrower, Gengar calmly gathered a Shadow Ball, and just as the flames got close, the Shadow Ball was launched. The Shadow Ball tore through the Flamethrower and shot straight towards Charizard. Seeing this, Ajun shouted, "Charizard, quickly dodge." Charizard flapped its wings and moved to the side, managing to avoid being hit by the Shadow Ball. Yichun continued to shout, "Strong spirit, strong thought." Following that, a powerful mental energy quickly surged towards the Charizard. Wherever this mental energy from Gung-Gue passed, the mountains and rocks shattered, and the ground crumbled as if made of paper. Any contact with this energy caused it to collapse directly. Boom! This strike sent the Charizard crashing deep into the wall beneath the spectator area, nearly affecting the audience sitting in the front row. Seeing this, the referee hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Miss Joy, go check on the Charizard's condition." The others watched this scene with their mouths agape, shocked as they looked at Gung-Gue in the arena. At this moment, Xiao Mao approached Sakura and the others, saying, "Sakura, this must be Mr. Yichun's strongest Pokémon, right?" Hearing this, Sakura nodded and then shook her head, saying, "I'm not sure. The strongest I've seen so far is this Gung-Gue, but during training, Yichun mentioned that he has many Pokémon stronger than Gung-Gue that he didn't bring." Beside them, Xiao Zhang's mouth twitched as he said, "Mr. Yichun is still as strong as ever." At that moment, Granny Josie, watching the video at home, widened her eyes and said, "This Gung-Gue is ridiculously strong." After confirming that the Charizard was taken for emergency treatment, Ajun turned back and said, "It's not over yet. It's up to you, Beedrill." Seeing this, Yichun silently thought, "This guy is indeed quite strong. If it weren't for me, he could probably last a few more rounds." Then he heard Ajun shout, "Beedrill, use Hurricane." With that, Beedrill began to flap its wings, creating a violent whirlwind in the arena. Gung-Gue, on the opposite side, watched Beedrill unleash the Hurricane with great interest. Yichun then said, "All right, Gung-Gue, use telekinesis to break his Hurricane." Then, in the match, hearing this, Gung-Gue nodded, and its eyes began to emit a purple glow. Just as Beedrill's Hurricane formed, it was directly shattered by a force, and Beedrill felt its body lighten before being violently thrown out of the competition area. Seeing that all of Ajun's Pokémon had lost their fighting ability, the referee quickly announced, "Ajun's Pokémon have all lost their fighting ability. This battle is won by Yichun from Key City." Upon hearing this, Xiaoji and others on the sidelines cheered. "Hooray! Then the crowd gathered at the exit to stop Yi Chun and ask about his feelings during the battle. At that moment, a man in a suit in the audience watched Yi Chun leave and said into his earpiece, "Doctor, I've recorded the entire battle just now. Should I send it to you?" Meanwhile, in Team Rocket's secret base, the doctor was typing on the keyboard in front of the computer and said, "Send it all over, especially the part with Scyther. Edit out for me. I need this data for my cloning experiments." After hanging up the phone, the doctor looked at the 5 devices in front of him and laughed. He, thankfully Mutwo, brought back the fragments of those 3 Pokémon with their genes. I can also try to replicate that golden energy. With that, the doctor continued to immerse himself in his experiments. Chapter 76, the Top 16 Competition, facing Professor Oak. After winning the first battle, Yi Chun let the others go watch the matches while he went to take care of some matters. He then arrived at the Pokémon Center, restored his Pokémon, and went to the exchange machine. After calling Professor Oak, Yi Chun said, "Professor Oak, could you please help me transfer my Manectric and Electrode?" On the other end, Professor Oak first congratulated Yi Chun on his initial victory, and then asked, "Which 2 Pokémon are you exchanging?" Hearing this, Yi Chun took out his Tyranitar and Scyther's Pokeballs and placed them in the glass cover of the exchange machine. Seeing that Yi Chun had made his selections, Professor Oak also took out the Pokeballs from Manectric and Electrode and placed them into the exchange machine. After receiving the Pokeballs from Manectric and Electrode, Yi Chun hung up the call with Professor Oak and returned to the players' lounge. In the third round, Xiaoji unsurprisingly won his match and happily returned to the lounge to share the good news. But in the fourth round, Xiao Mao wasn't so lucky. His opponent, Professor Oak, had Pokémon that were evenly matched with Xiao Mao's, and due to a misstep, Xiao Mao was defeated by Professor Oak's Geodude. In the end, Xiao Mao was eliminated from the preliminary rounds. As Xiao Mao walked out of the competition area after his defeat, he saw the others in the lounge happily discussing the matches, and he appeared somewhat lost and dejected. Seeing this, Yi Chun hurriedly came to Xiao Mao's side and said, "Don't lose heart, Xiao Mao. If you lose confidence like this, how will you ever catch up to me in the future?" Hearing this, Xiao Mao paused and then turned back, saying, "But I lost even in the preliminary rounds. A temporary defeat doesn't mean anything, and besides, your opponent isn't weak either. Learn from this failure and work hard to train your Pokémon. This time, just stay and watch me win the championship." After saying that, Yi Chun showed a cheeky smile. After hearing Yi Chun's words, Xiao Mao's eyes immediately filled with determination. Looking into Yi Chun's eyes, he said, "All right, next time I'll catch up to you, Mr. Yi Chun." Then Xiao Mao, along with Yi Chun and Xiao Ji, went to the front desk to draw their opponents for tomorrow's battles. This time, the drawing method involved picking numbers from a box to correspond with their opponents. Soon, Xiao Ji drew his opponent, and the venue was the ice field. Finally, it was Yi Chun's turn to draw his opponent. After some fiddling, Yi Chun handed his draw number to the lady at the front desk, and then saw that his name corresponded to a contestant named Gumu, with the venue being the water field. Seeing this, Yi Chun said, "Lu Qiao Qiao wouldn't be this lucky, would she? I'm going to face this Gumu." Hearing this, Xiao Mao said to Yi Chun, "Mr. Yi Chun, you need to be careful of this guy's Lyron. My Nidoking was defeated by him due to a mistake." The 3 of them then followed Sakura and others to a restaurant for dinner, celebrating the victory in the first match. After ordering the food, Xiao Xia spoke up. "Chingu, do you know you become popular?" While eating peanuts, Yi Chun was taken aback and then looked at Xiao Xia, asking me, "What am I popular for?" Beside him, Xiao Gang laughed and said, "Mr. Yi Chun, you are now a hot favorite to win the championship. Ever since your match was posted online, your video has gone viral. Many people are discussing your Pokémon." At this moment, Sakura pulled out her phone and played the video for Yi Chun to see. The video showed his battle, and comments like this Pokémon's training is too exaggerated, and this contestant named Yi Chun seems to have a good chance of winning the championship. And did I just notice that this contestant's outfit is really cool? I'm willing to pay a lot for this handsome guy's contact information. Quickly filled the screen. Soon, the group shifted the topic to Yi Chun's outfit, and they spent the night in laughter and joy. The next day, Yi Chun changed into his casual clothes and arrived at the competition venue. Sakura and the others looked at him in confusion and asked, "Yi Chun, why aren't you wearing that flying fish suit?" Facing their questions, Yi Chun replied, "It's too troublesome to wear, and I woke up a bit late today." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Soon it was Yi Chun's turn to compete. As he arrived at the competition venue, he heard Xiao Mao shouting from the nearest stands, "Go for it, Mr. Yi Chun. Teach him a good lesson." Hearing this, Yi Chun nodded at Xiao Mao and then looked at Gumu across from him. Gumu also became serious at this moment. He had seen Yi Chun's first match and knew he was very strong, so he didn't have full confidence in defeating him. The referee then waved the flag and announced, "Both contestants, take your positions. I declare the match to begin." With the referee's command, both sides sent out their respective Pokémon. "Go, Lyron. You're using Lyron on the water field? Then I choose you, Gyarados." As Lyron landed on the water field, it stood ready on the platform. But when everyone saw the giant Gyarados appear, they were all unsettled. The massive body of Gyarados forced it to dive directly into the water, and the commentator exclaimed, "Oh my, contestant Yi-Chun actually sent out such a powerful Gyarados. Let's see how contestant Gumu will deal with it using Lyron." In the arena, Yi-Chun took the lead and attacked. Gyarados, use Rain Dance. Lyron, use Rock Slide. Soon, several boulders gathered in the air and crashed down towards Gyarados, but the Gyarados, having completed its Rain Dance, skillfully dodged the attack. Seeing this, Yi-Chun immediately shouted, "Gyarados, use Aqua Tail." After Laren's Rock Slide missed, Gyarados quickly rushed in front of Lyron and swung its tail fiercely at it. Just at that moment, Gumu shouted, "Now explosion." Hearing this, Yi-Chun was instantly stunned, thinking, so that's why he led with this move. He was waiting for me here. Boom! The massive explosion sent Gyarados flying backward, while Lyron fell into a near-death state. Just when everyone thought Gyarados had also lost its fighting capability, it raised its head again from the water, albeit with many wounds on its body. Seeing this, all the spectators and trainers, including Gumu, were left speechless in shock. The commentator shouted, "Incredible. After being hit at the center of the explosion, it can still continue to fight. Yi-Chun's Gyarados is truly amazing. Lyron is unable to battle. Gyarados wins." After hearing the referee's announcement, Gumu finally reacted, recalling Lyron and sending out his second Pokémon. "Go, Tentacruel." Seeing this, Yi-Chun was just about to recall Gyarados when he heard, "No, I want to battle." Yi-Chun could tell that Gyarados seemed very angry at the moment. Understanding Gyarados' feelings, Yi-Chun straightened his expression and looked at Tentacruel across from him. "In that case, Gyarados, use Ice Fang. Tentacruel, use Supersonic." Seeing this, Yi-Chun quickly shouted, "Into the water." Hearing this, Gyarados immediately understood, and in an instant, it dove into the water and disappeared. Tentacruel's supersonic attack also missed. Gumu, seeing this, immediately shouted to Tentacruel, "Let's dive underwater too, use Mud Bomb." However, just as he finished speaking, Gyarados burst out from behind Tentacruel, opening its massive mouth with frosty teeth and biting down on Tentacruel. After a perfectly executed attack, Tentacruel, with its tentacles frozen, prepared to unleash Mud Bomb. Yi-Chun immediately shouted, "Use our new move, Water Tornado." The others around were taken aback, wondering what a water tornado was. Then they saw Gyarados dive into the water and start swimming frantically beneath the toxic spikes jellyfish at high speed, simultaneously unleashing its storm move at the bottom of the water. A whirlwind of water surged up, forming a tornado that pierced into the clouds. And the toxic spikes jellyfish was swept into the air by this water tornado. Gumu saw this and shouted, "Swim down, toxic spikes jellyfish." Yi-Chun didn't wait for the poison sting jellyfish to make a move and shouted at the Gyarados, "Let's hit a home run, Gyarados. Hydro Pump." With a splash, the Gyarados, which was originally swimming at high speed in the water, burst out of the surface and flew in front of the poison sting jellyfish. With a powerful tail whip, the poison sting jellyfish was sent flying like a cannonball out of the battle arena and landed on the ground. The poison sting jellyfish lost its fighting capability, and Gyarados won. Hearing this, Gumu looked incredulously as he recalled the poison sting jellyfish and murmured, "What on earth was I battling against?" After saying that, he released his third Pokémon. "It's up to you, Electivire." The Electivire excitedly pounded its chest as soon as it appeared, then glared fiercely at the Gyarados in front. Yi-Chun smiled upon seeing this, and then raised the Pokeball of Gyarados, saying, "Attribute suppression? Then let me show you the power of Dynamax." Just when everyone thought Yi-Chun was going to recall Gyarados, the Pokeball began to enlarge under the energy boost of the Dynamax band. Ignoring the venue's Dynamax count of -1, Yi-Chun threw the Dynamax Pokeball. With the power of Dynamax, Gyarados' already massive body grew even larger. The originally dark clouds began to shimmer with purple light, and Gyarados' gigantic form flickered with a pale purple glow as it intertwined with the clouds, appearing incredibly divine. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone was so shocked by this scene that they couldn't speak. Even Sakura and Naji, who had traveled with Yi-Chun for a long time, were left speechless. Yi-Chun's Gyarados could actually transform? I have a feeling Yi-Chun is about to explode in popularity. The commentator in the center of the arena was also so stunned that he couldn't speak. He had never seen such a situation in all his years of commentary. "Director, quickly switched the camera to Gyarados. What are you doing? Meanwhile, Professor Oak and others watching the match in Palatown were also frozen in place. It seems this kid, Yi-chan, has secrets he hasn't told us yet. We need to bring him back to study his Gyarados. On the battlefield, Kogami swallowed hard in shock, saying, God, are you kidding me? How we fight this? Even the Team Rocket scientist, who was still doing research, was incredulous when he saw the broadcast of the match. Oh my god. Oh my god. This little brat, Yi-chan, really has a lot of secrets. Once I clone these Pokémon into an army, they'll all be mine. At this time, the Elite Four of the Kanto League also received a live broadcast from their secretary. After seeing Yi-chan's Dynamax Gyarados, everyone had only one thought in their minds. This kid has discovered something new again. Yi-chan then shouted to Gyarados, Gyarados, Moksh Haisher. Hearing this, Kogami, who was still in shock, finally snapped back to reality and shouted, not good. Electivire dodge. But it was too late. The raging wind that swept across the entire arena heavily pressed down on Electivire, pushing it all the way to the bottom of the water arena, leaving it on the brink of fainting. The water in the water arena was swept away by this storm. After one hit, the water in the arena was nearly dried up. The spectators at the edge of the arena were splashed by the water, but they didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, they took out their phones and started taking pictures of Gyarados in the air. So cool, so strong. The spectators seemed to be Gyarados' fervent fans, continuously shouting, Gyarados, Gyarados, Gyarados. The referee, seeing the nearly fainted Electivire, finally reacted and shouted, Electivire has lost its ability to battle. Gyarados wins. Oh, the subsequent battles became without suspense. Kogami sent out two Pokémon, both of which were defeated by Gyarados' Max Water Flow and Max Geyser. However, after 3 rounds, Gyarados' enormous body slowly began to return to its normal size. The strange clouds in the arena also disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Seeing this, Kogami said, it seems your form has a time limit. Although I can't win against you, I must defeat one of your Pokémon today. Go, Blastoise! After seeing Kogami release Blastoise, Yi-chan recalled Gyarados. You've worked hard, Gyarados. It's your turn now. Go, Impish Electrode. Buzz Buzz. The newly sent Impish Electrode, seeing so many spectators around, excitedly spun around a few times in place, and then looked disdainfully at Blastoise, saying, Boss, do I really have to take on such a small fry? Where did that useless Runcat go? Hearing this, Yi-chan said, should I recall you and let Runcat come? No. Leave the spotlight to me. Runcat is too young and can't handle it. After saying that, Impish Electrode looked at Blastoise. Kogami then said, Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Impish Electrode used Charge Beam. Soon, a massive water ball was formed in the 2 water cannons of Blastoise and shot towards Impish Electrode. Seeing this, Impish Electrode began to spin rapidly in place, accompanied by arcs of lightning as it dashed towards Blastoise. The Hydro Pump hit the rapidly spinning Impish Electrode, but had no effect, instantly being torn apart by the spinning Impish Electrode. Then, Impish Electrode stopped spinning, its body surrounded by lightning, and countless irregular currents fell towards Blastoise. Seeing this, Kogami shouted, not good, dodge, Blastoise. But the slow-moving Blastoise couldn't possibly react faster than the electricity. Soon, all of Impish Electrode's electric currents fell on Blastoise, and under this highly effective attack, Blastoise lost its ability to battle. Seeing his ace Blastoise defeated so easily, Kogami unwillingly recalled Blastoise and left angrily. Blastoise has lost its ability to battle. Yi-chan from Kureha City wins this match. The referee shouted this at the top of his lungs. Immediately, the arena erupted in cheers. Yi-chan, Yi-chan, Yi-chan. Chapter 78. Top 8 Battle against Ash. After winning, Yi-chan walked towards the exit of the competition venue. At this time, the area outside the venue was crowded with reporters. Seeing this, Yi-chan began to look around, trying to find a way to escape. Before Yi-chan could find a way out, the reporters rushed in and shoved microphones in front of him, asking, Mr. Yi-chan, can you tell us the secret to your Pokemon's power? Mr. Yi-chan, how did your Gyarados achieve that enlarged form? Mr. Yi-chan, are you single? Facing the swarm of reporters, Yi-chan blocked them, saying, I have something to do. Could you please let me through? Dude, your microphone is about to poke into my mouth. Just as everyone surrounded him tightly, Ash and his companions outside began to take action. Pikachu jumped from Ash's shoulder and unleashed a thunderbolt, shocking all the reporters surrounding Yi-chan. Seeing this, Yi-chan quickly escaped the circle of reporters and ran towards the hotel with Sakura and Naji. They soon returned to the hotel, leaving Ash and his companions to continue competing in the arena. Yi-chan, what was that form of your Gyarados? You're blowing up all over the internet right now. Sakura asked from behind Yi-chan as they returned to the hotel. Yi-chan, still catching his breath, replied, that form is what I call Dynamax. It's a special device on my wrist that allows Pokémon to undergo another transformation. After learning the truth, Sakura and Naji began to curiously examine the Dynamax band on Yi-chan's wrist. At this moment, Professor Oak called. Beep beep. Yi-chan answered the phone. Hello, Professor Oak. What can I do for you? Professor Oak smiled and said, Yi-chan, what was that transformation of Gyarados during the match just now? Hearing this, Yi-chan began to explain the matter of the Gigantamax band to Professor Oak once again. In the end, Yi-chan and Professor Oak agreed that after the competition, he would give the band to Professor Oak for research before hanging up the phone. On the other side, after the security personnel of the league evacuated the reporters at the scene, the remaining matches were able to proceed normally. Ash also successfully defeated his opponent and advanced to the next round. Professor Oak and Aunt Hanako were also on their way to the Quartz Plateau in the evening, preparing to cheer for Ash. Thus, the time quickly arrived at the next day. Yi-chan and Xiao Ji arrived at the machine for drawing opponents. This time, the method was to lift the Magikarp from the pool, with a number on the Magikarp representing the position of the contestant. Yi-chan let Xiao Ji fish first while he watched the rankings of the contestants who had already drawn their numbers. Soon, Xiao Ji caught the Magikarp. Number 8. At this moment, Xiao Ji's name happened to appear in one of the last 2 empty spots. Seeing this, Yi-chan took over Xiao Ji's rod and started fishing as well. The others, seeing Xiao Ji's number, joked, Xiao Ji, you're quite lucky. I wonder who will be drawn to battle against you. Hearing this, Xiao Ji laughed and said, haha, I'm fine with anyone, as long as it's not Brother Chun. Just as Xiao Ji and the others were joking, Yi-chan also caught his number fish. After pinning down the Magikarp, Yi-chan saw the number on it. The others quickly gathered around. What? Number 7. Everyone exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the number on the Magikarp. Xiao Ji, with a look of disbelief, said, what a coincidence, Brother Chun. It's just right that I'll battle against you. Yi-chan laughed and said, it's fine, give it your all, Xiao Ji. I won't hold back. Hearing this, Xiao Ji nodded heavily and said, Imachum, I will also give it my all. After that, the two walked to their respective lounges to start their pre-match preparations. Professor Oak and Aunt Hanako arrived at the audience seats and happened to run into Sakura and her companion, who were eating popcorn and watching the match. Professor Oak said, what a coincidence we can sit together. Hearing this, Sakura turned around and, upon recognizing Professor Oak, said, wow, what a coincidence, Professor Oak. And Aunt Hanako, why are you both here at the Indigo Plateau? Aunt Hanako smiled and said, we're here to cheer for Xiao Ji. After saying that, the two sat down in their respective seats, and soon the big screen in the arena started displaying the match information. When everyone saw that Xiao Ji was going to battle Yi-chan, they couldn't help but exclaim, what? Yi-chan is actually matched up against Xiao Ji. Professor Oak sighed and quietly said, it seems Xiao Ji will stop at the top 8. How can you say that? What if Xiao Ji wins? Soon, after the first 3 matches finished, the referee began to announce loudly, next, please welcome Xiao Ji from Masera Town and Yi-chan from Kure City to the stage. After the referee said this, the audience began to cheer. Yi-chan, Yi-chan, Yi-chan. Only Hanako, Xiaoxia, and Xiao Zhang shouted from their seats, go Xiao Ji. Then, Yi-chan and Xiao Ji walked to their respective positions. At this moment, Yi-chan looked at Xiao Ji and said, come on, Xiao Ji, let me see the results of your special training during this time. Hearing this, Xiao Ji replied, I couldn't ask for more. Go, Kingler. Then it's you, Lucario. Soon, both Pokémon appeared on the battlefield, and Yi-chan ordered first, Lucario, or a sphere. Upon receiving the command, Lucario instantly gathered an energy ball and attacked Kingler. Seeing this, Xiao Ji hurriedly shouted at Kingler, Kingler, dodge and use stomp. Sure enough, with Xiao Ji's excellent command, Kingler successfully dodged Lucario's aura sphere. Then Kingler flew toward Lucario to kick. Seeing this, Yi-chan shouted, Lucario, close combat. Just before Kingler could kick Lucario, Lucario moved. After blocking Kingler's claw, it began to continuously attack Kingler. With one punch, it knocked Kingler back to Xiao Ji's side. Seeing this, Xiao Ji shouted, come on, Kingler. Indeed, with this encouragement, Kingler got back up using its massive claws. Kingler, use guillotine. Hearing this, Yi-chan shouted, Lucario, supersonic punch. After saying that, both Pokémon charged towards each other. Boom! Lucario's supersonic punch hit Kingler first, sending it flying out of the ring and rendering it unable to battle. Seeing this, Xiao Ji rushed forward to check on Kingler. Are Are you okay, Kingler? After gently patting Kingler twice, he returned it to its Pokeball. Next up is you, Charizard. Hearing this, Yi-Chun smiled and returned Lucario, saying, in that case, I'll send out Garchomp to battle. Chapter 79. The Appearance of Pika God. Electric Showdown. As Xiao Ji released Charizard, Yi-Chun also sent out Garchomp. The newly appeared Charizard, which had been lazily stretching, became fired up upon seeing Garchomp, who had defeated it with one move before. Without waiting for Xiao Ji to give an order, Charizard charged straight at Yi-Chun's Garchomp. Seeing this, Xiao Ji shouted, Charizard, come back. Yi-Chun, seeing Charizard and Xiao Ji's move, silently shook his head. Looks like I still have to wait until later to tame Charizard. After saying that, Yi-Chun shook his head and shouted at Garchomp. Garchomp, since Charizard wants to brawl, use Dragon Claw and play with it. Upon hearing this, Garchomp immediately charged toward Charizard. Soon, the two Pokémon collided. Charizard grabbed Garchomp's claws first, trying to restrain it and prevent it from using Dragon Claw. Seeing this, Garchomp complained, are you bullying me for only having one claw? Hearing this, Charizard was taken aback. Then Garchomp used its strength to shake off Charizard's hold, following up with a Dragon Claw that sent Charizard flying back to Xiao Ji's side. Xiao Ji quickly said, please, Charizard, just listen to me this once, okay? However, the next moment, Charizard turned its head and spat a burst of fire at Xiao Ji, then continued charging toward Garchomp. In the audience, Professor Oak remarked, Xiao Ji still can't control Charizard. It's really a headache. Seeing Charizard behavior, Yi-Chun lost interest and said, since it doesn't even listen to its trainer, there's no need to continue this match. Garchomp, use Dragon Rush. After saying that, Garchomp moved and soared into the air, diving down toward Charizard on the ground. The audience at the side excitedly shouted, here it comes. Another one of those moves. So cool. Yeah, if only I had a Garchomp like that. Come on. Even if you got one, you couldn't afford to raise it. Just as the audience was discussing, Charizard got angry and used Flamethrower against the diving Garchomp. Boom! After a loud explosion, Charizard unexpectedly lay on the ground, while Garchomp basked in the flames created by Charizard, looking down at Charizard with disdain. This scene was captured by the onlookers. Xiao Ji returned Charizard and said, so it really ended up like this? Then he took out his third Pokémon. Go, Squirtle. Seeing this, Yi-Chun was first taken aback, and then said softly, without the protagonist's halo, how could a Pokémon of this level possibly make it to the top 8? He then recalled his Garchomp and released his Amalga. Upon seeing Yi-Chun switch to Amalga, the Attribute Master Ash took the initiative and said, Squirtle, use Water Gun. Amalga used Thunder. Boom! Before Squirtle could react, a massive bolt of lightning struck it, and Squirtle was knocked out. After defeating Squirtle, Yi-Chun shouted at Ash, Ash, if your Pokémon can't even evolve, you're destined to lose to me. He then quietly added, except for your Pikachu. Upon hearing this, Ash recalled Squirtle and sent out his fourth Pokémon, saying, impossible. Go, Bulbasaur. Seeing this, Yi-Chun sneered and said, all right, if you don't believe in evil, let us give it a try, Amalga. Spin at high speed and knock it away. Ash, seeing Amalga spinning rapidly, quickly shouted, be careful, Bulbasaur. Use Vine Whip to stop it. But contrary to his expectations, how could a non-evolved Bulbasaur stop a fully suppressed Amalga? Whack! The moment Bulbasaur's Vine Whip touched Amalga, it was bounced back, and Ash hurriedly shouted, dodge. This time, the dodge technique failed, and Amalga sent Bulbasaur flying out of the arena. The referee announced, Bulbasaur has left the competition area. Amalga wins. Ash then sent out his fifth Pokémon, saying, go Pidgey, Air Slash. After suffering consecutive defeats, Ash struggled to even encourage his Pokémon, directly ordering Pidgey to attack. Seeing this, Yi-Chun shook his head and said, is this all you've got? Amalga, Thunderbolt. Watching Ash, who looked somewhat dejected in the arena, Misty couldn't help but say, this time Ash is losing quite badly. Sakura, sitting next to her, nodded in agreement. Professor Oak, sitting at the edge of the crowd, said, being defeated by Yi-Chun this time can actually help Ash realize the importance of evolving Pokémon. It's very difficult to become a Pokémon master by only using Pokémon in their first forms. The others nodded in agreement. While everyone was still chatting, the battle between the two Pokémon had reached its conclusion. Pidgey's Air Slash failed to block Thunderbolt and was directly dismantled, causing Pidgey to take the hit. Pidgey lost its fighting capability, and Amalga won. After hearing the result, Ash pulled down his cap with a dark expression, recalled Pidgey, and patted Pikachu on the shoulder, saying, in the end, it's all up to you, Pikachu. Pikachu, sitting on Ash's shoulder, comfortingly patted the back of Ash's head, then stepped into the arena, looking fiercely at Amalga. Pika. Imalga looked at the little yellow mouse in front of it with some pride and said to Yichen, "What is up with this guy today? Why did you get such a weak opponent?" Hearing this, Yichen replied seriously, "This Pikachu is not simple. You need to be careful." Just as Imalga was about to express that Yichen was overthinking, it was met with Pikachu's Iron Tail. Bang! Struck by Iron Tail, Imalga was knocked back in front of Yichen. What the heck? Is this mouse's tail spring-loaded or something? The knocked back Imalga couldn't believe the fact that it was pushed back and cursed. Yichen smiled and said, "I told you to be careful, but you didn't believe it. Haha." Using Quick Roll, after Pikachu repelled the mischievous Thunder Egg, Ash excitedly shouted, "Pikachu, use Iron Tail again." Soon, both Pokémon rushed towards their respective directions. The spectators on the sidelines also began to pay attention to the match. Had the originally one-sided battle finally turned into a real fight? Everyone looked towards the arena. Chapter 80. Advancing to the top 4, battling the psychic girl Yuko. Quickly, the mischievous Thunder Egg rolled rapidly towards Pikachu, who skillfully positioned itself in front of the mischievous Thunder Egg. The golden tail instantly radiated white light as it slammed down towards the mischievous Thunder Egg. Bang! After one round of collision, Pikachu was knocked back, while the mischievous Thunder Egg continued to spin faster and charge towards Pikachu. Seeing this, Ash shouted, "Pikachu, dodge." Sure enough, at Ash's command, Pikachu evaded the mischievous Thunder Egg's second charge. However, the rolling of the mischievous Thunder Egg was not over yet, and Yichen shouted, "Full power. Charge forward." After Yichen finished speaking, the mischievous Thunder Egg began to flicker with lightning all over its body, spinning rapidly and creating a dent in the ground with the force of its electricity, before suddenly charging towards Pikachu. Seeing this, Ash could only use the same tactic again to have Pikachu continue dodging. However, with the acceleration of the mischievous Thunder Egg, Pikachu was already unable to evade. In the end, Pikachu was knocked out of the arena by the Thunder Egg and lost its fighting ability. Seeing this, the referee waved the flag and announced that Pikachu had lost its fighting ability and the Thunder Egg had won. The battle was won by Yichen from Leaf City. Upon hearing this, the spectators on the sidelines began to cheer, and notably, the disciples from Leaf City's gym also came to the match to cheer for Yichen. The defeated Ash walked out of the arena holding Pikachu. Seeing this, Yichen waved to the audience and then ran towards Ash. Yichen caught up with Xiaoji, who was out alone, and said, "Why are you walking so fast?" Xiaoji turned his head to look at Yichen and replied, "It's you, Brother Chun. I want to go to the Pokémon Center and take a walk by myself." Hearing this, Yichen patted Xiaoji on the back and said, "It's okay." Xiaoji, for a newcomer, making it to the top 8 is quite an achievement. As long as you listen to me and work hard to train your Pokémon, participating in the competition with their strongest forms, you definitely have a chance to win the championship. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji nodded. He realized from today's battle that his Pokémon seemed so weak compared to Yichen's Pokémon. The Pokémon in their strongest forms could at least compete with Brother Chun. "Yeah, I will, Brother Chun. I will definitely defeat you in the next tournament," Xiaoji said seriously after calming down. Soon, Professor Oak and the others caught up with him. Professor Oak spoke to Xiaoji. "Well done, Xiaoji. You made it to the top 8 in your first league competition." The others then started chatting with Yichen and Xiaoji. They all arrived at the hotel together, sitting around the dining table. Brock said to Yichen, "Mr. Yichen, your next opponent seems to be a trainer specializing in Psychic-type Pokémon. He has been dominating in the previous matches, making it to the top 4 with ease, so you need to be careful." Professor Oak chimed in, "Yes, I've watched several of that trainer's matches. His Alakazam and Slowking are very powerful Pokémon." Yichen, who was focused on eating, replied, "No need to worry. Did you forget I have this?" He shook his right hand, revealing the Gigantamax band. Seeing this, Professor Oak laughed. "Haha, I forgot you have this powerful tool. But after the competition, you have to let me study it. The orders from the league have come down." Nodding, everyone began to eat. The next morning, under the urging of Sakura and Naji, Yichen got up early. He then put on his flying fish outfit and took a couple of photos with Sakura and Naji before heading to the competition venue. At that moment, Sakura was busy on her phone, posting Yichen's photos online. The caption read, "The strongest dark horse of the Quartz Conference. Private photo of contestant Yichen." After finishing the title, Sakura chuckled. Seeing this, Yichen curiously asked, "What are you doing, Sakura?" Naji, who was next to him, replied. Sakura said she wants to help you gain more followers, so she posted your recent photos online. Hearing this, Yichen asked Sakura, "What is the point of gaining followers?" Sakura, "The more followers you have, the more Pokémon products you can endorse later, and you'll make a lot of money. How was the photo just taken? If you need me to cooperate, don't hold back." In this way, the three of them chatted as they arrived at the competition venue. Since Yi Chen's match was the first, they went straight to the competition area upon arrival. Once at the competition site, the cheers for Yi Chen were the loudest. As the gym leader of the Leaf Town, Ma Jishir, along with his disciples, shouted through a loudspeaker, "Go for it, Yi Chen. Whether Leaf Town can produce a champion this year depends on you." Meanwhile, the opponent arrived at the battle venue, and the referee began the pre-match announcement. This match is between Yi Chen from Leaf Town and Yuzi from Rainbow City. Both contestants are. After finishing the pre-match announcement, the referee waved the flag and said, "This match will be a 6-on-6 battle. The first side to lose all combat capability will be deemed the loser. Now, I declare the match to begin." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen and his opponent Yuzi moved simultaneously. "Go Cherim! Go Lucario!" After Lucario entered the field and saw Cherim, he said, "Finally, a somewhat decent opponent has come." Hearing this, Yi Chen warned, "Be careful. This Pokémon has a type advantage over you. Try using Aura Sphere to test him." Nodding, Lucario gathered an Aura Sphere and threw it at Cherim. Yuzi responded, "Cherim, use Psychic." Cherim's eyes glowed blue, and a wave of psychic energy surged towards the incoming Aura Sphere. Yi Chen was surprised and said, "He can even use Psychic? Interesting. Lucario, use Meteor Mash." Boom! The two forces collided and exploded, with Lucario charging toward Cherim. Yuzi then shouted, "Double Edge!" Bang! The meteor-like fist struck Cherim, causing significant damage, but the next moment, Cherim delivered a spinning kick with an even stronger energy to Lucario's abdomen. Lucario, hit by this attack, flew back directly to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen commented, "Looks like the opponent is quite strong. Lucario, use the ultimate move we've trained for the past 2 months. Tengu Meteor Mash." Hearing this, Yuzi was startled and said, "What is this strange move?" "Cherim, use Protect." Lucario quickly adjusted his stance and leaped toward Cherim. Cherim prepared to defend against Lucario's attack. Boom! Lucario's punch landed, creating a dent in the ground where Cherim stood. Thanks to using Protect, Cherim didn't get knocked out directly, but stood up shakily. At this moment, the commentator shouted from outside the arena, "Oh my, what terrifying power. It seems Yi Chen hasn't been using his full strength before." Chapter 81. Mega Gengar explodes the scene. Seeing that Cherim was not defeated by Lucario surprised Yi Chen as well. He knew from the special training that ordinary Pokémon couldn't withstand Protect. It seemed this trainer, named Yuzi, was indeed very strong. Yi Chen then shouted, "Lucario, finish the battle with Aura Sphere." Yuzi shouted back, "Cherim, use Dream Eater." Cherim, barely holding itself up, used Dream Eater, but Lucario's Aura Sphere had already closed in. At the moment the Dream Eater was unleashed, it was torn apart by the Aura Sphere, and Cherim was defeated. The referee shouted, "Cherim has lost its combat capability. Lucario wins." Yuzi then returned Cherim and said, "Now it's up to you. Go Slowking." Seeing the Slowking sent out by the opponent, Yi Chen also returned Lucario. "Slowking? Huh. Then it's your turn. Go Gengar." The Slowking, which had been casually strolling in the arena, suddenly had sharp eyes upon seeing Gengar. Gengar also stared seriously at Slowking and said, "This time, I finally meet a decent opponent." Hearing this, Yi Chen was stunned and said, "What you said is surprisingly similar to what Lucario just said." At this moment, Yuzi, seeing Yi Chen summon Gengar, did not dare to underestimate him and immediately shouted to Slowking, "Slowking, use Psychic." Seeing this, Yi Chen shouted, "Use Shadow Ball at high speed and see what happens." Two powerful energies surged towards each other. Professor Oak, watching from outside, remarked, "The court's conference is indeed full of hidden talents. This trainer's Slowking is quite strong." Boom! Two streams of energy triggered a massive explosion, but the Shadow Ball was not cancelled out. Instead, it continued to rush towards Slowking. Seeing this, Yuko quickly shouted, "Get away, Slowking." However, Slowking completely ignored Yuko's words and simply raised its hand to redirect the Shadow Ball in another direction. Observing this, Yi Chen said, "Well, it seems like another disobedient Pokémon. Gengar used Shadow Ball." Then Gengar condensed a Shadow Ball that was twice the size of the previous one and launched it rapidly towards Slowking. Seeing this, Slowking merely frowned and then emitted a blue light, controlling the Shadow Ball in midair. Subsequently, Slowking raised both hands and forcefully swiped downwards. Gengar's Shadow Ball was pressed down to the ground and exploded. This shocked not only Yi Chen, but also the spectators at the sidelines. Sakura exclaimed in disbelief, "What? It actually managed to control Yi Chen's Gengar Shadow Ball. This Slowking is so strong." Professor Okito commented, "This match just got interesting." In the arena, Yuko saw that Slowking had blocked the Shadow Ball and shouted, "Slowking, now's your chance to drag Jengar down from the air." However, Slowking did not act and instead shook its head at Yuko, indicating for Jengar to continue attacking. Seeing this, Jengar's anger flared up. It had never been provoked like this before. Yuchen also felt the anger of Gung Gue and immediately shouted, "Gung Gue, since this Dai Dao Wang looks down on you, let us show him what real power is with a fierce Shadow Ball." After saying that, Gung Gue also moved, and a Shadow Ball appeared in midair that was even larger than the previous one. Dai Dao Wang was taken aback at first, then used Psychic to try to control Gung Gue's Shadow Ball again. However, Dai Dao Wang realized that his power was like a stone sinking into the sea, only slightly slowing the speed of the Shadow Ball approaching him. Then Dai Dao Wang stopped underestimating the situation, his whole body glowing blue, and his powerful psychic force rushed towards the Shadow Ball in the sky. Boom! The shockwave from a massive explosion caused everyone's robes to rustle, and at this moment, Gung Gue stood unscathed in midair, while Dai Dao Wang suffered some minor injuries. Yichen was the first to speak. "In that case, Gung Gue, let them see your true strength." Upon hearing this, Gung Gue fell from midair and nodded at Yichen. "Let us embody our bond. Mega Evolution." With Yichen's loud shout, Gung Gue also shone with dazzling white light. The surrounding audience watched in shock at what was happening in the arena. Professor Oak excitedly shouted, "That's right. This kid has Gung Gue's special evolution. I forgot to study it last time. Unfortunately, we have to come back to research it all when we return." Sakura excitedly shouted next to Ash and Shinji, "It's coming. Yichen's Gung Gue's strongest form." Upon hearing this, Ash and the others looked curiously at Gung Gue in the arena. As the white light dissipated, Gung Gue's form emerged. The purple Mega Gung Gue appeared in the arena, followed by gasps from everyone. "Oh my god, Gung Gue can evolve again? What a handsome Gung Gue. It seems this championship is definitely Yichen's." Ash and Shinji looked at Yichun's Gung Gue in shock and said, "What? Professor Oak, what's going on? Why can Gung Gue evolve again?" Hearing this, a slightly excited Professor Oak replied, "I'm not sure, but it should be related to that stone in Yichen's hand. Let's ask him about it after this match." Everyone nodded and then seriously watched the match in the arena. At this time, the commentator in the audience could no longer sit still and shouted, "My goodness, Yichen's Gung Gue actually evolved during the battle. This form is truly unheard of. It seems Yichen is about to open a new path for Pokémon." Everyone became excited, except for Dai Dao Wang on the opposite side, who stood still, staring at Gung Gue with a fierce expression. Yuzi was also shocked by Gung Gue's evolution. Before Yuzi could give an order, Dai Dao Wang charged forward. Seeing this, Yichen said, "All right, Gung Gue, give Dai Dao Wang a taste of Psychic." Gung Gue then condensed its psychic power and attacked the charging Dai Dao Wang. The ground where Gung Gue's psychic power hit shattered, and upon seeing this, Dai Dao Wang dared not continue the reckless attack and could only meet it with the same psychic. However, Gung Gue's psychic power now overwhelmed Dai Dao Wang far too much, causing Dai Dao Wang's psychic to be directly dispersed by Gung Gue's psychic force, and then it was pushed back to its original position. Seeing this, Yichen also decided not to play around anymore and shouted at Gung Gue, "Fierce Shadow Ball." Upon hearing this, Gung Gue quickly condensed a Shadow Ball and shot it at Dai Dao Wang. However, this Shadow Ball was the same size as an ordinary one, but the energy contained within was indeed much stronger. Dai Dao Wang sensed the energy contained in the Shadow Ball in front of it and immediately used all its strength to execute a powerful psychic in an attempt to block it. Boom! In Dai Dao Wang's shocked gaze, the massive explosion caused by the Shadow Ball directly blasted Dai Dao Wang away. Yuzi, seeing this, said with both sadness and shock, "Ah, I still can't control Dai Dao Wang." After saying this, Yuzi recalled Dai Dao Wang into its Pokeball. Chapter 82, Defeating Yuzi. The championship battle. Seeing how powerful Yichen's Gung Gue was, Yuzi no longer held back, releasing Hu Di and saying, "Come on, Yichen, please use your full strength to battle me." Hearing this, Yichen nodded and then said, "Gung Gue, Dark Pulse." As soon as he said this, a terrifying evil aura emanated from Gung Gue and rushed towards Hu Di. Upon seeing this, Yuzi shouted, "Hu Di, use teleport to avoid it." Hu Di teleported to the side just before the Dark Pulse attacked. Yuzi immediately shouted, "Hu Di, Future Sight." Seeing this, Yichen shouted, "Gung Gue, Fierce Shadow Ball." Hearing this, Yuzi said, "Here it comes again. Hu Di, teleport to avoid it." Just as the Shadow Ball was about to hit Hu Di, it was dodged by Hu Di using teleport. At this moment, Yi Chun, feeling a bit frustrated, said, "What a slippery Hudi. Gung-Gue. Use Shadow. Sneak to lock onto Hudi, then take it away with a Shadow Ball." After saying that, Gung-Gue disappeared from the arena, leaving everyone stunned. Yuzi looked confused at the vanished Gung-Gue and said, "Hudi, be careful. Use Psychic to find out where Gung-Gue went." Hudi then began to sense the surroundings with its 2 spoons. Meanwhile, the people outside also didn't understand how Gung-Gue had disappeared and began discussing. "What's going on? How did Gung-Gue disappear? Who knows? Could it be that it was blasted away by Hudi? Are you blind? Didn't you see Gung-Gue overpowering Hudi?" Just as everyone was discussing, Gung-Gue's figure appeared behind Hudi and struck it into the ground with a heavy blow. Following that, Gung-Gue released a Shadow Ball at Hudi. Seeing this, Yuzi hurriedly shouted, "Not good. Hudi, teleport to avoid it." As soon as Yuzi finished speaking, the Shadow Ball had already landed on Hudi. With a loud bang, Hudi lay on the ground motionless. The referee then announced, "Hudi has lost its ability to battle. Gung-Gue wins." After defeating Yuzi's 2 ace Pokémon, the subsequent battles went much smoother, as Gung-Gue basically crushed Yuzi's Pokémon. After finally defeating Yuzi, the referee announced, "Yuzi's Pokémon have lost their ability to battle." The winner of this match is Yi Chun from Kureha City. After announcing the result, a group of people led by Ma Jishur immediately picked up a loudspeaker and shouted, "Well done, Yi Chun. Go for the championship. Whether Kureha City can produce a champion depends on you." Yi Chun waved to the crowd in the stands and walked out of the competition arena. Little did he know that today, Gung-Gue's Mega Evolution had once again made him trend on Pokémon forums, with netizens asking what this form was. Some even shouted online, offering a high price for Yi Chun's contact information. On the other side, after leaving the arena, Yi Chun met up with Sakura and the others. Ash excitedly leaned towards Yi Chun and asked, "Brother Chun, what was that form of your Gung-Gue all about?" Hearing this, Yi Chun turned to look at Ash, only to find that not just Ash, but everyone else was looking at him with curious eyes. So, Yi Chun explained the concept of Megastones to them. When Professor Oak learned of this, he put his arm around Yi Chun's shoulder and said, "In that case, after your competition, come by my research lab and let me borrow it for some study." Yi Chun shook his head and said, "No, I still want to go to the beach for a vacation. I couldn't go last time when Xia and the others went." Hearing this, Dr. Oki smiled and said, "No problem. In that case, you can bring these to me for research, and I'll cover the expenses for your vacation." How does that sound? Yi Chun thought to himself, "It's done. I originally planned to give this to Dr. Oki for research, and now I've also gotten some travel expenses for free. Hee hee." However, Yi Chun still pretended to be reluctant on the surface and agreed to Dr. Oki. Then everyone went together to the hotel. At this time, Sakura came up to Yi Chun with her phone and said, "Yi Chun, you're trending. Right now, 2 trending topics are your battle videos. One with Gigantamax and the other with Jengar's Mega Evolution." After saying that, Sakura handed her phone to Yi Chun. Yi Chun then checked the comments on the trending topics. "Why are other trainers' Pokémon so strong? This Jengar's Evolution looks so cool. It's making my blood boil. I just got out of bed and did a push-up." At a glance, there were all kinds of comments praising the powerful Gigantamax Gyarados in Mega Jengar. However, it's understandable. Raising Pokémon is very expensive, and without some financial backing, it's impossible to cultivate strong Pokémon. Of course, Yi Chun was an exception to this. Then Yi Chun returned to his room to select the Pokémon he would use for tomorrow. He had just seen information about his opponent on his phone. Trainer Lily, known Pokémon, Tyranitar, Mothim, Venusaur. So these strong trainers have all made it to the finals? It seems like the strong ones are all lined up against me. Yi Chun then began to swap out his Pokémon. System: replace Lord Runson with Lord Abomasnow. Swap successful. Yi Chun's battle team now consisted of Lord Abomasnow, Lord Gyarados, Lord Garchomp, Lord Jengar, Lord Arcanine, and Lord Ampharos. After organizing his team, Yi Chun said, "Tomorrow is the finals. It's my first time competing for the championship. Although my opponent isn't too strong, I'm still excited." With that, Yi Chun fell into a deep sleep. Until the next day, Yi Chun got up early, washed up, dressed, and arrived at the competition venue. The scene outside the competition was bustling with activity. Due to the upcoming championship, vendors around the Quartz Plateau had gathered, and many people had arrived early to take their seats and wait for both contestants to get ready. When Yi Chun appeared, vendors and tourists turned to look. "It's Yi Chun. Really? I want to get an autograph." Hearing this, Yi Chun quickly ran toward the competition area. "No way I'm getting stuck here with all these fans behind me." The enthusiastic fans chased after Yi Chun until he entered the competition area, where security finally stopped them. "So crazy. I've only seen scenes like this on TV in my past life. With that, Yichen walked into the competition area, where Lily was already standing in the arena, looking over at him. The stands were already packed, and some people even had hot air balloons to watch from the sky due to the lack of space. The referee saw that both were ready and immediately announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Pokémon trainers, the final battle of the Quartz Conference. The championship match is about to begin." With that, Yichun and Lily both moved into action. Go, Venusaur! Go, Abomasnow! Chapter 83, Crushing Battle. Lily's Dragonite. Both trainers released their Pokémon simultaneously and commanded, "Venusaur, use Seed Bomb. Abomasnow, use Blizzard." Soon, both Pokémon sprang into action. Venusaur gathered several seeds and launched them at Abomasnow. Meanwhile, Abomasnow summoned a cold and violent gust of wind toward Venusaur, freezing everything in its path. Seeing this, Lily shouted, "Venusaur, use Petal Dance." As the blizzard froze all the seeds and swept towards Venusaur, a flurry of petals suddenly swirled around Venusaur, dispersing the blizzard. Yichen couldn't help but exclaim, "She really has some skills." Abomasnow's absolute zero. Before long, Abomasnow moved again, pressing its hands to the ground as frost began to cover the ground rapidly, closing in on Venusaur. Lily quickly shouted, "Venusaur, dodge and use Solar Beam." Indeed, this absolute zero attack failed to hit Venusaur. Yichen then called out, "Powerful Ice Punch." While Venusaur charged up sunlight, Abomasnow gathered frost in its right hand and attacked. Boom! After being hit by Abomasnow's attack, Venusaur staggered back a few steps, but managed to stand and fired the Solar Beam. The powerful impact hit Abomasnow before it could react, knocking it back to Yichen's side. Seeing this, Lily quickly shouted, "Venusaur, use Body Slam." Yichen remained calm and called out, "Abomasnow, use Powerful Blizzard." Before Venusaur could reach Abomasnow, a stronger blizzard hit Venusaur, knocking it to the brink of defeat. The referee saw this and waved the flag, declaring, "Venusaur is unable to battle. Abomasnow wins." At this moment, Ash in the stand said, "What an intense clash. Brother Chen almost lost just now." Hearing this, Dr. Oki shook his head and said, "Not at all." Yichen was actually waiting for Venusaur to get in close. As long as it got close, it wouldn't be able to dodge Abomasnow's blizzard, which is why Yichen chose to let Abomasnow take Venusaur's Solar Beam up close. After hearing Dr. Oki's explanation, everyone nodded and focused on the match again. Lily then recalled Venusaur and sent out her second Pokémon. "The second one is you, Ducklet." Seeing that the opponent sent out a Pokémon with a type advantage, Yichen said, "In that case, Abomasnow, use Hail." At this time, Lily also commanded Ducklet, "Ducklet, use Flamethrower." The commentator exclaimed, "Is she really using a Fire-type move right from the start?" It seems Lily is very confident in her Ducklet. Seeing this, Yichen shouted to Abomasnow, "Powerful Water Pulse." This caused the crowd in the stands to become restless. What? Abomasnow actually learned a Water-type move? Lily was also confused, looking at Abomasnow, as her Pokédex clearly indicated it was an Ice and Grass type. The two opposing energies collided in the arena, forming a large area of mist, which made the field even more unclear due to the hail from the hail ability. The hail also caused some damage to Ducklet. At this moment, Lily shouted, "Ducklet, use Sunny Day." Seeing this, Yichen quickly called out, "Abomasnow, unleash. Powerful Absolute Zero." Just as Ducklet used Sunny Day to disperse Abomasnow's hail, a terrifying chill emanated from Abomasnow, and a wave of cold rushed towards Ducklet. Ducklet, having just used Sunny Day, had no way to dodge and was frozen solid by Abomasnow's Absolute Zero. The referee waved the flag again, announcing, "Ducklet is unable to battle. Abomasnow wins." Lily then took out her third Pokémon and said, "In that case, let's go. Tyranitar. Tyranitar, use Rock Wrecker." Blizzard King. After saying that, the two Pokémon charged at each other. The massive Blizzard King grabbed the horn of the iron-armored rhinoceros with its left hand, while its right hand turned into a hammer and struck down on the iron-armored rhinoceros. Under the 4 times effectiveness, the iron-armored rhinoceros was directly knocked down in front of the Blizzard King. Seeing this, Lily, somewhat incredulous, said, "How is that possible? It can't even deal damage? What kind of monster is that?" At this moment, the referee announced, "The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus has lost its ability to fight. Blizzard King wins." Listening to the audience around cheering for Yichen, Lily for the first time doubted whether she was too weak. After a moment of daze, Lily decided to send out her trump card Pokémon. "Come on, Dragonite, help me defeat him." "What? It's actually Dragonite." Yichen looked at the opposite side in shock. Dragonite was a very rare existence in the Pokémon world, and there were very few people who owned one. Of course, it wasn't just Yi-chun who was shocked. The surrounding audience and Professor Oak were also taken aback. Yi-chun then recalled his Abomasnow and said, "Thank you, Abomasnow. Next up is you, Garchomp." Seeing the Garchomp, which was half a head taller than himself, Dragonite excitedly flapped its wings. After Garchomp came out, it scratched its rear and looked at Dragonite with an indifferent expression. Seeing this, Yi-chun stepped forward and kicked it. "Get ready for battle." After being kicked, Garchomp straightened up and looked at Dragonite. Ash commented, "Brother Chin's Pokémon are all so full of personality, haha." Professor Oak nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, not only does each one have a personality, but they are all ridiculously strong." On the other side, Hikari commanded Dragonite, "Use Dragon Dance." Seeing this, Yi-chun shouted, "Then we'll use Dragon Dance too." As a result, both Pokémon in the arena began to perform the Dragon-type dance that increases attributes. Hikari then shouted again, "Dragonite, fly into the air and use Dragon Dive." Yi-chun replied, "Garchomp, let's use Dragon Dive too." Soon, both dragons soared into the air and crashed towards each other. Boom! The two Pokémon collided. But Garchomp stood still without any issues, while Dragonite was knocked back several steps by Garchomp. Yi-chun chuckled and said, "Garchomp, use Dragon Claw." Hearing this, Hikari said, "Dragonite, fly into the air and use Aqua Tail." The two Pokémon moved again quickly. Garchomp charged toward Dragonite and used Dragon Claw, but Dragonite skillfully dodged this attack. Then, it swung its tail and smashed it into Garchomp's back, sending it flying to the ground. At this point, Yi-chun said, "It seems your Dragonite isn't bad." Hikari coldly replied, "Your Garchomp is also very strong." Chapter 84, Champion. After a brief exchange, the two began the second round of confrontation. Dragonite, use Quick Attack. Garchomp, use Sandstorm. Upon receiving the command, Dragonite increased its speed, while Garchomp stirred up a huge sandstorm in the arena, reducing visibility. Hikari said, "Dragonite, charge in, use Aqua Tail." Hearing this, Yi-chun shouted, "Garchomp, Dragon Claw. Let's meet it head-on." The swirling sand caused Dragonite to unconsciously slow down, while Garchomp seized the opportunity to strike at Dragonite. Sensing danger, Dragonite immediately reacted, gathering water elements in its tail and striking at Garchomp. The attacks of both dragons hit simultaneously, and both were pushed back several steps due to the significant impact. Seeing this, Yi-chun shouted, "Now, Sand Tomb." With that, Garchomp created a vortex made of sandstorm beneath Dragonite's feet. Hikari hurriedly shouted, "Dragonite, fly into the air." After hearing Hikari's words, Dragonite immediately took to the air, but was still caught in the sandstorm, further reducing visibility and occasionally squinting against the wind. Seeing this, Yi-chun shouted loudly, "Garchomp, now, Dragon Rush." With that, Garchomp charged madly towards Dragonite, landing a powerful blow that sent Dragonite flying, crashing in front of Hikari. The referee then waved the flag, declaring, "Dragonite has lost its fighting ability. Garchomp wins." At this moment, Professor Oak in the audience said, "The combination of Sandstorm and Sand Tomb is quite a tricky skill." Ash chimed in, "Yeah, it looks like this year's champion is definitely Brother Chun." Hikari then sent out her fifth Pokémon. "Go, Gyarados! It's up to you." Roar! A relatively large Gyarados appeared in the arena. Seeing this, Yi-chun quietly told Garchomp, "Let her have a bit of an advantage." After that, he shouted, "Garchomp, Dragon Pulse." Upon seeing Garchomp use Dragon Pulse, Hikari immediately commanded, "Gyarados, dodge and use Waterfall." Garchomp's Dragon Pulse was skillfully dodged by Gyarados, which then charged forward and slammed into Garchomp. Bang! Under the absolute type disadvantage, Garchomp was pushed back repeatedly, and serious wounds appeared on its chest. Seeing the dire situation, Yi-chun hurriedly shouted, "Use Dragon Claw while you're close." Hikari also commanded, "Gyarados, use Hydro Pump." Just as Garchomp was about to attack Gyarados, it was blasted out of the arena by Gyarados' Hydro Pump. Garchomp exited the arena, and Gyarados won. Yi-chun recalled his fainted Garchomp, saying, "That was reckless." Before Yi-chun could send out another Pokémon, Hikari spoke up, "Could you please battle me with Gengar? I want to see the difference between my Pokémon and your strongest Pokémon." Yi-chun was momentarily stunned and then replied, "No problem. But who said my strongest Pokémon is Gengar?" Huh? This statement left Hikari confused. After Yi-chun sent out Gengar, he said, "All right, I'll give it my all with Gengar." Hikari nodded and shouted, "Gyarados, use Hydro Pump." Gengar Shadow Ball. Soon, the skills of both Pokémon collided. Boom! After a loud noise, Hikari shouted, "Gyarados, use Bite." Gyarados quickly dove into the smoke and charged toward Gengar. Seeing this, Yi-chun shouted back, "Gengar, use Shadow Ball to hit him hard." Responding to the command, Jengar sensed Gyarados' position and launched a Shadow Ball, striking Gyarados directly before it could dodge. Just as Gyarados attempted to stand up again, Yi-Chun shouted, "Dark Pulse." Hikari could only anxiously shout, "Gyarados, dodge." But the heavily injured Gyarados couldn't evade this move and was hit by Dark Pulse, bringing it to the brink of collapse. The referee then declared, "Gyarados has lost its fighting ability. Jengar wins." Hikari, feeling disheartened, recalled Gyarados and sent out her last Pokémon, Mothim. "Not done yet. Mothim, use Bug Buzz." Seeing this, Yi-Chun shouted, "Jengar, let's finish this with Shadow Ball." As expected, although Mothim's Bug Buzz caused some damage to Jengar, it also directly took the Shadow Ball attack and was knocked out of the battle arena. The referee loudly announced, "Hikari's Pokémon has lost its fighting ability." The winner is Yi-Chun from Kureha City. Cheers erupted from the audience. "I knew you could do it. Yi-Chun, ha. Hey old man, you can be happy. But why are you stepping on my chair?" Ma Ji-Shur, overly excited, scolded with a flushed face. "What is wrong with me stepping on your chair us back? Young people should show a little respect to us old folks." After speaking, the surrounding apprentices quickly surrounded the speaker. The person, seeing this, could only smile and say, "It's nothing, nothing, please step on." At this moment, the announcer in the arena shouted loudly again, "I announce that the champion of this court's conference has been born. He is the contestant Yi-Chun from Kai City. Next, let me invite contestant Yi-Chun to the stage to give a victory speech." After saying that, the applause erupted from the surrounding stands, and everyone was happy for Yi-Chun's victory. Of course, the most excited were Sakura and others, as well as the mayor of Kai City and Ma Ji-Shur. At this time, Yi-Chun arrived at the award podium, looking at the scene in front of him, feeling a bit unreal. Then, under the host's guidance, Yi-Chun came to the center of the podium and said, "Since the host asked me to say a few words, then I'll say a few words. This acceptance speech, right?" Under Yi-Chun's rambling, the audience was once again amused and learned a phrase. "I know you are anxious, but please don't rush." After thanking his friends nearby, Yi-Chun was pulled up to the first-place podium by the host, who had a face full of constipation from waiting, followed by the second and third places. Chapter 85. The journey home. As Yi-Chun, the second-place contestant Lily, and the third-place contestant Yuko stood on the podium, Damaranchi came smiling, holding the champion trophy, and said to Yi-Chun, "Congratulations, contestant Yi-Chun. May I ask how old you are this year? Are you single? I have a granddaughter." Saying this, he handed the trophy to Yi-Chun. Hearing this, Yi-Chun first took the trophy and then said, "Thank you for your kindness, President Damaranchi. But I'm still a 10-year-old child, just grew up a bit too fast." Damaranchi, who was smiling and preparing to award the medal to the runner-up, was taken aback and then looked at Yi-Chun in horror. "You are 10 years old?" After that, Lily and Yuko around also looked at Yi-Chun in shock. A tall guy at 1.8 meters, although wrapped in a flying fish suit, still looked quite robust. Then Lily took Yuko and Yi-Chun for a group photo and posted it online with the caption, "Shocked, the champion of the court's conference is actually a 10-year-old child." Finally, amidst everyone's cheers, Yi-Chun walked out of the court's conference venue, marking the end of the event. Outside, when Yi-Chun met up with Sakura and others, he casually remarked, "Hey, this champion trophy is so heavy, really, they could have made a lighter one." Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao looked at Yi-Chun, who was being casual, somewhat speechless. Then Professor Oki said, "Let's go have a good meal," to celebrate Yi-Chun's victory. After saying that, everyone followed Professor Oki to a barbecue restaurant. While everyone was joking around, Sakura came to Yi-Chun with her phone and said, "Yi-Chun, you are completely famous now. The Alliance website is full of businesses wanting you to endorse them, and some want to know how to make your clothes." After she spoke, the others gathered around. Xiao Gang said at this time, "Actually, it's not surprising. Mr. Yi-Chun first shocked everyone with Gigantamax, and then there was a mega evolution. It's hard not to be famous now." Xiaoji nodded and said, "Yeah, I really envy you, Brother Chun, winning the championship on your first trip." Xiao Xia said, "Brother Chun, why don't you advertise for our Hualan gym as well, so that our Hualan gym's popularity can be even louder?" Upon hearing this, Yi-Chun held back his laughter and said, "Advertising is of course fine, but let's discuss the advertising fee, Xiao Xia. You and my sister can talk about it." Professor Oki then smiled and asked Yi-Chun, "By the way, Yi-Chun, with your Pokémon breeding skills being so strong, you shouldn't be short on money, right?" Upon hearing this, Yi-Chun's originally happy face suddenly changed, and he said, "Short, particularly short. Professor Oki, you don't know that just feeding my few Pokémon costs a lot every day." Professor Oki's question seemed to have opened Yi-Chun's floodgates. as he began to complain incessantly about the prices in Kanto and elsewhere. While speaking, Huazi interrupted Yi-chun. Yi-chun, don't you know that after becoming the champion, you can go to the Alliance to collect prize money? Upon hearing this, Yi-chun widened his eyes and looked at Huazi, then looked around at the others and said, "Is there such a thing? You mean you didn't know? Every contestant knows this." Professor Oki, seeing Yi-chun's reaction, also understood, and then said, "It's okay, Yi-chun. Later I'll call President Damaranchi and have him transfer the money to your account." "Thank you, Professor Oki." Just as everyone was making noise, the mayor of Kai City and Ma Jishir appeared together in the restaurant. At this time, Yi-chun also spotted them and waved, calling Mr. Ma Jishir. Upon hearing this, Ma Jishir turned to look at Yi-chun and walked over with the mayor of Kai City. "Little brother Yi-chun, long time no see. Professor Oki, it's a pleasure to meet you." Saying this, Ma Jishir came forward to greet everyone. After greeting everyone one by one, Ma Jishir began to introduce the mayor of Kai City beside him. "This is the mayor of Kai City, Mayor Kudu." "Hello, everyone." After a brief greeting, Yi-chun asked about Ma Jishir's purpose for coming. "Yi-chun, I came to find you mainly to celebrate your victory, bringing glory to our Kai City. I wonder when you will be free. We would like to invite you to discuss some cooperation." Hearing this, Yi-chun realized that they were also here to ask him for advertising. However, money is always better, the more the better. Yi-chun then smiled and said, "Okay, I will visit you both in Kai City after I finish my busy schedule." Mayor Kudu smiled and said, "That's good. Here's my business card. When you come to Kai City, just contact me directly." After some polite exchanges, Ma Jishir and Mayor Kudu also left the barbecue restaurant. Yi-chun was finally able to sit down again and continue eating. At this moment, Professor Oak laughed and said, Yi-chun, this is just the beginning. I guarantee that someone will come looking for you every day from now on, so you better be mentally prepared. By the way, Yi-chun, you look like you should be around 18 or 19 years old, right? Winning a championship at such a young age. It seems we have another little king in the Kanto region. Haha. Hearing this, Yi-chun was taken aback and said, "Professor, I'm only 10 years old, just like Ash. I just look a bit older." 10 years old. Not only Professor Oak and the others were shocked, but even Sakura and Naza, who had been traveling with Yi-chun, stared wide-eyed at him, as if they had heard something incredible. At this moment, Sakura's face started to turn red. Thinking about the things she had done before, he was still just a child. "Sakura, you really aren't human." Ash and Gary were so shocked that they spat out the barbecue they had just eaten. "No way. How could your Pokémon be so strong when you just started your adventure?" Gary also asked. "Yeah, even I can't catch up with your training speed," Gary added. Seeing that everyone was so curious, Yi-chun could only continue to make up a story. "These Pokémon have been with me since I was little. It's definitely different from when you received your starter Pokémon and started training." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. After finishing their meal, they all returned to their respective hotels to prepare for their return trip the next day. After washing up and lying on his bed, Yi-chun looked at the trophy by the bedside and suddenly felt a bit dazed. It had been over 3 months since he came here, and he had even won a championship. He hadn't seen the legendary 3 birds of Kanto yet. After handing over the items to Professor Oak, he would go look for the 3 birds' whereabouts and then travel to Chengdu. For some reason, he felt that his memories of the Pokémon world from his previous life were becoming increasingly blurry. Just then, a long-lost voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for winning the first championship. The system rewards you with a high-quality Pokémon egg." Soon, Yi-chun found himself holding a Pokémon egg with green and golden patterns. "High quality? Can't you just reward me with a Pokémon directly? Now I have to hatch an egg. The host can refuse, and I can take it back and exchange it for 10 silver draws." Hearing this, Yi-chun hugged the egg and said, "Then forget it, I'll hatch the egg. It's better than drawing your socks." Chapter 86, Incubator, Strange Mutwo. After waking up, Yi-chun arrived early at the hotel to meet up with everyone. Professor Oak looked at Yi-chun and asked, "Yi-chun, the 1.5 million Alliance currency prize for your championship should have been transferred to your account. You might want to check." Hearing this, Yi-chun nodded and then took out Jengar's Pokeball and Mega Stone, handing them to Professor Oak. "Professor Oak, you can take Jengar and the Evolution Stone back to study. I'll come back after I handle Mr. Ma Jishir's matters in Kure City." After receiving the Pokeball and Evolution Stone from Yi-chun, Professor Oak nodded and headed towards Ash and the others in the direction of Pallet Town. Then, Yi-chun approached Sakura and Naza and asked, "So, do you want to come with me to Kure City?" Naza nodded and said, "Naza has no problem." Sakura, on the other hand, wrapped her arms around Yi-chun's neck and said, "Of course, we should continue traveling together. What if you get scammed while accepting endorsements without me? Do I look like such a naive child?" Hearing this, Naza and Sakura Both nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Yichin didn't want to continue the topic and took out the Pokémon egg rewarded by the system last night from his backpack. Sakura was surprised to see Yichun pulling out a Pokémon egg from his bag and immediately asked, Yichun, where did you get this Pokémon egg? I found it while taking a walk last night because I couldn't sleep. Based on your experience, can you tell what Pokémon this egg is? Sakura shook her head and said, I'm just a Pokémon breeder, not a fortune teller. How can I know what kind of egg this is? But this time you should hatch the egg yourself, using the method I taught you before. We should go buy an incubator first. You don't want to break the egg. After saying this, Sakura led the two to the trading area of the Quartz Plateau. Due to the competition, many people came to the Quartz Plateau market to sell treasures they found outside, although some were fraudulent. Soon, they arrived at a stall selling incubators. The man at the stall quickly approached as soon as he saw customers and said enthusiastically, What can I do for you, esteemed guests? Hearing this, Yichun pointed to the incubator in the middle, and the man immediately understood, lifting the incubator and placing it in front of Yichun. You have a good eye, esteemed customer. This incubator is the best one in our shop. You might not find it elsewhere. Sakura, overhearing this, couldn't sit still and pulled Yichun, saying, Did you hear that, Yichun? It's a rare incubator. Ignoring Sakura, who was shaking his arm, Yichun bluntly said, Just tell me how much it costs. The man smiled and said, The new customer discount price is 300,000 alliance currency. Hearing this, Yichun retorted, You want 300,000 for an incubator? Do you think my life is worth 300,000? The man replied, Don't be like that. This is a limited edition. You can't find it anywhere else. 10,000 alliance currency. Take it or leave it. No way, esteemed customer. I can't go that low. How about 280,000? 8,000. No, esteemed customer. I really can't go lower. Hearing this, Yichun pulled Sakura and Naza and turned to leave. If we can't negotiate, then forget it. Just as Yichun and the others hadn't taken a few steps, the man came over holding the incubator. Hey brother, fine, 8,000 it is. Consider it a loss to make a friend. Are you paying in cash or via QR code? Hearing this, Yichun decisively took out his phone and transferred the alliance currency to the man, then received the incubator. While paying, the man kept staring at Yichun's face, then suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, You're the champion Yichun, right? Upon hearing the man yell so loudly, Yichun quickly covered his mouth and said, Yes, it's me. Can you keep it down? Because of the man's shout, many people turned their gazes towards them. After Yichun removed his hand from the man's mouth, the man continued, If you had said you were the champion earlier, I would have given you another incubator. After saying this, the vendor went back to get another incubator. Seeing this, Yichun slapped his thigh and complained, Great, I got scammed. This scene made Sakura and Naza laugh uncontrollably. At this moment, Sakura patted Yichun's shoulder and said, Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have a day of being scammed too. Yichun placed the egg into the incubator and said, Hey, you can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. After that, Yichun picked up the second incubator sent by the boss and continued to browse with Sakura and Naji. There were many items at the market, including clothes and food. Of course, it was Sakura and Naji who kept buying, while the tool, Yichun, followed behind carrying their bags and occasionally used his true eye to check out the items of the stalls. Why are you two buying so many clothes? Is it the end of the world? Buying so much? Hearing this, Sakura turned her head and said, What is it to you? By the way, we can't finish this takoyaki, so I'll give you the rest. With that, Sakura brought the leftover takoyaki to Yichun's mouth. Seeing this, Yichun looked at Sakura speechlessly and complained, Thank you. You're such a nice person. You're welcome. Haha. Just as the three were playing around, a man in a Team Rocket uniform in a dark alley of the market reported Yichun and the others' movements to the doctor. Should we take action after they leave the Quartz Plateau? At this moment, the doctor looked at the three new embryos in front of him and smiled. No need. Just monitor their every move. The Team Rocket member acknowledged and then ended the conversation. The doctor was continuously observing the data in the embryos, saying it's really strange. Clearly they're genes, but why doesn't he, the clone, have that power from that day? However, now that we have the genes of these three Pokémon, we can clone them to equip an entire squad later. If Mutwo runs away, so be it, as long as I can obtain that power from that day. The whole world will be mine. Saying this, the doctor continued to study the three cloned Pokémon in the embryos. Meanwhile, at the Korea City power plant, Mutwo, who had escaped from Team Rocket, arrived here, but at this moment, Mutwo's gaze was somewhat different. Upon arriving at the power plant, Mutwo muttered to itself, You've brought me to the place you wanted. Why do you care so much about defeating that person? Old friend? Traveler, I don't understand what you're saying. Can you say the three-character classic again? If not the three-character classic, then the romance of the three kingdoms would work too. If someone were here, they would notice that Mutuo was continuously talking to itself, as if communicating with the air. Chapter 87. Returning to Kureha City. Old friends after accompanying the two girls around the market, Yichun released Gyarados and headed towards Kureha City. In the air, Sakura said to Yichun, "Can you cook for us later? Ever since we came to the Quartz Plateau, we've been eating sushi, barbecue, and ramen every day. I can't take it anymore." Naji, who was in the back, nodded in agreement. Naji too. Naji wants to eat mapo tofu. Hearing this, Yichun turned to the two and said, "Wow, it's hard to believe you're actually tired of ramen. That is quite rare. You can cook for lunch later." All right. With that, Yichun began to think about what to cook for lunch. Got it. Large pieces of beef, cold fish skin, garlic shrimp, and let us add a perilla bullfrog. Perfect. Soon, Yichun found a vacant spot to land and prepared the three dishes. After eating, the three tidied up and continued towards Kureha City. After a quick flight on Gyarados for the whole afternoon, they finally arrived at Kureha City as night was approaching. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center in Kureha City, Yichun called Mayor Kudo. "Hello, Mayor Kudo. I'm now at the Pokémon Center in Kureha City. Do you have time now?" On the other end of the phone, two panting sounds were heard, and then Mayor Kudo hurriedly said, "Oh, the Pokémon Center? I'll arrange for someone to pick you up and take you to my office." With that, he immediately hung up. Looking at the phone that had been hung up, Yichun complained, "What the heck is the mayor that busy?" He couldn't even say two sentences before hanging up. Hearing this, Sakura asked, "What's wrong, Yichun?" "Not sure. The mayor said he would send someone to pick us up, but I feel like he sounded really tired while on the phone." "Huh? It's normal for a city manager to be busy, don't worry." After that, the three saw a black car driving towards them. When the black car stopped, the driver got out and said to the three, "Mr. Yichun, I'm here to pick you up on behalf of Mayor Kudo." With that, he kindly opened the back door for them. The three nodded and then got into the car one after another. In no time, they arrived at the mayor's office building. Yichun looked at the name of the office building and questioned, "Kuyu Electric Power Company? The mayor is involved in this business too?" The driver smiled and replied, "Yes. The large power plant in Kuyu City not only supplies power to ourselves, but also to surrounding cities and villages." The driver then gestured for everyone to follow. Yichun, who was behind, sighed, "Yeah, this is no longer just a game of data. It's a real world." As they spoke, they quickly arrived at Kudo's office. Kudo smiled and served everyone tea, then said, "Little brother Yichun, you have brought glory to our Kuyu City this time." Yichun laughed in response, "Mayor, you flatter me. My goal is to become a Pokémon master. Winning the championship is just a side thing." Hearing Yichun's humble words, even the savvy mayor didn't know how to respond and could only laugh to ease the atmosphere. The mayor then took out a union card and said, "Actually, the reason I called you here is to ask for your help in promoting our Kuyu City." After saying this, Kudo placed the union card on the table and continued. "This union card contains 500,000, which is our payment for you to advertise for Kuyu City. Furthermore, I have another request. I hope you can become an executive at Kuyu Electric Power Company." Upon hearing this, Yichun looked at Kudo and said, "Advertising is fine, but being an executive is a no-go. I don't like being tied down." Kudo laughed and said, You won't have to work for us. I just hope that, like last time, if our company encounters an unsolvable problem, you can help us out. If you agree, we can pay you 100,000 union coins every month." The moment Kudo finished speaking, Yichun immediately grasped Kudo's hand and said, "Mayor Kudo, you're really generous. I agree to this. Is there a contract to sign? What about benefits?" Kudo replied, "If you need them, we can provide them." After signing the contract, Yichun arranged to shoot a promotional advertisement with Kudo the next day and then left Kuyu Electric Power Company. On the way, Inghua asked Yichun, "Did you read the contract carefully? You signed it just like that?" Yichun responded, "What is there to read? I wrote the contract myself. I know all the contents." Hearing this, Inghua nodded. While the group was wandering around, suddenly a voice echoed in Yichun's mind. "Come to the Kuyu City power plant. I am waiting for you." Recognizing the familiar voice, Yichun quickly said to Inghua and Naz, "You two head back to the hotel first. I just remembered I left something at Mayor Kudo's." Inghua nodded and said, "Be careful alone." After saying that, she took Naz and walked towards the hotel. Yichun then released Jengar and said, "Jengar, go to the power plant. Your old rival is here." Jengar was momentarily stunned, then looked at the direction of the power plant with a fierce expression, signaling Yichun to hurry. Soon, Yichun arrived at the power plant in Kuyu City. Looking at the repaired power plant, Yichun cautiously scanned the surroundings and shouted, "Come out, Mutuo. What do you want with me?" Soon, Mutwo, dressed in human clothing, slowly walked out from the entrance of the power plant and looked at Yi-chan. At this moment, Jengar beside Yi-chan felt an alarm in its heart. The oppressive aura from Mutwo made even this Lord-level Pokémon uneasy. Seeing this, Yi-chan first calmed Jengar down, then locked eyes with Mutwo. Mutwo's eyes then glowed with blue light, and a terrifying psychic force enveloped both Jengar and Yi-chan. Yi-chan felt his vision go black, and suddenly found himself in an incredibly pure white space. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. The tiger covers the earth. Yi-chan turned his head and instinctively replied, "The pagoda subdues the river monster." When he recognized the face of the person in front of him, Yi-chan immediately realized it was his best friend, Lu Yu. Then Lu Yu continued, "Odd changes. Eva does not change. Symbols look at the quadrants. Imperial Palace, jade, liquid wine, 180 a cup." The two of them immediately collapsed together, crying out, "Family." Then Lu Yu was the first to ask, "Brother, where are you from?" Yi-chan finally realized that his body had been strengthened twice, and the changes were so significant that Lu Yu couldn't recognize him. Then Yi-chan said, "You ungrateful son, it's me, your father, Yi-chan." After saying that, he punched Lu Yu in the chest. Hearing this, Lu Yu looked at Yi-chan in shock and then said, "My son, how did you also travel through time? I wanted to ask you the same thing. How did you also travel through time?" At this moment, Lu Yu was holding his forehead and said, "Not long ago, I was planning to find you to fight Ju Zi, but who knew that when I went to your house, there was only a half-powered game console left. I touched it, and it brought me here." Yi-chan comfortingly patted Lu Yu's back and said, "It's okay. You still have me, your father. Now that you're here, I'm not alone." At this moment, Lu Yu indeed kicked Yi-chan and said, "You can just roll away. I'm currently residing inside the dream, so I'm basically like a ghost." Chapter 88. Misunderstanding. Capturing the dream. After learning about Lu Yu's current situation, Yi-chan could only comfort him. "It's okay. I'll find a divine beast to rescue you later." Hearing this, Lu Yu scoffed. "Can you be reliable? You, a gung ghost, can't even defeat Dream, let alone other divine beasts." While the two were reminiscing, Dream's consciousness also arrived beside them. "Oh, so you know each other. I was wondering why this human kept wanting me to find you." In response, the two answered in unison, "Of course we know each other. I'm his father." After saying that, the two started arguing again. "You rebellious son." Yi-chan shouted, "Lu, you have some guts. Today, I must settle this with you." Then the two of them began to grapple with each other's consciousness. Dream watched the noisy pair, feeling a different emotion arise within. Is this what Lu Yu calls friendship? Is fighting just friendship? And so, Dream stood quietly by watching. After Lu Yu and Yi-chan finished their quarrel, they stood up again. Yi-chan twisted his wrist and asked, "Did you and Dream come to find me for something?" Dream then spoke. "Lu Yu originally wanted me to find someone named Ash. But after he learned about your situation, he said to find you instead, claiming you could also find the Cosmic Lord." "The Cosmic Lord? You mean Arceus?" Yi-chan asked. Dream nodded and then looked at Yi-chan. "What do you want with Arceus?" Yi-chan looked at Mutwo in confusion, and at that moment, Lu Yu spoke up. "After my guidance, Mutwo learned about Arceus and is now solely focused on protecting Pokémon and meeting Arceus." Seeing this, Yi-chan waved his hand and said, "I can't guarantee that you'll definitely see Arceus. After all, the only legendary Pokémon I've encountered so far is the Molters from the Quartz Conference. But I believe that one day I will reach the end of my journey and meet Arceus, who sent me here." With that, Yi-chan took out his phone, revealing its original appearance. Lu Yuan, seeing the phone in Yi-chan's hand, exclaimed, "Why do you have the main character's stuff?" "I came here and turned into a wisp of soul." Mutwo, noticing the phone, asked, "What is this?" Just as Yi-chan was about to explain, he suddenly thought of the device's uniqueness, and as he prepared to dodge the question, he heard the system's voice. "Host, don't worry, I can shield the secrets. What you say here will only be known to Mutwo and Lu Yuan. If they try to reveal it, the system will automatically erase that part of their memory." After hearing the system's words, Yi-chan felt relieved and began to explain everything to Mutwo. After learning all that Yi-chan had said, Mutwo resolutely stated, "I understand now. Yi-chan, I want to travel with you to witness the legendary Cosmic Supreme." At this moment, Lu Yuan spoke up. "Quick, agree, big guy. You don't know how long I've been persuading Mutwo." "Of course I agree. But how will we communicate after we leave Mutwo's consciousness space?" Yi-chan asked. Mutwo replied, "I can use psychic sharing. When Lu Yuan speaks, you can hear him directly." With that, Yi-chan was released from Mutwo's consciousness space. At the entrance of the power station, the awakened Yi-chan kicked the sleeping Jengar and walked up to Mutwo. "Take out your container, human." Mutwo's voice echoed in Yi-chan's mind. Hearing this, Yi-chan decisively took out a great ball and threw it at Mutuo. After 3 shakes, the sound of capture echoed. And Mutuo's Pokeball gradually shrank, transforming into a necklace that floated to Yi-chan's neck. I can communicate with your consciousness more easily this way, Mutuo explained. Yi-chan nodded, and then he heard Jengar, who had just woken up, come over and shout, "Boss, where's that Mutuo? Did I scare it away?" Hearing Jengar's words, Yi-chan laughed and said, "Huh, I captured it. Let's go back to the motel in Leaf Village." "What? Boss, how did you capture it? Did you win against it because you're a Pokémon too?" Jengar asked. "Shut up. Can you watch where you're flying?" I almost crashed into a tree. Just as Yi-chan and Jengar were bickering, the system's prompt sounded in Yi-chan's mind. "Host, it has been detected that your friend named Lu Yuan is currently in a residual soul state, and he will soon enter the distortion world." Yi-chan, feeling good, immediately frowned and asked, "What does that mean? Isn't he in Mutuo's body? He doesn't have Arceus's power to protect him and accidentally entered a time-traveling passage. It's fortunate that his physical body was destroyed but left a wisp of residual soul. This wisp of residual soul has now taken refuge in Mutuo's body, which is why he has been able to stay until now. If Giratina notices him, it will only be a matter of time before he enters the distortion world." After hearing the system's explanation, Yi-chan felt terrible. It was difficult to meet his acquaintance in a foreign land, and now he was being told that his good brother might be pulled into the distortion world. Does the system have a solution? Yes. Accumulate 10 units of creation power and give me 10 million alliance coins, and I will reshape Lu Yuan's physical body. Knowing that there was a solution, Yi-chan finally sighed in relief. "Xiao Qinzi, what's wrong with you? One moment you're surprised, the next you're sighing. Are you sick?" At this time, a teasing voice echoed in Yi-chan's mind. Hearing this, Yi-chan frowned and retorted, "Shut up. I'm thinking about how to save you." Lu Yuan in Mutuo's consciousness space replied, "Oh wow. Thank you very much." Thus, Yi-chan and Jengar quickly returned to the motel. After a simple dinner with Sakura and Naji, they returned to their room. As soon as he entered, Lu Yuan's teasing voice rang out again. "Deske, one a mature woman and one a lowly. Qinzi, you're really something." In response, Yi-chan began to explain everything that had happened since he came here, including meeting Ash and winning the championship. Mutuo, who originally wanted to ask Lu Yuan to tell a story, also quieted down and started listening to Yi-chan's account of the events that had transpired. "Why do I feel so at peace when I'm with these two humans?" After listening to Yi-chan's story, Lu Yuan joked, "I didn't expect you to want to become a Pokémon master. It looks like I'll be the father of the Pokémon master in the future. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't save you." "Oh wow, Brother Chun. I was wrong. Don't take it to heart." With that, Yi-chan and Lu Yuan started chatting casually in the room, and before long, Yi-chan fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 89. Advertisement highlights. The arrogant knew too the next morning, as soon as Yi-chan got up, he washed up under Sakura's urging and then got into the car arranged by Kudu. Sakura, seeing Yi-chan dozing off, asked Yi-chan, "Did you not sleep well last night? You don't look so good today." Yi-chan rubbed his eyes and replied, "I was browsing the Alliance forum too late last night. I was just going to nap until you called me." With that, he tilted his head and fell asleep again. Meanwhile, Naji curiously examined the necklace around Yi-chan's neck. Why does it feel like there's a familiar power coming from Yi-chan? Soon, the driver brought the 3 of them back to the Leaf Power Company, where they were welcomed by Maji Shur, Mayor Kudu, and several young people. Seeing this, Yi-chan and the others quickly approached to greet them. "Good morning, Mr. Maji Shur." "Mr. Kudu." After a brief exchange of greetings, they followed Kudu to the filming location of the Leaf Power Company's office. Looking at the various photography equipment in front of him, Yi-chan asked, "Isn't this for promotion? What are you bringing me here for?" Kudu smiled and replied, "We're here to shoot a promotional video. You just need to release your electric-type Pokémon and follow the staff's guidance for the shoot." After hearing Kudu's explanation, Yi-chan nodded and was taken to the makeup room for a simple touch-up, where he found that they had applied light makeup and had him change into a flying fish costume. Just as Yi-chan was changing clothes, Lu Yu's voice echoed in his mind. Not bad, not bad. After dressing up, you're 3 parts as handsome as your father. I'll see how I deal with you once I get you out of here." Listening to the banter between the two, Mutuo curiously asked, "Are you two really father and son or brothers? It feels like your conversation is all over the place." Hearing this, Lu Yu, in a soul state, said, You don't understand this, do you, Chao Meng?" Listening to Lu Yuan in his mind, Yi-chan, who was ranting, said, "Yuzi, don't lead Chao Meng astray. What are you always talking about with others?" After getting dressed, Yi-chan arrived at the photography studio. After Yi-chan got dressed up, both Inghua and Naji were taken aback. "I didn't expect you to look quite handsome after dressing up. Inghua said, then moved closer to Yi-chan for a photo together, which she later posted on the Alliance forum with the caption, "Behind the scenes of the court's conference champion advertisement is here." At this moment, Ma Jiji also came to Yi-chan's side and said, "All right, young man, let your naughty thunder egg out to shoot over there." Hearing this, Yi-chan nodded, not only releasing the naughty thunder egg, but also taking out the Lord Electromant from the system warehouse. After releasing the two Pokémon, it drew a chorus of amazement. Ma Jiji then smiled at Yi-chan and said, "You kid didn't go easy on me during our battle, did you?" Hearing this, Yi-chan chuckled and scratched his head, then began filming the behind-the-scenes footage as per the staff's request. Soon, the morning passed quickly. Just as Yi-chan and the others were preparing to leave for lunch, Kudo arrived and called out from behind, "Hey, wait a moment." Hearing this, the three turned around to look at the running Kudo. "Is there something else, Mayor Kudo?" Yi-chan looked at Kudo with confusion and asked. Hearing this, Kudo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "It's nothing much. I've prepared lunch at my home. If you don't mind, let's go eat together. My son just returned to Kuyu City as well, so you young people can get to know each other." Upon hearing this, Yi-chan glanced at the two girls beside him, and after receiving their consent, he followed Kudo to his home. Seeing Kudo's villa, Yi-chan couldn't help but envy, saying, "I wonder when I can have a villa of my own." Kudo, standing beside him, laughed and said, "Ha, you'll have one, young man. That over there is my son, Kudo Shinji, also a trainer, just back from traveling in the Chengdu area." Upon hearing this, the three looked at Kudo Shinji, who was training his Pokémon nearby. They saw a Banjiras standing in front of him. Yi-chan commented, "Your Banjiras looks well trained." Hearing the noise at the door, Kudo Shinji turned his head to look at Yi-chan and the others, sizing them up before turning back to continue training Banjiras. Mayor Kudo quickly waved and called out, "Son, come over. This is Mr. Yi-chan, the champion of this year's Indigo League." Kudo Shinji arrogantly replied, "Give me a break. If I hadn't returned late, this championship would have been mine." Seeing this, Yi-chan decided not to respond and turned to Mayor Kudo, saying, "Can we eat now? I am hungry." Hearing this, Mayor Kudo quickly apologized to Yi-chan and the others. "Sorry, everyone, my son has always been like this. Come on in." Upon hearing his father's words, Kudo Shinji blocked their way with Banjiras, saying, "Want to eat? Unless you, the champion, can beat my Banjiras. A regional champion with no real value shouldn't come in and eat with me." At this moment, Sakura angrily said, "Hey, hasn't anyone told you that this is very rude? And what do you mean by a regional champion with no real value? Is it impressive just because you visited the Chengdu area once?" Hearing this, Kudo Shinji looked at Sakura with disdain and said, "You're the gym leader of the Hualan Gym, right? You, a useless gym leader who gives out badges, shouldn't be butting in here." Yi-chan, who was already furious from not having breakfast, felt his face turn red with anger. The voice of Lu Yuan echoed in his mind. This little brat is quite arrogant. He caught a Banjiras and thinks he's something special. Teach him a lesson, Chunner. Without waiting for Mayor Kudo to mediate, Yi-chan said, "Let's go then. Let me see what kind of strength this champion of yours has." Mayor Kudo wanted to continue apologizing, but Yi-chan said, "It's fine. Mayor Kudo, ask your driver to prepare to take your son's Pokémon to the Pokémon Center." At this moment, Kudo Shinji immediately retorted, "You? I saw you in the last few matches. You only have a Gyarados and a Lucario. I've defeated countless like you in the Chengdu area. All right, Shinji, say less. You don't need to worry about me." After that, Yi-chan and Shinji went to an open space beside Mayor Kudo's house. Yi-chan released Lucario and said, "Come on, let me see what your Tyranitar is capable of." Hearing this, Shinji replied, Just be ready with the healing items. Tyranitar, show him your strength." Lucario, who had heard everything in the Pokeball, stood in front of Yi-chan with a face full of anger. "Boss, should we take down his Pokemon?" Yi-chan shook his head and said, "Just knock it out, go for it." Chapter 90, Ruthless Battle. Returning to Shinshin Town, Mayor Kudo, who initially wanted to persuade them, now looked helplessly at the two confronting each other. Sakura, feeling displeased, said, "Mayor Kudo, don't interfere. Just let Yi-chan teach him a lesson." "I'm really sorry, Miss Sakura." On the battlefield, Shinji shouted to Tyranitar, "Tyranitar, use Stone Edge." Soon, Tyranitar hurled several sharp boulders at Lucario. Seeing this, Yi-chan calmly shouted, "Lucario, shatter all the boulders and then use Meteor Mash." Lucario moved swiftly, and after 3 loud explosions, the incoming boulders shattered into pieces and fell to the ground, after which Lucario charged rapidly toward Tyranitar. Seeing that Tyranitar's Stone Edge attack was so easily neutralized, Shinji said, "Not bad, you have some strength, but it ends here. Tyranitar, use Giga Impact." Boom! The two Pokémon's moves collided, creating a powerful gust of wind that rustled the surrounding trees. But in the next moment, Tyranidar's massive body was sent flying by Lucario, dragging a long mark across the grass. Seeing this, Shinji hurried over to check on Tyranidar's condition. Tyranidar, are you okay? Tyranitar. Tyranitar lay on the ground with its eyes closed, unresponsive to Shinji's calls. At this moment, Yi-chan mocked, "Youth is great, just fall asleep like that." Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh in his mind. Ha, give him a good mocking. On the other side, after recalling Tyranitar, Shinji said, "It's not over yet. Let's try this. Go, Croconaw." Upon seeing Shinji's Croconaw, Yi-chan smiled and recalled Lucario, then released his Electivire. When the giant Electivire appeared, Shinji stood dumbfounded. So big, it's even bigger than Mr. Magisher's Electivire. After releasing Electivire, Yi-chan said, "Come on, you can go first, you won't have a chance later." Hearing this, Shinji said, "Damn it, who are you looking down on? Croconaw, use Rage." Croconaw summoned all its strength and charged at Electivire. Seeing this, Yi-chan shouted, "Thunder Punch." Electivire's right hand was charged with electricity as it met Croconaw head-on. Bang! With a dull collision sound. Croconaw was sent staggering backward while Electivire stood firm as if nothing had happened. Realizing that Croconaw's strength advantage was no match for the opponent, Shinji said, "Damn it, Croconaw. Use Water Gun." Ichan shook his head and said, "I thought you were tougher. Is that it?" Electivire, Thunder Punch. Boom! With Electivire releasing its electrical energy. A lightning bolt as thick as a bowl struck down toward Croconaw. Before Croconaw could use Water Gun, it was directly struck down by the lightning. Seeing Croconaw lying on the ground, charred and defeated, Shinji stared blankly. After Mayor Kudo reminded him, he finally recalled Croconaw. Afterward, Yi-chan recalled Electivire and said, "Mayor Kudo, let's eat." Hearing this, Kudo called for the driver to take Shinji to the Pokémon Center, while he and Yi-chan began their lunch. After leaving the Kudo residence, Yi-chan patted his slightly full belly and said, "Sakura, Naz, let's head to Shinshin Town next. Professor Oak just called me to say there's a banquet for Ash tomorrow in Shinshin Town." Sakura, holding Naz's hand, replied, "No problem. Have you finished everything over in Kuroha City?" Yi-chan nodded and then released his Gyarados, flying towards Viridian City with the two girls. In the air, Lu Yu excitedly said, "That was so satisfying. That kid just shut down completely. Well done, Chun." "Of course. It's the first time I've seen someone so arrogant since coming here. I remember the last person who was this arrogant was Xiaomao," Yi-chan replied. Hearing this, Lu Yu asked, "Now that you've finished with the Indigo League, your next step is to head to the Orange League, right?" Yi-chan shook his head and said, "Let's take a look. We can go with Xiao Ji and the others then. I'm quite excited to finally see the real Xiao Ji. I want to see what this 10-year-old trainer with 20 years of travel experience looks like." As he spoke, night fell, and Yi-chan and his group finally arrived at Jinshin Town. As soon as they entered the town, they could see many people starting to set up for tomorrow's banquet in the square. At this time, Yi-chan and his group arrived at the inn in Jinshin Town. After booking 2 rooms, Yi-chan went alone to Professor Oak's laboratory. After knocking on the door, a man with dark circles under his eyes slowly opened the door and asked, "Who is it, knocking on the door so late?" Seeing this, Yi-chan awkwardly said, "Sorry to disturb your rest. Is Professor Oak here?" The man rubbed his eyes and, upon recognizing Yi-chan, exclaimed, "Yi-chan, what are you doing here? Come in." He then pulled Yi-chan into Professor Oak's research room. At this moment, Professor Oak was comparing a pile of data. When he saw that it was Yi-chan, he put down the materials in his hands. "You're here, Yi-chan." Hearing this, Yi-chan nodded and then asked, "How is your research going, Professor Oak?" Professor Oak pointed to the data on the big screen and said, "Well, there are some results. I've reported the matter about this stone to the League, and now the League has sent people to look for similar stones everywhere. I believe that soon, this evolution stone will be discovered one by one." Just as Professor Oak was speaking, Lu Yu's voice echoed in Yi-chan's mind. "This Professor Oak is quite handsome, even better looking than on TV. No wonder Xiao Ji's mom always follows him around." Yi-chan replied, "You got a point there, blind." Yi-chan then said to Professor Oak, "Okay, Professor, you continue with your research. I'll leave the Axu, the Manectric, and the mischievous Electrode here for now." "Haha, of course, no problem. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. There's a banquet tomorrow at noon. Don't be late," Professor Oak said with a smile. After hearing this, Yi-chan released Axu and the others before heading back to the inn. On the way, Yi-chan checked his current Alliance coin balance. 1,920,000. What a reassuring number. After a long day of travel, Yi-chan lay on his bed and fell asleep after checking the balance. Lu Yu in his mind couldn't help but comment, "Wow." He fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Chapter 91. The Banquet at Orange Archipelago's Daigon Island Jinshin Town, Central Square. Various residents displayed their signature recipes here. As soon as the sun rose, the aroma of food wafted throughout Jinshin Town. Xiaoji stood on the central podium with Professor Oak and said, "Today, I want to sincerely thank everyone for holding such a grand banquet for me." Professor Oak interjected, "No need for so many formalities." Hearing this, Hanako continued, "Everyone has been waiting here for so long. I bet you're all getting hungry. All right, let's start the banquet." A toast to celebrate Xiaoji making it into the top 8 of the Pokémon Quartz League. Cheers! Just as everyone was drinking and enjoying the food, Yi-chun and Sakura Naz were late to arrive. Professor Oak called out, "Dear friends of Jinshin Town, please give a warm welcome to the champion of this year's Quartz Conference, Mr. Yi-chun." With that, Professor Oak pointed to Yi-chun, who had just walked in. Not fully grasping what was happening, Yi-chun found himself inexplicably standing in the center of the crowd, listening to the applause directed at him. After a while, Yi-chun finally spoke up, "Thank you, everyone. It is truly an honor for me to receive Professor Oak's invitation to come to Jinshin Town and participate in this banquet with all of you." After some pleasantries, Yi-chun was pulled by the residents of Jinshin Town for group photos. Xiaoji and the others commented, "Looks like Brother Chun is busy now, haha." After the others nodded in agreement, they began to enjoy the banquet's delicacies. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side of the central square, the Team Rocket trio was already hiding in a corner. Musashi was frying noodles while observing Yi-chun's movements. Meanwhile, Kojiro, flipping through takoyaki, said, "That little brat Yi-chun is here too. Should we abandon the plan to catch Pikachu this time?" Hearing this, Meowth, who was sprinkling seasonings, replied, "I think Kojiro's suggestion is good. With that brat around, we won't even be able to touch a Pokémon without him taking care of it." Musashi, who had been planning, now hung her head and said, "We can only give up for now. Why is that brat here?" On the other side, after finally finishing taking photos with enthusiastic fans, Yi-chun began to enjoy the many delicious foods in the square. Brock, holding 2 skewers of barbecue, said, "Eat up, eat up." Once Yi-chun gets here, there won't be any left. Sakura and the others quickened their pace upon hearing this. Seeing everyone eating so vigorously and feeling quite hungry himself, Yi-chun shouted, "Since you're all eating so well, let's have a food battle." With that, Yi-chun picked up the fried noodles on the table and started eating quickly. Xiaoji chimed in, "Let us do it. Pika pika." With that, Xiaoji and Pikachu began to eat as voraciously as Yi-chun. Seeing this, Sakura shouted, "Hurry up, Yi-chun is coming to eat." After the banquet ended, Yi-chun and Xiaoji's group went to Professor Oak's laboratory. At this moment, Professor Oak looked at the group and said, "I have something I want to ask you all. I hope you can help me go to Daigon Island in the Orange Archipelago." Hearing this, Xiaoji asked, "Daigon Island? What does the professor want to do there?" "I hope you can help me retrieve the mysterious Pokeball that Dr. Naki, a Pokemon scholar, obtained on Daigon Island." Hearing this, Misty asked in confusion, "Why not just have him send it to you?" "The problem is he can't. Shigeru left to travel suddenly, and besides you all, I have no one else to ask." At this moment, Brock suddenly exclaimed, "Kansha Island, with ladies in swimsuits. Awesome, awesome. I want to go. I'll volunteer." "Me too." At this, Xiaoji and the others all agreed. Professor Oak then turned to Yi-chun and asked, "I wonder if you'd like to join us?" Yi-chun replied that he had no problem. Sakura then pulled Naz over and hugged Misty, saying, "We certainly have no issues. We'll go to the beach to check out handsome guys and leave the Pokeball retrieval to Yi-chun and the others, haha." After that, everyone bid farewell to Professor Oak and set off on their journey to the Orange Archipelago. When Yi-chun was about to leave, he took out the Pokeballs of Charmander and Pidgey. Arriving at the forest outside of Viridian City, Yi-chun released the Charmander and Pidgey he hadn't seen in a long time, then continued on the road with the others. Ash saw that Yi-chun had also caught a Pidgey, so he approached and said, "Brother Chun, why don't we have a battle with our Pidgeys?" Having just eaten, Yi-chun didn't have the time to battle Ash, so he replied, "No, I just let Pidgey out to get some fresh air, not to battle." Hearing this, Ash responded and continued walking ahead. As everyone continued deeper, the sound of a Fiero suddenly echoed in the air. "Wow!" Fiero swooped down towards the group. Seeing this, Yi-chun shouted, "Everyone find cover." He then recalled Pidgey and Charmander into their Pokeballs and ran into a bush. The chosen one, Ash, was caught by Fiero and lifted into the air. Seeing this, Yi-chun stopped hiding, jumped out of the bush, and released his Garchomp, saying, "Garchomp, fly up and help." After that, Yi-chun climbed onto Garchomp's back. In the air, Ash shouted, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt!" Z. The powerful electric current made Fiero's legs go weak, finally releasing Ash. who looked down in horror and said, "Isn't this too high?" Before Ash could shout again, Yi-chan rode Garchomp quickly to catch a below. Feeling something under him, Ash slowly opened his eyes. "Brother Chun, thank you so much." Hearing this, Yi-chan shouted back, "Don't thank me yet. A group of Spearows is coming." Ash turned to look and saw a dense swarm of Spearows flying toward them. "Brother Chun, what do we do now? There are at least hundreds of them." Yi-chan glanced back and shouted, "What else can we do? Run. Mega Evolution, Garchomp. And you, don't just stand there. Have your Pikachu use Thunderbolt." After speaking, Garchomp accelerated and flew in another direction. Behind them, a flock of over 100 Spearows relentlessly pursued them. Below, Inghua and the others saw this and said, "What now?" "They've already run far away." Xiao Gang replied, "Let us release our Pokémon to support them." The others nodded and released their Pokémon. Chapter 92, Pidgeot. Capturing the Chatot. At this moment, the people on the ground released their Pokémon and hurried toward Yi-chan's direction. In the forest, the Pidgeys and Pidgeots seemed to sense the humans' intentions and flew out of the trees, charging toward the Spearows. On the other side, Xiaoji turned to Yi-chan and said, "What should we do next? We can't stop them." Hearing this, Yi-chan shook his head, thinking, "Can I really take down the Chatot for you? If I do, won't your Pidgey not evolve?" At this time, Lu Yu's voice rang out again. "Have Xiaoji's Pidgey join the Pidgeys in the forest. Once they start fighting and Pidgey evolves, you can just drive off the Spearows." "That makes a lot of sense," he said. Mutuo then spoke up. "Why do we have to harm these Pokémon? Can't we persuade them to coexist peacefully?" Yi-chan replied, "Pidgey and Spearow are fighting over territory. How can you persuade them?" Mutuo, "The laws of the world are not about peaceful coexistence, but survival of the fittest. If the Pidgeys can't hold their ground here, they'll be driven away. Without a stable food source, they'll just start conflicts elsewhere." After hearing Yi-chan's words, Mutuo was about to argue, but then heard Yi-chan add, "Lu Yu, the mental counseling for Mutuo is up to you." Lu Yu responded, "No problem. Mutuo, I need to talk to you about something." After exiting the consciousness space, Yi-chan said to Xiaoji, "It seems the Spearows are here to compete with the Pidgeys for territory. You take your Pidgey down to help the Pidgeys in the forest retreat while I hold off the Spearows." After saying that, Yi-chan patted Garchomp's head to signal it to turn around. Xiaoji immediately took out Pidgey's Pokeball and said, "Okay, Brother Chun." Later, Garchomp landed on the ground and let Xiaoji off, then roared to attract the attention of the Spearows, starting to engage them in the air. Meanwhile, Xiaoji released his Pidgey and said, "Pidgey, go help the Pidgeys and Pidgeots evacuate this area. Brother Chun will hold off the Spearows in the sky." Pidgey responded and flew up, while Xiao Gang, who was running up from behind, shouted, "Xiaoji, are you okay?" Xiaoji turned to see Xiao Gang and the others, along with their Pokémon, behind them. "I'm fine, but we need to get the Pidgeys out of here. You guys go support Brother Chun." After saying that, Xiaoji pointed to Yi-chan, who was circling in the sky. The others nodded and continued to run over. Inghua, panting, said, "Why do I feel like Yi-chan is playing with the birds? The Spearows can't keep up at all." Naz, on the other hand, said, "I don't know, but Garchomp isn't using all its strength." Just then, as Xiaoji's Pidgey led the Pidgeys to evacuate, the Chatot that was originally chasing Yi-chan suddenly turned around and flew toward Pidgey and the Pidgeys, followed closely by the Spearows. Seeing this, Yi-chan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Finally, they're going after Pidgey. Garchomp, once Pidgey evolves, we'll go take out the birds." Garchomp nodded and landed on a large tree, munching on some berries while watching the situation with the Pidgeys. At the same time, Pidgey, who was leading the Pidgeys in their escape, was ambushed by the Chatot, falling to the ground, while the other Spearows mixed it up with the Pidgeys. Seeing this, Xiao Gang, who had run to the other side, turned back and shouted, "Onyx, use Rock Slide. Bastiodon, use Rock Collapse." Following the command, Bastiodon huffed and roared, then used Rock Collapse. If Yi-chan had been there, he would have heard, "Master, what is going on? Do you think I've been eating too much and wanting to run?" Soon, the rocks fell toward the Chatot in the air, but the Chatot evaded them with agile movements. Then, Xiaoji's Pidgey emitted a dazzling white light. "What? Pidgey is evolving." Pidgey evolved into Pidgeot, its body growing larger, and it gestured for Xiaoji to ride on its back. "You want me to sit on you?" Pidgeot nodded. Xiaoji then said, "All right, then let us go." Pidgeot, use Hurricane. Pidgeot. Pidgeot's wings stirred up several gusts of wind that hit the Chatot. When Yi-chan had just mounted Garchomp's back, he heard, "Hey, Yi-chan, what are you doing here?" The speakers were the arriving Inghua and Naz. Seeing Yi-chan let Xiaoji off, they continued to rush toward him. Yi-chan replied, "Do you believe Garchomp is too hungry to fly?" Garchomp below looked at Yi-chan with a wronged expression. Inghua said, "Forget it. You should hurry and help Xiaoji. Pidgey and the Spearows have started a melee. Yi-Chan nodded and signaled Garchomp to fly over. With a loud roar, all the Pokémon that were previously in a melee paused and looked at Garchomp beneath Yi-Chan. The Chatot thought, Pidgeot? I can't beat you now. The Chatot then charged toward Yi-Chan. Seeing this, Yi-Chan was puzzled. What the heck? How dare you? Garchomp, Dragon Rush. The once confident Chatot wilted upon seeing the energy released by Garchomp, and just as it tried to flee, it saw Xiaoji approaching from behind. Thus, the Chatot was struck down to the ground by Garchomp and fainted. Xiaoji said, Great. Next, Pidgeot, go help Pidgey. Pidgeot let out a loud cry and flew toward the Spearows. Yi-Chan, who had defeated the Chatot, also threw out his Pokeball. You're really brave. Rushing against my Garchomp. Garchomp, who was dissatisfied that Yi-Chan had captured the Chatot, said, Boss, why not roast it for food? I thought this bird was coming to be eaten. Yi-Chan punched Garchomp on the face and said, All you think about is eating. Isn't the energy block made by Inghua enough for you? Afterward, the group arrived at Xiaoji's side and drove away the Spearows. Yi-Chan said, Now the Pidgeys don't have to worry about the Spearows coming back for territory. Xiaoji, puzzled, asked Yi-Chan, Huh? Why not? Isn't there still the Chatot? I've already captured the Chatot. After speaking, Yi-Chan shook the Pokeball in his hand. Seeing Yi-Chan capture the Spearow, Ash gradually gave up on his idea of placing his Pidgeot here. So that's how it is, this time, thanks to Brother Chun. Otherwise, I would have been worried about the Pidgeys being driven out of their homes by the Spearows. Xiaoxia, who had been running back and forth, complained, You two are bullying us because we don't have any flying Pokemon, right? Do you know how long I and Xiaojing have been running? Ha ha, sorry about that. Next time, I'll put my Gyarados with Sakura. Ha ha. Thus, the group set off again on their journey to Daigon Island. Chapter 93. Arriving at Daigon Island after capturing the Spearow, everyone left the Pidgey's habitat and successfully arrived at the port heading to Daigon Island in the Orange Islands. After Ash and Sakura finished buying their daily necessities, Xiaoxia said, Why don't we take a faster way to Orange Island? Otherwise, it would take 2 months to walk there. Hearing this, Yi-Chan nodded to indicate he had no problem with it. Ash then asked, But is there any faster mode of transportation nearby? Just as everyone was at a loss, a nearby shop called out, Congratulations! You've won the 4th prize. It's a clock. Then 2 men in front of the convenience store laughed and said, Just bring a receipt to enter the lottery once. Another man echoed, The grand prize is a complimentary flight to Daigon Island for 3 people. Come and take a look. Hearing this, everyone's attention was drawn, and Sakura and Ash approached to ask, Really? Can we enter the lottery just with a receipt? The clerk looked at the visitors and smiled. Of course it's true. You just need to show the receipt from your purchase to enter the lottery once. After receiving a positive response from the clerk, Ash eagerly handed his receipt to the clerk and began to draw. After some fiddling, a golden ball fell out, and Ash and the others looked at it with confusion. The clerk then excitedly announced that Ash and his friends had won the grand prize. Great! Now we can go directly to Daigon Island. Sakura then asked in confusion, How many grand prizes are there? Hearing this, the clerk, who was originally guiding Ash and the others, replied, There's only 1 grand prize. But you can still try. The first prize is a luxurious cruise for 3 directly to Daigon Island. Sakura nodded and was about to shake the lottery machine when Yi-Chan quickly grabbed her hand and said, No need to rush. Let me do it. No, I can do it myself. After saying that, she reached out to grab Yi-Chan's hand. On the other side, Ash, who had won the grand prize, came over and said with a smile, In that case, we'll head to Daigon Island first, Brother Chun. While Yi-Chan was still tussling with Sakura over the lottery, Xiaoxia remarked, Hey, sister, you really are childish. Soon, the 3 of them followed a clerk to the airship station. At this moment, since the 2 were in a deadlock, Nashi took the initiative to pull the lottery lever while they were busy fighting over it. After a series of sounds, a red ball dropped out. Dong dong dong. With the drop of the red ball, the clerk in front of the shop began to beat the drums and said, Congratulations, you've won the first prize. A luxurious cruise for 3 directly to Daigon Island. The 2 who were still tugging at each other immediately snapped back to reality and exclaimed, What? The 2 then stared at Nashi with shock. Feeling a bit uneasy under their gaze, Nashi said, I saw you 2 not participating in the lottery, so I had to draw myself. You're amazing, Nashi. The 3 then boarded the luxurious cruise heading to Daigon Island. Sitting on the cruise and enjoying the summer sea breeze, Yi-Chan relaxedly lay on a deck chair. Sakura then asked, Do you think Ash's airship is more luxurious than ours? In response, Yi-Chan took off his sunglasses and said, Probably, after all, it's a grand prize. While saying this, Yi-Chan was actually thinking, The Team Rocket's airship, which has been neglected for so long, can it compare to this cruise? Seeing Yi Chen's indifferent attitude, Sakura had no choice but to give up on chatting with him and turn to continue training her dugong and quagsire. Soon, after some time sailing, Yi Chen and his group successfully arrived at Daigon Island. Once on the island, Yi Chen took out his phone and called Ash. "Hello, Ash. Where are you?" "We've also arrived at Daigon Island. Brother Chun, come to the beach under the whitest house on the island. We're just about to look for Professor Nemu." After hearing this, Yi Chen acknowledged and hung up the phone. After informing the two girls of Ash's location, Yi Chen released his Gyarados and flew towards Ash's direction with Sakura and Nashi. They quickly arrived at the beach Ash mentioned. Professor Nemu, who was training his Gyarados in the water, was startled to see a gigantic Gyarados flying in the air. Then Ash spoke. "Professor Nemu, that one in the sky is Mr. Yi Chen, who came with us. He is the champion of this quartz conference." As Yi Chen landed on the beach with his Gyarados, before anyone could greet him, Professor Nemu's Gyarados confronted Yi Chen's Gyarados. Although it was a confrontation, Yi Chen's Gyarados looked down at Professor Nemu's Gyarados with a contemptuous expression, while Professor Nemu's Gyarados stared fiercely at the much more imposing one. Seeing this, Professor Nemu hurriedly calmed his Gyarados. After Yi Chen kicked the Gyarados, he recalled it into Pokeball. After recalling Gyarados, Yi Chen greeted Dr. Nike, saying, "You must be Dr. Nike, right? My name is Yi Chen." Upon hearing this, Dr. Nike smiled and said, "I've heard a lot about you. Your reputation as a champion has spread throughout the league." After a brief introduction, Yi Chen heard Lu Yu's voice in his mind. "Wow, what a fierce weapon. This Dr. Nike is not simple." Hearing Lu Yu's words, Yi Chen twitched his mouth and replied, "Your perspective is quite novel." As they spoke, everyone followed Dr. Nike into the Research Institute. In front of the teleportation device, Dr. Nike began discussing the mysterious Pokeball. "This is the Pokeball." Upon hearing this, everyone leaned in to take a look. "Wow, it's made of gold and silver. I've never seen this type before." After hearing everyone's exclamations, Dr. Nike smiled and said, "Isn't it incredible? I got it by chance. I'd never seen anything like this before. Hey, it looks like there are engravings on this Pokeball." Ash's question interrupted the crowd's amazement once again. Dr. Nike responded, "Although it's hard to identify, look, it resembles the English letters G and S, right? It really does. So we call it the GS ball." At this point, Brock also asked, "I heard from Professor Oak that this ball can't be teleported, right?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Nike signaled an assistant to come forward for a demonstration and then said, "Okay, let's activate the teleportation switch." As the machine flashed with white light, the GS ball remained intact in the machine and was not teleported away. This situation caused everyone to marvel again, while Yi Chen stared thoughtfully at the GS ball. Chapter 94. Gaining the Power of Creation. Just as everyone was intensely discussing the GS ball, Dr. Nike said, "We have tried many other methods. Whether using a chainsaw or a laser gun, we couldn't open this ball. Therefore, I hope to hand the GS ball over to Professor Oak at the Pokémon University for further handling, which is why I invited all of you here." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, and Nike handed the GS ball to Ash. "So this GS ball will be entrusted to you, Ash." Ash nodded, and then everyone made a call to Professor Oak. Yi Chen, feeling uninterested, walked alone towards the seaside. Seeing this, Sakura and the others whispered, "What's up with Yi Chen today? He doesn't seem very happy after seeing the GS ball." Everyone shook their heads in confusion and followed Dr. Nike to visit the Pokémon in the courtyard of the Research Institute. After arriving at the beach, Yi Chen asked the Pokeball on his chest, "Yuzi, do you remember the use of the GS ball?" After a moment of silence, Lu Yu's voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. "I remember this Pokeball seems to be used to capture Shelebi, but I really don't know how to use it." After saying that, Mewtwo surprisingly spoke again. "There's a familiar energy in that container, the same as what you released in the Charizard Valley last time." Hearing this, Yi Chen, who was originally considering capturing Shelebi, suddenly became alert. "Is what you said true, Mewtwo?" After receiving Mewtwo's affirmative answer, Yi Chen excitedly said, "Then after everyone goes to sleep tonight, I'll see what the situation is." At the same time, Yi Chen asked in his heart, "System, can Shelebi help me go back to the past?" "Host, you are a traveler from another world. This body does not belong here. Even if Shelebi takes you through time and space, it can only bring you back to the Hisui continent." Seeing that the answer was not what he wanted, Yi Chen returned to the Research Institute. After finding Ash and his friends, who were feeding the Pokémon, Yi Chen asked, "What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Dr. Nike, who was passionately explaining, turned to look. "I am showing them around the Pokémon in our Research Institute. Since you are here, come join us." After saying that, Dr. Nike handed a Pokémon food to Yichun. Then, Yichun began to feed the Pokémon along with everyone. During this time, Yichun exclaimed, "The Pokémon here are different from those outside. The petals of the Venusaur actually have yellow patterns. That's right, it's truly amazing. Are these Pokémon unique to your place?" Hearing this, Dr. Nike smiled and said, "You are correct. These are also my research subjects." Research subjects? Everyone asked in unison. Dr. Nike then approached the Pokémon while feeding them and said, "This is a small island far, far away from your city. Due to the differences in climate, local customs, and environment, Pokémon will have subtle differences. I focus on raising them and then record the differences as data." After Dr. Nike's explanation, everyone nodded. Then they saw Dr. Nike's 3 assistant sisters feeding various Pokémon. After finishing feeding the Pokémon in the courtyard, Yichun and others followed Dr. Nike to her residence. The moment they stepped through the door, even Yichun, who was called a homebody in his previous life, found it hard to tolerate the scene inside. The kitchen was filled with bowls and pans that seemed like they hadn't been washed in 10,000 years. And the living room was cluttered with daily garbage. Yichun slowly opened his mouth and said, "Doctor, did you take us the wrong way? This is a garbage recycling station, isn't it?" Hearing this, Dr. Nemu smiled and said, "I'm sorry to make you laugh. We are very interested in researching Pokémon, so we are not interested in anything else besides Pokémon research." Just as everyone was amazed, Brock looked at the scene inside with shining eyes and said, "Cleaning, doing laundry, sweeping the floor, throwing away trash. I haven't had a chance to show off my skills like this for a long time." Hearing this, Yichun complained, "What a strange hobby, actually liking to help others clean their houses." Naz also nodded in agreement. After Brock finished cleaning, Yichun originally wanted to be a carefree slacker. But unexpectedly, due to everyone's strong request, he was driven to cook dinner. Then, with Brock's cooperation, Yichun taught him while preparing dinner. As a roast suckling pig, abalone soup, white-cut chicken, and steamed grouper were served on the table. Everyone's appetite was whetted. Looking at the delicious food in front of them, Dr. Nemu and the 3 assistants quickly devoured the dishes. "Oh my God, I've never eaten such delicious food before. Mr. Yichun, have you considered staying to work at my research institute?" Hearing this, Yichun awkwardly replied, "No need for that, Dr. Nemu. I have quite a few things to take care of." After a meal that was devoured in a flash, everyone quickly finished dinner and went to wash up and sleep. In the evening, Dr. Nemu took the 3 assistants to observe the living habits of the Venusaur in the courtyard. Brock kindly brought a late-night snack. The group then talked about the situation with the Venusaur. Meanwhile, Yichun asked Ash for the GS ball and began studying it. After violently attempting to open it with no results, Yichun, taking advantage of the lack of people around, released Mutuo and said, "Mutuo, help me pry it open." Hearing this, Mutuo nodded, then used its psychic power on the GS ball. With a bang, the GS ball was forcibly opened by Mutuo, and a golden light flashed from inside. Mutuo felt a bit uncomfortable under this light, and then voluntarily returned to its Pokeball. Yichun watched as the golden light transformed into a divine ring and drilled into his head. Why does my head always? Before he could finish his sentence, Yichun fainted. Inside the super dream, Luyu commented, "Is this thing really that scary? Just a touch, and he faints?" After that, Yichun lay sprawled on the living room floor. Meanwhile, outside the research institute, Dr. Naimu and Xiaojing faced a crisis. The pollen from the Venusaur served as a warning to other Pokémon at night, but a Rattata, not believing in danger, walked over. To protect Rattata's safety, Dr. Naimu rushed into the pollen of the Venusaur to shield Rattata. Seeing this, Xiaojing hurriedly pulled Dr. Naimu and Rattata back. He then ran back to the room to wake up Ash and the others, saying, "Quick, come help." Hearing this, everyone rubbed their sleepy eyes and followed Xiaojing outside. On the way, Sakura discovered Yichun, who had fainted in the living room. Didn't something happen to Dr. Naimu? Why is Yichun also fainted in the living room? Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to take Yichun to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 95, Mysterious Memory Fragment. Xiaojing leaves the team. After sending Yichun and Dr. Naimu to the Pokémon Center, Rattata and Dr. Naimu were quickly informed that they were safe. Only Yichun remained with a frown, beads of cold sweat occasionally trickling down his forehead. Seeing this, Sakura asked Joy, "Miss Joy, how is Yichun doing?" The others also looked worriedly at Yichun, who was lying on the hospital bed. Joy replied, "This patient is currently experiencing very strong brain waves. He can only hold on by himself now, and there's nothing I can do. What caused him to be like this?" Sakura pressed further. Joy shook her head, indicating she was unsure, and then brought over some calming medicine, handing it to Sakura. "If the patient doesn't improve, you can give him this medicine. It should help him feel better." After saying this, Joy left to continue treatment on another bed. At this time, Dr. Nimus said, "What happened to Yi-chun? The pollen from the Venusaur shouldn't have drifted into the research institute." Hearing this, everyone shook their heads and looked worriedly at Yi-chun, who occasionally frowned on the hospital bed. Sakura, meanwhile, stood by Yi-chun's bed, full of concern. At this moment, in Yi-chun's mind, Yi-chun seemed to have become an observer, repeatedly watching the constantly changing scenes in his consciousness space. There were scenes of explosions, scenes of time travel, and scenes of plants transforming from withered to lush. After watching this repeatedly, Yi-chun cursed, "What the hell is this? I can't even see what is happening." Originally intending to come to Yi-chun's consciousness space to see what was going on, the Dream Master found that his power seemed to be swallowed the moment it touched Yi-chun's mind. At this time, Liu also said, "You can't do anything either, Dream Master." Hearing this, the Dream Master nodded and said, "Yi-chun's mind is now surrounded by special force. I can't do anything." After saying this, he fell silent. Only Liu spoke at this moment. "Big brother, you must hold on." Yi-chun repeatedly looked at the memory fragments in his mind and cursed. "Don't let me find out who made this thing, or I'll give him 2 electric cannons." At that moment, the system's voice sounded, detecting the Genesis power. "Do you need to forcibly merge?" Hearing this, Yi-chun asked, "What do you mean? What is force merging? Haven't I already absorbed this thing?" These memory fragments are hints given to you by the alpaca, but the system considers them temporarily useless and a waste of the host's time. So it decides to directly help the host merge. Seeing the system's answer, Yi-chun didn't think twice and chose to agree. After watching for so long, weren't these just things that happened to the alpaca? What does this have to do with bringing me to this world? After pondering without understanding, Yi-chun decided to stop thinking. Under the system's forced operation, the Genesis power quickly merged into Yi-chun's mind. Yi-chun also woke up. The cherry blossom beside him, seeing that Yi-chun had opened his eyes, exclaimed in surprise, "Yi-chun, you're finally awake." Hearing this, Yi-chun weakly nodded. After merging with the power of creation, he felt extremely weak as soon as he woke up, which was really uncomfortable. At this moment, the cherry blossom, burying her head in Yi-chun's chest, said, "Do you know you just scare me to death?" While saying this, she was crying and pounding Yi-chun's chest. "Stop hitting me, or I might end up dead, even if I didn't die, just now." Yi-chun gently patted Sakura's back as he spoke, before the two could continue their conversation. The door was opened by Xiaoxia. Upon seeing the scene inside the room, Xiaoxia instantly blushed and said, "It seems like I came at the wrong time. You guys continue. Thud." After saying that, Xiaoxia quickly closed the door again. Seeing this, both Yi-chun and Sakura turned red and awkwardly looked away. At that moment, Yi-chun heard Liu Yu's voice in his mind. "Wow, you really went for it? You're impressive." Ignoring Liu Yu's voice in his mind, Yi-chun patted Sakura's back and said, "Why don't you go rest first? I'm fine now. You've worked hard taking care of me late at night." Hearing this, Sakura nodded with a red face and quickly left Yi-chun's room, then hurriedly walked towards her own room. The others outside, who were still enjoying the late-night snacks made by Xiao Gang, quickly asked, "Sakura, is Yi-chun awake?" Sakura quickly opened her room door and said, "He's fine now. I'm going to rest." Thud. After saying that, she forcefully closed and locked the door. The others outside were puzzled. What's up with Sakura? Except for Xiaoxia, who gave a sly look towards Sakura's room. The rest shook their heads in confusion. Soon, after confirming that Yi-chun was okay, everyone returned to their own rooms to rest. While everyone was sleeping soundly, Yi-chun stood in front of his room window and said, "What are you thinking, Yi-chun? You're only 10 years old. They are much older than you." Just as Yi-chun was shaking his head in frustration, the system's voice echoed again. "The host body has been modified by the Genesis power once, and has also used the super soldier gene. Now, aside from age, you're no different from an adult." After receiving the system's reply, Yi-chun's previously somewhat stable heart became chaotic again. Then, Yi-chun firmly looked ahead and said, "The time is not right. The time is not right." Before long, the night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Yi-chun, with dark circles under his eyes, stood behind the others along with Sakura, who also hadn't slept well. At this moment, Xiaoji was saying goodbye to Dr. Naimu. "Thank you for your hospitality. Next time I will come to see your water-type Pokémon." "Great, looking forward to your visit." Then Xiaoji curiously looked at Xiaoxia and asked, "Strange, where's Xiao Gang?" Just then, they saw Xiao Gang outside, repairing facilities around the house with a Boscador, 3 Diglets, a Onyx, and a Geodude. Seeing this, Dr. Naimu said, "Xiao Gang said he wants to stay and help us all." "Huh?" The others looked at Xiao Gang in shock. Then Xiaoji asked, "Hey Xiao Gang, what's going on?" Xiao Gang struck a pose he thought was cool and said, "You can ask Nymphome about that." Staying here seems like it will let me see many new aspects of Pokémon. As a trainer and a breeder, this place really sparks my interest. Xiaoji pondered for a moment and said, Is that so? Then take care. With that, he reached out to shake hands with Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang replied, You too, do your best, Xiaoji. Hearing Xiao Gang's words, Yi Chun, who was at the back of the crowd, murmured, What new aspects? It's obvious he's interested in Dr. Naimu. After that, Nazi leaned over and said, Oh really? Yi Chun, what did you see? Thus, during their trip to Daigon Island, Xiao Gang temporarily left Xiao Ji's group. Chapter 96, New Partner, heading to Tangerine Island. After bidding farewell to Dr. Naimu and Xiao Gang, Yi Chun and the others returned to the site where the airship had crashed. After being tricked by Team Rocket's trio, Yi Chun and the others also boarded the airship. Just as everyone was marveling at the newly renovated airship in front of them, an iron cage suddenly fell from above, enclosing everyone inside. Seeing this, Team Rocket's trio revealed their true colors and said, You little brats, we finally caught you. Just as Team Rocket was feeling smug, Yi Chun seized the iron cage in front of him and pulled it with force. Creak! A sound of twisted metal echoed as the iron cage was bent open by Yi Chun. Meowth was surprised and said, You little brat, are you a Pokémon? This is our specially made iron cage. Feeling that something was wrong, then Xiao Ji and the others stepped out from the iron cage and said, Humph, Team Rocket, it's you again causing trouble here. Just as both sides were about to clash, a Jigglypuff holding a microphone walked in. Seeing this, Yi Chun complained, Oh no, this Jigglypuff. Just as everyone wanted to stop Jigglypuff from singing, its song began to slowly flow out, and gradually, everyone near Jigglypuff fell into a deep sleep. Because everyone was asleep, the airship was left unmanned, and it took a turn and crashed on a Tangerine Island. When everyone woke up, Team Rocket was nowhere to be found. Yi Chun stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes, saying, Where are we? The others also crawled up from the ruins, looking around in confusion. We didn't crash on some deserted island, did we? Xiao Xia said pessimistically, and the others looked somewhat panicked upon hearing this. At this moment, Yi Chun said, All right, everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Let's walk around and see if there's a way out. With that, Yi Chun released his Fiero and said, Fiero, go up and see if there is a way out. Hearing this, Fiero let out a cry and flew into the sky. Then everyone followed the direction Fiero flew in. Soon, voices of people could be heard ahead. Welcome to Tangerine Island's wild Pokémon forest. Two receptionists were shouting at the entrance. Hearing this, Sakura said, Good thing it's not a deserted island. We are really lucky. The others nodded in agreement. And then Yi Chun recalled Fiero into its Pokeball and walked with everyone towards the center of Tangerine Island. At this time, Tangerine Island officially opened the wild Pokémon forest, and tourists were coming in droves. While everyone was admiring the scenery of Tangerine Island, Xiaoji suddenly noticed 3 people on the beach bullying a downed Lapras. Hey, get moving. What a useless Pokémon. We still need to surf. Smack. The young man speaking kept hitting Lapras with a stick. Seeing this scene, everyone rushed down from the beach and criticized, What are you guys doing? Facing Xiaoji's question, the young man sitting on Lapras's back laughed and said, What does it have to do with you? We are going to participate in the South Cross Stars Delinquent Youth event. Then the young man laughed and jumped down from Lapras's back, saying, You came at just the right time. This is just a warm-up before we participate in the South Cross Star. Go Firebird. Go Machoke. Go Beedrill. Seeing the 3 on the opposite side release their Pokémon, Yi Chun and Xiao Ji simultaneously released their own Pokémon. Go Pidgey. It's you, Pikachu. Just as both sides were about to battle, a man holding a sketchpad approached the Pokémon and quickly recorded all their appearances. The leader of the delinquent youth yelled, Who are you? Don't get in the way. Go beat them up. After finishing his words, Quan Lang, Lai Kei, and a Zhun Feng charged forward. Seeing this, Pikachu began to unleash indiscriminate thunderbolt. Everyone was hit by Pikachu's electric shock. At this moment, Yi Chun, with a dark face, shouted, Ash, Pikachu, you two wait for me. The 3 little thugs, seeing their Pokémon knocked out in one hit, scrambled away in another direction. Yi Chun ran his fingers through his electrically curled hair and said, All right, let's contact Miss Joy first. This little Dragonair looks pretty hurt. Upon hearing this, the man holding the drawing board handed an emergency needle to Xiao Ji and then ran towards the Pokémon Center. At this moment, Yi Chun complained, Why is there so much trouble following Xiao Ji? The voice of Lu Yu in his mind slowly said, There's no helping it. After all, he's the main character. You should take care of your Pidgey. Its feathers are all frizzed. Hearing this, Yi Chun quickly picked up his Pidgey and ran towards the Pokémon Center with the others. Following behind, Inghua said, Why have we been so unlucky since we came this way with Xiao Ji? And has also felt the same. Soon, everyone arrived at the Pokémon Center. After settling the injured Pokémon, Xiao Ji and the man with the drawing board began to introduce themselves to each other. Hello, I'm Xiao Jian, a Pokémon observer. Hello, I'm Xiao Ji, and my goal is to become a Pokémon master. Then everyone started to introduce themselves one by one. Through the conversation with Xiao Jian, they learned about the Southern Cross event. No wonder everyone says they want to participate in the Southern Cross. If that's the case, I want to participate in the Orange League tournament too. At this moment, Xiao Ji stared at the Southern Cross poster on the wall with a determined look. Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Since we're here, I want to join too. Xiao Ji, you better be ready." Of course. After that, Xiao Ji and the group went to the resting area for the little Dragonair. Yi Chen, Sakura, and Natsu were taking care of the injured Pidgey at the Pokémon Center. Seeing that Pidgey was quite hurt, Yi Chen joked, "You've really had a tough day. Backstabbed by your own teammate." As he spoke, he gently patted Pidgey's body. "I'll definitely have a showdown with that rat. I was careless today and didn't dodge." Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled and stayed at the Pokémon Center to care for the injured Pidgey until sunset. After recalling the healed Pidgey into its Pokeball, Yi Chen and the others left the Pokémon Center. At this time, Sakura, who had slept all afternoon, sleepily asked, "What about Ash and the others?" "They're waiting for us on Lapras, ready to head to Citrus Island." Yi Chen repeated. He then pinched the necks of the two girls to wake them up and released Gyarados from its Pokeball, heading towards Ash and the others. Thus, after Ash welcomed their new companion, Shin, they all set off towards Citrus Island. During this time, when Shin saw Yi Chen's Gyarados, he quickly took out his sketch pad to document it. "Oh my god, it's the champion's Gyarados. I need to record this." Chapter 97. Challenge at the Citrus Gym. After a night of travel, they successfully arrived on Citrus Island. Under Shin's guidance, they reached the Citrus Gym. Ash looked at the gym ahead and said, "Is this the Citrus Gym? It looks a bit bigger than the gyms in other places." At this moment, Yi Chen, holding coconut juice, said, "Let's go quickly and get all the badges so we can have a few days of vacation." Hearing this, the others hurried to catch up. Ash noticed a fallen coconut on the ground and, driven by curiosity, picked it up. Splash! The water bucket on the coconut tree instantly turned, drenching Ash completely. Seeing this, the others quietly took a few steps back. On the other side, Ada jumped out from the bushes and laughed. "Haha, someone fell for it. Hey, you guys aren't here to challenge the gym, are you?" Soaked, Ash wiped the water off his face and shouted, "Hey, whose kid are you to play such pranks here?" Hearing this, Ada made a face at Ash and said, "You can't even avoid such a simple trap. You're not much of a trainer." "What did you say?" "I'm someone who has participated in the Indigo Conference." "Oh really, the Indigo Conference? Are you the champion?" "No, but I made it to the top 8. Puffed. Not even a champion, and you dare to challenge our Citrus Gym?" Hearing this, Ash angrily replied, "I'm not the champion, but this guy next to me, Mr. Yi Chen, is the champion of this year's Indigo Conference." Saying this, Ash pointed at Yi Chen, who was drinking coconut juice. After realizing the attention was on him, Yi Chen cleared his throat and said, "Little brother, are you the gym leader here?" Ada looked up and said, "No, but if you want to enter the gym, even if you're a champion, you have to duel with me first." After saying that, he took out a Pokeball. "All right, a Pokemon battle, I accept," Yi Chen said as he also reached for his Pokeball. "Hey, Ada, have you finished your chores? What are you doing here?" A female voice rang out from behind Ada. Then everyone saw a ponytailed girl standing behind Ada. Hearing this, Ada nervously turned his head and said, "Sister, they are here to challenge the gym." "What? We are Pokemon trainers here to challenge the Citrus Gym." Upon hearing Ada distort the facts, Ash immediately jumped out to clarify. Hearing this, Dume replied, "In that case, I, representing the Northwest Star of the Southern Cross, accept your challenge." Then everyone entered the gym under the guidance of Guame and Ada. Sakura, along with Natsu, Kasumi, and Shin, took their seats to watch, while Ash and Yi Chen remained in the arena preparing for the gym challenge. At this time, Guame said, "Our gym challenge here is a bit special. The Orange League gyms do not restrict Pokemon battles, so the first challenge here is this." After saying that, Guame clapped her hands at Ada. Seeing this, Ada pressed a button in his hand, and the battlefield began to change. A wall filled with jars rose from the side, and the center of the arena transformed into a water battlefield. Then Guame said, "All right, for the first match, the goal is for the Pokemon to knock these jars down accurately without mistakes. I will send out my Sea King." Seeing this, Ash looked at Yi Chen and asked, "Brother Chen, do you want to go first, or should I?" Yi Chen shrugged, indicating he was okay with either. "You two can go up together. There are no restrictions for challenges here, but having one more person will make it a bit harder." After saying that, Another wall rose next to the jars. Seeing this, Ash and Yi-Chin exchanged glances and released their Pokémon. Come out, Squirtle. Go, Gyarados. At the moment Yi-Chin's Gyarados appeared, Dumei, who had been in contact with water-type Pokémon for a long time, became agitated and said, "What a familiar Gyarados." At this time, Ada leaned closer to Dumei and said, "Sister, the trainer of this Gyarados is the champion of the Kanto Indigo Conference." Hearing this, Dumei looked at Yi-Chan in disbelief and exclaimed, "You are the champion of the Indigo Conference." On the other side, Yi-Chan, who was about to command Gyarados to attack, also paused and said yes. Thus, after learning about Yi-Chin's champion status, Dumei first took a selfie with him before returning to the battle platform and said, "Ahem, since the opponent is the champion, we need to show our full strength." Seeking water gun. After saying that, Guomei's Seeking accurately knocked down all the jars in its area, then performed a graceful turn and fell into the water. Seeing this, Ash was not to be outdone and immediately shouted, "We're up too, Squirtle. Use water gun." Then Ash's Squirtle also accurately knocked down all the jars in its area. Finally, it was Yi-Chin's turn, so he shouted, "Gyarados! Control the water flow to knock those jars down." Hearing this, Gyarados turned its head and said, "Can I just destroy that wall? We haven't trained for this before." After hearing Gyarados' words, Yi-Chan realized and said, "Then do it your way." After saying that, Gyarados exerted its utmost effort to control the water flow and sprayed it forward. Boom! When Gyarados' water flow hit the wall collapsed immediately. Seeing this, Yi-Chan nervously turned his head and asked, "Does this count as Gyarados passing?" Guomei, encountering such a challenger for the first time, said of course, no problem. But as expected of a champion, even the weakest water gun for Gyarados is this powerful. Next, let's proceed to the final challenge. After saying that, she waved her hand to signal the two to follow. Walking beside Yi-Chan, Ash excitedly said, "Brother Chun, how about you train me and Squirtle intensively during this time?" "Sure, but it will cost money." Then Yi-Chan rubbed his fingers towards Xiaoji. "Don't do that, Brother Chun. No way. Brothers must settle accounts clearly. I'm the champion now, and there are people lining up to train with me all the way to the end of the world. If you don't pay, there's no way." "All right, Brother Chun, which country is the end of the world?" "You don't need to know. I'm just describing my current worth." Oh. As they spoke, everyone followed Guomei to the beach below the dojo. Guomei pointed at the flags on the sea and said, "Next is the wave treading competition. As long as you two can win against me, it's considered your victory." Hearing this, Xiaoji touched the head of his Dragonite and said, "From now on, I'll rely on you, Dragonite. Finally, we're in your area of expertise, big guy." At that moment, the Gyarados in the water excitedly flipped over a few times. Then Guomei released her Blastoise. Then let's get started. Chapter 98. Obtain the Cherry Blossom Badge. Chaos at Golden Orange Island. Just as the three were preparing for the final challenge, a Kingler submarine from Team Rocket suddenly surfaced on the water. Seeing this, Yi-Chan couldn't be bothered to argue with the trio and directly shouted, "Gyarados, use Hyper Beam to send them home." As Gyarados began to gather energy, Kojiro frowned and said, "I knew that little brat would be here. We can't catch any Pokémon." With a loud explosion, the trio was blasted into the sky and disappeared from sight. After a comedic scene, the three regrouped and continued the competition. 3, 2, 1, start. With Ada's command, the three charged forward simultaneously. At first, the competition was evenly matched, but as the third person finished the start, the gap began to gradually widen. Yi-Chen's Gyarados swam ahead with incredible speed, leaving Guomei and Ash behind in awe. Guomei then urged, "Come on, Blastoise. The one ahead is the champion. We need to show our true skills." After that, Blastoise roared and accelerated forward. Ash and Dragonite were not to be outdone. Dragonite exhaled a mist of ice, freezing the water surface ahead, and then glided quickly over it, soon surpassing Blastoise. Before long, the results of the race were in, with Yi-Chen's Gyarados crossing the finish line first, followed by Ash and Dragonite in second place, and finally Guomei from the Xiaogan Gym. Back on shore, Guomei smiled and said, "It was great to compete with the champion today. Even though I lost, I learned a lot. And you, Ash, your Pokémon are strong too." She then took out the Cherry Blossom Badge from the Xiaogan Gym and handed it to the two of them. Then Ash and Yi-Chan happily exclaimed, "I got the Cherry Blossom Badge." After receiving the badge, everyone said goodbye to Guomei and Ada and continued their journey toward Kinkin Island. After another night of travel, they successfully arrived on Kinkin Island. Ash and Yi-Chan recalled their Gyarados and Dragonite and looked towards the city. Wow, this place is more like a city floating on the water than a small island. Yichen looked around at the buildings with excitement, while Xiao Jian confidently introduced, "This is the most prosperous commercial island in the Orange Archipelago. It really looks bustling." Just as everyone was amazed, a group of Pokémon suddenly appeared, surrounding a middle-aged man. "Don't do this, Magnemite, Grimer." Seeing this, Ash asked in confusion, "What's going on?" At this moment, Naji finally spoke up. "These Pokémon are being controlled." Everyone turned to look at Naji. Controlled? Before anyone could ask further, Miss Junsha from Jincheng Island arrived. After controlling the rampaging Pokémon, she came over and said, "This situation with these Pokémon has been happening for a long time. We occasionally receive reports about it." Just as Junsha was about to continue, a terrifying face suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Jengar. The group was startled by the sudden appearance of Jengar. Only Yichen muttered, "This Jengar looks weak. Do you think everyone is like you, a weakling?" At that moment, the voice of Lu Yu echoed in Yichen's mind. Hearing this, Yichen retorted, "Even if I'm a weakling, I raise my Pokémon step by step from the beginning. I just strengthen them a little later." "Yeah, right, just a little. Back when you played Dark Shadows, you thought I would forget about your Charizard's water storage modification?" While the two were bickering, everyone had already arrived at Junch's office. After briefly seeking help from Professor Oak, they intended to launch a second round of investigation. Yichen then said to Professor Oak, "Professor, why not exchange my Jengar? With a Psychic-type Pokémon, it will be much safer to handle." Professor Oak on the other side of the screen nodded. "All right, which Pokémon will you use for the exchange?" Hearing this, Yichen took out the Pokeball of his newly captured Spearow and replied, "I'll use the newly caught Spearow." "Good." With a flash of light from the exchange machine, Jengar's Pokeball was swapped over. After releasing Jengar, Yichen said to Junsha, "Miss Junsha, please take me to see the areas where the rampaging Pokémon appear most frequently." Just as Junsha was about to take Yichen to the Pokémon Center, Jengar behind her seemed to see something terrifying and shrank back behind Junsha. Seeing this, Yichen helplessly said, "Miss Junsha, why don't you put Jengar back in its Pokeball for now?" Seeing Jengar so scared, Junsha had no choice but to nod. After putting Jengar away, Junsha drove everyone to the area with the most disturbances. Inside the car, Ash spoke up, "Miss Junsha, don't worry. With Yichen here to help, the truth will come out soon." Hearing this, the others in the car nodded in agreement. At this moment, Junsha smiled and said, "I really have to rely on you all." After a while of driving, they arrived at the bottom of several abandoned buildings. Once they got here, Yichen felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. It was quiet. For a bustling and noisy city, this silence felt out of place. Then everyone heard Jengar say in their minds, "There's a Hypno being controlled down there. The reason there are so many rampaging Pokémon in this city is because of it." Hearing this, Junsha and the others looked at the abandoned building in shock and asked, "So how do we get down? I don't know if you prefer a more subtle approach or a forceful one." Miss Junsha? Yichen's question interrupted Junch's thoughts, and she asked, "What's the difference?" A subtle approach means finding a passage and climbing down slowly to capture the culprit and stop the Hypno. And a forceful approach? The forceful approach means I blow up the ground beneath us and let Jengar directly control the culprit while also stopping the Hypno. After weighing the pros and cons, Miss Junsha said, "Let's find a passage. After all, the repair costs later won't be cheap." Yichen nodded and then walked to an abandoned building, saying, "Let's go this way. This is the only way down." He then opened the lid of a trash can in front of the building. Seeing this, Sakura pulled her sister and Naji and said, "Since that's the case, you all be careful. We'll stay up here to back you up." "Yeah, my sister and I will help you catch the escaping criminals here." After hearing the two girls, Yichen understood. They disliked how dirty the entrance was. He then led Junsha, Xiao Ji, and Xiao Jian into the passage. At this moment, in the basement, the two members of Team Rocket watched Yichen and the others on the monitor and laughed. "Haha, just in time. Let's try out the 3 experimental subjects the doctor gave us. Haha." Chapter 99, Deformed Clones. Next stop, Pomelo Island. As they descended from the entrance, Yichen and the others noticed a hypnotic taper standing in a giant machine on a platform. Below the platform stood a group of controlled Pokémon, with 3 tall figures standing in the back. Seeing this, Xiao Samlang and Yamadu also turned on the lights and said, "Since you're here, don't hide anymore. Come out, you little brats." The lights in the basement lit up completely, and Yichen and the others stepped out from the shadows. At this moment, Junsha raised her handgun and said, "You two, quickly release these Pokémon. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "We? Release these Pokémon? Ha ha ha. We are the evil Team Rocket. How can we let Pokémon go?" The hypnotic taper ordered the controlled Pokémon to attack. Saying this, the hypnotic taper in the machine moved. Upon seeing the appearance of the three Pokémon, Yichen finally reacted. Could these be the incomplete versions of Scyther, Houndoom, and Electrode? Scyther had one large claw and one small. Houndoom's head was twisted, while Electrode looked somewhat normal. At this moment, the hypnotic taper controlled the Pokémon to unleash their moves toward Yichen and the others. Seeing this, Yichen quickly shouted, "Gung-Gue, use Shadow Ball." Junsha also released Gung-Si and said, "Use Curse to help." Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Boom! The huge explosion created smoke that obscured everyone's vision again. At this moment, Yichen released his Garchomp and said, "Garchomp, use Dragon Claw to knock those three monsters down." Gung-Gue, use Psychic to pull the hypnotic taper out of the machine. After saying this, Garchomp rushed toward the incomplete Scyther and the others. Gung-Gue used its powerful psychic power to forcibly pull the hypnotic taper out. Seeing this, Xiaoji quickly shouted, "Pikachu, let's go too." Thunderbolt to bring those two Team Rocket members down. Yamadou, noticing the situation was dire, hurriedly said to Xiao Sanlang, "Quickly release the serum the doctor gave us." Just as the scene became chaotic, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth were huddled in a corner. Musashi said to Kojiro, "How about we sneak out? These little brats are definitely up to no good." Hearing this, Musashi and Kojiro nodded and slipped out while no one was paying attention. At this point, after Gung-Gue pulled out the hypnotic taper, the controlled Pokémon began to wake up one after another without the machine's psychic influence. Seeing the purple test tube in Xiao Sanlang's hand, Yichun shouted that it was not good and then said to Gung-Gue, "Gung-Gue, use psychic to grab the serum from them." After saying this, Yichun turned to Junsha and said, "Miss Junsha, please take Xiao Ji and the others to evacuate the controlled Pokémon. The things those two have are very dangerous." Hearing this, Miss Junsha looked at Yichun, who had a serious expression, and nodded before going with Xiao Ji to evacuate the controlled Pokémon. Just as Xiao Sanlang was about to place the serum into the nebulizer, Gung-Gue's powerful psychic force immobilized the two. Then, Gung-Gue seized all the rage serums from them and handed them to Yichun. The battle on Garchomp's side also calmed down. The defective clones against Garchomp were basically like playing whack-a-mole, one claw at a time. At this moment, Yichun controlled Xiao Sanlang and Yamadou and said, "Tell me, what does Team Rocket want to do? What else with this cursed serum and cloning my Pokémon?" Hearing this, Yamadou showed no signs of fear. Instead, he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, I already knew your Pokémon were strong, so we made a second plan." Saying this, Yamadou moved his fingers, and the entire basement began to collapse. Seeing this, Yichen drew sit, "Dumb. Gung-Gue, go protect Xiao Ji and the others." Gung-Gue threw Yamadou and Xiao Sanling aside and flew toward Xiao Ji and the others. The fallen Yamadou recalled the three clones and said, "See you next time, little brat." After saying this, Xiao Sanlang threw a smoke bomb, and the two disappeared from a basement. Then, with the help of Garchomp and Gung-Gue, Yichun returned to the surface. The collapse of the basement also destroyed all the abandoned buildings. Outside, Sakura and the three girls breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yichun and the others return safely to the surface. At this moment, Junsha looked at Yichun, who was panting on the ground, and said, "Thank you so much this time, Mr. Yichun." Hearing this, Yichun waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. I help when I see injustice. You all handle the aftermath. I have more important matters to discuss with Professor Oak." After saying this, Yichun stood up and walked toward the Pokémon Center. Xiao Ji and the others also said goodbye to Junsha and followed him. Arriving at the Pokémon Center, Yichun dialed Professor Oak's phone at the exchange machine. "Professor Oak, I have something important to tell you." "Oh, did something happen over there?" Hearing this, Yichun took out the rage serums he had stolen from Team Rocket and said, "I got this from a member of Team Rocket. This special serum was encountered before in the Charizard Valley. It seems to be a serum that can enhance Pokémon while driving them mad. Is that so? Then send it over. I'll study the specifics of this serum." Yichun then transmitted all three rage serums to Professor Oak. The surrounding people, hearing Yichun's words, began to ask, "What is this rage serum, Yichun?" Hearing everyone's inquiries, Yichun had no choice but to explain the whole story as he understood it. Damn Team Rocket. After learning about the purpose of the rage serum, everyone began to curse Team Rocket. Yichun was currently communicating with Lu Yu in his mind, saying, "Lu Yu, my son, do you remember which island Lugia has appeared on? It has appeared on Asia Island, but can you really handle it? I know you defeated Mutwo before, but that was because Mutwo didn't fight back. Lugia is a real legendary Pokémon." Upon hearing this, Yichun thought for a moment and said, The power of a Gigantamax, Jengar, should be enough to challenge Ligia, right? You might as well wait until Gilrith catches the Molters before going there. You might not even find it if you go now. That's true. Then let's first capture the crystal onyx nearby. It's an onyx that isn't afraid of water. Haha, all good. As he spoke, everyone arrived at the beach, said goodbye to Junsha, and set off again on their journey to the Orange Archipelago. Chapter 100. Captured the crystal onyx. Just as everyone was heading to Ponkin Island, Ash unexpectedly found a message in a bottle describing the crystal onyx. An onyx made entirely of natural crystals? Is that for real? Do you even need to think about it? It must be fake. How could there be such an onyx? Misty firmly denied the contents of the message in the bottle. At this moment, Yi-chan said, I think it's possible. Some legends might not be unfounded. Upon hearing this, Ash also agreed. Actually, I find it a bit unlikely too, because after all this time, the Pokémon League hasn't discovered such a giant onyx. Seeing that everyone seemed skeptical, Yi-chun suggested, how about we have a competition? Let's see who can find this legendary crystal onyx first. Sure, even if it is real, I will definitely find it first. At this time, the cherry blossom on the back of Gyarados spoke up. Speaking of legends, I came across a post while I was working on the Orange Island strategy yesterday. It said that there's a Pokémon on the Orange Islands known as the Sea God, and people call it Lugia. With that, the group chatted while making their way to the port of Tangerine Island. After Ash and the others recalled their Lapras, Yi-chan said to them, you guys go look for clues first. I'm going to find the crystal onyx. After saying this, Yi-chan patted Gyarados' head and flew up into the sky above the island. Ash watched Yi-chan fly away and said, what the heck? We don't even know if it's real, and Shinji is already off looking for it. Seriously, forget it. Let's go check out the town first. Then Ash and his group headed into the interior of Tangerine Island. At this moment, Cherry Blossom suddenly shouted from behind Yi-chan. Yi-chan, do you know where the crystal onyx is? Hearing this, Yi-chan turned his head and replied, I don't know. Let's first see what's different around here, and then we'll check out places. After all, legendary Pokémon tend to like secluded spots, right? What you said makes a lot of sense. With that, Yi-chan in the air began to look around. Luyu, where's the crystal onyx? After searching in vain, Yi-chan had no choice but to ask Luyu inside Mutuo. Don't panic, Chun. Look for small islands near Tangerine Island. The island with caves is the one. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan nodded and started searching along the outskirts of the island. Soon, Yi-chan found the island described by Luyu. After landing on the island, Yi-chan recalled Gyarados and said, this should be the place. Let's go. Saying this, he led Cherry Blossom and Naz to enter the cave. Once inside, the three of them couldn't help but exclaim at the sight around them. Wow, what a magical place. The cave, which should have been pitch black, was now illuminated brightly by the lake water and surrounding crystals. Before they could continue admiring the scenery, the previously calm lake surface suddenly began to tremble. Then, a giant onyx made of crystal burst out from the water, glaring at Yi-chan and the others. Cherry Blossom immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed, it's the crystal onyx. Naz curiously examined the giant onyx in front of her. After all, who doesn't like shiny things? Then Yi-chan released Lucario and commanded, Lucario, bullet punch. Seeing that Yi-chan was starting a fight without warning, the crystal onyx quickly dove to the bottom of the lake, causing Lucario's punch aimed at the onyx's head to miss. Just as Lucario was searching for the crystal onyx's figure, the giant onyx suddenly lunged out of the water, colliding right in front of Lucario. Seeing this, Yi-chan immediately shouted, Lucario, use all your strength to pull it out of the water. Hearing this, Lucario nodded and tightly grasped the head of the crystal onyx. Once the collision stopped, Lucario exerted all its strength, pulling the massive body of the crystal onyx completely out of the water. Boom! After slamming it onto the ground, Lucario continued to hold down the onyx's head to prevent it from moving. Seeing this, Yi-chan said, knock it out. Lucario then used one hand to hold the onyx's neck while the other hand began to furiously punch the onyx's head. Cherry Blossom, witnessing this, commented, why does it feel like Lucario's move looks so much like kids fighting? Naz shook her head and replied, I don't know. I just use psychic powers. Meanwhile, after a series of intense punches, the crystal onyx quickly fell unconscious. Seeing this, Yi-chan threw out his Pokeball and said, get in there. Beep 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 ding. After 3 sounds, Yi-chan successfully captured the crystal onyx. Hooray! We successfully captured the crystal onyx. After securing the crystal onyx, Yi-chan led Cherry Blossom and Naz out of the cave. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Ash and his group, along with the glassblower Agong, successfully subdued the intruding Team Rocket, just as everyone was preparing to venture deeper into the cave. Yi Chun and the others had just walked out of the cave. Upon seeing Yi Chun emerge, Xiao Ji asked, "Brother Chun, how did you come out from inside?" To which Yi Chun replied, "Because I have already captured the crystal onyx." Huh? After saying this, he took out the Pokeball of the crystal onyx and released it. Roar! After resting in the Pokeball, the crystal onyx had regained some energy and instinctively became alert upon seeing strangers. The appearance of the crystal onyx shocked Xiao Ji and his companions, as well as Agong. They never expected the crystal onyx to be real. "Brother Chun, you were so lucky to have captured the crystal onyx. It's real. Grandpa didn't lie to me. The crystal onyx is real." Everyone began discussing excitedly, while only Agong observed the crystal onyx with great seriousness. Then, Agong seemed to be frozen in place, staring into the eyes of the crystal onyx. Seeing this, Yi Chun said, "Are you about to have an epiphany?" The legendary moment of enlightenment. After a long while, Agong finally snapped out of it when Xiao Ji called out to him. After thanking Yi Chun, he took everyone back to his workshop to start making glass products. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi Chun. Now I can make glass products just like my grandpa." "You're too polite. How about you give me a few glass ornaments?" "Of course, no problem." After saying this, Yi Chun picked a few Pokémon statues he liked. After bidding farewell to Agong, Yi Chun told Xiao Ji and the others, "Xiao Ji, next I want to gather all the Southern Cross stars first. So I won't be traveling with you for now. I'll wait for you at the Orange League." Hearing this, Xiao Ji replied, "All right, I will give it my all in this Orange League." "Ha ha ha, good. Then we'll see who comes out on top. We're leaving now." "Okay." Thus, after parting ways with Xiao Ji and the others, Yi Chun flew towards Napuru Island, the eastern star of the Southern Cross, with Sakura and Nashi. Chapter 101, Eastern Star, Napuru Gym Challenge, Part 1. After a day of travel, Yi Chun arrived at the beach of Napuru Island. Looking at the vacationers around and the young people surfing by the sea, Yi Chun said, "Did we take a wrong turn? This looks like a vacation island. Where's the gym?" At this moment, a shirtless man holding a surfboard approached Sakura from behind and said, "Miss, is there anything I can help you with?" He then took Sakura's hand. Seeing this, Sakura quickly pulled her hand back and said, "We're currently looking for the Napuru gym. Do you know where it is?" Hearing this, Yi Chun and Nashi turned to look at the man. "Of course, just follow me," he said. So the three followed the man towards the Napuru gym. During the walk, Yi Chun curiously asked, "Hey, have you heard about the champion of the Kanto League?" The man leading them turned his head and replied, "Of course. I've heard that the champion from Kanto, Guame, is also here in the Orange Islands for the Southern Cross. Is that so? Do you know where the Kanto champion is now?" Upon hearing Yi Chun's question, the man confidently shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but the champion will eventually come to our Napuru Island." Seeing the two chatting so enthusiastically, Sakura quietly laughed to Nashi. "Huh? This guy probably doesn't realize that Yi Chun is the Kanto champion." "Yeah, I don't understand why Yi Chun doesn't tell him," Nashi replied. Sakura whispered, "You would understand, Yi Chun is being low-key." Just then, the surfboard guy led them to the entrance of the gym. Looking at the towering mountain wall in front of them, Yi Chun swallowed hard and said, "Isn't this supposed to be the gym? Where's the gym? Why is there just a mountain?" The man laughed and said, "This is the Napuru gym. The Napuru gym has a rule that all challengers must first climb to the top of the gym without using their Pokémon strength." After saying this, the man took Sakura and Nashi to a nearby cable car and said, "Good luck, challengers. We'll be waiting for you at the top. Go for it, Yi Chun. You can do it." Hearing this, Yi Chun waved goodbye to Sakura and the others, and then began to warm up. After taking off his casual clothes, revealing his strong upper body, Yi Chun started climbing toward the mountaintop. However, not long after, he made a mistake and fell from the wall. The man on the cable car shouted, "Don't look down, climb up." Hearing this, Yi Chun controlled his falling body and grabbed onto the wall again. Then he shouted in his mind, "System, how much for the rock climbing skill?" Top-level rock climbing costs 200,000 Alliance coins. Exchange it for me. After deducting 200,000 Alliance coins for the top-level rock climbing skill, Yi Chun's balance was 1,720,000 Alliance coins. In an instant, Yi Chun felt his hands and feet responding differently, making him cling to the wall like a gecko. He also gained a wealth of knowledge about climbing. This money was well spent. Saying that, Yi Chun began to climb rapidly towards the top. The three on the cable car could no longer see Yi Chun, but at that moment, Nashi, who was enjoying the scenery, suddenly pointed down and shouted, "Look, it's Yi Chun." Then Sakura and the surfboard guy looked down. They saw Yi Chun climbing rapidly, as if he were flying up the wall. The surfboard guy was astonished, a master. Every landing is the optimal point for climbing. Your friend must have at least 10 years of climbing experience. Hearing this, Sakura awkwardly replied, you might not believe it, but our friend is only 10 years old this year. Oh, I see. What? 10 years old? He is as big as me, and you tell me he has 10? Hearing this, Sakura nodded seriously. Just as the man was questioning reality, Yi-chun had already reached the top of the mountain. Looking at Sakura and the others coming down from the cable car, Yi-chan said, how about it, Sakura? Nashi? These muscles didn't go to waste, right? After saying this, Yi-chan struck a few poses he thought were cool. Seeing this, Sakura giggled. Definitely didn't go to waste. Come let me feel if your muscles are still firm. Hee. Nashi then said, wasn't the gym supposed to be up here? Why can't we see it? Hearing this, Yi-chun and Sakura, who were joking around, also realized, hey, there's not even a blade of grass at the top of this mountain. Where's the gym? At this moment, the man who brought them up laughed and said, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xiao Dan, and I am the Eastern Star of the Southern Cross. Congratulations, challengers, you have passed the first test. Upon hearing Xiao Dan's introduction, everyone suddenly understood. The next test is the second challenge, which is to freeze water into ice. There are 2 underground water jets over there. Whoever can condense them into an ice pillar in the shortest time wins. After that, Xiao Dan released his Nidoking. Yi-chan then reached into his backpack and thought to himself, system, summon the Blizzard King. Then Yi-chan took out the Pokeball of the Blizzard King and said, it's decided. Blizzard King. Xiao Dan, who was nearby, immediately reacted, recalling that the champion of the Kanto League was also 10 years old and incredibly strong. And there was a Blizzard King in the championship team as well. After realizing this, Xiao Dan looked at Yi-chun and said, you can't be the champion of this Kanto League, right? After saying this, Xiao Dan widened her eyes and looked at Yi-chun, who was bare-chested. Realizing his identity had been exposed, Yi-chun replied, that's right, it's me. Xiao Dan exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect the person challenging the gym today to be the champion. I also didn't expect the person guiding me today to be the gym leader. After exchanging smiles, Xiao Dan shouted, all right, let's begin. Nidoqueen, use Ice Beam with all your strength. After all, we're up against the league champion. We need to give it our all. The Blizzard King used Blizzard. Soon, both Pokémon sprang into action, with Nidoqueen unleashing its power and quickly freezing half of the water in front of it. Meanwhile, the Blizzard King unleashed a blizzard that froze the flying water into ice blocks. Because the range was so large, even the water column on Nidoqueen's side was partially frozen by the blizzard. Seeing the Blizzard King's impressive blizzard, Xiao Dan exclaimed, no wonder you're the champion. I've lost this round. Yi-chan then asked, what's the next challenge? Hearing this, Xiao Dan spoke up. Next is the third challenge project, Pokémon Ice Sculpture. Each person sends out 3 Pokémon, and whoever completes it in the shortest time wins. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi-chan was in a dilemma, as all he had were Pokémon with explosive damage. A single punch from them would shatter the ice pillar. Chapter 102, Obtaining the White Wave Badge. In the third round, Xiao Dan sent out her Pokémon, Houndoom, Scyther, and Nidoking. After some thought, Yi-chan decided to use Lucario and Garchomp. At Xiao Dan's command, both sides began the challenge. Garchomp took a glance at the blueprint and immediately got to work. Its sharp claws continuously carved the ice pillar, while Abomasnow watched from his side, using Ice Beam to fix any parts that Garchomp damaged. Lucario was responsible for clearing away the debris on the ground. Soon, Xiao Dan's ice ship was already completed, while Yi-chun had barely finished half of his. Seeing this, Yi-chun said, looks like I still have a lot to learn. To this, Xiao Dan, having already completed her sculpture, laughed and said, it seems I won this round. Now I can say I've beaten the champion. Haha. Shortly after, Yi-chan also successfully completed his ice ship. Xiao Dan then announced loudly, all right, for the final round, each person sends out 3 Pokémon to assist, and we'll see who reaches the bottom of the mountain first. The one who arrives at the finish line first is the winner. After saying this, Xiao Dan arranged her Pokémon on the ice ship. Once Yi-chun learned the rules for the final round, he adjusted the positions of his 3 Pokémon and made his way to the glacier. After selecting his Pokémon, both of them boarded the ice ship, while Sakura and Naji went to the cable car station to descend the mountain. With Xiao Dan's countdown, Garchomp at the back of their ice ship and Xiao Dan's Ampharos behind her were both ready to go. 3, 2, 1, go. At the command, both ice ships shot forward instantly. Xiao Dan shouted, Ampharos, let's accelerate. Hearing this, Yi-chun, unwilling to be outdone, said, Garchomp, use Dragon Pulse behind us. Give us a serious boost. After that, Garchomp unleashed Dragon Pulse towards the back, and a massive recoil made Yi-chun's ice ship move like it had a rocket booster. In just a few breaths, Yi-chun had created a significant distance between himself and Xiao Dan. Seeing this, Xiao Dan widened her eyes and said, "Is this the power of a champion? Let's accelerate too. Ampharos at maximum power. Hound 'em. Throw snowballs to distract them." With that, Ampharos used all its might to catch up to Yi Chun. At this moment, Yi Chun, who was far ahead, noticed Xiao Dan was closing in and shouted to Abomasnow, "Use Blizzard to blow them back." Upon hearing this, Abomasnow immediately moved, and a fierce snowstorm blew towards Xiao Dan's ice ship, clearly slowing it down. With the immense inertia, Yi Chun's ice ship picked up speed again, and Xiao Dan, who was about to catch up, was once again left behind. Shocked at Yi Chun's increasing speed, Xiao Dan exclaimed, "This speed is terrifying. Even if I wanted to use Ampharos to stop him, it would be too late." Soon, Yi Chun, sprinting at high speed, saw the finish line and shouted to Garchomp, "All right, we can slow down now." Upon hearing this, Garchomp turned and nodded at Yi Chun, then reached out its hands to the snowy ground, intending to use the emergency brake move. "Boss, the snow here seems very deep. I can't stop." Yi Chun, who was still immersed in the joy of about to receive the White Wave badge, suddenly felt his spirits drop. "Jump down and stop our ice ship. Hurry." With that, Garchomp immediately sprang into action, leaping off the ice ship and landing firmly on the snow, ready to grab the ice ship. Just then, Yi Chun, sitting on the ice ship, hurtled toward the cliff at high speed. The inertia from Garchomp's jump caused the ice ship to gain even more speed. "Garchomp, you pig teammate." Amidst the screams, Yi Chun, along with Lucario and Abomasnow, fell off the cliff with the ship. Seeing this, Garchomp dashed towards Yi Chun. Xiao Dan, who was catching up, was also startled and stopped at the cliff to look down. Fortunately, Garchomp caught Yi Chun before he fell, and Yi Chun recalled Abomasnow and Lucario, then was safely returned to the finish line by Garchomp. Seeing Yi Chun safely back, Xiao Dan smiled and said, "I'm so glad you're okay. I thought something bad was going to happen." Yi Chun, who was returned, felt his legs go weak and sat down on the ground, saying, "Does this count as my win? Of course, this is the White Wave badge, and it now belongs to you." With that, Xiao Dan handed the White Wave badge to Yi Chun. After receiving the White Wave badge from Xiao Dan, Yi Chun asked, "Do you know the fastest way to get to Southern Star from here?" Xiao Dan replied, "The fastest route is to go directly to Orange Island, then from there to Grapefruit Island." She even pointed out the direction of Orange Island. After learning the specific route, Yi Chun thanked Xiao Dan, then found the two girls who had already come down the mountain. "Next, let's go grab something to eat. This gym has tired me out." The two girls nodded in agreement and followed Yi Chun to a seafood restaurant on Napulu Island to enjoy the local specialty sashimi. After they were full, they bought some snacks for the road and rode Garridos towards Orange Island. At this time, everyone was unaware that an uninvited guest had arrived at the Orange Archipelago. In the sky over Orange Archipelago, within a massive flying fortress, Jirachi was looking at the data being transmitted on the computer, saying, "When the celebration starts, I'll capture Molters as my collectible." Meanwhile, Yi Chun, who was on the road, was chatting with Lu Yu. "I remember Ice-type champion Kinna will also appear on Orange Island. Chunner, do you want to have a battle with her? Let us give it a try. It's a good opportunity to see if there's a gap between me and the champion." But speaking of which, in a while, chaos will break out in the Orange Archipelago, with the three legendary birds fighting each other and Lugia appearing. It will happen soon. The island festival on Asia Island will start, and if things get out of control, we'll have to rely on Mutwo. Listening to their conversation, Mutwo simply replied with 2 words, "Okay." With that, Yi Chun signaled Garridos to speed up towards Orange Island. "Champion, why am I feeling a bit excited right now?" Chapter 103, Sea Storm. Unexpected encounter with Champion Kinna on Orange Island. After a day of travel at sea, the three found an uninhabited small island to land and prepare to rest. Just as they were setting up a fire, a sudden storm erupted on the distant sea, with countless dark clouds gathering in the sky, accompanied by occasional thunder. Sakura said to the two, "How about we just eat our snacks? It seems that storm is about to reach us." Hearing this, Yi Chun and Na-Zi also looked towards the distant storm. "It's strange. Why is there such a huge storm in the center of the Orange Islands?" Na-Zi checked the weather forecast yesterday, and there were no thunderstorm alerts for the Orange Islands. As they spoke, everyone felt that something was off. At that moment, Yi Chun asked in his consciousness space, "System, do you know what's going on?" "Not clear," was the system's reply, and Yi Chun had to give up. After a simple breakfast, Yi Chun took out the Pokémon egg from his bag and placed it on the beach to bask in the sun. He also opened a lottery page that he hadn't touched in a long time. "System, give me a silver 10 times draw." As he said that, a banner suddenly appeared on the lottery interface. Congratulations to the host for drawing a rare grand prize, Gyarados Megastone 1. Congratulations to the host for drawing a rare grand prize. One opportunity to change abilities. Note, any Pokémon can replace one of its abilities. Congratulations to the host for drawing a system-modified, sturdy, white Soxate. Seeing the rewards from this lottery, Yi-Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the system page. After a while, Yi-Chen jumped up from the beach and shouted excitedly, "Wow, I'm taking off. Finally, my luck has exploded." Cherry Blossom and Nazi, who were lounging on beach chairs, looked at the jumping Yi-Chen and said simultaneously, "What's wrong with Yi-Chen again?" The two exchanged glances, both indicating they were unsure, and put their sunglasses back on to continue sunbathing. At this moment, Yi-Chen, after calming down, continued to shout, "Let's do another 10 draws. This island is my lucky island today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing system-modified, sturdy white Sox 10. Upon seeing the second reward, Yi-Chen's originally smiling face instantly fell, and he said, "I'm leaving, I'm done." With that, he exited the system page. After retrieving the Pokémon egg from the beach, Yi-Chen took the two girls and continued flying towards Little Orange Island. Just as they flew for a while, they discovered that they had to pass through the thunderstorm area, even if they took a detour. At this time, Cherry Blossom said, "Nazi's psychic ability can block raindrops. Let's directly cross the thunderstorm area." Hearing this, Yi-Chen looked back at Nazi, and after receiving her affirmative response, he drove towards the thunderstorm area. Boom! The previously calm sea was now roaring, possibly due to the thunderstorm or some other reason, with the wind howling and giant waves rising in succession, crashing against the surrounding deserted islands. Seeing this scene, Yi-Chen couldn't help but complain, "What's going on? Is Kyogre appearing? Why is there such a heavy thunderstorm here?" Just as they were complaining in midair, a huge white figure suddenly flashed beneath the sea. Yi-Chen, who was still complaining, looked down. "Strange? I just felt something swimming past below." Saying this, Yi-Chen glanced around again before continuing towards Little Orange Island. At this moment, beneath the sea, Lugia had woken up early. "Why do I feel that familiar power has disappeared? What was that lightning that woke me from my slumber?" With that thought, Lugia vanished beneath the sea. As Lugia disappeared, the thunderstorms above the sea gradually subsided. Yi-Chen and the two girls in the air looked at the strange weather and couldn't help but complain. The weather by the sea is really unpredictable. Yeah, just a second ago it was a thunderstorm, and now it's clear skies. I'm going to catch a cold at this rate. After traveling for a day, they finally arrived at the dock of Little Orange Island. Looking at the bustling city ahead, they happily went to a popular restaurant on the island to feast. While eating a big meal, Yi-Chen thought, "With such a big island, where can I find Kona? Forget it, I'll just go with the flow. I'll go to Yuzu Island to get the badge tomorrow, and then think about the rest." Saying this, Yi-Chen continued to eat. Cherry Blossom finished first, wiped her mouth, and said, "Yi-Chen, take your time eating. Nazi and I will go play by the sea. We'll send you a location later." At this time, Nazi had already put on her swimsuit and was following Cherry Blossom with a swim ring. Nazi was ready. Seeing this, Yi-Chen said, "Right? Why am I in such a hurry? Let's play for a couple of days first. The Orange League is still a long way off. I'll go to the beach later." With that, Yi-Chen quickened his pace. At this moment, he heard Lu Yu's voice in his mind. "When you go to the beach later, make sure to move around more. Every day, I either watch you battle or sleep, or at best, travel. It's really boring. I want to see beautiful big sisters in swimsuits." Hearing this, Yi-Chen seriously replied, "No problem, great minds think alike." After quickly finishing the seafood rice on his plate, he changed into swim trunks and headed to the beach of Little Orange Island. Looking at the beautiful big sisters in cool swimsuits in front of him, Yi-Chen felt he had come to the right place today. So, he set up a beach chair and put up a sunshade, then put on his sunglasses to enjoy the view. Just as Yi-Chen was getting into it, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Excuse me, are you Yi-Chen?" Hearing this, Yi-Chen raised his sunglasses and turned to ask, "Who are you?" Upon seeing the person behind him, Yi-Chen exclaimed, "Wow, such an evil presence. Who are you? How do you know me?" As he spoke, two streams of blood-red tears flowed from his nose. The person was none other than Kona, the Ice-type Elite Four member. Seeing Yi-Chen's reaction, Kona smiled and handed him a tissue, saying, "You should wipe your nose first." Hearing this, Yi-Chen took the tissue in confusion and wiped his nose. After wiping, he realized how embarrassing he was, and then asked, "So, who are you? And how do you know me?" Kona said, "My name is Kona. Besides, you are the champion of the Kanto region now. It's hard not to know you. Ice-type Elite Four Kona. I didn't expect to meet you in such a situation." While Yi-Chen was still in shock, he asked, "May I ask why you're looking for me?" Kona shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to confirm if it was you. Are you here to participate in the Orange League too?" "Yes, I originally came here at Professor Oak's request, but due to some unexpected events, I decided to participate in this Orange League." After learning Yi Chen's purpose, Kona smiled and said, "If you're also participating in this Orange League, it looks like this tournament will be exciting." Just as the two were happily chatting, Cherry Blossom and Nazi, who were walking towards Yi-chun, were first stunned upon seeing Kona in front of Yi-chun, then exclaimed in shock, "It's actually Elite Four Kona." Cherry Blossom then dropped Nazi and ran towards Kona excitedly. Chapter 104, Challenge Kona. Ice-type duel. Cherry Blossom excitedly ran up to Kona and pulled Yi-chun behind her, then said, "Elite Four Kona, I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you?" Kona smiled and replied, "Of course, no problem." After getting Kina's consent, Sakura excitedly took out her phone and took a selfie with Kina. At the same time, Naji also came over to Yeching's side. Seeing Sakura and Naji approaching, Yeching asked, "Aren't you going to have fun? Why are you both coming over here?" Hearing this, Sakura, who had just finished taking the photo, replied, "We finished playing and thought we'd come see what you were up to." At this moment, Naji interrupted, "Sakura was just harassed and called me back to find you. That group of guys seems to have followed us." After saying this, Naji pointed towards 5 men in another direction. When the guys realized they had been discovered, they confidently walked up to everyone. The leader, a guy with yellow hair, said, "Beautiful ladies, don't be a buzzkill. My buddies and I can take you to the yacht for some fun." Before he could finish, Yeching took off his shirt and stepped in front of the yellow-haired guy, saying, "You can leave now, and I might consider letting you go." At this point, Kina was also glaring at the group. Seeing this, the yellow-haired guy laughed and said, "Did you hear that? He wants us to leave." Ha ha ha. The guys behind him also started laughing. Bang! Before the yellow-haired guy could laugh for long, Yeching's fist hit his stomach, sending him flying. The henchmen around, seeing their boss get hit, immediately released their Pokémon. "Come out, Machoke! Come out, Zubat! Come out, Diglett! Go, Magnemite!" Watching the few Pokémon in front of him, Yeching smiled and released his own Abomasnow. Roar! The massive roar made the once arrogant group shudder at the sight of Abomasnow's enormous body. The quicker two immediately recalled their Pokémon and pulled their boss to run in the opposite direction. Run! The slower two were picked up by Abomasnow with one hand, ignoring the Machoke and Magnemite scratching at its feet. Abomasnow swung its hands and threw the two small thugs away. Seeing the situation resolved, Yeching was about to recall Abomasnow when he heard Kina say from behind, "How about we have a little battle?" Hearing this, Yeching stopped the action of recalling Abomasnow and turned around, saying, "No problem." Sakura looked at Yeching in disbelief and said, "Yeching, are you really going to battle Kina the champion?" After nodding at Sakura, Yeching and Kina walked to the middle of the beach. Kina then released his Pokémon. "Come out, Cloyster." After releasing Cloyster, the onlookers gathered around. At this moment, some in the crowd recognized the two battling. "Isn't that the champion of this year's Kanto region? Look, isn't that Kina, one of the Elite Four? How did they end up here? It looks like they're battling. The Kanto champion against one of the Elite Four. What a lucky day to witness such a battle." As more and more spectators gathered, Yeching shouted to Abomasnow, "Abomasnow, use with hammer." Hearing this, Abomasnow charged towards Cloyster. "Cloyster, use Ice Beam in the air." After saying this, Cloyster moved, spraying water streams to lift itself into the air, dodging Abomasnow's with hammer attack, and then aimed Ice Beam at Abomasnow's feet. Soon, Abomasnow's feet were frozen. Seeing this, Yeching shouted, "Abomasnow, break free from the ice. Use Leaf Blade on Cloyster." Cloyster withdrew into its shell. Bang! With a sound of ice breaking, Abomasnow emerged from the shattered ice pieces, simultaneously launching a Leaf Blade attack at the withdrawn Cloyster. Countless leaves struck Cloyster's shell, but caused no substantial damage. Seeing that Leaf Blade was ineffective against Cloyster, Yeching continued to shout, "Abomasnow, use blizzards." Then, with a furious roar, a violent snowstorm suddenly surged towards Cloyster. Kina, seeing this, was initially startled, then shouted, "Cloyster, use Protect." The snowstorm hit Cloyster, but did not cause much damage. However, Cloyster was frozen solid by Abomasnow's attack, standing still. Yeching then shouted, "Abomasnow, use with hammer. Let's end this battle." Abomasnow raised its right hand and charged towards the frozen Cloyster. Boom! Abomasnow's attack slammed down, smashing Cloyster into the ground along with the ice. The surrounding crowd gasped in amazement. What a powerful Pokémon. Kina, looking at Abomasnow, also praised. No wonder even Aki praised it, but the battle isn't over yet. "Cloyster, use Hydro Pump." Hearing this, Yicheng looked in shock at Cloyster in the pit. Dodge Abomasnow. A beam of light struck Abomasnow's abdomen, sending it flying to the seaside. At this moment, Cloyster emerged from the pit. Although it had knocked Abomasnow away, its shell was also showing cracks. Kinna, seeing Abomasnow still standing, praised. Your Pokémon is really strong. Keep attacking. Cloyster, use Ice Beam with all your might. Cloyster then used all its strength to shoot Ice Beam at Abomasnow. Seeing this, Yicheng quickly shouted, Abomasnow, use Blizzard with all your strength. Abomasnow also unleashed a snowstorm at Cloyster. The surrounding spectators hurriedly ran back. The previously fast-moving Ice Beam was frozen by Abomasnow's Blizzard, affecting the surrounding beach. After the attack, Kinna's Cloyster was frozen into an ice sculpture and lost its fighting ability, while Abomasnow was heavily injured in the chest. Seeing Cloyster defeated, Kinna had no choice but to recall it. Kinna then said to Yicheng, I'm really surprised. I look forward to battling you formally next time. Hearing this, Yicheng also recalled Abomasnow and said, Me too, looking forward to our official match next time. In the distance, Sakura, seeing Yicheng win, excitedly ran towards him and shouted, Wow, you actually won, Yicheng. Many people around had recorded the recent scene and uploaded it online. That day, the battle video trended on the league's hot search. Kanto's new champion defeats Elite Four Kinna. At this moment, on a distant rock, a casually dressed professor arrived at Orange Island. Witnessing the scene just now, the professor said to his subordinates, Contact Gyarados and tell him we agree to his conditions. But we just need to borrow the legendary birds for a while. Chapter 105, Gym Challenge. After finishing the training session with Kinna, Yicheng exchanged contact information with him and set off for Yuzu Island. After buying a few new outfits and daily necessities in the shopping district, Yicheng took Sakura and Naz to the ferry heading to Yuzu Island. While sitting on the ferry, Yicheng was contemplating which Pokémon to use for the upcoming challenge at the Yuzu Gym. Considering the attribute battles, the celebration on Asia Island is coming up soon, and after finishing this gym, he could rush over to watch the show. Suddenly, he remembered that there are legendary birds here, revered by the locals as the gods of ice, thunder, and fire, which could be a problem. While Yicheng was talking to himself, Sakura walked over. She held her phone up in front of Yicheng and said, In a few days, it's the celebration on Asia Island. Yicheng, should we go take a look? Hearing this, Yicheng nodded and replied, Sure, it's just right to have a little fun for a couple of days. The Orange Alliance is still a long way off. With that, Yicheng turned over and began to rest his eyes. Sakura took Naz aside to watch the Pokémon in the ocean. After an hour's journey, the ferry successfully arrived at Yuzu Island. After Yicheng and the others got off the ferry, they saw the Yuzu dojo standing proudly in the center of the island. They then shouldered their luggage and entered the dojo. Inside, a little girl shouted when she saw someone enter, Brother, we have guests. Following her call, a man came down from upstairs. Upon seeing Yicheng and the others, he greeted them. Hello, I am Ai, the owner of this dojo, and this is my sister, Mary. Yicheng introduced himself. I'm Yicheng, here to challenge the Yuzu dojo. Hearing this, Ai nodded and was shocked. You are Yicheng, the champion of the Kanto League? Upon Ai recognizing him, Yicheng asked in confusion, Yes, but how are you so sure I'm the champion? Ai smiled and said, Little Dan told me that the champion of the Kanto League would be coming to my Yuzu dojo next. So I've been waiting here with my sister for you these past few days. So when you said your name was Yicheng, I guess you were that champion from Kanto. Yicheng smiled and asked, When can the dojo challenge begin? Originally, challengers to the Yuzu dojo had to pass a special move test first, but since you're the champion of the Kanto League, let's skip that part. Please follow me. With that, Ai led his sister and the others to the hot air balloon, preparing to fly to the challenge site. At this moment, standing on the hot air balloon, Nasi asked curiously, Why is the dojo challenge so complicated? Can we just battle directly in the dojo? Ai smiled and replied, To prevent people from trying to take advantage of the situation. If those who can't even pass the special move test come to challenge me every day, I would be overwhelmed. The group then followed Ai to the battle arena. The Yuzu dojo's battle arena was situated on a cliff surrounded by the sea, and one misstep could lead to falling into the water. When they arrived at the battle site, Ai explained the battle rules. This battle would be a 3-on-3 match, but with a special rule. Each battle must use Pokémon of the same type. Yicheng nodded and said, All right, I'm ready to start. Come out, Garchomp. Seeing Yicheng release Garchomp, Ai sent out his Aggron and commanded, Aggron, use Horn Attack. Garchomp used Dig to evade. Garchomp quickly burrowed underground, causing Aggron's Horn Attack to miss. As Aggron looked around trying to locate the hidden Garchomp, suddenly, Garchomp burst out from behind Aggron, attacking its back. Ai shouted, "Watch out behind you." Agron. Thud. Agron was hit by Garchomp's attack without having time to dodge. Yi-chun immediately shouted, "Pursue the victory. Use Dragon Claw." Following that, the Garchomp quickly charged towards the Agron. Agron, arm hammer. Bang. The moment Agron's fist hit Garchomp's Dragon Claw, it was forced back by Garchomp's immense strength. Then, Garchomp landed a Dragon Claw right in Agron's face, pushing it back. Thus, Yi-chun shouted, "Pursue the victory. Dive of the fierce dragon." Hearing this, Ai also shouted, "Agron, let's use Super Horn Attack again." Soon, the two Pokémon moved. Garchomp soared into the air and charged straight towards the Agron on the ground, while Agron seized the opportunity to meet the incoming Garchomp with a Super Horn Attack. Boom! The powerful moves of the two Pokémon collided, creating a massive explosion. However, as the dust settled, Garchomp stood firm in the arena, while Agron was smashed into the ground and lost its fighting ability. Seeing Agron lose, Ai had no choice but to recall it, saying, "As expected, you're as strong as Xiao Dan," and the others said. Then Yi-chun also recalled Garchomp, saying, "Your Agron is not bad either. My next Pokémon will be Lucario." Upon seeing this, Ai said, "All right, in that case, I'll send out Hitmonchan to battle." Then Ai shouted, "Hitmonchan, use Mach Punch." Following the command, Hitmonchan quickly charged towards Lucario. At this moment, Yi-chun shouted, "Lucario, double return," as Hitmonchan's attack landed on Lucario. Lucario did not dodge, but instead took the hit. Then, Lucario activated double return and swiftly aimed a punch at Hitmonchan's face. Seeing this, Ai shouted, "Hitmonchan, use our dance steps to evade." Hearing this, Hitmonchan bent down to dodge Lucario's attack and followed up with a Mach Punch that pushed Lucario back. Witnessing Hitmonchan's stylish attack, Yi-chun praised, "You and your Pokémon really have a great synergy." Then, Yi-chun waved his hand and shouted, "Lucario, let's show them our ultimate move. Supersonic Punch." Ai on the opposite side also shouted, "Hitmonchan now, use Aura Sphere." Then Lucario quickly charged towards Hitmonchan, its right fist sparking from high-speed friction. At the same time, Hitmonchan unleashed its Aura Sphere. In the end, Lucario's Supersonic Punch sent Hitmonchan flying, with a powerful impact embedding Hitmonchan into the rocks outside the arena. Seeing this, Ai stared blankly at Hitmonchan, seemingly unable to believe that he had already lost 2 battles in such a short time. Chapter 106, Obtaining the Wheel Badge, Shiny Ralts. Noticing that Ai was still in a daze, Yi-chun first recalled Lucario and then sent out his third Pokémon. "All right, Ai, for the final battle, I'm sending out Gyarados." At Yi-chun's call, Ai finally came to his senses and said, "Okay, in that case, I'll send out Starmie to battle." Seeing that the opponent sent out Starmie, Yi-chun shouted, "Gyarados, Watertail." Hearing this, Gyarados immediately sprang into action, charging quickly towards Starmie. Ai hurriedly shouted, "Starmie, Power Gem." After saying that, Starmie quickly gathered gems and attacked Gyarados. As Gyarados rushed forward and saw the gems flying towards it, it quickly swung its tail, smashing all the gems to pieces and continued charging towards Starmie. Starmie dodged quickly. Just as Ai wanted Starmie to evade, it was too late. Gyarados' water tail hit Starmie, sending it into the air. Seeing this, Yi-chun shouted, "Now's the time. Gyarados, use Ice Fang." Gyarados' teeth gathered frost as it continued to attack Starmie. At this moment, Ai immediately shouted, "Starmie, spin quickly to evade, and then use Water Gun." Following Ai's command, Starmie began to spin rapidly, dodging Gyarados' Ice Fang. And then, in the gap, when Gyarados paused, Starmie immediately used Water Gun to spray at Gyarados. "Gyarados, Hyper Beam." With Yi-chun's shout, Gyarados immediately unleashed Hyper Beam towards Starmie. Starmie's Water Gun was quickly suppressed by Gyarados' Hyper Beam. Boom! With a loud bang, Starmie was hit by Gyarados' Hyper Beam and lost its fighting ability. Ai, on the other side, recalled Starmie and said to Yi-chun, "Mr. Yi-chun, you are truly strong. This wheel badge now belongs to you." Saying this, Ai took out the wheel badge and handed it to Yi-chun. Receiving the wheel badge, Yi-chun exclaimed with excitement, "Great. Now I just need one more badge to participate in the Orange League." Then Yi-chun, along with Ai, took a hot air balloon back to Grapefruit Island. As Yi-chun was about to leave, he asked Ai, "How long does it take to get to Asia Island from here?" Ai thought for a moment and said, "About a day or so. There is a special ferry at Little Orange Island, and the latest one departs at 6 in the evening. You should still make it if you leave now." After learning the way to Asia Island, Yi-chun thanked Ai and released Gyarados, flying with Sakura and Naji towards the port of Little Orange Island. Watching Yi-chun's departing figure, Ai said, "It looks like this year's Orange League will be exciting." With Gyarados flying at high speed, Yi-chun and his companions quickly arrived at the port of Little Orange Island, successfully purchased the last 3 tickets, and boarded the ferry to Asia Island. Sitting leisurely on the ferry, enjoying the sea breeze, Yi-chun suddenly noticed movement from the Pokémon egg in his backpack. He then called Sakura over and took out the egg, asking, "Sakura, what's going on? Is the egg about to hatch?" Hearing this, Sakura looked at the egg's movements. The Pokémon egg was shaking continuously in place. After observing the egg's movements, Sakura said, "That's right, it should be soon. You should keep watch over the egg tonight. It will probably hatch in a few hours." After hearing Sakura's words, Yi-chun nodded and lay down on the bed to keep watch over the Pokémon egg. I wonder what kind of Pokémon it will be. By the way, I should switch out the Toxtricity. It will be useful when we arrive at Asia Island. Yi-chun then checked Toxtricity's attributes. Let's see what level you are. The system checked Toxtricity's attribute panel. Pokémon, Toxtricity level, 96 ability. Technician, increases the power of moves with a base power of 60 or less by 50. Only the move's inherent effects on power are considered. Other effects such as items and abilities are not included. Type, Electric Poison. Looking at Toxtricity's panel, Yi-chun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the level hasn't changed. I feel more confident about the upcoming trip to Asia Island. After checking Toxtricity's attributes, Yi-chun went to the restaurant to pack a dinner and returned to his room to eat. The Pokémon egg on the table kept shaking, and while eating, Yi-chun complained, "Don't just shake. Break the eggshell already." As he spoke, the elf egg suddenly erupted with golden light. This scene startled Yi-chun, who was in the middle of eating. I said it would really hatch. Then the golden light gradually receded, revealing the Pokémon inside. The Pokémon that walked out of the egg was actually a shiny Ralts. Seeing this, Yi-chun dropped the food he was about to eat. The Ralts waved at Yi-chun, and he finally came to his senses from the shock. He hurriedly took out a Pokeball and said, "Come on, get in." Looking at the Pokeball in Yi-chun's hand, Ralts tilted its head and walked forward, curiously inspecting it before pressing the button on the Pokeball. And then it was sucked inside. Yi-chun held the Pokeball containing Ralts and smiled. "Heaven has eyes. My luck has exploded, and I actually hatched a shiny Ralts." He then checked Ralts' attribute panel. Pokémon, Ralts, shiny. Type, Psychic Fairy level. 1 ability. Synchronize. If another Pokémon inflicts a burn, poison, toxic, or paralysis on itself, it inflicts the same status condition on that Pokémon. After looking at Ralts' attributes, Yi-chun released it and began feeding it energy cubes. Meanwhile, Sakura had returned to Yi-chun's room after stepping outside. When she opened the door and saw Ralts on the table, she was momentarily stunned, then quickly ran over to observe Ralts closely. Seeing this, Yi-chun explained, "This is the Pokémon that hatched from the egg." At this moment, Sakura filtered out Yi-chun's words and was completely immersed in Ralts' adorable appearance. Sakura thought about what was on the ship and realized she would have to stay at sea for another day, which made her feel bored. Hearing this, she stroked Ralts and said, "There's a battle area on the ship. You can go check it out tomorrow." After saying that, she continued to play with Ralts. Yi-chun thought, "Let's go take a look tomorrow and let the little Charizard and BB Bird have a small trial. Otherwise, without the training from battles, the Pokémon I captured won't be able to get stronger." Chapter 107. Asia Island, Storms Approaching. The next morning, Yi-chun went to the deck. Feeling the sea breeze and looking towards the distant Asia Island, which was already faintly visible. In a few days, he would be able to see the 3 sacred birds and Lugia, which was quite exciting. After that, Yi-chun went back to bring along his Charizard, BB Bird, and the Pokémon Ball for the Crystallonics, and headed to the battle area on the deck. He saw that the trainers on the deck were all excitedly surrounding the battle area, cheering loudly. "Go Oddish! Next, attack Spearow!" Looking around, he noticed very few high-level Pokémon, and it dawned on him. Not everyone is as strong as gym trainers. It seemed he had overthought it. The Crystallonics probably didn't even need to be brought out. Then, Yi-chun approached a boy wearing swim trunks and asked, "Hey kid, do you want to have a Pokémon battle?" Upon hearing this, the boy in swim trunks turned to Yi-chun and said, "Sure, I just caught a Marill, so I'll use it as my first Pokémon." Yi-chun then stood opposite the boy and said, "All right, in that case, I'll send out my Charizard to battle." At that moment, Charizard looked at Marill with a fierce expression, then turned to Yi-chun and said, "Boss, I'm ready. Are we starting now?" After Yi-chun nodded at the Charmander, he shouted, "Charmander, use Scratch. Marill, let's use Tackle." The 2 Pokémon rushed towards each other, but Charmander successfully pushed Marill back due to its size advantage. After knocking Marill back, Charmander continued to charge at Marill. Seeing this, Yi-chun shouted, "Charmander, use Ember." Upon hearing this, Charmander scratched Marill while spitting out flames at it. The The boy in swim trunks quickly shouted, Maril, use water gun. However, since Maril had already been knocked down by Charmander's combo move, the boy recalled his Maril. What? I actually lost. Ah, that was such an exhilarating battle. Big brother, I'll take Maril for treatment first. Hearing this, Yichen looked dumbfounded at the departing boy and said, Huh, exhilarating? He then glanced at Charmander on the deck. Seeing Yi-Chun looking over, Charmander immediately struck a victory pose. Looking at Charmander's show-off demeanor, Yi-Chun shook his head and began searching for other trainers to challenge on the deck. Meanwhile, above Asia Island, in the sky over Fire Island, Galutai was piloting his flying fortress into the territory of the fire god, Molters. Looking down at Molters, Galutai chuckled. Hee hee, by the time of the celebration, you will become my collection, Molters. At this moment, a group of people appeared inside the flying fortress. This group was the doctor and his team who had been monitoring Yichen that day. They installed a modified nebulizer into the attack module of the flying fortress and took out a box of berserk agents to place into the nebulizer. Seeing this, Galutai in the center said, Dr. Fuji, I'm counting on you this time. In response, Dr. Fuji coldly said, No problem, as long as you remember our agreement. If you go back on your word, don't blame us for being rude. Galutai noticed that Dr. Fuji didn't even glance at him, so he coldly laughed to himself. Once I master the powers of the 3 legendary birds in Lugia, I won't be afraid of Team Rocket. The flying fortress then vanished into the clouds. On the other side, after battling multiple trainers, Charmander was also injured, so Yi-Chun took Charmander to the ship's healing center. While Yi-Chun was waiting in the rest area, Mutwo's voice echoed in his mind. Isensa familia aura. Yi-Chun, confused, asked, What familiar aura? Soon, Lu Yu's voice also chimed in. What aura? Mutwo, aside from us and Team Rocket, do you also know Lugia and the legendary birds? It should be Team Rocket's, but there is something else mixed in the aura. Yi-Chun, go check if there are any suspicious individuals on the ship. I feel like we're being watched. Hearing this, Yi-Chun nodded, instructed the medical staff at the front desk that he would return for Charmander, and then walked out. Reaching the top deck of the ship, Yi-Chun began to look down and check for suspicious individuals. After surveying the comings and goings of people on the ferry, Yi-Chun said, I don't see any suspicious individuals. Mutwo, do you feel Team Rocket's aura on any of these people? Mutwo's voice then echoed in Yi-Chun's mind. Check your personal belongings. Hearing this, Yi-Chun immediately went back to retrieve Charmander, then returned to his room to inspect his belongings one by one. After a thorough search, Yi-Chun finally found a tiny tracking locator on one of his jackets. Crushing the tracker, Yi-Chun cursed. Damn it, Team Rocket is after me. I don't even know when I got this tracker. After that, Mutwo's voice rang out again. The closer we get to the Asia island you mentioned, the more anxious I feel. I don't know why. Lu Yu's voice then responded. Huh? Chinur, aren't you faster than Ash and the others? Logically, Molter shouldn't have been captured yet. Mutwo, have you been cooped up in a Pokeball for too long? After saying this, Mutwo didn't respond to Lu Yu. But Yi-Chun said, I don't know what is going on either. Let us take it step by step. Maybe our arrival has changed a lot of things. With that, Yi-Chun threw the crushed tracker into the sea and began to ponder towards the direction of Asia Island. Meanwhile, in the flying fortress, Dr. Fuji noticed the tracking signal had disappeared and quickly asked, What happened? Why has Yi-Chun's tracking signal vanished? At this moment, one of his subordinates said, It's likely the tracker was discovered. Should we continue to send team members on the ship to install another one? Dr. Fuji replied, No need. It's too risky on the ship. You go down and arrange for people to pretend to be security personnel and install one once their ship docks. The subordinate nodded and walked over to another computer. At this time, Galutai laughed and said, Haha, I didn't expect such a large Team Rocket to send so many high-ranking members to capture a little kid. How ridiculous. After this, Lance, who was next to Dr. Fuji, said, Just do your job. Team Rocket's matters aren't for you to meddle in. Dr. Fuji then picked up the phone and quietly scolded, Ramda, have you arrived? The mission assigned by the boss is very important. It concerns the new experiment. So I advise you to hurry. On the other end of the phone, Ramda leisurely replied, Don't be in such a hurry, doctor. It's not every day I get to travel. Let me enjoy one more day. Hearing this, the doctor snapped, I don't care about that. The boss sent you to help, and if you mess up his plans, you'll be in trouble. With that, the doctor hung up the phone. On the other side, Ramda looked at the hung-up phone and complained, Seriously, is Lance just sitting around? Calling me back just to catch a kid, what a hassle. He then turned to the subordinate at the helm and said, Change course, head to Ice Island. Yes. Chapter 108, The Three Legends and the God of Monsoon Currents. After more than a day of traveling by sea, Yi Chun and his group finally arrived at Asia Island. Upon arrival, the ferry docked, and everyone followed the island's residents to the accommodations designated for travelers. After settling their belongings, Yi Chun and his group joined the queue welcoming tourists on the island. Here, Yi Chun heard legends about Asia Island. It is said that on the nearby Fire Island, Ice Island, and Thunder Island, there reside the Fire God, Thunder God, and Ice God. If humans anger the three gods, a disaster that could destroy the world will occur. If the three gods are angered, the legendary god of monsoon currents will appear to stop their wrath, but cannot prevent the world's destruction. The prophecy states that a controller of the god of monsoon currents must emerge to successfully avert the disaster. After speaking, the elder who was introducing the legend removed his mask and approached Yi Chun, saying, "Young man, you are the controller of the god of monsoon currents." Hearing this, Yi Chun was taken aback, thinking, "Isn't this what Ash was told? What does this have to do with me?" Then the elder laughed heartily. "Just kidding. Actually, this legend is just something the island created to attract tourists. Don't take it to heart." After saying this, the elder patted Yi Chun on the shoulder and left. Yi Chun sat down to enjoy the delicious food prepared by the residents for the tourists. At that moment, a girl named Flora walked up to Yi Chun. This scene caught the curiosity of Sakura and Naji, who looked over. Flora exclaimed, "Welcome, everyone," and then kissed Yi Chun on the cheek. Seeing this, Sakura exclaimed in surprise, This. After Flora finished the kiss, she smiled and said, "Welcome to Asia Island," and then left the area. Yi Chun blushed as he watched Flora walk away. Seeing Yi Chun's expression, Sakura came to his side, wrapped her arm around his neck, and said, "She's already gone. Are you still so reluctant to part with her? You're going to suffocate me. Let go." At that moment, the voice of Lu Yu echoed in Yi Chun's mind again. "Oh, lucky you, Chuner. Left and right in the arms, and you're already kissing on the first meeting?" Hearing this, Yi Chun replied, "I knew you wouldn't hold back when you opened your mouth." Meanwhile, in the sky above Fire Island, after learning that the celebration had begun, Gil Ruda piloted the flying fortress to the sky above Asia Island. After locking onto the position, Gil Ruta began to drop freezing bombs in an attempt to lure out the Firebird. Sure enough, after the first round of freezing bombs was dropped, the Firebird flew out from the mountain cave and headed straight for the flying fortress. Seeing this, Gil Ruta smiled and said, "I've been waiting for you." Soon after, 3 triangular special cages flew towards the incoming Firebird. The Firebird instinctively wanted to dodge the incoming objects, but the cages followed it like homing missiles. In the end, the Firebird was trapped in the special cage and couldn't move. Seeing that he had succeeded, Gil Ruta retracted the special cage and said to Dr. Fuji, "Doctor, it's time to start. You extract the Firebird's power first." "Doctor." Fuji nodded and instructed several members of Team Rocket to begin the gene extraction work. Next up was the Zapdos, hee. After saying this, Gil Ruta piloted the flying fortress and disappeared back into the clouds. At this time, Yi Chun, who had spent the afternoon shopping with Sakura and Naz, said, "Let's stop buying things. Look at the weather. It's going to rain heavily. Let's head back." Hearing this, Sakura turned her head to look at the sky. She saw dark clouds gathering in the sky, with no trace of sunlight. So, Sakura pulled Naz along and followed Yi Chun back to the inn. Upon returning to the inn, everyone witnessed a miraculous scene. Suddenly, it started pouring rain, and after just a few minutes, heavy snow began to fall. At that moment, Yi Chun finally realized something was off and stood up, shouting, "Why did it start so early?" Saying this, Yi Chun dashed towards the direction of the lunch area. Sakura and Naz, seeing Yi Chun suddenly run out, questioned, "What's wrong with Yi Chun? Why is he acting so strange all of a sudden?" Naz also didn't know, but this weather was so strange. First it rained, then it snowed, and then there was strong sunlight. The 2 girls thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so they went to take a shower and rest in the room. Yi Chun arrived at the place where the residents welcomed new visitors. After looking around, he indeed saw Xiao Ji and his group. He muttered softly, "It's all messed up. Completely messed up." At that moment, Xiaoxia, who originally thought Flora kissed Xiao Ji, also noticed Yi Chun staring at Xiao Ji, and she stood up and shouted, "Chunge, over here." Hearing this, Yi Chun walked towards Xiao Ji's group. Xiao Ji and Xiao Jian, upon seeing Yi Chun approaching, waved their arms at him. Just then, a flute sound echoed from the stage. Flora appeared in a shrine maiden outfit in front of everyone. After completing her performance, Flora began to tell the legend of Asia Island and, as usual, informed Xiao Ji of his identity as the controller. Then Flora told Xiao Ji to go to the 3 islands to obtain the tokens of the 3 gods. Eager to help, Xiaoji stood up without hesitation and said, "Of course, no problem. Leave it to me." Flora smiled at first, and then looked at Yi Chun meaningfully. Seeing that things had finally returned to the right track, Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave the celebration site, Xiaoji grabbed Yi Chun and said, "Let's go, Chun-gu. Let's go check out the Fire Island and the Firebird first." Yi Chun thought for a moment and then replied, "All right, let's go." Since things had developed in another direction, he could only face everything head-on. Suddenly, Pikachu grabbed Xiaoji's hat and headed towards the sailboat of Xiaomei, who was bringing Xiaoji's group to the island. Seeing this, everyone followed suit. The sudden change in weather made navigation at sea extremely difficult. At this time, standing on the boat, Yi Chun looked towards Fire Island and thought, the Firebird must have been captured, so we should see the Lightning Bird soon. I wonder if there will be any accidents. As Xiaoji and the others set off, the world began to pay attention to this disaster. Professor Oak, along with Hanako and Professor Naimu, was taking a helicopter towards Asia Island. On the other side, Ramba successfully arrived at Ice Island. Looking at the snowy landscape of the island, Ramba laughed and said, "Let's go, little ones. Let our ice god go wild." Saying this, he released his Pokémon and carried the modified nebulizer towards the mountaintop. Meanwhile, Shrine Maiden Flora stood alone on a cliff, watching the direction in which Xiaoji and his group left, and whispered, "Why has the prophecy that has been passed down for so long changed after that person's appearance?" The Master of the Monsoon Ocean God? Chapter 109. The Three Gods Uprising. World Crisis. Under the control of driver Xiaomei, Xiaoji and his group safely arrived at the entrance of Fire Island. Following that, Yi Chun walked with everyone towards a mountaintop. On the other side, after releasing the Zubat and Weezing, Ramda commanded, "Weezing, use toxic mist. Zubat, flap your wings and blow all the toxic mist inside." Following this, the two Pokémon began to release toxic gas into the cave. This wave of influence quickly awakened Articuno, which then flew out of the cave. Looking at the few Team Rocket members in front of its altar, it immediately became enraged and began to unleash freezing energy wildly. The Team Rocket members below quickly started to evade. However, due to Articuno's overwhelming power, two of the grunts were soon frozen into ice sculptures. At this moment, Ramda hoisted the modified nebulizer towards Articuno and said, "I've been waiting for you, Articuno." Saying this, he started to launch missiles filled with frenzy agents at Articuno. Seeing this, Articuno shot freezing energy towards Ramda, freezing him into an ice sculpture. However, after freezing Ramda, the missile he launched also hit Articuno. After a wave of purple mist enveloped the area, Articuno first fell to the ground, then opened its now purple eyes. With a loud roar, Articuno began to launch indiscriminate freezing attacks on everything below. On Yi Chun's side, just as Ash obtained the treasure of the Molters, he was suddenly intercepted by the Zapdos. Ash coincidentally found the treasure of the Zapdos as well. Looking at the towering Zapdos in front of him, Yi Chun was first taken aback, then muttered softly, as expected of the Zapdos with divine status, "What a strong sense of pressure. Just looking at me makes it hard to stand up straight." While everyone was astonished, Ash's Pikachu began to communicate with the Zapdos. Meowth from Team Rocket started translating beside them. If you ask why Team Rocket was there, it's because the three of them had been hiding under Misty's ship, following along in a submarine. "Why have you come here?" At this moment, Meowth began its translation work. "This is already the island of no gods. Why can't I come?" Hearing this, Ash and the others were surprised and asked, "Isn't this the island of Molters? What do you mean by the island of no gods?" Just as the Zapdos was about to answer, all the electricity around it gathered into the sky. Just as everyone was puzzled by this change, a massive flying fortress suddenly appeared before them. Seeing this, Yi Chun shouted, "Everyone be careful." However, it was too late. Giratina's cage device had already descended, trapping the Zapdos and everyone else, and flew towards the enormous flying fortress. Trapped, Yi Chun tried to break the cage with brute force, but how could a cage that could contain divine beasts be easily opened by ordinary people? The moment Yi Chun touched the surface of the cage, he was shocked back repeatedly. Soon, everyone was brought inside the flying fortress. Fuji, seeing that Yi Chun was also captured, laughed and said, "Didn't he expect it? Huh. We finally caught you, kid." After saying that, he signaled Giratina to release him. At this moment, Ash shouted, "What are you planning to do by going through so much trouble to capture the Zapdos and Molters?" "Yeah, why don't you just capture them?" Hearing this, Giratina laughed, "I'm a collector. I'm not interested in capturing them. I just want to turn them into my collectibles." Then, Giratina pressed a button to release everyone and return to the cockpit. At this time, Fuji, along with Lance and others from Team Rocket, approached everyone and said, Kojiro, Musashi, why aren't you coming over yet? After saying that, Kojiro, Musashi, and Meowth, who were hiding behind Yi-chun and the others, awkwardly walked over to Team Rocket. Seeing the few return to the team, Lance spoke up. All right, Yi-chun, come with us. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your friend's safety. Saying this, he reached out to grab Yi-chun's hand. The moment Lance grabbed him, Yi-chun moved. With a punch followed by a whip kick, he knocked Lance to the ground and then got entangled with the other Team Rocket members. Ash and the others released their Pokémon. Seeing this, Dr. Fuji smiled and took out a pistol from his waist. Pointing it at Yi-chun, I advise you not to move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee my gun won't go off. After saying this, he gestured for Yi-chun to raise his hands. Seeing Yi-chun raise his hands, Fuji laughed. Are you good at fighting? What good is that? The times have changed. Kid, just as Fuji reached to take Yi-chun's Pokeball, Gengar burst out from the Pokeball. Seeing this, Fuji fired his gun, but was immediately controlled by Gengar. Lance, who was about to release his Pokémon, fell into a daze from Gengar's hypnosis. At this moment, Fuji looked in horror at the floating bullet and said, how is this possible? How could psychic powers activate so quickly? Damn, let this island fall into chaos, ha. Dr. Fuji suddenly laughed and ran to a button, pressing it. Before Yi-chun could stop him, Dr. Fuji pressed the button and collapsed to the ground. Yi-chun was just about to approach the high-ranking members of Team Rocket when he saw the cage that had trapped the two legendary Pokémon break free. It turned out that the button pressed earlier was for releasing a Berserk potion. The freed Moltres and Zapdos began to attack indiscriminately. Seeing this, Yi-chun quickly shouted everyone, hide! After saying that, Gengar pulled Yi-chun toward the pillar to take cover. Immediately, the interior of the fortress was filled with raging flames and lightning. The Moltres and Zapdos fought each other and charged out of the fortress. At this moment, Jill in the cockpit coldly said, although it's a pity that these two have escaped, my ultimate goal is that legendary Pokémon, the god of monsoon currents. With that, she began to fiddle with the control panel. Ash and his friends, along with Yi-chun, came out after seeing the two legendary Pokémon leave. What should we do now, Brother Chun? Team Rocket is also getting involved. Hearing this, Yi-chun released his Gyarados and said, Ash, it's up to you to return the treasures of Moltres and Zapdos to the altar. Saying this, he flew out following the two legendary Pokémon. In midair, Yi-chun shouted, Huri, us. I'll cover you. Seeing Yi-chun leave, Ash nodded, and then the group quickly ran towards Xiaomei's multifunctional ship. On the other side of Asia Island, people noticed the unusual movements of the Pokémon, even seeing the rampaging Articuno attacking everywhere. In the hotel, Sakura said, Natsu, what's going on outside? Why is my Swampert so restless? Natsu shook her head and replied, I don't know, but something big must have happened. With that, the two women also went outside to look towards the ocean in front of the island. Chapter 110. The God of Monsoon Currents appears. As Ash and his friends rushed to the altar, Yi-chun also arrived in the sky to confront the two legendary birds. Flora on Asia Island looked at Yi-chun entangled with Moltres and Zapdos in the sky and sighed. No wonder he can change the content of the prophecy. This trainer is extraordinary. At this moment, Professor Oak and his team, who had fallen from the helicopter, also spotted Yi-chun in the sky. Meanwhile, Yi-chun was indeed feeling a bit overwhelmed. From the outside, it seemed like he was fighting, but in reality, he was passively dodging and stalling the two legendary birds. Seeing Articuno flying over from a distance, Yi-chun shouted with 1 against 2, I can only run away, and now there's another one? Where's Ligia? Aren't you going to do something? At this moment, Mewtwo's voice echoed in Yi-chun's mind. Do you need my help? Yi-chun replied, not yet. He then took out Gyarados Megastone and shouted, Gyarados, show them our full power. Mega Evolution. A dazzling white light flashed, and the already gigantic Gyarados became even more majestic and towering. The scene of Gyarados Mega evolving was clearly recorded by a reporter next to Professor Oak. Seeing this, Professor Oak exclaimed, this kid has more tricks up his sleeve. The Mega-evolved Gyarados finally had some strength to resist, facing the onslaught of the three legendary birds. Yi-chun's Gyarados dodged with incredible speed. Gyarados used Hydro Pump to blast that Moltres. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Yi-chun and the Mega Gyarados. Many trainers recognized Yi-chun and shouted, look, it's champion Yi-chun. Great, we're saved. Why does it still seem like Yi-chun is being chased and beaten? Isn't that obvious? Those three are legendary Pokémon. Just as everyone was discussing, Ash and his friends were caught in the aftermath of the battle. Just as their small boat was about to sink, suddenly a waterspout rose from the sea lifting their boat and throwing it in front of the altar. Ash and the others got off the small boat and looked at the altar and the waiting Psyduck beside it. Seeing this, Psyduck said, "This is really a headache. You should first place the treasures of the 3 legendary birds on the altar." With that, he turned around and pointed to the altar. Hearing this, Ash nodded and went to the altar, taking out the treasures of Moltres and Zapdos and placing them inside. When the altar didn't react, Psyduck said, "It seems we still need one more treasure. We need to gather the treasures of all 3 legendary birds." Hearing this, Ash immediately decided, "All right, I'll go get Articuno's treasure now." Saying this, Ash ran out towards the altar. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck in front of Ash. Only then did Ash see Yi-Chun battling with the 3 legendary birds in the sky. Seeing this scene, Ash exclaimed, "Brother Chun is getting a bit terrifying." At this moment, Yi-Chun in the sky yelled at Ash, "What are you staring at? Go get Articuno's treasure. I'm risking my life here stalling for you." With that, he quickly evaded the attacks of the 3 legendary birds. Hearing this, Ash finally snapped back to reality and quickly ran towards Ice Island. Suddenly, Lambda walked over from the entrance and said, "No need to look for it. I have Articuno's treasure right here." Ash saw that the newcomer was wearing Team Rocket's uniform and shouted, "Quick, hand over Articuno's treasure." Just as the situation became chaotic, a massive waterspout suddenly rose from the ocean. A gigantic figure emerged from the waterspout. Seeing this, Yi-Chun shouted, "Lugia has finally appeared." As Lugia emerged from the water, it charged towards Lambda. Lambda, unhurried, said, "If you attack me, I'll smash this treasure." Hearing this, Lugia flew over Lambda's head. Then Lambda shouted, "My minions, fire the Berserk Potion." At this time, Ash had already released his Charizard and Snorlax and shouted, "Charizard, Snorlax, go. Snatch that treasure from that person." Then Charizard and Snorlax sprang into action. Psyduck also walked towards Lambda, saying, "Outsider, hand over Articuno's treasure." Seeing this, Lambda released all the Pokeballs on him and said, "Sorry, if you want to get close to me, you'll have to defeat my Pokémon first." Ha ha ha. With that, a large number of clone Scythers appeared in front of Lambda. Soon, Ash and the others clashed with Lambda's clone army, while Lambda's subordinates shot the Berserk Potion into Lugia. Yi-Chun, who had intended to rush back for support, cursed when he saw Lugia get hit by the Berserk Potion. "Why are you everywhere?" "Gyarados, use Hydro Pump to wake Lugia up." With that, a massive column of water shot towards Lugia. Hit by Gyarados' Hydro Pump, Lugia showed no reaction and stood rigidly on the surface of the sea. Just as everyone hoped Lugia would be fine, Lugia's pupils suddenly turned deep purple. Roar! In just a moment of madness, the chaotic weather by the sea began to turn violent. The howling winds lashed against Yi-Chun's face. The 3 legendary birds also charged towards Lugia. Seeing the situation developing uncontrollably, Yi-Chun noticed the clone army of Scythers by the altar. Team Rocket really is relentless. It seems I'll have to use the Trembling Salamence. After saying that, Yi-Chun commanded Gyarados to land on the already frozen sea surface. Looking at the various Pokémon rushing over from all directions, Yi-Chun felt an immense pressure. The Trembling Salamander alone felt insufficient, so he decided to release Gengar as well. He then let out Gengar and the Trembling Salamander. The Trembling Salamander, upon emerging and seeing the chaotic scene around, complained, "Boss, you finally remembered to let me battle. I was getting so bored." Hearing this, Yi-Chun smiled and then shouted while holding the Pokeballs of the 2 Pokémon. "It's up to you 2. Gigantamax, Trembling Salamander, Gengar, ding." Ignoring the venue's Gigantamax count -2. Yi-Chun then threw out 2 Gigantamax Pokeballs. The Gigantamax, Trembling Salamander, and Gigantamax Gengar appeared in the center of the sea. The people on Asia Island exclaimed, "Here it comes. The champion's trump card. Oh no, not this move again. And there's a Pokémon we've never seen before. We're saved. We are really saved." Meanwhile, the people on the southern island looked at the Trembling Salamander and Gengar with shock, saying, "Oh my gosh, what are these 2 Pokémon?" The 4 legendary beasts in the melee all turned to look at Yi-Chun's 2 Pokémon, as their powerful presence was already affecting them. At this moment, Yi-Chun shouted, "Trembling Salamander, use Gigantamax Venom Electric Terrain. Gengar, use Gigantamax Phantom Spirit. Gyarados, fly over and support Ash and the others." Just as the orders were given, the battle between the 4 gods and the 2 Gigantamax Pokémon was about to erupt. Chapter 111. Mutwo takes action, capturing Lugia. After Yi-Chun's command, the 2 Gigantamax Pokémon began to move. The Trembling Salamander launched the first attack, just as Lugia and the 3 legendary birds charged over. for purple lightning bolts struck down. Even Zapdos, who controls thunder, was sent flying by this hit. The powerful electricity shattered the ice surface directly. Before they could catch their breath, Gengar's attack also came rushing in. However, the three legendary birds, having been on guard, all launched their attacks to counter Gengar's Gigantamax Phantom Spirit. The people on Asia Island, witnessing the apocalyptic scene in front of them, were left speechless in shock. On the other side, Ash found himself blocked by dozens of clone Scyther. Charizard and Snorlax couldn't withstand the simultaneous attacks from the mini Scyther either. Seeing this, Ramda laughed and said, "You little ones, go grab those two treasures for me." Upon hearing this, Ramda's lackeys surrounded Ash and the others at the altar. At that moment, Slowking stepped forward and said, "Outsiders, get out of my way." With that, Slowking used its psychic powers to throw the two approaching lackeys away. Seeing this, Ramda laughed and said, "Looks like I still have to deal with this nuisance. Scythers, go for it." As dozens of Scythers surrounded Slowking, it said to Ash and the others behind it, "You all take the treasures and go. I'll hold them off." Ash nodded in response, taking the treasures of Moltres and Zapdos into his arms. Just as he was about to leave, Ash was suddenly drawn in by a roar. In the sky, Yichin's Gigantamax Gyarados had arrived. Looking down at the clone Scythers, Gyarados directly gathered its destructive beam and shot it down. The powerful energy swept through, and those Scythers hit by this attack were instantly defeated, leaving only two Scythers beside Ramda. Seeing this, Ramda exclaimed in terror, How? How is this possible?" Gyarados then twisted its body, turning its head towards Ramda. When Ramda saw Gyarados looking at him, he was filled with fear and hurriedly took the treasure of Articuno. Fleeing towards the altar island's edge, Ash, seeing Ramda running away, shouted, "Gyarados, go chase him. Articuno's treasure is in his hands." Upon hearing this, Gigantamax Gyarados glanced at Ash before using Hydro Pump towards Ramda. The two Scythers in front tried to intercept for Ramda, but Gyarados' powerful Hydro Pump attack sent both Pokémon flying, subsequently hitting the fleeing Ramda. The moment Ramda was struck, Articuno's treasure also flew away. Seeing this, Ash shouted, "Not good." Just as Articuno's treasure was about to fall into the sea, Slowking used telekinesis to catch it and then brought it back. With the treasures of the three legendary birds gathered, Flora immediately played the Song of Lugia. As Flora played, the sound echoed throughout Asia Island. Hearing the song, the three legendary birds and Lugia were initially stunned, then began attacking the trembling salamander and Gengar. Seeing this, Flora shouted, "How is this possible?" The prophecy clearly stated that if the treasures of the three legendary birds are gathered and the Song of Lugia is played, it would calm the conflict among them. Just as everyone was astonished, Gyarados descended in front of Ash and Flora. Seeing this, Ash asked, "Gyarados, do you want us to get on?" Gyarados nodded in response, urging them to hurry. Subsequently, everyone climbed onto Gyarados' back, and Slowking also joined them. Once everyone was settled, Gyarados quickly flew towards Yichin's side. On the other side, Yichin had heard the flute sound and was puzzled as to why it wasn't working when he noticed that the colors of their eyes were deep purple. Thus, Yichin had no choice but to shout, "Trembling Salamander, use Gigantamax Venom Electric Terrain again. Gengar, do it again with Gigantamax Phantom Spirit." Just as Yichin was about to release Mega Garchomp, Mewtwo emerged from the Pokeball and said, "Let me handle it." With that, it raised its right hand and used its psychic powers to immobilize the three legendary birds and Lugia in the air. Then, the attacks from the trembling salamander and Gengar landed squarely on the legendary beasts. Boom! The massive explosion created a hurricane that blew back all the Pokémon rushing to the scene. Even the crowd watching from Asia Island was nearly swept into the sea by the hurricane. In the air, Ash and the others on Gyarados struggled to keep their eyes open against the fierce wind. Slowking looked down at Yichin and murmured, "Such exaggerated energy, it's truly terrifying." After this attack, the trembling salamander and Gengar also reverted from their Gigantamax forms. At this moment, Mewtwo looked at the fainted legendary beasts in the air and turned to Yichin, asking, "Do you want to capture them?" Before Yichin could respond, Flora on Gyarados blew the Song of Lugia once again. Under the influence of this song, the three legendary birds awakened, and Lugia also recovered. However, they found themselves unable to move. At this moment, Ash asked in confusion, "What happened to them?" Seeing that the legendary beasts had regained their clarity, Yichin said, "Forget it, Mewtwo, let them go. It's better for them to maintain the balance of the ocean here." Hearing this, Mewtwo nodded and voluntarily returned to its Pokeball. At this time, the three legendary birds and Lugia approached Yichin. Zapdos spoke first. Thank you, human. If it weren't for you stopping us, we don't know what the world would have turned into. After speaking, the Zapdos shot a current of electricity at Yichun. Initially thinking he was about to be backstabbed, Yichun suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body, but no other unusual feelings. Zapdos noticed Yichun's confusion and said, "This is my mark. If you encounter any of our kin outside, they will obey your commands. Consider my gift to you." After saying this, the other two birds also shot energy into Yichun's body. After finishing all this, the three birds spread their wings and flew back to their respective islands. At this moment, Lugia also approached Yichun and said, "Human, I recognize your strength and courage." Upon hearing this, Yichun was first taken aback. Then, Mutwo's voice rang out. What he means is that you should capture him. After hearing Mutwo's words, Yichun finally reacted, so he threw a Pokeball at Lugia. After 3 sounds, Yichun successfully captured Lugia. The crowd flying from afar was astonished and exclaimed, "Yichun actually captured the god of the ocean currents." Lugia, behind them, Flora had a look of realization and said, "So the change prophecy is true. When chaos expands, the destined person will come with incredible power to stop the disaster." Chapter 112, Capturing a Talking Slowking. Celebration Feast. After recalling the injured Vibrava and Jengar, Gyarados also reverted from its mega form. At this time, Ash excitedly approached and said, "Chingu, your Jengar and that Pokémon I've never seen before are too strong. You defeated all 3 island gods, and you actually captured Lugia." At this moment, Brock also excitedly came over, talking and drawing. "Quick, record it." The powerful and brave Yichun saved the island of Asia and the whole world. Just as Yichun was conversing with a few people, Slowking approached him and said, "Young man, I wonder if you're interested in capturing a Slowking that can speak human language?" Hearing this, Yichun and the others were first taken aback and then looked at Slowking. "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing Yichun's question, Slowking held Yichun's hand and secretly exerted strength. "You captured Lugia, so I trust you now. Besides, I've been cooped up here and want to see the outside world." After saying this, Slowking pretended to look profound at the sea. Seeing this, Yichun took out a Pokeball and said, "You mean you want to travel with me?" Hearing this, Slowking nodded and then actively approached Yichun, pressing the Pokeball and diving in. After 3 sounds, Slowking was successfully captured by Yichun. At this time, Ash asked in confusion, "Why does Slowking want to travel with Chingu?" The captured Slowking then came out of the Pokeball and said, "Humph, nonsense. Try staying on an island, doing nothing for decades, guarding an altar." Hearing this, Ash wisely shut his mouth, while the others laughed at him. Then Yichun released Lugia and said, "Lugia, take us all back to Asia Island." Upon hearing this, Lugia nodded and then bent down for everyone to climb onto its back. On the other side, Dr. Fuji woke up from the fallen fortress, then returned to Team Rocket's headquarters with Lance and the unconscious Ramda. After placing the container filled with 3 types of energy back in the laboratory, he went to report the operation process to Sakaki in his office. Upon learning that they only brought back the genes of the legendary birds, but failed to capture Yichun, Sakaki angrily said, "Are you all useless? I specifically allocated so many people and spent so much money for this operation, and you can't even catch a little brat?" However, Dr. Fuji said, "I'm sorry, boss. We didn't do well. The little brat has too many secrets, and his Pokémon are very strange. But this time we brought back the genes of the legendary birds, and I want to include them in a new experiment, trying to fuse this set of genes with the clone bodies." After hearing this, Sakaki pondered for a moment and said, "All right, Fuji, if you need funding, just tell me. You can leave now. Lance, Ramda, you 2 idiots. Arrange for someone to keep a close eye on that little brat." Below, Ramda and Lance trembled and said yes before leaving Sakaki's office. After riding Lugia back to Asia Island, the crowd welcomed them with applause and cheers. Among them, some fanatics rushed forward to hug Yichun and forcefully take photos. Seeing the scene getting chaotic, the security team of Asia Island began to manage the order on site. After controlling the crowd, the administrators of Asia Island decided to hold a celebration feast that would last all night. Upon hearing this news, everyone cheered. Meanwhile, the video of Yichun's battle with the legendary birds was reported. Now, everyone in the Kanto region and some parts of Chengdu who were paying attention to the developments in Kanto knew this news, leading most people in the Kanto region to believe that Yichun had strength surpassing that of the Elite Four. Getting rid of the crowd following him, Yichun quickly ran back to the hotel. At this moment, Slowking ran out and said, "Why didn't you take pictures with them? They were so enthusiastic. If it were me, I would definitely take pictures with each of them." Hearing this, Yi Chun collapsed onto the bed and said, I don't have the energy for that. I'm the kind of person who hates trouble. Looking at Yi Chun on the bed, Slowking nodded and then walked out the door, saying, In that case, I'll go join the celebration feast. I've been busy for so long, and I'm starving. After Slowking closed the door, Yi Chun took out Ligia's Pokeball and murmured, This is truly a dream. Not only did I capture Ligia, but I also captured a talking Slowking. Everything feels so surreal. As he said this, Yi Chun slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. That night, the sound of huge fireworks woke Yi Chun from his sleep. Looking at the lively scene outside, Yi Chun stretched, then quickly washed up and changed his clothes before heading outside. While Yi Chun was wandering around Asia Island, Lu Yu's voice rang out again. Oh my, are these girls dressed so lightly? I think I've fallen in love with the celebration feast. Chinair. Hearing this, Yi Chun replied speechlessly, Wait until you have your body reshaped before you think about these things. Right now, it doesn't help you to think about it. You don't understand. This is a kind of spiritual satisfaction, you know? Just as Yi Chun and Lu Yu were bickering, a vendor recognized Yi Chun and shouted, The hero who saved Asia Island is here. Come, hero, try my octopus balls. After saying this, the vendor handed Yi Chun a portion of octopus balls. Seeing this, Yi Chun had no choice but to accept it and thank the vendor. With the vendor's loud shout, the surrounding people noticed Yi Chun's presence and rushed forward to take photos with him. After a while, Yi Chun finally finished taking pictures with everyone when he suddenly felt someone patting him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw Sakura pulling Naz and laughing. Hey, why are you out here alone? You made me and Naz look for you for so long. Hearing this, Yi Chun said, I thought the celebration had started and you all had gone to have fun, so I came out alone. After saying that, Sakura stepped forward and hugged Yi Chun, saying, You're silly, come on, let's go eat some good food with Xiao Ji and the others. Then she pulled Yi Chun and Naz to the celebration banquet venue. At that moment, a pink cat-like Pokémon appeared in the sky, observing Yi Chun. Such a strange human. Then this Pokémon transformed into a human form and began to eat with the others at the celebration banquet. Just like that, the crisis of world destruction was alleviated by Yi Chun and Xiao Ji's efforts, and everyone spent a wonderful night on the island. Chapter 113. Heading to Lychee Island, encountering the bug-catching boy again. The next morning, after the wild celebration last night, Yi Chun and his group arrived at the port of Asia Island. At this time, Professor Oak said to Yi Chun,